Heavy rain. In Konoha, a torrential downpour is falling. Beneath the leaden sky, raindrops plummet to the earth like ink, as if to vent something or to express profound sorrow. A white-haired youth stands silently before an unnamed gravestone, allowing the deluge to drench him, as if this were the only way to extinguish the pain that threatens to overflow. From his heart, Kakashi Hitaki, son of the illustrious Tsukumo Hitaki, has stood before this grave for 3 days since the burial of Konoha's White Fang. Amidst the villagers' scorn and hatred, Kakashi resembles a marionette, staring vacantly at the nameless, modest grave. His father, having betrayed the village and taken his own life in shame, was denied even a proper grave with a name. No matter his past glories, no matter his heroism, any stain on one's reputation leads to a repudiation of all that came before. And this is the attitude of Konoha today. Gazing silently at the diminutive grave, Kakashi stands enveloped in rain, his heart filled with ashes. He cannot fathom why his father chose to die before him, nor can he comprehend how his once great father ended up in such a state. Missions, bonds, the will of fire. Suddenly, Kakashi's ears perk up, and he glances to his side. I apologize, I'd hoped to remain quiet, and not disturb you. Have I intruded? A gentleman, clad in a pristine white haori and holding a black oil paper umbrella, approaches with a basket in hand. In the midst of the black rain, the pure white haori and the steaming food basket exude a warm aura. Yet it is precisely this warmth that makes Kakashi wish to avert his gaze from the smiling man, for he knows who this man is. This man, who seems to embody gentleness, bows slightly to the nameless grave amidst the rain, then, crouching down to meet Kakashi's gaze with compassion, he sets the basket on the ground, still unwilling to speak. Kneeling on the muddy ground, allowing the filth to stain his pure white haori, the man's deep, magnetic voice gently comforts Kakashi. However, I must intrude, Kakashikin. If you continue like this, you will not endure. No matter the emotion, a healthy body is necessary to support it. The steam rising from the covered bamboo basket reveals a tantalizing aroma, prompting Kakashi to instinctively glance toward it. Seeing the once stubborn child finally relent, the man offers a warm smile and carefully uncovers the basket. Inside are 2 bowls of freshly made ramen, releasing an alluring fragrance. At the sight of the familiar ramen, Kakashi instinctively swallows. Kakashikin, it has been 3 days. It must be painful to be alone like this. I brought you some warm Fujiwara ramen. If you don't mind, shall we share a meal? Upon hearing the phrase share a meal, the white-haired youth shudders, not from the cold of the rain, but from the meaning behind those words, which make him feel nauseated. Kakashi's numb, hollow gaze flickers toward the gentle man before returning to the small grave. You need not concern yourself with me. What a stubborn child. Are you truly not going to eat? Ichiraka ramen is quite delicious. Even if Kakashikin does not wish to eat, you must consider those who care for you. One hand holds the oil paper umbrella over both of them, while the other carefully presents a pair of chopsticks to Kakashi. In the midst of the rain, the man's smile, as warm as the sun at the equator, radiates care and protection. You are still in school, Kakashikin. This is a time when you need the help of adults. The Hokage and the villagers recognize that, although your father's actions were misguided, they have also acknowledged their own excesses. You must not torment yourself over this, must you? I said, do not concern yourself with me. With a forceful slap, the bowl of ramen, laden with hot broth and noodles, goes flying, shattering upon the ground. In the rain, the steaming noodles quickly meld with the dirt and muck, forming a repugnant black sludge. Much like Kakashi's animosity toward the man behind him, the youthful face is etched with pure loathing and hostility toward the seemingly gentle figure. There is no need for your feigned concern, Sosuke Aizen. Kakashi raises his chin defiantly, glaring at the warm man before him. Why father saw through you at a glance. There is no need for your hypocritical concern. Your father spoke of Tsukumo-kun, did he not? Gazing at the shattered bowl on the ground, the man known as Aizen observes his scalded wrist from the spilled broth, adjusting his glasses as a hint of sadness and nostalgia flickers in his eyes. That keen insight of his was indeed powerful, yet it was also the root of his downfall. Despite his ability to see through others, he stubbornly clung to his beliefs. ultimately forsaking those he loved most to tread a path of no return. It is a tragic tale. What do you mean? I mean, it is indeed tragic, Kakashikin. From an adult's perspective, this is profoundly sorrowful. Adjusting his glasses, Aizen lets out a soft sigh, concealing his sorrow behind the lenses. Though we are of the same village, the mutual wariness is truly disheartening. I feel an immense sadness at the emergence of such circumstances. Yet I understand he has greatly misjudged me. After all, I have always acted in service of the Hokage and the will of fire. Often, I do not wish to undertake certain actions, but they are for the good of the village. To uphold the will of fire, I must proceed as such. Your father was admirable, his love for you was genuine. But times have changed. You are still a child. I thought this should be a matter for adults, yet did not anticipate it would involve a child. I may have spoken too much, Kakashikin. My apologies. Observing Kakashi's features, nearly contorted in the rain, Aizen exhales softly and takes a step back. Tomorrow, I shall return, Kakashikin, until you are able to accept me. Leave, do not return. It is unseemly to speak such words. Aizen shakes his head, somewhat helpless, as he regards the obstinate Kakashi, placing the black oil paper umbrella and the remaining bowl of ramen on the ground, sheltering Kakashi's small figure. In response to the child's resentful gaze and actions, he refrains from any unseemly conduct, merely nodding quietly to Kakashi before stepping back, tidying the shards of the broken bowl and gathering the ruined noodles. Due to the harsh conditions, Aizen furrows his brow, tearing a piece from his haori to envelop the remnants before bowing slightly to the child who refuses to meet his gaze. Then, he allows the downpour to drench him as he slowly departs from the public cemetery. After Aizen's departure, the cemetery returns to its original stillness. The relentless downpour of black rain continued unabated, however. This time, no droplets fell upon Kakashi. As Kakashi gazed at the black oil paper umbrella resting on the ground, alongside the last steaming bowl of Ichiraka ramen that had been sheltered, a visage of struggle and indecision adorned his youthful countenance. Within the heart of a young child, tumultuous waves of confusion surged, his hands clenched into tight fists, droplets of crimson seeping from his fingertips onto the earth. Below it, on one side, stood the benevolent individual and the most esteemed ninja, while on the other loomed the admonitions of his father. He was bewildered by the state of the world. His father, a figure of heroism, had taken his own life before him, while the outside world whispered and pointed fingers. Only Aizen had shown him kindness. Yet, his father had once warned him that Aizen was a fearsome man. In light of the present circumstances, could he truly trust his father's words? Was the village in error, or was it his father who had faltered? Aizen sook that he was undeniably the finest individual in the village, someone Kakashi had once admired. Yet, due to his father's admonitions, he had chosen to harbor animosity towards him. Now, however, his father had become a petty man, one who had violated the village's tenets and succumbed to despair through self-inflicted death. Kakashi found himself merely the son of such a petty man. Aizen, on the other hand, had selflessly aided him time and again, even taking charge of many aspects of the funeral. Kakashi recognized his own brilliance, a precocious youth who comprehended far more than his peers. Yet, this awareness only deepened his anguish and confusion. What am I to do? Father, were you truly the one in the wrong? The lonely grave remained silent, enduring the relentless black rain that drowned the child's world. In the shadows, a pair of indifferent eyes observed from a distance, quietly retreating into obscurity after Aizen's departure, completely vanishing from the vicinity. Minutes later, at the entrance of the cemetery, various figures congregated, respectfully bowing to the gentle man carrying broken bowls and refuse. Lord Aizen, thank you for your efforts. Should we attend to your burns? It's nothing. Just dispose of the rubbish. I must report to Lord Hokage shortly. Handing the tattered haori and shattered bowls to one of the figures, Aizen surveyed the cemetery behind him and, smiling at the surrounding Anbu, remarked, "Though this has inflicted great harm upon the village, the child is innocent. I believe Kakashi possesses the will of fire. He will emerge from this. It may only require some time. Lord Aizen, thank you, everyone. All of this is for the sake of the will of fire." Nodding to the deeply moved ninjas, Aizen smiled and made his way towards the tallest structure in the village. Ranjaku Sajuro, perhaps the most renowned chunin in the Hidden Leaf Village, is a name that resonates throughout the community. Few have not heard of this gentle, cultured man, who possesses a penchant for calligraphy. He is amiable and eager to assist others, always articulating various principles through the will of fire, guiding those ensnared in emotional turmoil, and even rekindling hope in those who have succumbed to despair. Moreover, Ranjaku has generously supported several orphanages and adoption facilities, devoting nearly all his mission earnings to these noble causes. Even the admiration from the young women or assistance from friends is invariably redirected into the hands of the less fortunate, often delivered personally by him to prevent any mishaps. Thus, even amidst the torrential downpour that envelopes the village, a warm glow emanates from Ranjaku. As he traverses the streets, both ninjas and civilians greet him with friendly familiarity. Good day, Ranjaku-senpai. Good afternoon, Lord Ranjaku. Good afternoon. Oh, Ranjaku-chunin, are you on your way to see the third Hokage? Indeed. I am heading to the office of the esteemed third Hokage. Ranjaku and I. Here, an umbrella. Thank you. But do not forget your own affairs, all right? He chuckled, affectionately ruffling the hair of the blushing girl before continuing towards the Hokage's office. Along the way, countless ninjas clad in vests acknowledged him, this man in a white haori. Now muddied. Within the Hidden Leaf, opposition to him is virtually non-existent, and the white haori is a privilege unique to Ranjaku Sejuro. After cleansing himself of the grime in the bathing facilities of the Hokage building, he donned a pristine white haori and attire, maintaining his gentle and serene smile as he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, I have returned. The man seated behind the Hokage's desk, adorned with the Hokage's hat, gazed silently at the torrential rain outside. This individual, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, the most promising Hokage, sat there with his pipe, intently observing the storm. After a while, he addressed Ranjaku, who was respectfully standing at attention. Sejuro, could you assist in organizing this? I have not been attentive to these matters lately. I would appreciate your help. Certainly, I shall take it upon myself. In the face of the Hokage's near unconditional trust, Ranjaku bowed deeply, then swiftly approached to begin organizing the various documents and books on the Hokage's desk. The confidential materials lay exposed before him without any concealment. Yet Ranjaku had no intention of scrutinizing them. Even from the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the formidable Hokage, Ranjaku Sejuro displayed no desire to examine those documents, merely dedicating himself to the silent task of tidying the paperwork. Classify those with numbers accordingly, while listing the unnumbered ones separately, ensuring they are readily accessible for the Hokage's use. Observing this nearly artistic method for quite some time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, gradually shifted his gaze back to the window. How fared Kakashi? Is he still the same? Indeed, Lord Third Hokage. Watching the Hokage, who turned from his desk with a somewhat somber expression, clad in a white haori and organizing books, Aizen adjusted his glasses, revealing a hint of regret. He refuses to open his heart to me, nor will he communicate with others, merely consumed by his own anger. Is that so? This is not a fortunate situation. Lord Third, such sentiments can weigh him down like this rain, overwhelming him. He is but a child. Even the laws of the ninja should not compel him to harbor such obsessions towards his father. Upon hearing the term father, the man, dryly puffing on his cigarette, momentarily hesitated, his expression clearly darkening. Yet, upon witnessing Aizen steadfastly continuing his task, he seemed to relinquish something with a sigh. Even in my presence, you adhere to your principles. This is your admirable quality. You are correct, Sojiro. Have I erred? How could that be, Lord Hokage? You have never made a wrong choice. That much I am certain of. Brushing the dust from the documents on the ground, categorizing and returning them to the desk or bookshelf, Aizen turned to the despondent Hokage, smiling gently as he spoke. All is for the will of fire. At times, necessary sacrifices must be made. Sometimes, whispers and rumors may stem from good intentions. Though Shomakuin fails to comprehend your actions, this is a tragedy, and my role is merely to prevent its escalation. Indeed, it is a tragedy, for I never anticipated his demise. The Hokage, with a cigarette dangling dryly from his lips, stared vacantly at the dark rain outside. A ninja should prioritize their mission. Yet this conflicts with the will of fire. Regardless of the choice, public opinion will arise. I could have quelled this uproar instinctively, yet I numbly allowed it to persist. I never intended to drive him to his death, Sojiro. I never envisioned such a thing. I lament Shomokuin's passing, yet it was a choice he made, and I cannot cast blame. Observing the Hokage, who seemed to gaze out the window while perhaps contemplating something else, Aizen meticulously organized the documents on the desk and bookshelf before respectfully returning to his original position, bowing in request. However, Kakashi is still young. I wish to adopt him as my son. A son? Kakashi, you say? Redirecting his gaze from the dark rain outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded this 20-year-old youth with surprise. Such an action may invite considerable criticism within the village. You are still quite young. Even if you wish to protect him, a slight correction would suffice. No, I aspire to be his adoptive father. Although I am young, the first Hokage once stated that the lives of children are paramount above all else. I merely undertake what is within my capacity. Gazing steadfastly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Aizen's expression radiated unwavering determination. Even if the leaves are consumed by flames, leaving only ashes, that diminutive flicker of light can illuminate the path for others. This is my belief. How admirable this man is. He embodies the true essence of the will of fire. No, to some extent, it is the will of fire that serves as the extension of his actions. Observing Aizen, who, although devoid of the Leaf Village headband, stands as if he personifies Konoha itself, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. For 2 decades, he has witnessed the growth of this young man. Innocent, kind-hearted, responsible, and unassuming, content to immerse himself in the mundane aspects of life in Konoha, yet maintaining a steadfast spirit. He is not a warm sun, casting light upon all. Rather, he is a gentle moonbeam, entering the hearts of others in their times of suffering and solitude, transforming into a radiant white moon, compelling them to willingly acknowledge his presence. He even begins to doubt that, in comparison to him, others might consider Aizen Sosuke to be the true embodiment of the will of fire. If challenges were to arise, people would undoubtedly perceive Aizen as the representative of that spirit. Yet, despite such immense renown, he harbors no ambitions. With elegance and composure, he is magnanimous and steady. Possessing exquisite calligraphy and artistry, well-versed in matters of refinement, even garnering the respect of feudal lords, to the extent that they lament his being a mere ninja. In the face of such overtures, how does Aizen Sosuke respond? He simply smiles and continues his acts of kindness, assisting others, changing everything within his reach. That is Aizen Sosuke. At merely 20 years of age, without any illustrious accomplishments, just a chunin, he has, through his conscience and actions, become the shining moonlight of Konoha. Could he be the one to succeed me? A chunin, specially promoted to Hokage? If so, what would the other villages think? And if not, how would Konoha react? As he gazed upon the smiling young man before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually closed his eyes, already contemplating a decision in comparison to the son he had chosen. I truly appreciate your efforts, Sosuke, and I sincerely regret the death of Hatake Tsukumo. You are the Hokage. If the Hokage must apologize, it would instigate chaos. So please refrain from such actions. I am grateful that you are here to comfort me. This is my responsibility, third Hokage. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do go on. I will consider the matter of Kakashi. The Hokage waved his hand, signaling Aizen to depart. The courteous man did not, like other ninjas, rudely leap through the window or crash through the door, but instead respectfully bowed, retreating to the entrance and quietly closing the door behind him. However, the moment Aizen departed, shadows in the corner began to stir ominously. A seemingly cold and indifferent middle-aged man, clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, stood beside the third Hokage, crossing his arms as he scoffed at the gate left behind by Aizen. Aizen Sosuke, you should let him train under my guidance. In this ninja world, his disposition is far too naive. Do not taint him with your darkness, Danzo. Gazing out at the relentless downpour, the Hokage, adorned with a straw hat, could not suppress a long sigh. Aizen is truly a good person. Even the life of a ninja is excessively cruel for him. I cannot bear to expose him to such harsh realities. It would tarnish the beauty that resides in many hearts. How can one become accomplished without enduring trials? Without the capacity to withstand darkness, how could one inherit the mantle of Hokage? I do not intend for him to become Hokage. What? Aizen Sosuke is far better suited for roles as an advisor or elder. Advisor? Danzo squinted, realizing his old friend's intentions. Are you planning to make him a paragon? Indeed. A paragon of the will of fire. A moral exemplar. Exhaling a plume of smoke, The third Hokage regarded the torrential rain outside, his voice deep and resolute. This is far more significant than my role as Hokage. He will become a beacon for all, inspiring everyone to learn from him. That is sufficient. Rather than hesitate, it is better to decisively block any doubts, as is your nature, Hizashi. Well done. However, if one day you find yourself wavering, losing your sense of judgment, then relinquish the Hokage position to someone more capable. Observing the steadfast expression of his old friend, the man cloaked in shadows nodded slowly, expressing his satisfaction as he spoke in a low voice. Do not show weakness. We must not afford the enemy any leverage. You will handle the matters with the Cloud Ninja, ensuring they remain unaware of our issues in the short term. I shall address the internal village matters, creating the illusion that Hatake Tsukumo's death was a ruse, deceiving other villages into trusting us. Let us proceed accordingly. Thank you, Danzo. I must also attend to the reassurance of other ninjas in the village. This is a tragic accident, nothing more. It must be so. You are the towering tree, and I am the root in the darkness. Let us not forget our oath, Hizashi. I have never forgotten. Casting a deep glance at his friend, whose demeanor seemed to have aged a decade, yet grew ever more resolute, Danzo nodded in satisfaction before turning away, gradually merging into the shadows. However, moments later, from a dark corner of Konoha, an unknown voice emerged from the depths of obscurity. So, this is our first encounter under such circumstances, Tsukumo-kun. It is truly fortuitous that you could take your own life. Otherwise, how could I interact with the soul of a top-tier ninja without any risk? This is far less perilous than testing the durability of the Kage. Aizen, truly, how fortunate. Gazing at the pale blue shards of a soul, ensnared within a glass confinement and brimming with rage, Sosuke Aizen smiled gently, adjusting his glasses, reminiscent of moonlight. The research on the Shinigami transformation had finally yielded some insights. You shall become the finest specimen. Rest assured, I shall take care of your son, Kakashi. He is an exceptional child and will undoubtedly become my esteemed assistant. If my judgment holds true, I shall become the child's godfather in 3 days. Do you not find this a most wonderful prospect? The shattered, cerulean figure stared frantically at the world filled with vials and various grotesque specimens, struggling desperately within its confines, directing a furious glare at the seemingly gentle figure before it. Amidst the whirring instruments, the man clad in a white haori, as if engaged in the art of calligraphy, appeared strikingly prominent. The warm and tranquil figure, akin to white moonlight, stood at the heart of the laboratory, skillfully maneuvering an array of devices. Sensing the power behind that gaze, he adjusted his glasses with a gentle smile, hands tucked within the sleeves of his haori, and approached the glass frame. Good afternoon, Tsukumo Hatake. My humble abode is rather dilapidated. I hope you will forgive me. Observing the impeccably courteous man, Tsukumo Hatake felt an overwhelming sense of rage. The very scene he had dreaded most before his demise had materialized into a grim reality. If you have harmed him, I will kill you, Aizen. How intriguing. The souls of self-destructive ninjas often overlook restraint, do they not? The disparity compared to your living self is striking. If you were still alive, such stimuli would not provoke such a reaction. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a chilling glimmer that illuminated the anguished figure of the father within the frame. Truly marvelous. The study of souls is endlessly intoxicating, regardless of how many times it is examined. Each individual can unearth a distinct avenue of research. I will kill you. For several minutes, the fervent shouts and emotional turmoil persisted. Even in anger, the soul could continue to vocalize. Your current utterances merely deplete your willpower. But do not panic, Tsukumo, for you are powerless to intervene. Approaching the instruments surrounding the glass frame, Aizen began to manipulate a series of buttons and levers, producing an eerie humming that reverberated throughout the subterranean space. I harbor no ulterior motives. I genuinely wish to impart knowledge to him. He is a genius, and I find myself rather lonely. You cannot be trusted. Whether or not I am trustworthy is irrelevant to the truth. The fact remains. He is to become my adopted son, Tsukumo. Is it not laughable that all of this transpired due to your choice to take your own life? In your final moments, you failed to consider that you were still a father. Now you reflect on that notion. How absurd. It is often only in death that one realizes what is truly precious. The soul fragment within the glass frame stared in astonishment at the man with a gentle demeanor before him. He had indeed never contemplated this matter. A 6-year-old boy, on the verge of graduating from ninja school, faced the tragic choice of his traitorous father to take his own life. What kind of existence awaited Kakashi in the future? What sort of environment would he inhabit? The choice to commit suicide in order to prove his innocence may have provided a sense of release, but what of Kakashi? He was merely a child, having lost his mother during childbirth, and now he faced the loss of his father. What would become of Kakashi? Hatake Tsukumo found himself ensnared within the confines of the framework. Yet, outside, Aizen, who was orchestrating the experiment, offered him no opportunity for reflection, but instead pressed the button, activating the colossal machinery surrounding the framework. Countless pale blue sparks began to flicker on either side of the apparatus, and the once insensate soul emitted a piercing scream. Stirred by the ethereal blue glow, observing the tormented soul of Hatake Tsukumo wailing within the device, Aizen maintained a calm demeanor as he scrutinized the data flowing across the screen. He compared it with another set of data displayed on a separate monitor while, like a teacher, he imparted wisdom to the suffering Tsukumo. This is an opportune moment, Tsukumo-kun. You are an astute individual. Hence I wish to enlighten you about your current state. There does exist a conversion mechanism among the spiritualization technique, natural energy, and chakra. It is not implausible for a pure soul to manifest in this realm, and it can be inscribed through a seal. Thus, a substance capable of refracting the distinct characteristics of the soul is required to enable an interplay between natural energy and the spirit. This lubricant is not the chakra commonly understood, but rather our own willpower. Fascinating, is it not? When self-awareness reaches a certain intensity, it can indeed influence natural energy. Although the essence of life as chakra is passively drawn forth, it is the self that truly holds dominion. My research commenced with the self. Our unique understanding of the world and ourselves, Tsukumo-kun, is what sets us apart. You can only act when you desire to do so, but the very act of thinking implies a form of action. In ancient legends, people could harness the powers of heaven and earth merely through meditation. Do you not find that to be a wondrous notion? With a gaze that nearly solidified into a tangible flame of fury, enduring excruciating pain and torment. Hatake Tsukumo strained to absorb Aizen's words, endeavoring to comprehend and analyze their implications. After the initial surge of anger, he sought to approach the meaning of these words with a calm mind. He sensed that Aizen was conveying something of great significance. However, whenever he attempted to contemplate, the surrounding pale blue electricity would compress upon him. He felt as though he were a raw iron ingot cast into a forge, incessantly hammered and compressed by countless ethereal lights, forcibly grinding away the impurities within his soul, particularly the chakra, until they were eradicated and dissipated. Before the unwavering resolve of Hatake Tsukumo, who endures torment akin to the most excruciating tortures in history, Aizen continued to speak with an affable demeanor, as if narrating an ordinary tale. Kato Dan, the possessor of the soul manifestation technique. I was profoundly saddened by the demise of Dan-kun. You must be aware that no one in Konoha held greater research value. His life was extinguished by a cadre of incompetence, his dreams usurped by others. Yet, what of it? Kato Dan is ultimately deceased, and his girlfriend, devoid of any skill beyond medical ninjutsu, is of little consequence. The human body, at its core, is merely a vessel, a puppet manipulated by chakra. However, a millennium ago, we were not so diminished. Natural energy, souls, the soul manifestation technique. Chakra, I have ultimately embarked on the first step. I have shattered the boundaries between flesh and spirit. I now require verification of my theories. The distinction between theoretical validation and practical experimentation necessitates your assistance, Tsukumo-kun. Should you endure, I trust Kakashi-kun would be pleased as well. Persevere, I stand with you. Perhaps I am the one who least desires your disappearance in this world. Aizen Sosuke, still unable to maintain your composure? How unfortunate. Your complete dissolution signifies the failure of a path, a lamentable fate indeed. You must survive, Tsukumo-kun. As he observed the spirit, barely restrained within its confines, Aizen maintained his gentle smile, pressing the machine's button. An even more brilliant light flooded the room, enveloping Hatake Tsukumo's spirit in a myriad of luminescence, rendering even his cries inaudible. Yet, Aizen harbored no malicious intent. Upon confirming that Tsukumo could no longer contemplate, he simply set the operational time and departed the laboratory. However, as he exited into the corridor, he was halted by a figure leaning against the wall. You still relish the role of a villain, Aizen. Ah, how intriguing. What brings you here at this moment? Do you have some counsel? Adjusting his glasses, Aizen regarded the long-haired man in the corner, arms crossed, with a serene expression. His face adorned with a warm smile. The soul manifestation experiment remains precarious. An untimely appearance could lead to assimilation by natural energy and chakra. From my perspective, it may be prudent for you to rest. I feel quite capable. Thus I ventured out to peruse some literature and breathe fresh air. You wouldn't mind, would you? Have you sensed the arrival of a new soul? Observing the man with moonlit hair, tranquil yet imbued with an inexplicable will, Aizen's smile grew increasingly sincere. You remain as forthright as ever, Dankuin. Such a gentle soul. Have you come to dissuade me? Sensing the presence of an old comrade? This could not be entirely dismissed. As the haunting visage of one of Konoha's trio stood before Aizen, Kato Dan, a master of the soul manifestation technique, possessed profound insights into life, death, and the essence of souls, a distinguished jonin of Konoha. He, who should have perished due to his internal wounds, found himself in this dim corner, confronting Sosuke Aizen. Yet, gazing at the gentle figure of Aizen, akin to the soft light of the moon, Kato Dan sighed deeply and slowly approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. After all, it was merely a distaste for such methods that had brought him here. Like long-lost friends, the seemingly deceased Kato Dan and Aizen walked side by side down the corridor. If Shikamaru Nara's spirit were to witness this scene, he might very well be rendered speechless in shock. Kato Dan's existence is a source of anguish for many. He, like Orochimaru, is one of the key figures in Tsunade's life as one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Yet, this man, who radiates a moonlit aura, now walks alongside Aizen, suggesting a familiarity that has endured for quite some time. As they strolled along the ancient stone corridor, illuminated by flickering lights, Kato Dan casually remarked, "Must one resort to such means to sustain oneself through the intense obsessions and emotions that stimulate the soul? There is no alternative. Shikamaru is currently in an unstable phase. It will take at least 21 soul surgeries before he can attain stability. To abandon hope now would indeed be a tragedy. Would it not? Threatening with one's son is rather excessive. The souls that choose to end their own lives are inherently fragile and devoid of attachment. At times, even kind words are necessary." With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Aizen walked forward with measured strides, their conversation resonating clearly between them. However, what was truly astonishing was that the shadow cast upon the ground belonged solely to Aizen throughout. Meanwhile, under the illumination, Kato Dan's figure appeared clear and distinct, devoid of any shadow. Reflecting upon it now, you have subtly expressed your divergence from Konoha since childhood, have you not? Kato Dan, devoid of a shadow, walked alongside Aizen, speaking in a seemingly casual manner. Unlike the ninjas of Konoha, I have never donned the forehead protector, nor have I ever considered myself a ninja. I consistently engage in actions that diverge from those of a ninja. The third Hokage was quite perplexed by you at first. In a sense, that may indeed be true. After all, I am not particularly adept at concealing my true self, which can be quite embarrassing. If you simply articulated your thoughts, many matters would become clear. Why not express them directly? I truly do not understand you, Aizen. That is the shaping of a worldview, not something that can be achieved with mere words, Dankuin. Approaching a biometric verification door, Aizen extended his hand and pressed the button. The heavily fortified door slid open silently to the sides, and Kato Dan followed closely behind. However, as Aizen passed through, the door swiftly closed, bisecting Kato Dan's form. Yet, his subsequent figure effortlessly slipped through the doorframe, as if the material world held no sway over this moon-like man. For this paradoxical phenomenon, neither individual expressed any surprise. Instead, they continued along their respective paths. As they approached the designated location, the corridor was gradually illuminated by the sequentially glowing lights. Aizen's voice, deep and imbued with a certain compelling allure, resonated within the narrow passageway, echoing with an almost enchanting persuasiveness. The formation of one's worldview necessitates time. It is only by witnessing firsthand how this world is distorted in the hands of the mundane that one can awaken to the notion of resistance. Must one then wait until after death? Is it only in the realm of the deceased that the true nature of one's actions and implications can be discerned? Indeed, without regard for Kato's delicate emotions, Aizen offered a crisp and uncomplicated reply. After all, I cannot condemn your thoughts during your mortal lives. It is not your fault. I harbor sympathy for you. Humans are beings molded by their environments, perpetually misled by the information surrounding them, unable to perceive the true visage of reality. It is only after death that one can glimpse the authentic selves of others, along with all that their circumstances have wrought, unshackled from the corporeal cravings and desires. One can then perceive, from a soulful perspective, what truly envelopes them. Is it love or lust? Is it self-satisfaction or recognition? Are the words of others mere lip service? Or do they manifest through tangible actions? For most individuals, such clarity can only be achieved posthumously, and even then, some may remain oblivious or willingly sink into despair. Observing Kato's placid countenance, Aizen's gentle face once again adorned a smile. For instance, you once aspired to be Hokage, yet now you have shared nothing with them. How you have grown, Kato-kun. I find solace in that. If I were to leak information, could I possibly conceal it from you? Whether it be Shikumo-kun or Kato-kun, each of you serves as exemplary experimental subjects. Maintaining your current state is indeed most desirable. No direct response. Following closely behind Aizen, Kato let out a sigh. So, when shall we truly make our appearance? When shall we emerge from the shadows and stand beneath the sun? Do not be hasty. Do not be anxious. Simply await the opportune moment to arrive. With a series of instructive gestures directed at the collector, layer upon layer of doors unfolded sequentially. Aizen, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his haori, remarked nonchalantly, "The experiment of soul manifestation has begun to take shape. The next step involves the imprinting and contraction of spiritual traces. The forging of the Zanpakuto has commenced, and at that juncture, we shall employ a medium to allow your souls to bloom forth." Why do you harbor such trepidation towards chakra, Aizen? Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Manipulating natural energy to suppress an enemy's spiritual pressure, crafting a Shinigami vessel through the liberation of the soul and natural energy, and utilizing the medium to indirectly guide the triad of natural forces, soul, and self within the Zanpakuto. This is your plan, is it not? Why forsake chakra? I can comprehend your stance regarding Konoha, but why reject chakra altogether? Merely out of caution. To forge a path, is it not natural to discard entrenched modes of thinking? It appears we are still not trusted. Trust and reliance are synonymous, acts of the feeble, projecting one's ideals and notions onto others, something I do not require. Moreover, gazing upon the final area shrouded in seals, Aizen adjusted his glasses and cast a meaningful glance at Kato-dan. I possess the ability to create a Shinigami contract, allowing me to monitor and manipulate you to a certain extent. Does the creator of chakra still observe us from afar? In the face of this ravaged world, what thoughts occupy his mind? Listening to Aizen's unembellished narration, Kato-dan's expression froze. Are you certain? It is merely a benevolent warning. Aizen's smile remained warm and pure beneath the light. I neither deny nor affirm. I simply hope you all can remain composed. I do not wish for any issues to arise with my precious experimental materials. The notion of tracing chakra is too distant. My current aim is but a minuscule target: to summon the deceased and reveal this scene. Aizen, your small goal may not be so trivial, I presume? Not at all. For now, it truly is insignificant. Dan-kun, I merely wish to slightly loosen this decaying system. Upon reaching the corridor's end, Aizen extended his hand to push open the final door. Within this inner sanctum lay several pitch-black coffins, each embedded with countless tubes. Observing one inscribed with Kato-dan's name, Aizen turned to the man beside him, his smile growing ever more sincere and warm. If the fishbowl is this small, it becomes challenging to provide a habitat for larger fish. Therefore, one must either expand the bowl or eliminate the other fish. I happen to be among those who cannot bear to harm the fish. Indeed, such a sentiment befits your style, Kato-dan. Shaking his head, Dan intended to speak, only to notice a shadowy form slipping from his hand, instantly casting a dark stain upon the ground. Time is running short. I confess I do not fully comprehend your affairs, but I hope you refrain from causing too much commotion. Many are innocent. I would not deign to act against an ignorant individual, Dan-kun. You shall thrive under the shadow of Konoha. Observing Kato-dan gradually dissolve into the coffin, Aizen adjusted his glasses and remarked with a smile, "Moreover, I eagerly await the moment you choose to betray me, esteemed members of Konoha. But before that, I hope you will dedicate yourselves to learning. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. I am more than willing to clarify any uncertainties. The birth of new concepts always requires a presentation and practical application. How much you learn depends on your efforts. After all, A world in which one performs a solitary monologue, devoid of understanding, can be quite lonely. Upon hearing these words, Kato Dan, who had nearly dissolved within the coffin, hesitated, seemingly wishing to explain something, yet ultimately melted into the shadows. Aizen Sosuke is a mysterious figure. Appearing sincere and earnest, he invariably retains an air of ambiguity. Even when confronted by those who have long since departed, the sentiment remains unchanged. Beneath the pure white haori lies a dark inner lining. Although he is a ninja of Konoha, he refuses to don a forehead protector or vest. Yet, he is held in high regard by all. However, not a single living soul truly comprehends his genuine nature. Even the deceased have merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Wishing you sweet dreams, Daku-kun. And to everyone else, may you find peace and nurture your health. Each of us has someone we cherish. Let us refrain from acting irrationally. As he observed the soul gradually morphing into shadow, merging into the coffin, Aizen maintained his graceful smile amidst it all. After a moment, confirming that all instruments were functioning properly, he finally turned to depart. It was not until the figure clad in white had completely dissolved into darkness that the coffins remained unresponsive, as if nothing existed within them. Hours passed, and from the boundless void, a sigh emerged. What, in your eyes, did Sosuke Aizen perceive that led to such transformation? The voice was gentle, yet laden with sorrow. But it was not Kato Daku's voice. Sosuke Aizen, male, recorded age of 20, in Konoha, one of the orphans adopted by the Konoha orphanage. He was sent to the Ninja Academy, graduated 3 years later with average grades, and subsequently joined Konoha for ninja operations. His record is pristine, arguably making him the most blameless individual in Konoha. Having lived under the watchful eyes of the Umbu and Root since infancy, he is a true native of Konoha, beyond reproach. Of course, if someone could perceive his inner turmoil, they would understand that he harbors significant issues. For he is not the Aizen Sosuke of this world, nor even the Aizen Sosuke from the Soul Society. His current state resembles that of the individual he has long admired, Ichigo Kurosaki, the Aizen Sosuke of the Soul Society. The young Aizen of Konoha and a modern youth have amalgamated to create this entirely new persona. If we consider the version of him from the modern world prior to his arrival in the Naruto universe, it is regrettable that he was, in fact, a devoted reader of the Soul Reaper series. Upon realizing he had traversed to Konoha, even he could not help but wonder if he had mistakenly arrived at the wrong place. Shouldn't one embody the essence of what they read? Shouldn't he have crossed over with the memories of the battle-hardened Aizen, altering his fate amidst the destitute streets? What is Naruto, anyway? He had never indulged in it. He had only vaguely heard of the peculiar bosses introduced later, of battles against extraterrestrials, and of chakra being part of some grand conspiracy. What on earth is this? Why would aliens appear in a ninja village brawl? Initially, he was intrigued, but as the millennium-long conflict hastily concluded, and he began to embark on his own career, that curiosity gradually faded. It was only upon hearing news of the resurgence of the Millennium Blood War, with Aizen's return, that he realized how much he once adored this particular work. At this juncture, he had achieved considerable success in his career, amassing a modest fortune. Contentedly, he found himself in his home theater, watching a projection when he suddenly witnessed the appearance of Aizen. In his excitement, he lost sense of time. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself as a student at the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf Village, bearing the name Aizen Sosuke. Simultaneously, he inherited all the memories from the era of the Thousand-Year Blood War, suggesting that it was highly plausible that Aizen Sosuke himself had inadvertently brought him along during his own transmigration. However, such trivial matters hardly concerned him. Embracing his new life and memories, Aizen Sosuke felt confident in his ability to navigate this world with stability. Perhaps he might even encounter a few who could comprehend his essence. Yet, he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. The only person who truly understood him was himself. He came to fully grasp why Aizen exhibited such behavior in the Soul Society. For now, as Aizen Sosuke in the world of Naruto, he found himself harboring nearly identical thoughts, even treading a similar path. Initially, he was somewhat content living in this village. Compared to the environment of the Rakangai in the Soul Society, the Hidden Leaf was undoubtedly more civilized. Although it did not quite match the modern world he once inhabited, it was certainly preferable to the alternative. However, as war erupted, the grotesque realities of various villages, including his own, deepened his disdain for this warped world. The hollow rhetoric of the Will of Fire, The chaotic deployment of child soldiers as mere fodder for the front lines, and the indiscriminate dispatch of the innocent to gather intelligence, all struck him as profoundly absurd. While it was not unknown that these children might hold greater potential in the future, that was a matter for another time, not the present. The prevailing belief that life was expendable for reasons as trivial as currency or mission lists became the grim truth of this world. The value of human life seemed even more trivial than in the Soul Society. In that realm, deaths often served to maintain the balance between the three worlds and hell. A necessary, albeit unfortunate, alignment with the natural order. Despite the grotesque nature of the Soul King and the myriad challenges, the Soul Society chose to manage its affairs internally without disrupting other realms. This reflected their moral compass. Yet what of this world? When compared to the Central 46, it was difficult to discern which was more decayed. In contrast to the Soul Society, which had taken 1,000,000 years to rot, the people of this world were even colder and more unfeeling than Aizen had imagined. The tailed beasts dispatched by the first Hokage were not symbols of war, but rather embodiments of peace and friendship. He envisioned a future where the villages would cease their quarrels, where chakra and tailed beasts would serve as bonds for understanding the essence of peace. Ironically, his demise became the catalyst that ignited the ninja world war almost instantaneously. Morality and integrity, respect and law, seemed to be utterly non-existent in the hands of the ninjas inhabiting this world. The most terrifying aspect is their utter disregard for history. Aizen once ventured into the Central 46 and the Grand Library guarded by the nobility, where he uncovered countless tomes chronicling the truth. Though they were neither noble nor honorable, they did not alter the annals of history. Rather, they recorded the disgraceful actions of their ancestors with an unsettling detachment. In stark contrast, this world has transformed in just under 50 years, with a collective silence rendering history unrecognizable, blurring the lines between good and evil. Events that transpired merely a millennium ago have morphed into myth, and figures from less than a century past have become mere legends. There exists an unspoken agreement to eradicate the influence of the first Hokage, as if the world had always been in a state of village-like turmoil. Aizen found himself at a loss as to which of these two worlds harbored greater issues, yet he quickly unearthed a judgment on such behavior from another memory. Those who distort history and rewrite the past are doomed to learn no lessons from it. Hence, the ninja world resembles an arena, where chaos and hatred fuel a relentless cycle of bloodshed. Coupled with his faint memories, Aizen felt certain that this world resembled a cage, a prison anchored in ignorance, hatred, and distorted wills. Both his original memories and those from the Soul Society, even recollections from the modern world, uniformly despised this notion. He had not been devoid of struggles regarding the village's ignorance and the simplicity of its people, yet he quickly found clarity within a month's time. As long as both sides hold truth, it suffices. He had never deceived anyone. Rather, the vast majority of ordinary individuals are ensnared within invisible cages, confined by the limitations of their perspective and knowledge. Thus, aligning oneself with the common folk in times of incapacity is not an unacceptable choice. However, one must inevitably confront danger. Humanity is destined to forge ahead, even if those around them slumber alongside ferocious beasts, taking a step forward towards future crises. Facing the towering clouds ahead, that, indeed, is courage. Yes, that shall suffice. As long as one remains resolute and undeterred, there is no need for hesitation. Gazing at the characters inscribed on the desk, undeterred, Aizen Sosuke nodded in satisfaction. He retrieved the rice paper, stood up, and hung it on the horizontal bar behind him to air dry. After completing these actions, he turned to regard the youth kneeling on the ground. What an unusual guest. Kakashi-kun, I had thought I would have to seek you out in the graveyard today. What brings you here so suddenly? Have you found clarity in your thoughts? Or do you seek to engage with me in some manner? Kakashi, kneeling on the ground, remained silent, merely staring vacantly at his surroundings. A day had passed, and he pondered the necessity of meeting this renowned figure, Sosuke Aizen. Thus, he arrived at the residence of this legendary kind-hearted individual in Konoha for the first time. It was rumored that this grand mansion had been bestowed by the Hokage himself, yet the majority of it had been transformed into a free lodging house, charging only a nominal fee for meals, serving to assist the homeless and victims of domestic violence. Only the spacious calligraphy room and a modest inner chamber truly belonged to Sosuke Aizen, although the rumored humble abode remained unseen. The elegant calligraphy room alone left a seasoned observer like Kakashi momentarily taken aback. A series of imposing calligraphic works hung unframed from the beams above, cascading down like draperies and partitioning the expansive room into distinct sections. The contrast of black ink against white rice paper, alongside Aizen himself, who sat centrally clad in a pure white haori with a black lining, painted a striking image. The bespectacled man wore a gentle smile as he adjusted his glasses. Yet, the immense calligraphy of unyielding behind him instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within Kakashi. The calligraphic phrases encircling him loomed like fierce beasts, gazing down upon the diminutive boy. A gentle breeze stirred the papers, accompanied by the chimes of summer. When Aizen inquired softly, the 6-year-old boy trembled slightly and bowed his head. After a prolonged silence, he finally whispered, "Can I trust you? Do not pose such naive questions, for they may portray you as weak, Kakashi-kun." Picking up the paperweight, Aizen spread a fresh sheet of rice paper and, turning to seize his brush, settled onto the floor to begin inscribing his inked strokes. One's true character is revealed through actions rather than through the words of others. Otherwise, biases and rumors can lead to erroneous perceptions. Trusting an enemy may foster hostility towards one's own kin. Believing outsiders can create rifts within family. Such matters may seem trivial, yet they fundamentally disrupt one's understanding of self and others. It is essential to discern who will accept you and the positions others occupy. Although perhaps this demand may be too great for you at present. Are you still merely a 6-year-old child? Or are you merely feigning ignorance? Observing Kakashi's bewilderment, Aizen pushed up his glasses with a hint of regret. Then allow me to speak plainly. This is something I should have conveyed 3 days hence. Setting his brush upon the paperweight, Sosuke Aizen stood formally and turned to face the complex expression of Kakashi, extending his palm. "Come, be my son, Kakashi." Kakashi was not a child lacking understanding. In truth, he possessed far more insight than most would assume. Having already taken lives in this tumultuous era and witnessed bloodshed during his missions against bandits. Reflecting on his circumstances, he pondered throughout the night after returning home yesterday, gaining insight into the protective intentions of Aizen. However, the relationship between a surrogate father and apprentice in Konoha is far from simplistic. Konoha has encountered similar situations before. Yet what is often labeled as father-son dynamics is, in essence, an apprenticeship. Fundamentally, while Konoha's traditional educational system aims to lay a foundation, the secret techniques of various clans and diverse training often commence in childhood. Each ninja trained in this manner becomes a living textbook of Konoha's secret arts, with many techniques that cannot be inscribed on paper, only conveyed through instinct and feeling, thus perpetuating the legacy within Konoha. Consequently, aside from formal education, numerous orphans are frequently adopted as surrogate sons or apprentices, passing down those techniques through alternative means to preserve the knowledge within Konoha. Yet, Aizen Sosuke, on one hand, is neither a formidable ninja nor a holder of secret arts, and on the other, he is still quite young. What would be the purpose of him acting as a godfather? Being an older brother or uncle might be more fitting, but a godfather seems excessive. Is he contemplating my capabilities, Kakashi-kun? Observing the somewhat astonished Kakashi Hatake, Aizen smiled gently and remarked, "There exists a definitive disparity between a chunin and a genin, Kakashi-kun. You may approach me without reservation. After all, I am aware that you harbor apprehensions due to Shobu-kun's words. Shouldn't discussions between father and son be more candid?" "I understand now." Kakashi nodded, gazing at Aizen's serene expression. In the next instant, Kakashi swiftly drew a kunai from his pocket, directing it toward Aizen's shoulder. Even a typical jonin would find it impossible to react in such a moment. The shoulder would suffice, as it could be considered for my benefit, Kakashi mused, redirecting the kunai that was originally aimed at the neck towards the shoulder instead. However, Kakashi felt no sensation of penetration. Instead, he only heard a jarring sound akin to metal clashing. Click, staring at Aizen, who effortlessly held his kunai at bay with a mere fingertip. 6-year-old Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is the reality, Kakashi-kun," Aizen said, smiling warmly at Kakashi's shocked visage. A pale blue chakra, almost sharply defined, flowed and intertwined around Aizen's fingertips. Accompanied by his heartbeat and breath, azure ripples flickered along a fixed path, seemingly solidifying his fingers into a cohesive entity. "As my adopted son, this is the first gift I bestow upon you." One finger curved to grasp Kakashi's kunai, while the other adjusted his glasses. Aizen turned to the astonished Kakashi and said with a smile, "This is a defensive technique, the very thing I wish to impart to you. My intention was never for you children to step onto the battlefield." The first Hokage shared this sentiment. Yet in this world, without power, one becomes prey. Although my experiences on the battlefield have been brief, the scenes of violence and death have deeply saddened me. I may not possess the formidable healing abilities of a medical ninja, nor do I have any remarkable skill in manipulating chakra. However, humans are inherently creatures of thought. After injecting or applying a series of chakra-sensing liquids onto the surface of my body, once the flow of chakra commences, a delicate yet potent layer of defense begins to adhere automatically. By complementing this with inscribed symbols and trigger-based talismans applied within the epidermal layer, such a technique can be accomplished. The results are evident in the current scenario. Based on its condition and operational mechanism, I have aptly named it the Silent Blood Armor. Even Kakashi's sharp kunai could not pierce the outermost layer of skin. Confronting the true defensive module of the Silent Blood Armor felt akin to striking steel, producing a harsh, grating sound. Before the prodigious Kakashi Hatake, who nearly possesses the strength of a Chunin, Sosuke Aizen remained seated in the center of the writing chamber, effortlessly blocking his attack with a single outstretched finger, smiling at the gritting teeth of the young man before him. Regardless of how fiercely the youth exerted himself, whether through cutting or forcefully pressing forward, that finger, shimmering with a cerulean glow, loomed before them like a mountain, slightly bent yet firmly enclosing the entire kunai within his grasp. Due to the necessity of manipulating the blood and chakra within my body, the developed result can at least withstand ordinary slashes and techniques from lower-ranked ninjas and even Chunin-level ninjutsu. Observing Kakashi, whose eyes widened behind his mask and whose strength was evidently reaching its limit, Aizen chuckled softly. "You cannot even damage a single strand of my hair, Kakashi-kun. This is yet another piece of advice I offer you. Do not engage in a game dictated by your enemy's rules, for you shall surely taste the bitterness of regret." The requirements for deploying the Silent Blood Armor are exceedingly stringent, necessitating the use of a Haori for concealment. Hence, I have been granted special permission from the third Hokage to roam Konoha adorned in my Haori, unencumbered by a forehead protector. When others possess privileges that set them apart, do not harbor resentment. Instead, contemplate whether they possess other unique qualities. Simple jealousy can cloud your vision, leading to misjudgments and flaws in your reasoning. How can he be just a Chunin, merely a tail end as my father described? Kakashi's disdain was palpable as he gazed at Aizen, whose somewhat diminutive figure transformed into a canvas inscribed with the words of unwavering resolve. Smoke rapidly enveloped the entire writing chamber. Kakashi silently executed the body replacement technique, repositioning himself behind Aizen, and hurled several kunai at the unsuspecting Haori. Body replacement technique, is it? Aizen's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, as he regarded the text in his hand. An astute deduction. When a frontal assault fails, employing a strategy of continuous attacks from behind is commendable. However, Kakashi-kun, this is futile. With a crack, the kunai embedded in Aizen's back merely tore a portion of the Haori, making no further progress. The astonishment in Kakashi's eyes deepened. What on earth is this? He had never heard of such a technique capable of resisting slashing and piercing damage. Do you comprehend, Kakashi-kun? This is the first gift I wish to bestow upon you, a unique, unranked technique known as the static blood garment. From the depths of his gaze to the strands of his hair, from his fingertips to the soles of his feet, every inch of his being was enveloped in the radiant light of the static blood garment. The kunai, rendered powerless, slipped from his back and fell onto the wooden floor with a muted thud. Aizen Suzuki sat upright on the ground, turning to observe the somewhat bewildered Hatake Kakashi perched upon the beam, smiling as he adjusted his glasses. This technique is what I aspire to impart as a life-saving skill to all the lower ninjas of Konoha. Regrettably, while executing the static blood garment, there will be significant interference with chakra flow and release. Thus, I recommend you rely on swordsmanship and close combat to determine the outcome. I have expressed my concern for your well-being, Kakashi-kun. You are the son of Konoha's White Fang, Shimo-kun. I do not judge his choices, yet I hope you will accept this gift. In the pursuit of realizing the will of fire, I can take it upon myself to entrust you with this secret technique. Furthermore, it weighs heavily on my conscience to leave the child of a familiar comrade to navigate this world alone. Please contemplate this, Kakashi-kun. I respect your decision. Even if you choose not to become my adopted son, I implore you to accept this secret technique. Like the moonlight, though cool, it carries a mysterious and elegant essence. Aizen Sasuke withdrew a scroll from the long sleeves of his Haori and placed it upon the table, gazing at the complex expression of Hatake Kakashi on the beam. When a person acts sincerely, their expression is genuine, and they truly offer their possessions to aid another. Should one then heed the words of relatives and regard them as foes? As Kakashi looked upon Aizen Sasuke's warm and affable smile and the scroll resting on the table, he felt his resolve wavering. He was but 6 years old, apart from his father. The only one who genuinely respected his will and offered encouragement was Aizen Sasuke before him. Just then, as if to alleviate their awkwardness, a completely black-clad ninja suddenly appeared outside the writing chamber. Aizen Chunin, the third Hokage requests your presence at a meeting. Ah, I shall go at once. Thank you for the summons. Observing the ANBU member kneeling before him, Aizen Sasuke nodded gently, setting aside the scroll and rising to face Kakashi on the beam. Please reflect carefully, Kakashi-kun. I have great expectations for you. Do not disappoint me. My abilities are limited, and I lack further insights into the development of the static blood garment. Only the theoretical concept of the dynamic blood garment, which reverses the state of the static blood garment, remains. Perhaps you can achieve greater feats. Now, I take my leave. Please feel free. Confronted with the scroll left on the table by Aizen, Kakashi sensed an increasing peculiarity in his emotions. Was Aizen Sasuke truly an ordinary chunin? Gazing upon the immense character for heaven inscribed on the table, he recalled the image of himself gripping his kunai with one hand. Along with the invitation extended by the third Hokage, a peculiar thought flickered through Kakashi's mind. The esteemed third Hokage would not be mistaken. The Umbu and the various shinobi could not possibly allow an untrusted wielder of forbidden techniques to act so freely. Not to mention, being directly invited by the Umbu to participate in a meeting is a tremendous honor. Furthermore, everyone in the village held him in high regard. Even the Uchiha clan treated him with utmost courtesy. The vast majority deemed him a truly good person, a sentiment reflected in his actions, save for his father's dissenting view. Yet, his father had taken his own life. Kakashi's mind gradually arrived at a most heretical conclusion. Perhaps his father was indeed wrong. The youth stood atop the beam, ensnared in the greatest confusion of his life. The stones from other mountains can serve as tools to shape jade. Aizen Sasuke did not narrow his perspective to deem all aspects of the Quincy's abilities as undesirable. In the world of soul reapers, whether one is a soul reaper or a Quincy, at their core, they both manipulate spiritual particles. One merely channels external spiritual energy, while the other engages in self-cultivation. Essentially, they represent methods of energy manipulation, devoid of any hierarchy of superiority or inferiority. With an expansive mindset, one could indeed uncover various intriguing phenomena when faced with the ninjutsu and chakra systems of Konoha. Take, for instance, the bloodless garment of the Quincy's, a unique ability that significantly enhances defense and physical strength through the infusion of naturally flowing spiritual particles into the bloodstream. After conducting a brief exploration of its mechanisms and operational concepts, Aizen discovered that it indeed held some merit, though further development would necessitate modifications to the veins and arteries. This did not align perfectly with Aizen's overarching plans, yet it served as an excellent cover. After all, in this world, the balance between defensive and offensive capabilities is profoundly skewed. A secret technique capable of withstanding kunai and minor ninjutsu, despite its myriad limitations, would undoubtedly pique curiosity and foster acceptance. The utility of medical ninjas is well understood by all, and a defensive technique that significantly enhances survival rates is naturally worth advocating. Even if the current technology appears rudimentary and can only be classified as a form of secret art, it remains relevant. Once curiosity and anticipation are aroused, tolerance will inevitably increase. Moreover, the developer is Aizen, which presents the most trustworthy proposition for Konoha, a middle-tier ninja who is more defensive than aggressive, capable of withstanding scrutiny from the Umbu and Root. Developing a secret technique would undoubtedly bolster Konoha's arsenal. The conservative approach of a chunin could secure the survival of countless genin, a mutually beneficial arrangement. It could even be posited that, should Aizen wish to enter the battlefield, the third Hokage, for political and secretive reasons, would categorically prohibit such an occurrence. Furthermore, from the perspective of soothing public sentiment, Aizen's appearance in the village adorned in a white haori with a black lining while aiding others, serves, in a sense, as a barometer of the community's mood. If even Aizen has encountered troubles, one cannot help but ponder whether something significant has transpired in Konoha. A Chunin may wield limited influence on the battlefield, yet they possess the ability to stabilize public sentiment and unify the populace. They can also develop secret techniques, assist higher-ranked shinobi in their experiments and their attacks. Though somewhat absurd, are nearly harmless. What is there to target? With public opinion on one hand and somewhat useful, yet not overwhelmingly potent techniques on the other, Aizen Sosuke's standing within the village can hardly be described as anything but unremarkable. It is akin to a steadfast mountain range. When many jonin consider the legacy they wish to leave, Aizen often comes to mind. In this cruel world, having a reliable fallback truly brings warmth to one's heart. Ah, you've arrived. Aizen, a Kimichi shonen, good morning. Gazing at the portly middle-aged man who had been waiting outside the Konoha conference hall for some time, Aizen Sosuke greeted him with a gentle smile and a bow. May I inquire what meeting necessitates my attendance? I am merely a chunin, lacking the formidable strength that others possess. Theoretically, my presence should not be required for such gatherings. Considering the timing, it should be more about dividing into smaller teams, especially with graduation season approaching. Yet, it is peculiar. Why would a chunin like myself be invited? A Kimichi shonen, equally perplexed, stood at the entrance. As a member of the second Hokage's elite guard, a Kimichi shonen is among the more seasoned jonin within Konoha. Although he has since retired, his clan often undertakes the role of gatekeepers throughout the village, and at critical junctures, he occasionally assists as a security detail at the Hokage's office. Meetings among jonin have become increasingly common in recent years, with the exception of those currently stationed along the borders to monitor the activities of various nations. Nearly all jonin within Konoha have gathered. Yet, they cast curious glances at Aizen, who stands among them, conspicuously dressed in a stylish haori rather than the customary green vests. It is not envy that they feel for his attire, but rather a sense of discomfort at the unexpected presence of a chunin among jonin. Aizen offered no explanation, merely displaying a resigned expression and gesturing with open hands to the jonin who had returned from their rotations, conveying his own confusion, which only deepened their intrigue. Such occurrences are neither entirely rare nor commonplace. However, when it concerns Aizen Sosuke, the situation takes on a different hue. Even clan ninjas, in the face of Aizen's gentle demeanor and composure, find themselves imbued with an inexplicable sense of trust. Nevertheless, strength remains an objective reality. A chunin is an acceptable presence. Yet the convening of a jonin meeting raises questions. Is there an underlying implication? Are we to support Aizen, or is there another motive? Just as the murmurs among the assembly reached a crescendo, the door swung open once more. The third Hokage, adorned with a straw hat, appeared before the gathered assembly. This time, however, he was alone, devoid of his usual two advisors, and took his seat before the jonin. According to common reasoning, at this juncture, there should be discussions regarding the jonin-led classes at the Ninja Academy. However, seizing this opportunity, I wish to announce a matter of significance. Observing the throng of esteemed jonin present, the third Hokage cleared his throat and directed his gaze towards the bewildered Sosuke Aizen. I wish to appoint Aizen as the acting advisor of Konoha. The room fell into an immediate hush. Before the jonin could voice their opinions, Aizen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Hokage. This was not an expression of gratitude, but rather a formal resignation. Faced with such an honor, Aizen unhesitatingly declined. I am still young, my abilities are limited, and I lack any experience in this realm. I am merely an ordinary chunin, utterly unqualified for such a responsibility. I implore you, esteemed third Hokage, to retract your decree. Are you suggesting that I have misjudged, Aizen? I would never presume such a thing. Yet, if my judgment is sound, why do you feel unworthy? This position is indeed the most suitable for you, in the name of the Hokage. Observing the perplexed expression on Aizen's face, akin to a logical conundrum, not only the third Hokage but also the jonin assembly erupted into a chorus of good-natured laughter. Even those who initially intended to oppose the notion found themselves joining in the mirth. Upon reflection, it seemed that the role of acting advisor was indeed fitting. Aizen may not be the Hokage, yet that suffices. Though it may appear absurd, this is Sosuke Aizen we speak of. Should he call upon others, the villagers would undoubtedly rally in support. Since he began his education at the age of 6, embracing the will of fire as his guiding principle. His esteemed reputation for 14 consecutive years of selflessly aiding others within the village is formidable. This is not merely a ninja completing tasks for monetary gain. Aizen has voluntarily assisted, even caring for children and imparting the will of fire. Many children have grown up admiring Aizen, and even the young adults hold him in high regard. However, it is indeed somewhat excessive for a 20-year-old Chunin to assume the position of Hokage. Being an advisor is far more appropriate. Although the title of acting advisor may seem grand, upon closer examination, it poses no significant issue. An acting advisor is merely a representative of the advisor, wielding no actual authority. Assuming the role of an acting advisor at such a young age, in a few years, he would undoubtedly become a confirmed advisor, without contention over resources, as they do not compete in the same arena. Naturally, the Jonin are pleased to extend goodwill towards Aizen. After all, Sosuke Aizen enjoys an impeccable reputation within the village, regarded as Konoha's foremost luminary, actively aiding every individual he encounters. Even the Uchiha clan, known for their obstinacy, holds him in high esteem. Whether or not he becomes Hokage, such a person would indeed pose challenges. Yet, the role of advisor is perfectly suited. Hey Aizen, just accept this role of advisor. Otherwise, the old man might be at a loss as to how to honor you properly. Moreover, your research requires resources and permissions. Let it be. An advisor merely assists the Hokage in making judgments, and there is nothing particularly extraordinary about that. Let it proceed as such. It remains uncertain whether the arrangements were orchestrated by the Hokage or if the Jonin genuinely held such sentiments. Faced with the visibly awkward Sosuke Aizen, the Jonin of Konoha exhibited no animosity. Rather, they exchanged jovial words of congratulations with the youngest advisor. To be honest, Sosuke, I initially intended to cultivate you for a more profound role, remarked the third Hokage, his mirth fading as he regarded the embarrassed Aizen with a serious demeanor. However, the role of the Hokage is the visage of our village. Your abilities, Sosuke, are regrettably insufficient for this position. The Zangetsu is indeed a remarkable invention, yet it does not command the requisite respect from the outside world. I hope you can comprehend my concerns. Yet, he continued, you cannot simply remain in service as you are. Your talents undoubtedly extend beyond this. Therefore, I believe you are capable of assuming this role. The capabilities of a Konoha advisor need not be overwhelmingly formidable. What is essential is an unwavering dedication to our village. For, in this world, no one loves this village more fervently than you. The will of fire burns brighter in you than in anyone else present in this room, including myself. Not everyone is willing to forsake everything for the village, Sosuke. This position is rightfully yours. Aizen's expression shifted from mild surprise to deep contemplation, ultimately transforming into a resolute nod. I understand, Lord Third. I shall accept this position. If my input can ensure the continuation of the will of fire, I will exert every effort to assist the people of Konoha. Indeed, that is the spirit. The third Hokage observed as Aizen's demeanor gradually settled, infused with a sense of mission, and he nodded in approval. He appreciated Aizen's capacity to grasp the thoughts of others. Although his two other old friends held reservations, Danzo had already intervened to counsel them, negating any major issues. Danzo's competence was a source of reassurance. Now, take your seat as advisor and familiarize yourself with your responsibilities. Yes. Next, they would address the matter of leading the lower ninja classes. Aizen settled into a chair directly behind the Hokage, retrieving paper and pen to record the proceedings of the meeting. The affairs of the Konoha ninjas were neither trivial nor monumental. In truth, adding an advisor was akin to convening a few closed-door meetings to finalize matters. The clan ninjas had already circulated the news, and the villagers raised no objections. The daimyo welcomed the initiative, and the core jonin similarly endorsed it, thereby eliminating any concerns. As for which children the jonin would mentor, they were largely aware of their choices. It was merely a formality. The crux of this meeting was the sudden announcement of Aizen's appointment as interim advisor. However, during the proceedings, a cloaked ninja suddenly appeared in the room, delivering a scroll into the Hokage's hands. The method of its arrival indicated that it was no trivial matter. As he gazed at the words above, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring forth a piece of alarming news. After perusing the scroll, he inhaled deeply before addressing the gathered elite shinobi of Konohagakure. A significant upheaval has transpired in the village hidden in the sand, with the third Kazekage, the Kazekage's guard, and the puppet master Sasori confirmed missing. The information is reliable. Oh dear, this indeed heralds a grave crisis. Observing the sudden shift in countenance among the elite shinobi, Aizen Sosuke, seated in the advisory position, adjusted his glasses, his heart betraying no emotion. It has been a month since the internal meeting of Konoha. The ominous shadow of war once again looms over the entire shinobi world. Since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the specter of conflict has persistently haunted the realm. Just as Aizen had surmised, this world harbors an exceptionally peculiar obsession with warfare and bloodshed. Almost everyone is convinced that the Third Shinobi World War is on the verge of eruption. While the emergence of this war seems an inevitable consequence, the swiftness of its onset has taken many by surprise. The two formidable powers, Konoha and Sunagakure, have encountered calamities in quick succession, and remarkably, the two groups share a connection. The White Fang of Konoha, along with the Kazekage and Sasori. How fortuitous. Just as the White Fang has succumbed, the Kazekage and his prodigies have perished. Information possesses a fleeting nature. The news at hand is ever-changing, and the true confirmation may have been delayed for some time. Nevertheless, both the demise of the White Fang and the disappearance of the third Kazekage, his guard, and the prodigies are undeniably monumental events occurring in close proximity, perhaps even simultaneously. Despite Konoha's fervent denial of any link between the White Fang's death and Sunagakure, asserting that they forced him to his end, intelligence gathered by other nations has painted a different picture. In the recent skirmishes, Sunagakure, being the closest to Konoha, has drawn attention due to its exceptional talents and the might of its Kazekage, prompting Konoha to exert considerable effort to orchestrate a scheme that led to the White Fang's demise within Sunagakure, thereby exchanging one White Fang for the most formidable Kazekage, his guard, and the highly anticipated puppet master prodigy. One could argue it was worth the trade. Although Konoha has lost a White Fang, Sunagakure has effectively been rendered powerless. Konoha possesses numerous ninjas of White Fang caliber, while Sunagakure's upper echelons are left with naught. As for the notion that a so-called mission incited public opinion leading to the White Fang's suicide, such claims are utterly implausible. How could one possibly believe that a mere political dispute could lead to the demise of their most powerful assault ninja? It reflects a profound disregard for the intelligence community. Moreover, whispers have circulated, suggesting that the White Fang was secretly executing a classified mission and failed to return. Although this rumor was swiftly suppressed after a day, it only reinforced the public's conviction in its authenticity. Widely disseminated information is often false, whereas clandestine whispers tend to hold a kernel of truth. Such brutal and unyielding actions have left the citizens of the ninja world in awe of Konoha's audacity. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned for his mastery of all 5 elemental jutsu, has acquired a reputation as a formidable ninja. While many marvel at the strength and terror of the third Hokage, they also earnestly prepare for battle, fearful of a sudden assault from Konoha. The previously chaotic yet orderly state of the ninja world has been swiftly disrupted by Konoha and the Sand Ninjas. However, Konoha is well aware of its own affairs. The mystery surrounding the demise of the third Kazekage is of no concern to them. Yet, much like mud falling into one's trousers, it is an unavoidable mess, particularly in the wake of the death of Konoha's White Fang. The plans initiated by the third Hokage and Danzo to muddy the waters, albeit executed for only a single day, have left them vulnerable to scrutiny. Under such circumstances, Konoha could only stifle their apprehensions and commence mobilization for war, for to show fear would invite further aggression. Although their situation was reminiscent of the Second Great Ninja War, they preferred to avoid a repeat of history. Amidst this strange atmosphere, the entire ninja world began to prepare for conflict. Even institutions and villages that should remain untouched were engulfed in a chilling and indifferent ambience. According to the usual trajectory of events, one would expect a surge in bullying and societal unrest within Konoha, driven by anxiety. However, thanks to the newly appointed advisor, Sosuke Aizen, and the implementation of relevant cooperative policies, Konoha's atmosphere remained relatively stable. Yet, the underlying tension was palpable. This silence before the impending clash was the most distressing period. Everyone began to fulfill their respective roles, and a quiet yet restless energy began to permeate Konoha, even tinged with a hint of fervor. There were those who believed that Konoha, the mightiest of all, could vanquish 4 adversaries simultaneously. This sentiment was not only present among the villagers, but also resonated within the ranks of the ninjas. Fortunately, the emotions of the Hokage, advisor, and elders remained rational and composed, striving to maintain a stable order while fostering a constructive public discourse. However, during such times, Aizen, serving as the acting advisor, became increasingly busy, with much of the responsibility for developing various jutsu resting on his subordinate, Kakashi Hatake. After all, the silent blood technique was a strategic jutsu that Konoha held in high regard and could not afford to abandon. Today marked the final day of testing Kakashi's modified version of the silent blood technique. Standing calmly at the center of the training ground, surrounded by Jounin and Chunin who had earned their rank through merit just a week prior, Kakashi felt the flow of chakra within him. A multitude of azure chakra coursed through the medically enhanced veins, while the sensing fluid applied to his skin manifested as distinct markings on the surface. In contrast to Aizen's original technique, which could only adhere to the skin, Kakashi's version began to radiate a brilliant blue light, even extending to his attire. The Konoha vest and leg bindings began to exhibit a faint azure hue, indicative of the defensive capabilities of the blood stasis armor. I was prepared. Observing the research ninjas operating the instruments, Kakashi, imbued with the calmness of the blood stasis armor's engravings, nodded serenely. The testing ninjas swiftly calibrated the data and raised their hands to signal the gathered crowd. A clear directive resonated from the loudspeakers. The 13th test of the blood stasis armor had officially commenced. The first phase, the ninjutsu test, initiated with a command. The Chunin, who had been waiting in the surrounding area, promptly began to form hand seals, summoning a plethora of ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball. Water style, Water Chaos Wave. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The first round of these 4 elemental jutsu unleashed a chaotic barrage, enveloping the scene in a dense fog. Amidst the turmoil, the commands from the loudspeaker continued to be delivered with relentless precision. The second phase, the slashing test, commenced. In an instant, the thick mist on the battlefield was cleared away. Dozens of shuriken and kunai surged toward the stationary Kakashi, only to halt abruptly around him, cascading to the ground in a scattered array. Faced with the onslaught from the Chunin, Kakashi remained immobile, his expression tranquil as he observed the ninjas executing their techniques and hurling their projectiles. The third phase, the taijutsu test, followed as several ninjas specializing in physical combat emerged from the shadows, unleashing a flurry of Konoha-style techniques upon 6-year-old Kakashi with punches and kicks. The scene appeared gruesomely brutal, resembling a group of adults ganging up on a child. Yet, regardless of their relentless assaults, be it through ninjutsu or physical strikes, Kakashi stood steadfast, calmly watching them. Minutes passed until the Chunin's chakra reserves were nearly depleted, at which point the loudspeaker announced the conclusion of the experiment. The test was deemed a success, confirming that the blood stasis armor could withstand all standard attack methods from Chunin-level ninjas. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Research ninjas. Be mindful of the relevant protocols and matters concerning equipment standardization, the announcement continued. Due to the ongoing war, this significant technique's modifications went largely uncelebrated. With most individuals engrossed in data analysis, their expressions tense. Only one middle-aged man, appearing somewhat amiable, approached Kakashi, who was dusting himself off in preparation to leave, and offered a somewhat rigid smile. It seems the preliminary modifications of the blood stasis armor have been completed. Truly a cause for celebration. Kakashi, is there anything you desire? No. The current environment is rather unfavorable. There's no need for such formality, Kakashi. Moreover, Aizen has entrusted us with your care. We ought to extend some hospitality. Really, there is nothing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Such an ungracious child. Do return, and please convey my regards to Consultant Aizen. Understood. That individual must be an advisory agent, with a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Kakashi Hatake, composed as ever, cast aside the middle-aged man's entreaties and began his swift journey towards the residence of the Aizen family. Kakashi, a prodigious youth, earned his title due to his remarkable ability to assess circumstances, ultimately deciding to embrace the role of an adoptive son, despite the reservations that accompanied it. At merely 6 years of age, he had already achieved the rank of a genin, secretly testing the waters for early graduation and even undertaking several missions unbeknownst to both his school and father. He had witnessed much and gained a profound understanding of the world, recognizing that even a child of his age must grasp such complexities. When it came to Sosuke Aizen's invitation, he found no grounds for refusal. Thus, he successfully shed the identity of the son of White Fang. Assuming the role of Aizen's adopted heir, whispers of disdain and gossip lingered, yet few dared to voice them openly. This engendered within Kakashi a modicum of fondness for Aizen, though not in abundance. As he approached the brightly lit writing room, curiosity piqued, Kakashi wondered about the arrival of guests. Typically, it was his duty to extend a warm welcome, even if their relationship was somewhat strained. Basic etiquette was essential, it was a matter of survival. However, upon discerning the figure seated within, a sense of perplexity washed over him. The occupant was not adorned in the familiar green vest of Konoha, but rather donned a white haori akin to Aizen's. Were there any ninjas within Konoha who wore a haori? Contemplating the disheveled figure seated in the writing room, Kakashi found himself intrigued. Though the appearance seemed incongruous, the room was illuminated, revealing Aizen's solitary evenings spent writing, sometimes driven by frustration or inspiration. It was undeniable that Aizen was a master of calligraphy, well regarded even among the daimyos of foreign lands who sought his authentic works. The verses he penned exuded an inexplicable charm that drew individuals closer, compelling them to submit. Even Kakashi, who harbored a vague animosity towards Aizen, found the script undeniably appealing. Yet, the man seated in the illuminated writing room was not Aizen. He appeared to be a man in his 20s, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector. Kneeling on the ground in a pure white haori, his expression one of numb despair. Distinct from Aizen's haori, this man's bore the Uchiha fan emblem, accompanied by a prominent 6-character inscription. In Konoha, few dared to misuse the Uchiha fan, for the red-eyed clan members were not to be trifled with. Holding significant positions within the guard, and being part of the most influential clan, Uchiha members often possessed an air of superiority or extreme dispositions. This was the first time Kakashi had encountered an Uchiha with such a sorrowful countenance, compelling him to gaze a moment longer. Then he discovered that the Uchiha, illuminated by the light, cast no shadow beneath his feet. Nevertheless, it was not his concern. After all, that individual was already a Konoha advisor, and it was quite normal to have some peculiar connections. Kakashi Hitaki soon realized that this was beyond the purview of a 6-year-old child, and he intended to return to his abode for some rest. However, just as he was about to depart, the Uchiha kneeling on the ground, clad in a number 6 haori, seemed to sense something. His body trembled slightly as he instinctively turned his gaze toward Kakashi's direction. The moment his crimson eyes met Kakashi's, he immediately heard a familiar voice. Ah, Kyukuin. The voice, though low, resonated with warmth and magnetism. In the previously empty room, the figure of Aizen quietly materialized. On this somewhat sultry night, the familiar silhouette, still adorned in a haori and glasses, sat at the table grinding ink. Without lifting his head, Aizen addressed the disheveled figure behind him, saying, "Your presence here surprises me. Is it because the previous location was too shrouded in darkness? I wish to fight for the village." Casting a fleeting glance in Kakashi's direction, the expression of the man known as Uchiha Q morphed from one of numb sorrow to one of resolve as he turned toward Aizen. "The village has reached a critical juncture. We've deliberated, and at the very least, we should take some action. The Third Shinobi World War is on the brink of eruption. We must act to prevent it. In my recollection, I have never impeded your endeavors, Aizen. Our time to act is limited. This must be troubling news for you. Is it not? Not at all. I find great satisfaction in what I have accomplished. You possess the ability to sustain yourselves. The remaining tasks will follow naturally." After inscribing the word war on the rice paper before him, Aizen, with an impassive expression, spoke in a deep, persuasive tone. "Moreover, this impending conflict is but a continuation of the last hasty war. The motive remains the pursuit of a better existence. What grounds do you have to avert the chaos of battle? Even so, we should at least attempt it." Attempt what? To transform this world into one of peace. To convey to them that this was merely an accident. Then, Vice Captain of the 2nd Division, Dondo, and Vice Captain of the 6th Division, Q. I believe your strengths are more than adequate for the current circumstances. Yet, even so, this cannot safeguard Konoha. Safeguard Konoha? Merely because you desire it? Aizen sighed, adjusting his glasses, without turning to regard the Uchiha clan member kneeling behind him. Konoha does not require the protection of an individual. It relies on the collective effort of all. They are now capable of doing so themselves. If a singular, unique sacrifice by an individual is deemed necessary to achieve victory, Rather than fostering unity and harnessing collective strength, then the very essence of such an organization appears to be rendered meaningless. The first Hokage did not aspire to forge a so-called perfect world through the sacrifice of one, but rather sought to establish a haven for all those ravaged by war, thus creating this village. It is maintained by the collective, not by any single individual. Mirror, Konoha is a village, not merely a tool for your self-satisfaction or emotional gratification. Do you not place your faith in the judgment and capabilities of the third Hokage? Aizen's voice was gentle yet powerful, infused with the spirit of fire and compelling persuasion. Even Kakashi, eavesdropping outside, silently nodded in agreement, finding no fault in Aizen's assertions. If the will of fire is not equitable, failing to inspire all to strive for it. How does Konoha differ from the chaotic warring states period? Yet, in the face of such potent rhetoric, the Uchiha member with unruly hair resolutely shook his head. Indeed, I do not believe. This emphatic response momentarily took Aizen aback. Meanwhile, the kneeling Uchiha mirror remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was disparaging the third Hokage. For the village, every Uchiha could potentially become a source of turmoil. Yet, this looming threat merely sat there, head bowed, articulating his thoughts in a hoarse whisper, as if in a trance. You make a valid point, but I have resolved to venture to the front lines. The initial stages of my transformation are nearing completion, and you ought to require data. Thus, I shall reiterate, I have never actively constrained your actions, merely suggested that it might be unwise to proceed. If you insist on doing so, I possess no grounds to impede you, yet I hope you exercise sound judgment. Does this imply your consent? I have never opposed your intentions. I have merely offered my counsel. Gazing at the kneeling Uchiha, Aizen adjusted his glasses. His smile warm and infectious. It is simply a benevolent reminder. Bonds of friendship and faith are ephemeral and can easily shatter in the face of reality. Trusting in past friends and lovers may lead to arduous times ahead. We willingly accept that. Very well, Aizen nodded. In the next instant, the man seated on the ground vanished from Kakashi's sight. The eerie, terrifying speed left Kakashi momentarily bewildered, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively glancing behind him, a pair of swirling, crimson eyes with three tomos stared calmly at the startled Kakashi as he instinctively activated his Sharingan and assumed a defensive stance. What manner of body flicker is this? Are there such formidable Uchiha in the village? Witnessing the figure vanish with a whoosh, only to reappear behind him, Kakashi was taken aback. Even though the initial intention was to engage with this enigmatic figure, the sudden attack instinctively prompted Kakashi to draw his kunai and short blade, preparing to showcase his dual-wielding skills. However, the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess never materialized. The pallid visage, seemingly uncharacteristic of a Uchiha, regarded the alert Kakashi with a complex expression, one that conveyed an ineffable anguish, akin to observing an ignorant child unwittingly embracing a thief as a father. Kakashi Hatake. Is it? After a prolonged silence, the Uchiha man sighed, observing the wary demeanor of the boy before him. The prodigious son of Shumo Hatake. You must be more discreet when indulging your curiosity next time. Do not allow that man to discover your presence. Huh, aren't you all in cahoots? Kakashi's seemingly reasonable inquiry elicited a complex reaction from Uchiha Kagami. The matters among adults can often be intricate, yet deceptively simple. Aizen Sosuke is unlike us. You must exercise caution. Oh dear, I cannot simply pretend I did not hear that. At the doorway of the writing room stood Aizen, his hands nestled within his long sleeves, a smile gracing his features as he observed the two conversing. To launch a personal assault in my own home. Even with my gentle disposition, it is only natural to feel a twinge of anger. If only you would indeed feel anger, Aizen. Is it wise to squander time at this juncture? Danzo should have been awaiting you at your agreed location for quite some time now. You are correct. Casting a deep gaze at the smiling Aizen Sosuke, the Uchiha man's figure suddenly vanished in an instant. Kakashi perceived a subtle difference this time. Just before Uchiha Kagami disappeared, a shadow of darkness emerged beneath him, engulfing him in a heartbeat and facilitating his teleportation. Observing his son, who was deep in contemplation regarding the mechanics of ninjutsu, Aizen Sosuke approached slowly, offering a few words of advice to the pensive Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami and Danzo are well-known figures in Konoha. Should you wish to glean information about them, consider seeking out resources and consulting other jonin. You may uncover unexpected revelations, Kakashi-kun. Forget it. They are merely individuals connected to you, and I possess no overwhelming curiosity. Kakashi crouched down, his fingers brushing away the dirt from the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. The improvements to the bloodline technique have been completed. What shall be the next course of action? Ah, how unfortunate. The next step will involve researching the blood technique. Observing Kakashi's dismissive demeanor, Aizen shook his head with a hint of regret, adjusting his glasses with a smile, as if everything lay well within his grasp. In truth, Aizen harbored little animosity towards Konoha. Rather, he felt a measure of sympathy for the village. His empathy extended not only to Konoha, but also to the myriad shinobi villages within the shinobi world. Their knowledge and understanding constrained their perspectives and horizons, while the conflicts of the previous clan era rendered their wars seemingly inevitable. Almost any rationale or action, as long as it is directed against the enemy, appears to be excusable. Ethics and morality, as well as concepts of honor and shame, hold no significance for them. They are ninjas, inherently destined to serve the cause of warfare. Yet, within such a high-pressure environment, there inevitably arise those who resist being ensnared by this cyclical constraint. The first Hokage, the pioneer of the one village, one nation system, has garnered various evaluations. While Aizen prefers not to elaborate on this Hokage, he indeed holds a degree of admiration for him. Despite his lack of intellectual prowess and limited thoughts on institutional matters, he governed and integrated through the most rudimentary principles. Nevertheless, he took action. To those who act, even if they do not make superior choices, Aizen extends his profound respect. He cast aside his original constraints, shattered the established class system, and advanced toward a brighter future. The inability to make better decisions stems from a deficiency in personal capability, which in turn is rooted in an inadequate environment. They lacked a central spiritual arts institution, and the ninjas were severely lacking in knowledge. Ignorant of history and principles, this was an unavoidable circumstance. To expect uneducated individuals to conjure an effective system from nothing is implausible. Yet, it is evident that the first Hokage recognized the issues of education and his own limitations. He sought to exchange time through a policy of intimidation, leveraging the distribution of tailed beasts and his own strength, hoping to gradually expand advantages and remedy deficiencies until a system centered around Konoha was firmly established. However, this plan was stillborn. The first Hokage severed ties with his partner, Uchiha Madara, ultimately slaying his dear friend during the battle at the Valley of the End. And soon after, he himself succumbed to despair. Nevertheless, the new generation system was already in place, and various factions were ignited with the desire and intent to engage in battle. Thus began the first Shinobi World War initiated by Konoha. A grand blueprint was ultimately extinguished amidst the flames of war, leaving only hatred and animosity in its wake. Whether the parties involved possessed such wisdom remains uncertain. Yet Aizen finds this outcome profoundly regrettable. It is precisely due to the policies enacted by the first Hokage, an anomaly in his time, that Aizen can occupy a relatively high position in Konoha with his scant chakra, enabling him to undertake actions that should have been pursued long ago. Now is an opportune moment to scrutinize the forbidden arts of Konoha. The Book of Forbidden Techniques? What information do you seek? Indeed, I wish to explore materials pertaining to space-time ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Facing the perplexed expressions of the third Hokage and Elder Shimura Danzo, Aizen stood before them, bowing with respect. The research on the Shinigami attire has stagnated, and I now wish to investigate ninjutsu more suitable for lower-tier ninjas. The Book of Forbidden Techniques is essential. If many forbidden arts could be simplified, perhaps it would afford lower-ranking ninjas greater chances of survival. But you are only a chunin, Sosuke. Precisely because I am a chunin. Lord Third Hokage. As Aizen raised his head and adjusted his glasses, he spoke with unwavering confidence. It is precisely because I am merely a chunin that I can comprehend the limitations inherent to our rank. We occupy a middle ground, an awkward phase in our journey. We are stronger than the freshly graduated genin, yet we fall short when compared to the seasoned jonin. Even those exceptional individuals who ascend to the jonin rank share similar experiences. The ardor that both chunin and genin possess for Konoha is no less fervent than that of any jonin. Yet the constraints of our own abilities prevent us from demonstrating this passion, which is indeed a sorrowful reality. Even the villagers seem to be gradually acclimating to this notion. And I believe this is a misguided path. Observing the contemplative frown of the third Hokage, alongside the instinctive musings of Elder Danzo, emerging from the shadows. I realized that war is imminent. Regrettably, I remained just a chunin, lacking the necessary power. At the very least, I wished to contribute in ways within my capacity. Lord Third Hokage. Perhaps, one day, through my research, forbidden techniques may transform into unsealed ones. That is my hope. As I regard the earnest expression of the Konoha advisor, the third Hokage takes a puff from his pipe, his mind racing through various thoughts. During the time that Sosuke Aizen has been here, he has, to a certain extent, filled the gaps that the other two Konoha advisors overlooked. Historically, when ninjas made judgments and deployments, even while professing the will of fire, the essence remained a mere exchange of interests. The division between personal gain and spirit has rendered many Konoha ninjas exceedingly challenged when faced with the battlefield and difficult choices. However, Sosuke Aizen advocates for a mutual aid policy among squads, promoting the establishment of recognized teams centered around these squads, and forming a large unit directly under the jonin comprised of several squads. This approach allows multiple jonin to unite through concentrated and interwoven ownership, thus creating a cohesive entity within Konoha to support their respective families. Though large-scale war has yet to occur, Aizen's proposed humanitarian appeasement policy has made unexpectedly significant progress within just a month. Despite the environment remaining tense, the collaboration among squads has led to an enhanced tolerance within the atmosphere. This sudden alleviation of administrative pressure has left the third Hokage in awe. From a political standpoint, should a joint technique or a universal technique for Chunin and Genin be developed, it could prove immensely beneficial to Konoha. However, there are both advantages and disadvantages. Should our adversaries become aware of this, particularly the four nations that share a common bond, the theft or unraveling of such techniques could drastically increase the pressure on Konoha. Upon reflection, the third Hokage ultimately reached a conclusion. The quiet blood technique is indeed a remarkable art, if you possess the capability to develop it. The Forbidden Scrolls can certainly be made available to you. As I observe the respectful figure of Sosuke Aizen standing before me, the expression on the third Hokage's face grows increasingly solemn. However, the techniques you develop cannot be disseminated indiscriminately. Confidentiality is the paramount principle. Understood, Lord Third Hokage. As for the specifics, you should discuss them with Danzo. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The third Hokage nodded to Shimura Danzo behind him before his figure quietly vanished from the office. He had specially set aside time to seek the counsel of the Leaf Village advisor. Now that a decision had been reached, it was only natural to proceed accordingly. The responsibility for the management of forbidden techniques and internal matters primarily lay with Shimura Danzo, the elder of the Leaf Village, whose face was shrouded in bandages and whose demeanor was cold, slowly emerged from the shadows and nodded imperiously at Aizen. If you have any inquiries regarding the research on forbidden and secret techniques, do not hesitate to approach me. You may even inquire about the aspects of human experimentation directly. Human experimentation, I understand, Aizen replied. Oh, are you not surprised by this, Aizen Sosuke? Observing Aizen's seemingly unfazed reaction to the mention of human experimentation, Danzo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. I had assumed that a naive ninja such as yourself would vehemently denounce my methods and refuse any collaboration. I suppose that was the intent of that fool, Izuna. Yet, you appear unconcerned? Not at all. I am indeed concerned, Aizen sighed, adjusting his glasses as he regarded the bandaged Danzo with sincerity, akin to how one would view the sacred memorial stones within the Leaf Village, filled with respect and reverence. The Leaf Village is a hidden village, and the existence of darkness is essential. Rather, I hold great admiration for these individuals. They have concealed their identities for the advancement of the Leaf, undertaking tasks that most would find unbearable to witness. The current state of life in the Leaf Village is likely inseparable from their efforts. Your understanding is commendable. It is not only the rigid-minded who can achieve great things. I have high hopes for you, Aizen Sosuke. By the way, Elder Danzo, Aizen interjected, as though a thought had just crossed his mind. Is the highest command in the border area still held by the three legendary Sannin? Indeed, their combined presence is essential for unleashing significant power, and as the acting advisor, you are well aware of Tsunade's condition. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Not for any particular reason. But I thought that if it were always the same three individuals, it might lead to an overconcentration in certain areas, inadvertently shifting pressure onto others, potentially resulting in unforeseen issues. That is my consideration. Furthermore, regarding Lady Tsunade, Do not overthink that. Tsunade is not a weak woman. As for the imbalance on the front lines, I shall report it to Izuna. Is there anything else? Nothing further, Lord Danzo. Please attend to your matters. Izuna and I will arrange for several elite jonin knowledgeable in space-time ninjutsu to assist you and also serve as your protective detail. Do not disappoint Izuna, nor me. Understood. The Aizen Sosuke known to all will not let the Leaf Village down. Very well. With a deep, scrutinizing gaze at the respectfully standing Aizen Sosuke, the enigmatic elder of the Leaf Village vanished back into the shadows. After a considerable pause, having obtained permission to read the Book of Seals and established communication with several elite jonin, Aizen Sosuke slowly departed from the Hokage building, gazing up at the sky. The discussion had lasted quite some time, and the afternoon sky was now adorned with a full moon. The cacophony of Konoha's vibrant nightlife began to resonate from all directions. Gazing at the luminous moon, Aizen adjusted his glasses with a smile as he contemplated the celestial body. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami and Kato Dan should have arrived at the stronghold of the three shinobi by now. I eagerly anticipate their decisions. Lowering his head, he stepped into the bustling crowd, his pure white haori shimmering amidst the flickering lights. Whether in the Soul Society or here, countless individuals are ensnared within the confines of their emotions and perceptions. During his time in the Soul Society, Aizen failed to comprehend the power of courage and enlightenment, dismissing those who did not grasp the truth as mere fools. However, after enduring the millennium of bloody conflict, he recognized his own limitations. One person alone may falter, but many can rise together. If an individual cannot stand, then a collective can support one another. The essence of a group lies in their ability to unite and grow stronger together. If given the opportunity to understand the truth and a shared objective, could they one day stand before him? What a joyous prospect that would be. If only they could exercise a bit more rationality and refrain from causing themselves harm. Observing Kakashi silently hurling shuriken at his target in the courtyard, Aizen smiled and adjusted his glasses as he approached him. In reality, the five great nations do not share borders. Each great nation is surrounded by smaller nations, serving as a buffer akin to wings. These smaller nations are typically subjugated and exploited for their resources by the great powers, yet during times of war, they become battlegrounds, preventing conflict from erupting within their own territories. Thus, while they are referred to as border regions, Konoha's stronghold is essentially on the frontier of the Land of Rain. This area, where the sand, rock, and leaf villages converge, has historically been a coveted site for military endeavors. The other regions are either expansive or particularly challenging. Only the Land of Rain is suitably positioned for the three great nations to engage in fierce battles. Consequently, Konoha's battlefront is generally divided into two main routes, the eastern front featuring the sand and rock ninjas of the Land of Rain, and the western front with the cloud ninjas of the Land of Hot Water. The Mist Village, isolated offshore, remains a distant concern. The existence of the coastline makes fortifying against the Mist ninjas a formidable task. Therefore, defensive arrangements typically focus on the vicinity and even the interior of the Land of Rain, where reconnaissance is conducted. The three shinobi are stationed here, poised to guard against surprise attacks from the other two great nations. The cost of this strategy, however, is a relative vulnerability in all directions except for the defenses of the Land of Hot Water. Yet, this choice is unavoidable. The Land of Rain must not be relinquished. As the bastion linking the three great nations, any agreement between two nations could leave the third in a precarious position. Unlike the isolated cloud and mist villages, the dynamics between these nations are far more intricate and delicate, necessitating constant vigilance. The relative weakness of other fronts is an unfortunate reality. Unless Konoha were to conjure another elite ninja from thin air. A month prior, the demise of that ninja had been confirmed, making it exceedingly challenging for Konoha to mobilize its top-tier combatants for support. They could only rely on the Rain Country. However, the three legendary ninjas, who held the highest command in the Rain Country, stealthily advanced under the cover of night. It appeared that the other Jonin and Chunin, who were meant to provide backup, were absent. For the moment the three legendary ninjas unleashed their maximum speed and strength, it would inadvertently jeopardize their comrades and expose their surroundings. Despite the three legendary ninjas exerting themselves to their utmost in pursuit, they could merely catch a glimpse of the enigmatic duo's silhouettes. It felt as though the two were intentionally toying with them, maintaining an elusive distance, allowing the three ninjas to chase after them. Should we not announce our presence beforehand? Jiraiya remarked, observing his two silent companions with a hint of curiosity. As the command here in the Rain Country rests with us three, it feels somewhat amiss to proceed without caution. We must apprehend those two. They left behind documents in the tent before departing. Even if their intentions were benign, we must ascertain who they truly are. Tsunade concurred. Indeed, the capabilities of such foes are likely extraordinary. Our combined strength ensures the highest level of safety. Tsunade and Orochimaru immediately interrupted Jiraiya, their gazes fixated on the two figures clad in white cloaks ahead, both feeling a chill of trepidation. They had witnessed the two individuals enter their camp, casually placing documents on the table, and then brazenly exiting through the front door. Though perplexed by the apparent invisibility that surrounded them, the three legendary ninjas instinctively surged toward the two figures, sensing that an immense secret lay within them. They refrained from alerting others, partly due to their unwavering confidence in their team's prowess against the two mysterious ninjas, and partly because the actions of the intruders suggested that the lower-ranking ninjas could not perceive them at all. Additionally, there was an important reason that everyone felt should not be considered a reason. Gazing at one of the figures in the white cloak, Tsunade bit her lip, praying that her intuition was merely a figment of her imagination. "This is sufficient," remarked the shorter figure with disheveled hair. The two cloaked figures abruptly halted in a clearing within the forest, prompting the three legendary ninjas to land nearby. Before the three could interrogate them about their identity, the strangely dressed men launched an attack, casting doubt on which side they truly belonged to. "You three, having deliberately left so many clues, yet choosing this moment to confront us, are the so-called legendary ninjas merely exaggerated?" The leading figure scornfully addressed the pursuing trio, his voice laced with indignation. "Whether it be your chosen path or the guards you've arranged, how do you intend to deal with such a stealthy foe? Is it wise to chase them out now, exposing our camp to the gaze of other ninja villages? Are you truly from the Hidden Leaf? From the Uchiha clan?" The three shinobi, who had pursued the two figures clad in white cloaks adorned with the leaf emblem and wearing masks, found themselves momentarily frozen in place. The man standing before them, reprimanding them with fervor, bore no disguise over his eyes. The three spinning tomo of his Sharingan served as undeniable proof of his Uchiha lineage. The six-character inscription on his cloak, paired with the Uchiha fan insignia, lent him an imposing presence. However, what truly instilled a profound tremor within the trio was the figure standing behind the Uchiha. The long, moon-white hair evoked the name of someone they had long remembered. The boyfriend of Tsunade, a staunch supporter of the medical ninja system in the Leaf, renowned for his mastery of the transformation technique. That moonlit hair and slender physique were etched in the memories of each of the three shinobi. Kato Dan. The man, seemingly Kato Dan, stood alongside the Uchiha, donning an animal mask, gazing intently at them. "Dan, is that you?" "Why?" As she beheld the man clad in a cloak marked with the number 2 and adorned with the intricate patterns of the mantra pearl flower, Sundra's pupils quivered. Only this silhouette could she never mistake. Even without the presence of chakra, even if he were but a shadow. The sight of that moon-white hair and familiar figure caused a piercing pain to blossom within her. How could she possibly fail to recognize her beloved's visage? That slightly refined yet gentle figure. She would know it even if it were reduced to ashes. It was indeed Kato Dan, the one once confirmed dead, the hero of the Leaf War. Despite the uncertainty of the current situation, the princess of the Senju clan found herself taking a step forward, incredulously gazing at that familiar figure, softly uttering a call. "Dan, are you alive? Dan, why do you not speak? Is it truly you? Have you been summoned back by some forbidden technique? Answer me, Dan." Ignoring Tsunade's anguished cries, the two figures in white cloaks and masks stood in silence. The air seemed to have solidified, and Tsunade, in torment, beheld her beloved concealed behind a mask, feeling as though her heart was being shattered. Observing the despair in Tsunade's eyes, the figure referred to as Kato Dan softly addressed his companion. "Continue with the plan." "Ah, understood." As they faced the three shinobi, the two figures in white cloaks slowly drew two gleaming blades from their sleeves. The night air stirred the trees with a faint rustle. Under the pale moonlight, it seemed that an unimaginable event was unfolding within this setting. The two long blades, glimmering with a cold light under the moon, reflected in the eyes of the three shinobi, as the mysterious visitors in cloaks and masks gradually positioned their blades horizontally in hand. In an instant, an inexplicable and sudden pressure, akin to a rejection from the world itself, caused the three ninjas to stagger instinctively. This intangible force, accompanying their movements, gradually spread outward, rendering their breathing increasingly laborious. What is this? The overwhelming pressure that surged forth in that fleeting moment caused the three ninjas, who intended to secretly summon their summoning beasts, to lose their opportunity, leaving them helplessly watching as the blades in the hands of the two individuals emitted a blinding white light. It resembled an initial release. The low, resonant voices of the two intertwined in the night, resembling a soft lament. Reignite, calamity. Separate, spirit of mine. As light and shadow intermingled, an eerie cry echoed in the hearts of all present. In that fleeting moment, only Jiraiya and the enigmatic Uchiha remained in the expansive forest. Gazing at this surreal scene, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his two comrades had vanished before him. He felt nothing. Still, he sensed nothing at all. It was as if everything was an illusion, as though he himself were losing his mind, completely devoid of sensation. Yet, it felt as if nature itself were opposing him, as if the world were in enmity against him, filled with an increasingly oppressive weight. Jiraiya, filled with anger and confusion, turned his gaze towards the figure of the Uchiha, who transformed from wielding a sharp blade to holding a withered branch beneath the pale moonlight, and could not help but shout out in agitation. "Who are you? You are clearly ninjas of Konoha. Why engage in such acts?" "Precisely because we are ninjas of Konoha, we must do this." Suddenly, the overwhelming pressure eased. In the next moment, accompanied by a dull thud, Jiraiya watched helplessly as the Uchiha, wielding the withered branch, pierced through his shoulder. As blood splattered, the three Tomo Sharingan within the mask gazed at Jiraiya's astonished expression, as if seeking to imbue something into Jiraiya's soul through the withered branch and their eyes. "It is precisely because we are ninjas of Konoha that we must do this, my junior." One of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, with another swift sound. Jiraiya had no opportunity for retaliation as the Uchiha's figure instantly returned to its previous position, with a slight tremor of the wrist, as Jiraiya's blood receded. Sparks ignited within the seemingly decayed branch, akin to countless eyes fixated upon the panting Jiraiya, clutching his shoulder. "There are countless ways to discern your abilities, but can you fathom ours?" Strangely, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at the Konoha forehead protector and the three Tomo eyes, feeling an inexplicable eeriness from the depths of his heart. Chakra flowed within him, yet he felt no trace of the opponent's chakra usage. It felt more like the manipulation of nature itself, presenting an unimaginable power with every gesture. Moreover, he sensed no killing intent or hostility whatsoever. That spine-chilling sensation, which typically would have raised the hairs on his body, was entirely absent from Jiraiya's experience. This is also the reason why he is not in a hurry to engage in a physical exchange. A ninja from Konoha, belonging to the Uchiha clan, is battling them in an unusual manner, and he has never heard of such individuals before. Could it be that, as Tsunade suggested, an esteemed predecessor from Konoha has been ensnared by some secret technique, compelled to fight? If that is indeed the case, Jiraiya gazed at the masked Uchiha across from him, a sardonic smile gradually emerging on his face. "While I am certainly unaware of the capabilities of my predecessors, if this esteemed individual might graciously elucidate, I would be most grateful. My companion possesses the ability to drag both himself and his adversary into a realm of souls for battle." Observing Jiraiya's expression morph into one of astonishment, the Uchiha member clad in a feathered cloak, brandishing a gnarled branch, spoke softly. "He can pull his chosen enemy into the world of souls for a fair confrontation, during which no one can interfere with the space he selects. Unless he himself chooses to release the ability, your comrade will only return upon his death or loss of consciousness." Is that truly the case? Does it genuinely explain everything? Could it be that this is indeed a predecessor from Konoha under someone's control? However, as he watched the figure vanish into the night with a swift whoosh, Jiraiya's heart raced with alarm. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he instinctively rolled forward, narrowly evading the ninja's strike. Damn, the movement was too swift, leaving him no time to form seals. Why was it so fast? Having barely dodged the blow from the wooden stick, Jiraiya had yet to regain his footing when he heard another sharp whistle. Ninja combat often requires extensive preparation. In close-quarters combat, lacking an advantage can lead to dire consequences. A blow landed on Jiraiya's back, and before he could retaliate, the Uchiha ninja stood before him, stating flatly, "In the future, when faced with such an enemy, if you cannot deliver a decisive strike to intercept their position immediately, you must intentionally create an opening to counterattack precisely." Though he spoke this way, the senior was truly showing no mercy. "I have already shown considerable restraint, Junior," the Sharingan-wielding ninja said, his tone devoid of emotion, yet his figure vanished once more, leaving only the sound of whistling in his wake. With the dynamic vision of the Sharingan and nearly unmatched speed, Jiraiya felt increasingly frustrated. Each time he attempted to form seals, he was met with a staggering blow before he could complete even two. The essence of combat between ninjas lies in speed and physical prowess, which is why ninjutsu without hand signs is so rare and precious. It can be executed with astonishing swiftness, and, in the ever-shifting battlefield, time is tantamount to life itself. This Uchiha ninja, however, relentlessly exploited the flaws in ninja combat, using speed and his stick to disrupt Jiraiya's battle plans. Almost every time Jiraiya sought to form seals, that enigmatic Uchiha would arrive at his side with terrifying speed, delivering another strike. With each strike, the flames upon the withered wood grew increasingly robust, while within Jiraiya's heart, a sense of agitation and gloom intensified. It felt less like a battle and more akin to an affront. Gasping for breath, he evaded the first blow only to be struck by the second upon his lower back, eliciting a sharp intake of cold air. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and inquired, "Why do you move with such swiftness, esteemed elder? Is there a particular technique behind it?" "This movement is known as the instant step," came the reply. "It aligns energy with nature, eliminating the friction of air, allowing for rapid motion akin to traversing through a void in reality. In essence, it is a highly practical form of body flicker technique." "Natural energy? Is that the essence I sense?" "Why?" Observing the Uchiha ninja as he effortlessly evaded his attacks, Jiraiya's confusion deepened. Why would one engage in combat without hand signs or the tranquil guidance of chakra, relying solely on natural energy? Moreover, those who wielded such power, were they not practitioners of sage techniques? What did it mean to rely solely on natural energy? Most perplexingly, why did the ninja don the Leaf Village forehead protector and the uniform cloak? Is it not surprising? With a swift motion, the Uchiha ninja positioned himself atop a tree, surveying Jiraiya, who resembled a bellows struggling for breath. His voice was raspy yet calm. "A millennium ago, the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect and distributed chakra to all. Chakra is a conglomeration of life energy. Its removal leads to death. Thus, a simple question arises. How did those individuals survive without chakra 1,000 years ago? The answer lies in the fact that we need not rely on chakra. With our will and the forces of nature, we can persist as human beings. Chakra is not an essential component. It is an external force. And naturally, the foreign is often scorned by the indigenous. In contrast to the tumultuous and fierce natural energy, chakra appears serene and gentle, rendering it more suitable for human use. Over time, this world has come to favor methods reliant on chakra. What are you even saying? I speak of the ninja, Jiraiya. Recognizing the problem is the first step toward resolving it. He deftly dodged Jiraiya's taijutsu kick, delivering a counterstrike that sent Jiraiya crashing against a towering ancient tree, producing a terrifying rumble. Enough of this jesting, Jiraiya, observing the white-haired hero, who coughed blood and staggered to one knee. The Uchiha ninja shook his head with a hint of regret. "If you cannot endure any longer, you shall perish here," serving as a warning to the Leaf. "At the very least, I hope you can hold on until the other battlefield reaches its conclusion." Indeed, this is quite a straightforward task. Taking a heavy breath, Jiraiya forced a smirk, raising his gaze to the dry branch in the ninja's hand, which began to emit faint wisps of azure smoke. An eerie and grotesque sensation began to envelop his being. This intricate intent to kill was a first for Jiraiya. Yet, he instinctively knew how to respond. Shape-shifting technique. Fourth, white lightning. To the left, he instinctively turned his head, and in an instant, a beam of white light pierced the space where his head had just occupied. The light was followed by a thunderous explosion. Amidst multiple tremors, the Uchiha ninja silently appeared before him, raising a withered branch high above. The branch, resembling decayed wood, had reignited, crackling with sparks that filled Jiraiya's senses with the scent of charred material. However, he could feel an ominous force concealed within the seemingly mundane branch. A crimson flame began to gather at the tip of the deadwood, erupting with a sanguine aura of lethal intent. There was no choice but to unleash that technique. Instinctively, Jiraiya heeded the call of his very cells. A vast reservoir of chakra surged through his limbs, coalescing into a brilliant azure. Silent blood technique. Cataclysm charge. In a heartbeat, a fireball dozens of meters high ascended into the night sky with a terrifying roar. Under the onslaught of the raging flames, countless tangible flames howled outward, igniting the darkness in the blink of an eye. The surrounding forest began to blaze, and amidst the sound of collapsing trees, a jarring yet familiar grinding noise emerged. Sukiyai really developed something reliable. Though the version used by Jonin costs quite a fortune, it is indeed effective. Aizen Sukiyai. Oh, you know his name too, senior? He is quite a remarkable fellow. Observing the figure bathed in sparks, surrounded by faint blue markings and seemingly unharmed, the Uchiha ninja's gaze grew increasingly profound. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been suppressed until now, was enveloped in straight blue markings, using his formless chakra to withstand the flaming branches and calmly push them aside. Grinning at the masked figure, that smile, illuminated by the flickering sparks, bore a hint of triumph. I seem to be performing quite well, don't you think, senior? Feel free to share any information. I can handle whatever you tell me. There is much more. The Uchiha ninja slowly closed his eyes, and with a flick of his toes, he vanished, reappearing behind Jiraiya in an instant, just as he had done before. The burning deadwood ignited behind Jiraiya, the sound growing increasingly hoarse and distorted. Yet, the sensation of being at the mercy of another was truly unbearable. Boom! A towering column of fire surged once more within the forest. The difference this time was that a pale blue figure stood with arms crossed, fearlessly gazing at the Uchiha amidst the flames. The two exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, they clashed within the fiery woods. The silent blood technique, Jonin version, was a brand new ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru and Danzo based on the principles of the silent blood technique. Due to the necessity of grinding the exceedingly rare chakra metal into a paint and liquid for conduction, only a handful of elite Konoha ninjas possess this enhanced blood-sealing technique. Undoubtedly, its effects are formidable. The resonance between the rare chakra metal and chakra itself crystallizes into countless defensive sigils within the blood vessels, repelling the explosive fireball beyond the protective barrier. Even a casual attack from a Jonin would likely fail to inflict any damage on this version of the blood-sealing technique. Moreover, the true strength lies in the fact that, once activated, this technique does not entirely erase the ability to perform ninjutsu. This is the moment to sound the clarion call for counterattack. Realizing that the blazing fireball posed no threat, Jiraiya unhesitatingly began forming hand seals. The 5 seals, In Yu Tori, Shin, and Me, were completed in less than a second, with chakra coalescing in his palm before striking the ground, manifesting a circle of characters akin to ants. Summoning technique. While the summoning and reverse summoning techniques are remarkably convenient, the binding technique, 43, dimensional barrier seal, was executed in a heartbeat. Observing Jiraiya completing the summoning seals within a mere second despite the barrage he faced, the enigmatic Uchiha ninja shook his head and stomped his foot with force. In that instant, the surrounding world seemed to overlap, and Jiraiya felt his chakra for summoning recoil almost immediately upon contact with the ground, resulting in a bloody explosion from his palm. Although the luminous membrane of the blood-sealing technique diminished the chaotic flow of chakra that could have obliterated his arms to mere skin abrasions, Jiraiya gazed solemnly at the Uchiha ninja who had disrupted his summoning, his heart sinking with an unsettling premonition amidst the hazy, intertwined space. He had never even heard of a ninjutsu capable of obstructing the activation of space-time techniques without hand seals. Was it truly a technique without seals? Such effects arise when a space-time ninjutsu is interrupted. While it is challenging to disrupt, a mere disturbance in the natural coordinates of space renders such intricate tricks ineffective. As Jiraiya, enduring the agonizing pain in his hands, faced a swift kick aimed at him, the mysterious Uchiha vanished in an instant. With a soft whoosh, the Uchiha sidestepped the sweeping kick and, from behind Jiraiya, unleashed a roaring fireball. It felt as though he were taking a leisurely stroll in his own garden. And beneath the endless flames, observing the pale blue hue of Jiraiya's blood-sealing technique, the Uchiha's voice appeared to warp and distort with the intense heat. Even with enhanced agility and the potency of his physical techniques, his reflexes remained unchanged. The pivotal moment lies in the recently executed summoning technique. How will you respond to an adversary like me? How long can your blood-sealing technique endure? Haha, I fear it will last far longer than you anticipate. My esteemed predecessor, is it truly only relying on pure physical prowess? Yet how exhausting it is. Jiraiya, with blurred vision, gazed into the crimson eyes of Uchiha, smiling as he spoke, though he felt his heart racing increasingly. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a suffocating sensation enveloped his entire being, nearly causing him to falter and collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. This was not merely a result of his static blood technique. It felt as though the air around him had been scorched away by overwhelming flames. Upon forcing himself to summon strength, he sensed something was amiss. Why did breathing feel so laborious? Was the surrounding air completely burned away? Impossible. This is an open area. Why? With labored breaths, Jiraiya looked in astonishment at the Uchiha ninja standing before him, holding a flickering twig of fire, seemingly unfazed. Under normal circumstances, Jiraiya would have effortlessly employed various ninjutsu and physical techniques to handle such a confrontation, as he could typically disregard attacks. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt his strength waning and his vision dimming. Were it not for the static blood technique forcibly sustaining him, he would likely have already collapsed, gasping for the very air he needed. Now, even with the static blood technique, he felt the oppressive heat and suffocation from the lack of oxygen tightening his movements. The earlier reckless exchanges had severely depleted his internal oxygen reserves, leaving him to stand still, awaiting an opportunity. Was this poison? Or was it the twig's capability? Have you finally noticed? What? It truly took you a long time to recognize my ability. If this continues for just a few more minutes, you might perish under my initial release, Jiraiya. Observing Jiraiya, who suddenly stood still, gasping for breath, the Uchiha ninja shook his head in disappointment. My teammate's ability can create a relatively isolated secret space, while my power involves setting fire. Do you underestimate the capacity reflected by this soul? You truly underestimate us, Jiraiya. One must not judge merely by appearances. With the burning twig held horizontally across his chest, the Uchiha ninja looked at the struggling Jiraiya, his eyes filled with complexity. The initial release, Calamity, transforms oxygen into fuel, infusing it into the blade, resulting in a fierce strike. The faster one swings, the more oxygen is absorbed, and the more powerful the released strike becomes. You may not grasp why, in such an open environment, oxygen feels scarce. It is not the oxygen of the surroundings being deprived. Instead, it is your soul's perception of oxygen that is altered. Your lungs will refuse to comprehend breathing and apply that concept to my attacks. The flames engulfing this forest are not ignited by my light, but are the explosions born from your immense vitality and will to survive. As these flames burn brighter, they will further rob you of your breath. Although it is lamentable, if you cannot devise a method to resist me, you shall suffocate and perish within 5 minutes. It appears that there are no further options. Observing the Uchiha standing silently amidst the burning forest, seemingly awaiting something, Jiraiya felt an unusual bitterness welling within his heart. Without lifting the silent blood seal, he was unable to deploy additional ninjutsu or utilize secret techniques to dispel the suffocating illusion encasing him. However, should he unfasten the silent blood seal, the flames would likely reduce him to ashes in an instant. The summoning technique was sealed, rendering him incapable of entering sage mode. Moreover, his adept defensive techniques, such as the Needle Earth God, were rendered ineffective beneath the silent blood seal, and maintaining chakra flow made it impossible to multitask effectively. It seemed that his future was destined for a slow demise. But must it truly end this way? Confronted by the Uchiha, adorned with the Leaf Village headband and exuding an earnest demeanor, Jiraiya softly inquired, "Why reveal your abilities to us? Why?" Such a peculiar question. Is there any rationale for explaining one's powers amidst battle? Observing Jiraiya, who appeared nearly unconscious, a flicker of profound hatred ignited within the depths of the Uchiha's gaze. Of course, I hope you can defeat us. The power displayed now barely reaches 1/5 of our own. What merit do you find in expecting anything from you? What? If you could slay us and liberate us from this wretched cycle, it would be the most favorable outcome. In an instant, the Uchiha reappeared before Jiraiya, using Decayed Wood to deflect Jiraiya's sluggish, almost desperate attempts to strike. The fiery branches were poised menacingly at Jiraiya's eyes. Yet, with the strength you three currently possess, it is likely insufficient. You must recognize the power we wield, and then comprehend the shadows lurking within this world, acknowledging what observes you. Only then can you hope to prevail. However, before that, you must endure. You must survive, Jiraiya. Only those who live can warn others. Only those who acquire knowledge while living can confront all adversities. From a ninja's perspective, you have already proven yourself remarkably. After all, you have managed to withstand nearly 20 minutes before me. Yet, it remains insufficient. Far from enough. The decayed, branch-like sword was aimed at the astonished Jiraiya as the Uchiha, with disheveled hair, grasped his wrist with his left hand and inhaled deeply. Mimicry in progress. Boom. The pressure returned. This time, the intensity far surpassed the last, forcing Jiraiya to kneel and causing the scorched earth beneath him to crack. He felt an absence of any semblance of approach, simply gazing at the decaying wood. He sensed himself witnessing an indescribable hallucination in a state of oxygen deprivation. Ashes. Countless ashes. It was as if he beheld the remnants of a world consumed by flames. As black dust rained down from the heavens, accompanied by the crackling sound of splintering wood, an avalanche of ashes gradually enveloped this sorrowful world. Amidst the shadows of black and gray, faint glimmers of dark red flames flickered into view, as if within the ashes that blanketed the world, a semblance of hope still lingered. Bankai, the man murmured, as everything turned to cinders and ashes danced in the air, in Jiraiya's oxygen-deprived, nearly ashen gaze. The world seemed to morph into an incomprehensible form. Do not act recklessly, mirror. Just as the oppressive pressure, capable of crushing a soul, reached its zenith, a hand suddenly grasped the wrist of the Uchiha, abruptly interrupting the moment. A man with long moonlit hair and a mask silently approached, and before Jiraiya's astonished eyes, he cast the two unconscious Sannin onto the ground, allowing them to roll to Jiraiya's side. If that technique were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly draw attention. We cannot afford to perish just yet. Indeed, in an instant, the ash-filled sky dissipated into nothingness. The long sword, resembling a withered branch, was slowly lowered. As the enigmatic Uchiha sighed at the sight of the incapacitated Sannin sprawled on the ground, inform all of Konoha, and indeed all ninja across the world, to beware of their shadows, beware of the deceased, beware of those closest to them. A terror more fearsome than any ninja lurks within the shadows. Only by uniting can we hope to confront such an existence. However, you likely do not comprehend. You know nothing, and we are unable to articulate it clearly. Savor this feeling. Farewell, Konoha's ninja. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. This state of affairs cannot continue. The Crimson Three Tomo observed the white-haired ninja at their feet, whose face had turned a shade of purple as he clutched his throat, and the Uchiha shook his head in regret. Together with the moonlit figure resembling Kato Dan, they basked in the pure white moonlight, and with a mere touch of their toes, they vanished from the clearing as if they had never been there. Only the beleaguered forms of the Sannin remained, gasping amidst the burning forest, tasting the bitterness of defeat. The Sannin had fallen, yet their injuries were surprisingly minimal. Indeed, within 10 minutes of the two mysterious figures in white Haori dispelling their powers, they had returned to their peak state. It was as though the harrowing battle that nearly cost them their lives had been a mere illusion, if not for the surrounding forest still ablaze. Jiraiya would hardly believe he had nearly been annihilated without a scratch. However, the fact remains that they had been effortlessly overpowered. The newcomers had yet to reveal their true strength, and the visage of universal ash was no mirage in Jiraiya's eyes. Such formidable power could indeed alter the tide of battle. Yet, what was so critical that they risked exposure to issue a warning? As Jiraiya pondered this, a somewhat somber male voice resonated beside him. They should be grateful they are still Konoha's ninjas. Rising slowly from the ground, the long-haired, pale-skinned Orochimaru rubbed his brow. It appeared to be a technique akin to the second Hokage's forbidden art of Edo Tensei, yet their formidable will still prompted them to issue a warning. Orochimaru, are you all right? I am fine, but Tsunade is not. Orochimaru sighed, seated on the ground, gazing at Tsunade, who lay motionless like a corpse. In the past, such words would have provoked a fierce reprimand from Tsunade. However, now she remained sprawled on the ground, her eyes devoid of life, as if her soul had departed. Observing Tsunade's numbness, Jiraiya, who had intended to lighten the mood, fell silent. Although the three legendary ninjas had matured considerably, they shared an unspoken bond. It was precisely this connection that underscored the significance of Kato Dan in her heart. The Uchiha outside were merely a prelude, while Kato Dan, who had severed the battlefield, was the true weapon of devastation. The man who had once been gentle and saved Tsunade was now their adversary. Jiraiya watched Tsunade, wanting to speak. But his words morphed into a different topic. Soyuki's silent blood technique is truly remarkable. Without it, I might have fallen to that senior. Yet, it was ironically this very technique that rendered him oblivious to being toyed with. Ha ha ha, let us not dwell on such melancholic thoughts, Orochimaru. At least we have gathered substantial information, right? Indeed, Orochimaru nodded silently. Let us exchange intelligence. While there is no immediate danger, it is prudent to regain our composure before returning. Moreover, one person requires awakening. Glancing at the still immobile figure and observing the increasingly darkening night, Orochimaru settled on the slightly heated ground, calming his breath as he analyzed. Their Konoha forehead protectors bear no scratches, and they do not perceive themselves as traitors. Their actions and methods are restrained. Perhaps they possess a degree of self-control. Furthermore, they primarily aim to lure us into combat. From the current display, it seems the ongoing conflict cannot disturb the entity behind them. This is the information they have provided us. However, it is evident that we cannot ascertain the veracity of their claims. The only certainty is that behind Konoha, or perhaps the entire ninja world, there may lurk a terrifying organization plotting something, beyond which we know nothing. Did they not advise caution regarding those closest to us? Jiraiya, listening to Orochimaru's analysis, felt perplexed. I would assume those seniors conveyed their messages clearly. There seems little to analyze. No, it is precisely because they are clear that we must be concerned. What do you mean? Can you guarantee that their minds are clear and not deliberately providing us with false information? Although they are all Konoha ninjas, what if the crucial aspects were to go awry? Observing Jiraiya, who had suddenly fallen silent, Orochimaru, who was contemplating among the three legendary ninjas, could not help but shake his head. His greatest concern lay precisely in this matter. If even the technique of Edo Tensei can manipulate souls and compel them to undertake actions against their will, what might be the implications of this seemingly clearer and more mature unknown jutsu? Perhaps one could reason from a pessimistic standpoint, suggesting that such actions might be intentional, inciting turmoil within Konoha, thereby allowing certain individuals to profit from the chaos. Trusting the information provided by the enemy is the epitome of folly. Even if this adversary does not strike with lethal intent and even deliberately disseminates a series of messages, the potential for future treachery remains. One cannot guarantee that the current benevolence and assistance will not one day coalesce into a sharper blade, swiftly piercing through the heart of Konoha. Moreover, their attire and the technique itself are rather peculiar. What does this imply? Their garb bears an unsettling resemblance to that of So Yosuke. The only distinction lies in the fact that So Yosuke dons a plain haori, while theirs is adorned with patterns and numbers that may symbolize rank or order. Are you suggesting that So Yosuke is compromised? No, my implication is likely the opposite. Orochimaru shook his head, regarding his reckless companion with a subtle expression of affectionate exasperation reserved for the intellectually challenged. You are aware that I often delve into the study of ninjutsu, seeking to investigate the research developments concerning Konoha. Approximately 5 years ago, So Yosuke proposed an intriguing new concept in a report on ninjutsu research, aside from the Shizuketsu attire. This concept, referred to as the soul transfer technique, drew from numerous ancient professions such as shamans and onmyuji, suggesting that spiritual manifestation might, under certain specific circumstances, occur in an independent form capable of manipulating forces beyond chakra in combat. At that time, those who possessed the ability of spiritual manifestation had already perished, and his theories, touching upon natural energy and the self-awareness of chakra, though seemingly unremarkable, held far-reaching implications. Thus, they were not highlighted but instead relegated to archival records. In retrospect, it appears that someone has clandestinely exploited that knowledge for significant purposes. As Orochimaru spoke, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. The notion that a soul could exist independently was, to be frank, quite captivating for him. The abilities demonstrated by these two enigmatic figures now mirror some of the possibilities mentioned in his earlier thesis. Through their own will and thoughts, they reflect their unique powers within their souls, drawing upon the surrounding natural environment to summon forth their abilities. This concept bears a striking resemblance to the Uchiha's Sharingan. The suppression of that article was, in part, due to the Uchiha clan's influence. After all, it pertains to the eye that reflects the mind and the essence of mental reflection itself. It is only natural that the Uchiha would feel discomfort upon encountering such research. At the time, Aizen's words were somewhat dismissive, compounded by the promising future of the Shizuketsu attire, allowing the matter to slip into obscurity. However, it now appears that certain individuals within Konoha, or perhaps the Uchiha clan, have not entirely dismissed that document. So why could it not be so Yosuke who is responsible? The year that Dakukuin departed from our midst was the same year he proposed this theory. It was precisely due to his fascination with Dakukuin's abilities and narrative that he embarked on this research. Since then, he has lived in the shadow of his mentor. Some gazed at Jiraiya with a bemused expression, as Orochimaru patiently explained to his seemingly oblivious classmate. If Razukun could successfully conceal himself from our teacher, Danzo, advisor Mito, and the other advisors for such an extended period, while summoning 2 fallen leaf ninjas and securing an advisory position, then the entire Hidden Leaf village would be at his mercy, devoid of any significance. What does this imply? It indicates that had it been Aizen Razuk orchestrating these events, we would have perished long ago. A voice, distinctly feminine, emerged from the ground, slowly rising like a specter, covering her face and sighing deeply. The other 2 shared a subtle smile at her appearance. Ignoring the 2 towering men beside her, Tsunade unceremoniously sank onto the parched earth, staring blankly at the burning forest. After a considerable pause, she finally gathered herself to relay the information she possessed. That individual is, indeed, Don. Tsunade, seated on the ground, spoke in a hoarse voice. Captain Kato Don of the 2nd Squad, and Captain Uchiha Kagami of the 6th Squad. They serve an organization known as the Godai 13. The information Don provided was limited to this. Furthermore, he is indeed under control, but not entirely. The intelligence delivered to us is authentic, albeit only as they perceive it to be true. This was explicitly communicated to me by Don. It is a trial imposed upon us. It is aware of our actions and our thoughts, anticipating these occurrences, while the true objective remains elusive. The one who has desecrated the souls of our predecessors lurks within the Hidden Leaf, concealed and unyielding. Just then, Jiraiya interjected, interrupting Tsunade's account. Wait a moment. We cannot guarantee that what you assert is genuine, Tsunade. What if Don was manipulated and provided us with misleading information? Casting a subtle glance at the visibly agitated Jiraiya, Tsunade's expression turned intricate and nuanced. For Don is the type who, even at the cost of his own life, would exert every ounce of his strength to ensure my happiness. Even if he were under manipulation, that would remain his course of action. This time, it was Jiraiya whose expression grew complex. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, it was Orochimaru who cleared his throat, shattering the surreal ambience. Should we inform the teacher? Let us seek trustworthy ANBU ninjas and utilize the highest level of sealing. Tsunade nodded, rising and stretching languidly. Indeed, after this matter, it feels as though the sand and rock ninjas are trivial concerns. Jiraiya, it is time for us to return. Ah, understood. With one last glance at the charred woodland, the 3 ninjas sighed inwardly and silently sped toward their base of operations. A day later, gazing at the scroll containing the written information, the 3rd Hokage's mouth gaped in astonishment, his pipe tumbling to the ground, scattering ash. The 3rd Hokage was consumed by unbridled fury, yet he remained uncertain as to whom this wrath should be directed. Possessing comprehensive intelligence on the legendary 3 ninjas, precisely identifying and exploiting each individual's weaknesses without resorting to lethal measures, is not a mere act of malice from the shinobi of Konohagakure. The 3rd Hokage could easily dismiss their actions with a mere flick of his foot. He is bewildered as to why, in such dire circumstances, unity eludes them. With the 4 great shinobi villages poised to strike, how can there still be those who betray from within? The audacity to covertly seize the souls of fallen comrades incites his righteous fury. During a high-level meeting in Konoha, before his 4 most trusted advisors, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm against the table, utterly disregarding decorum. The situation had spiraled out of control. How could they engage in such treachery at this critical juncture? Did they truly believe him to be easily intimidated? Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, Mito Gate-un, and the ever-optimistic Aizen Sosuke displayed a range of expressions, yet none ventured to speak. As the head of the root organization, Danzo, with his own dubious past, cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade and Mito, adjusting his bandages in silence. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Mito, loyal advisors, maintained an air of stoicism, seemingly impervious to the tension surrounding them, embodying an unwavering resolve. Finally, the seemingly affable Aizen Sosuke picked up the report, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized its contents. He alone in the room was not a member of the second Hokage's guard. His presence, bolstered by public esteem and scientific prowess, served to amplify the third Hokage's authority. However, the burden of this crisis was undeniably heavy. As the architect of the documents, Aizen felt compelled to uncover clues or any viable leads to quell the third Hokage's wrath. Yet, it was evident that Hiruzen's fury would not be easily assuaged. Kato Dan, the esteemed Jonin, and Uchiha Kagami, another renowned hero, were both integral to Konoha's legacy. Did they not harbor any thoughts on the matter? Do not take out your frustrations on us, Hiruzen. Just because we remain silent does not imply our lack of indignation. However, the pressing concern is not our anger, but rather the extermination of the vermin within. Under Danzo's somewhat chilling gaze, the two elder advisors felt a disquieting sensation. In truth, as they examined the intelligence and data presented, a degree of doubt crept into their minds. As the overseers of Konoha's political and internal affairs, Tsunade and Mito had always operated in tandem, unyielding to external pressures. The emergence of a rogue element surreptitiously documenting and disseminating information was not entirely implausible. Realizing the unreliability of his allies, even Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded his two elders with a wary expression. Though they had previously turned a blind eye to minor infractions due to their accumulated reputations and experiences, this was an entirely different scenario. With the specter of the three ninjas looming and the impending calamity of war upon them, White Fang recently deceased, Sand Ninja embroiled in chaos, and Cloud and Rock Shinobi lurking ominously, this matter, born from the documentation, seemed unequivocally tied to the two advisors. I hold a differing opinion, esteemed Danzo and third Hokage. While perusing the records inscribed upon the scroll, as the sole individual possessing common sense and receiving special treatment among ninjas, Sosuke Aizen adjusted his spectacles upon the bridge of his nose and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the four individuals. The human psyche resembles a rolling stone. Initially, it is merely a trivial fragment, yet with the passage of time and the incline of circumstance, those minute desires may coalesce into a formidable boulder, ultimately culminating in a wave that obliterates the dam of one's principles. Tragically, individuals often remain oblivious to the implications of their actions as they dismantle their own boundaries. They fail to comprehend a fundamental truth. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Only undeniable facts endure. This report already conveys a portion of the truth. Esteemed sirs, the intruder is unlikely to be from Konoha, or at the very least, not one with a heart inclined toward Konoha. From this deduction, it can be inferred that the denizens of the Hidden Leaf Village are absolved of suspicion. Mito Gate In and Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances, their brows raising in fleeting delight before swiftly contorting into expressions of dismay. As the overseers of internal affairs, they were irked by Aizen's unwelcome interjection, and the audacity of this junior to assert his dominance was a profound affront to two seasoned ninjas. Yet, as they prepared to voice their indignation, asserting their integrity, Danzo abruptly intervened, raising a hand to halt his former comrades. His interest piqued as he regarded Aizen. You assert they are not from Konoha? What leads you to such a conclusion? Such actions at this pivotal moment do not align with the interests of any clan. Aizen, adjusting his glasses once more, gazed at the four leaders of Konoha. No one can guarantee that the Ninja World War will not resurface. Any rational ninja might, to some extent, betray the interests of their village, yet they would never place their hopes in the mercy of their adversaries. Although it may sound conceited, it is unreservedly true that we, Konoha, are the preeminent village, the object of imitation for all. Even when facing a coalition of four villages, we possess the potential to emerge victorious. This is the might of Konoha. Unless someone is willing to forsake the benefits of being a victorious nation, betrayal remains implausible. While professing to act for ideals and convictions, many clans adhere to artificially constructed moral paradigms. I personally revere the will of fire precisely because it transcends the narrow perspectives of clan ninjas to embrace the welfare of the entire world. Regrettably, it must be acknowledged that the vast majority of clans in Konoha cling to their parochial spirit. Some clans are both victims and aggressors. Thus, from a perspective of self-interest, They will not extend aid to those destined for inevitable defeat. Rather, they will conceal themselves and seek to consume the more delectable essence of opportunity. Standing with the scroll in hand, Aizen appeared to find his rhythm, eloquently articulating his thoughts to the four figures before him. Despite being merely in his 20s, the eyes behind his glasses exuded a composed and persuasive strength, accompanied by that magnetic and persuasive deep voice. Even the last two elders of Konoha sat attentively, awaiting Aizen's forthcoming analysis. As members of the clan's ninja, they may not fully comprehend the significance of the will of fire and the village, yet they undoubtedly recognize that failure is the gravest of all outcomes. In the event of a defeat, they would be left at the mercy of others, a situation intolerable for any esteemed bloodline family. If surrender were truly beneficial, if they genuinely believed they could live prosperous lives, the Hyuga clan would not allow the existence of caged birds among them. The dynamics between the four great ninja villages are a matter of life and death. Fostering internal suspicion and distrust is contrary to the interests of the clan's ninjas. It is equally detrimental to the four great ninja villages. Engaging merely to escalate tensions is not in the best interest of a major ninja village. Conversely, it aligns well with those who, lacking true power, are dissatisfied with their status. Thus, I posit that there are two potential scenarios. Observing the four individuals before him, all over 40 yet listening with rapt attention and nodding in agreement, Aizen Sosuke revealed an impeccable, composed smile, extending two fingers. One possibility is that those unwilling to accept defeat and decline from the smaller ninja villages have devised certain jutsu through traitors to disrupt our judgment. The other possibility is that within Konoha there exist individuals who believe they can control the situation even if they were to rebel. Upon hearing these two scenarios, Danzo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. With a gaze that was somewhat excited, slightly approving, and even akin to that of a kindred spirit, he looked toward Aizen Sosuke. Alas, despite his verbal denials of the existence of such elements within Konoha, Danzo was acutely aware that such phenomena truly exist. And they do exist. The Uchiha clan. Although rationally Danzo felt that they were indeed not closely associated with the Uchiha, the clan's bloodline, while loathed and associated with hatred and suffering, had not yet reached the point of madness against Konoha. Nonetheless, Danzo always believed that the deceased Uchiha were the better Uchiha. Although he felt remorse for his friend Uchiha Kagami, he too had become ensnared by that mysterious power, had he not? The friend who had saved him multiple times in the past, Uchiha Kagami, was a noble ninja who sought to break familial traditions and integrate with the village. Even Danzo believed that had he still been alive, the village would have been significantly different. Yet now, Uchiha Kagami was dead. Moreover, he had been manipulated and exploited. Reflecting on the recent behavior of the Uchiha, their increasingly audacious demeanor, and his own plans, Danzo swiftly unraveled a clear course of action. The spies within the village must be eliminated. However, the Uchiha require oversight. That was a matter long advocated by the second Hokage, and Danzo deemed it imperative to address. Thus, at this moment, Danzo rose to his feet. Enough is enough, Aizen Sosuke. Your intellect is indeed remarkable. I shall take charge of the ensuing matters. Suddenly, he sprang up from his chair. Shimura Danzo cleared his throat and, observing the four astonished individuals around him, spoke in a hushed tone. Whether it be spies within the village or potential violators, none can escape the tendrils of the root. As long as their actions take place within our territory. Hiruzen, focus on matters at the front lines. The rest is entrusted to me. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen eventually nodded and turned his gaze towards Aizen. Your efforts are appreciated, Sasuke. However, to avoid alarming the enemy, I shall deploy additional umbu to draw them out. I trust you understand. I welcome the opportunity. I have been formulating some ideas regarding the blood technique, and I can collaborate with Kakashi-kun to refine this jutsu. If I can assist the third Hokage in any way, I would be more than willing. Very well. Once the crisis has subsided, Sasuke, you shall oversee the village's propaganda and educational initiatives. Understood. In the blink of an eye, the exchange of interests was executed silently. The authority over education and propaganda was directly wrested from the hands of Mito Kazuma and Torin Koharu, facilitated by the tacit cooperation between the third Hokage and Danzo. Without hesitation, Aizen Sasuke stood up and respectfully bowed to the third Hokage. Facing the two elders, who were still reeling from the sudden loss of their authority, Aizen offered a gentle smile and adjusted his glasses. I look forward to your guidance henceforth, esteemed elders. In Aizen Susuk's perspective, the administrative structure of Konoha seemed far less organized than the Central 46. Although the various clan ninjas were theoretically the heart of the village, these noble bloodlines had not formed a management organization akin to the 46. The Hokage's family-dominated, and even the advisory position was deliberately decentralized by the third Hokage, making it difficult to discern the existence of such roles at other times. This perplexed Aizen greatly. The clans lacked a voice. The lower and upper echelons remained unaware of each other, all tethered together by the will of fire. This situation, though seemingly bizarre, was quite ordinary in the world of Naruto. The reason was simple: they had no time. It resembled an invisible hound in pursuit, as all ninjas accelerated through life. Childhood was spent undertaking youthful endeavors. Youth was consumed by adult responsibilities, effectively doubling both age and ambition. Even warfare itself began to hasten, with endless battles and continuous conflicts. Life dissipating like fragile snowflakes melting into incomplete mists beneath the scorching sun. Without the need for human touch, they would dissolve into the earth and sky. Tragically, although the inhabitants of this world were acutely aware of their suffering, they remained at a loss for remedies. The first Hokage exerted every effort to devise a theoretically sound method, yet as the village evolved, the once mighty-tailed beasts ultimately became instruments of strategic assault. Thus, equilibrium was short-lived, soon giving way to the onslaught of world wars. Each nation appeared to possess boundless justifications, each seemingly harboring insatiable demands. Hatred, geopolitical strife, economic demands, population dynamics, and the natural environment. Every individual possesses the inherent right to aspire for a better life. Yet, in this world, such aspirations remain but a lofty desire. Once, Aizen believed that a realm devoid of a sole king would be an ideal world, but as his perspective broadened and his knowledge deepened, particularly through experiences from another world, he came to a profound realization: humanity remains fundamentally human. Regardless of varying ideologies, actions, or understandings, all are part of the same species. Being human entails an inherent yearning for life, and such desires inevitably breed ambition, instinctively encroaching upon the existence of others. Thus, war emerges as a natural consequence, and oppression follows suit. Aizen found himself powerless to prevent it, nor did he possess the authority to do so. However, he took solace in witnessing the world's efforts to quell such discord. Discontent with war and the endeavor to confront nearly insurmountable challenges speaks volumes of humanity as courage and resolve. He had no reason to cast aspersions. On the contrary, he lauded these brave souls. Few could rival their valor. Recognizing the world's grotesqueries and striving to effect change, unafraid of the potential for self-sacrifice, embodies true bravery. After bidding a friendly farewell to the gatekeepers of Konoha, Aizen Sasuke raised a paper umbrella against the somewhat overcast sky and continued along the path of Konoha. Despite the gentle drizzle, it did little to extinguish the determination of its inhabitants. Some vendors began to erect small awnings against the rain, while shopkeepers donned raincoats and called out to passers-by. Upon seeing Aizen, clad in a white haori and holding an umbrella, the shop staff noticeably brightened. "Ah, Lord Aizen, have you not yet dined? Please, allow us to treat you." "No, thank you. I intend to procure my own ingredients." "Oh, Lord Aizen, you are personally buying groceries again?" "Indeed. On one hand, I wish to inspect the market prices. On the other, I desire to remain connected with everyone. Is it not peculiar for someone of your esteemed position to shop for groceries? I have always regarded my relationship with everyone as akin to that of family. Should my negligence cause suffering to my kin, that is my failing. Thus, I have committed to personally purchasing and preparing meals." "Remarkable. Oh, no need for such accolades. Please allow me to purchase at fair prices." As he made his purchases, whether merchants or shinobi, they all gathered around to exchange pleasantries, even offering to add a few extra items to his bag. The villagers' expressions of goodwill were simple, often manifested in the form of generous offerings to save a few coins. Although these gestures may seem trivial to Aizen now, he felt somewhat flustered by the villagers' kindness. He hurriedly accepted their offerings, clutching his bag and umbrella as he made his way home. While these humble folk may not discern who truly has their best interests at heart, it is indeed a fact that after Aizen's arrival, their lives began to improve significantly within just a month. Through the diligent investigations of certain rotating ninjas into the pricing of goods, Efforts were made to combat unscrupulous merchants and to eradicate the nefarious syndicates entrenched within the village of Konoha, thus transferring power to the Hokage. Subsequently, by advocating for mutual assistance among common folk, they began to rally clan elders and esteemed individuals across various regions to aid the impoverished and the disabled. Such endeavors were, in the past, rarely witnessed in Konoha, not due to a lack of vision, but rather because their methods predominantly prioritized the interests of ninjas. Consequently, when matters pertained to clans or other concerns, ninjas often opted for internal resolutions, rarely exhibiting the transparency exemplified by Aizen's candid proclamations. As a result, Aizen's reputation among the lower-ranking ninjas and the general populace soared, to the extent that many recognized Aizen while being oblivious to Sarutobi. Acts of kindness, such as distributing food, gifting books, and even leaving treasures at doorsteps before making a hasty retreat, proliferated around the village. Such incidents unfolded in rapid succession, prompting even the covert protective ninjas to marvel at Aizen's influence within the community. The reason behind the villagers' unreserved trust in Aizen and their seeming indulgence towards him lay in the palpable connection he forged with them, eliciting expressions of discomfort from the villagers. Even the third Hokage struggled to attain such affability. Amidst the cheers and blessings from Konoha's citizens, Aizen found himself retreating awkwardly into a small courtyard, while the countenances of two individuals covertly observing him shifted. One wore a look of shame, while the other was steeped in derision. "You truly bring this humiliation upon yourself," Hisashi remarked Shimura Danzo, adorned with a mocking smile, addressing his old friend with biting words. "You are fully aware that if he were to rebel, you would likely be the one he seeks to overthrow. Should he indeed be the architect of such a coup, I would advise you to relinquish the position of Hokage without delay. His strength is insufficient. If he possessed such formidable power, how could Aizen's prowess still be that of a mere chunin? I harbor no doubts about Aizen. It merely appears too coincidental." Observing Aizen as he entered a room and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal himself, the concealed third Hokage expressed his concerns. The identical haori and undergarments, coupled with his demeanor and rhetoric, all seemed to point towards Aizen. If Aizen is indeed a traitor, he could potentially be the greatest traitor in history. I hope this is not the case. Hisashi, you are becoming forgetful. Do you not recall that one of the founders of Konoha was from the Uchiha clan? Indeed, that is true. After all, Uchiha Madara, in a sense, could be considered a rogue ninja. Contemplating the dismissive attitude of his friend, who extolled strength and realism, Sarutobi Hisashi pondered and realized he might indeed be at a disadvantage in their discourse. One of your village's two principal partners has fled, and now the Uchiha do not even attempt to conceal their ambitions, fixated on the Hokage position. Does Aizen truly hold any significant weight in Konoha's history? However, articulating such thoughts made him feel as though he were coveting power and deliberately framing a virtuous individual. Swiftly, the third Hokage shifted the conversation. "So, Danzo, who do you believe is responsible?" "Humph. The likes of Tsubaki and Mito are hardly a cause for concern. Their minds are now preoccupied solely with their own trivial authority, to the extent that they have even forgotten the fundamental tenets of being a ninja." In a gesture of camaraderie towards an old friend, Shimura Danzo let out a cold scoff as he observed the awkward shift in conversation from the third Hokage, casually remarking, "I still believe it is the Uchiha clan behind this. Their insatiable thirst for power over Konoha has reached a fever pitch. Yet, to this day, they have made no effort to integrate into the village. For them to mingle with the common folk is akin to sentencing them to death. They do not share the village's sentiments. So why does it manifest in this manner? It is because their clan has always been deeply distorted. Even the second Hokage found the Uchiha troublesome. Reflecting on the Uchiha's past, Danzo's face darkened as he murmured, most crucially, those eyes, as you are well aware. Absent the development of their dojutsu, the most likely scenario is that it pertains to the Uchiha's ocular secrets. I recognize that many Uchiha are innocent, and there are those, like Kagami, who genuinely wish to integrate into the village. However, a question arises. Why do they profess a sincere desire to blend and yet remain unwilling to sever ties with the Uchiha? For them, relinquishing their Uchiha identity to become a Konoha ninja is simply unacceptable. They yearn for an Uchiha Hokage, not a Hokage of Konoha. Enough, let us leave it at that. We should go. Silence gradually enveloped the space. Ultimately, it was Danzo who broke the stillness. He cast one last glance at Aizen, who was busily preparing small dishes and fine sake in the kitchen, placing them beneath the eaves of the writing room. Observing the scene of Aizen sipping alone amidst the rain and moonlight, the two departed the vicinity of the house in silence. Yet, unbeknownst to the Hokage or the elders, after their departure, two figures clad in white haori silently appeared within the writing room. Do you not care? Being monitored by Hisashi and Danzo? Why should I care? The night is perfectly suited for contemplation. Indulging in a few cups while gazing at the bright moon is hardly a sin. Gazing at the brooding Uchiha Kagami behind him, Aizen adjusted his glasses with a smile, surveying the towering trees surrounding them. Moreover, my presence here is to bring some measure of peace to the Umbu. They have toiled for an extended period, and my mere presence alleviates their tension. In the face of the Umbu's vacant stares, resembling a surreal vision, Uchiha Kagami inhaled deeply, slowly clenching his fists. In the realm of ninjas, techniques that manipulate the five senses, be they genjutsu or bloodline limits, abound. Whether through secret arts or particular methods, one can distort a person's perception of reality. However, regardless of who attempts it, none evoke that chilling sense of dread. Once, Kato Dan and Uchiha Kagami believed it was merely illusion. As long as one recognized reality, all would be well. Yet, in this moment, Aizen Susuk sat there, calmly enjoying his side dishes and sake beneath the moonlight, exuding an unsettling terror that resonated deeply within them. Ninjas from the shadows and roots vigilantly guard and monitor from lofty heights to the depths below. Everyone is convinced that Aizen, in this very moment, is indulging in merriment, setting the table with delicacies and sake to savor the moonlight. Yet, unbeknownst to them, two ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village headband are glaring at him from the heart of the writing chamber. You must be grappling with the instinct to refine chakra while seeking the imprint of your own soul in your current forms. It must be quite arduous, indeed. Reclining comfortably against the porch pillar, Aizen gazes at the pale blue moon, sighing as he turns his attention to the two behind him. However, that struggle is worthwhile. Only through relentless honing can one discover what truly belongs to oneself. A blade sharpened through diligence can inflict wounds, while prolonged idleness leads to rust. Recognizing both one's adversaries and oneself are equally invaluable traits. In truth, I would not mind if you unleashed your Bankai. Concealing one's power is indeed commendable, but one must be capable of remaining concealed. At least, in my eyes, your actions resemble an elephant hiding in a porcelain shop. Even if I wish to divert my gaze, it challenges my acting prowess. Are you suggesting that all of this is part of your scheme? Suppressing the surge of malice and horrifying conjectures within, Uchiha Kagami inhaled deeply and mustered the courage to glare at Aizen Susuk, who held a delicate wine cup. Regardless of our actions or efforts, you are aware of everything. Have you been monitoring us all along? Not at all. In response to the Uchiha's fierce glare, Aizen calmly shook his head, his gaze drifting to the pale blue flowers in the garden, glistening with rain and dew. I once relished observing the lives of others, but not any longer. I now prefer to anticipate a surprise. However, your thoughts and actions are rather overt, and I merely offered a benevolent reminder. Who would believe such deceitful words? Yet, this is the truth. Had it been my former self, I would have likely disregarded your opinions. But times have changed. Humanity possesses the audacity to rebel against the divine. Faced with flowers on the precipice, there are those who dare to take a step forward. You are all renowned ninjas. How could I not hold expectations for you? You are exceedingly arrogant, Aizen. Arrogant, you say? If stating facts is regarded as arrogance, that is indeed laughable. Facing two ninjas who are clearly discontent, yet outwardly respectful, Aizen shook his head and expressed himself with a tranquil demeanor. I sincerely hope you all can exhibit a different hue. Taking a step towards the unknown requires courage. However, stepping towards death while remaining ignorant of oneself is sheer recklessness. Refusing to understand? It is an unfortunate reality, for it is undoubtedly too challenging for you. You cannot even comprehend the essence of courage. Sighing at the two ninjas who evidently displayed a tendency for non-cooperation, Aizen adjusted his glasses and turned back to admire the exquisite round moon. The gentle moonlight cascaded upon his cheek, enhancing the allure of his already captivating visage with an air of mystery. His demeanor did not resemble the hollow words of deceitful tricksters. Rather, it was imbued with a certain authentic power. I hold disdain for those who, in their self-proclaimed sagacity, surrender and capitulate to their own cleverness. While admiring the exquisite lunar glow, Blue Dye softly remarked, to treat sacrifice and devotion as mere jest. Mocking the efforts and worth of others is akin to claiming one has achieved something grand, whether through derision or scorn. They are but weaklings, merely swayed by the currents of the times. They lack the strength to act and the courage to see themselves as formidable. Only by belittling others can they convince themselves of their own correctness. The actions of the weak equate to perceiving evasion as valor, cloaking self-serving rhetoric as truth. They mock the very modes of existence of others, using that mockery as a foundation for their own diminished self-confidence. I once believed all beings in this world were thus. Yet I was mistaken. Humanity persists due to the courage to walk forward, fully aware of the harsh truths of existence. The bravery to confront the sufferings of reality. To live with awareness, and to discern the root of issues, choosing to resolve them through one's own demise or that of others, is, in my view, commendable. Are you mocking our lack of courage to accompany you to the underworld, Blue Dye? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami could no longer restrain himself and stepped forth, casting a fierce glare at the solitary figure beneath the moonlight. You mock our inability to grasp your thoughts. You ridicule the ideals of Konoha, the will of fire, and our failure to share in your fatal resolve. Am I correct in this interpretation? Not in the least. On the contrary, I deem it a rational stance. You simply do not comprehend what I mean by courage. Observing the clenched jaw of Uchiha Kagami, Blue Dye earnestly elucidated. For one to make the decision to embrace death is, in fact, not particularly challenging. Driven by impulsive fervor, inciting hearts without regard for consequences, one succumbs to arrogance. This death, imposed by others, bears little relation to one's own spirit. Those devoid of genuine connection to life, lacking passion or aversion, perceive death in the same manner. Their demise does not stem from confronting true courage. Rather, it is merely a wish, either from others or themselves, to escape their troubles. Thus, courage is not merely the notion that one can evade problems through death. It resides in recognizing one's own position, cherishing loved ones and hopeful aspirations, and understanding both the sweetness and bitterness of life. It is the choice to confront both death and existence to address personal and worldly dilemmas that embodies true courage in the face of fate. Yet, most ninjas lack this authentic valor, blinded by the so-called greater good and responsibility, choosing death fueled by reckless bravado. You envision little of the future, fail to contemplate the issues of your clan and society, and naively believe that rank, status, and the words of others can justify your demise. As if death could resolve all matters. This is mere evasion. Death may alleviate one's torment, yet it fails to resolve the underlying issues. Akin to the actions you recently contemplated, you may find solace in the finality of death, but what then? Have you truly pondered how to eradicate me? While it may be shameful to seek counsel from one's adversary, it is evident that neither of you has considered this. Instead, you observe Aizen, calmly sipping his exquisite wine, admiring the luminous moon, and engaging in casual conversation, while the shadows of the root and umbu remain indifferent, a sight that instills a deep sense of dread within you both. You indeed desire to end your own plight, for you cannot conceive a method to vanquish Aizen Sosuke. In a certain sense, Aizen has come to embody the will of Konoha. How does one confront such a figure? To turn against oneself? The mere thought tightens Uchiha Kagami's fists, producing a creaking sound. Is it so unfathomable? It is an obvious reality, for your upbringing has not equipped you with such insights. Gazing upon the two troubled ninjas, Aizen emits a sympathetic sigh. You have yet to grasp the essence of truly living. How can you then speak of courage? My hope is that you both may discover your purpose for existence within the current Konoha. Only when the questions in your hearts find resolution can you summon the clarity to face me with genuine courage. Thus, your Bankai and Shirkai remain mere imitations, devoid of authenticity. If your own spirit remains clouded, how can you achieve true Bankai? What you possess now are the illusory hatred and hope I have bestowed upon you. Only through genuine understanding and awakening in life can you attain your own reality, your true soul. There exists no narrative akin to those in biographical novels, where enlightenment is but a fleeting moment leading to Bankai. Uchiha Kagami and Kato Dan, still resolute, yet futile in their enmity towards Aizen Sosuke. Let his words pass through one ear and out the other. The adversary's rhetoric warrants neither comprehension nor attention. This has long been the doctrine of the ninja, their guiding principle. To understand the enemy is to waver, and wavering leads to demise. a fundamental truth in the ninja world. Yet, this knowledge, drawn from Aizen's dual experiences, evokes profound sorrow. Is it so difficult to comprehend? It is precisely why I drink alone. There exists but one rationale. You have not yet truly lived in this realm. Only those who live can savor the beauty of existence. The deceased cannot partake in such experiences. No matter how vividly I describe the enchanting night and misty rain, you would remain oblivious, interpreting it merely as my lofty mockery. Such discourse holds no allure. By the way, Shiboku-kun will awaken tomorrow, temporarily assuming the role of captain of the 11th Division. I trust you both will accept this. Understood. The brief response merged their voices into one. In the next moment, the area bore no trace of the two figures in their white haori. Though they remain subordinates and pawns, they have grown weary of Aizen's so-called twisted philosophies. Still unable to comprehend, in light of this failed conversation, Sosuke Aizen could only shake his head and sigh. The ninjas of Konoha, despite their prowess, are fundamentally different from Shinigami or samurai. They lack elegance, indifferent to worldly matters, driven solely by missions and self-interest. This was the original intent behind the creation of ninjas. Yet, how can one remain confined in a single place forever? How can one remain in silence eternally? Eventually, someone will take that step, tearing apart the veil of falsehood, reaching out towards the truth in this world. However, perhaps this is not the beginning of that journey. While it is not beyond understanding, it is still a source of lament. After all, I am merely a Shinigami, and now, just a human. Aizen shook his head, lifting a cup of sake to gaze at the moonlight. Just then, he heard footsteps outside the door. Kakashi Hitaki, his expression concealed beneath a mask, entered with an air of indifference, heading straight for the training grounds. Upon noticing him, Aizen called out, "Kakashi-kun, would you care for something to eat?" No, thank you." "Ah, how regrettable. Such a beautiful scene. With the time to appreciate it, I would rather train." Indeed, that is a valid point. Watching Kakashi, who with a disdainful expression hurried off to another courtyard to train, Aizen chuckled and gazed at the round moon in the sky. The moon, shrouded in mist, was indeed a sight to behold, so beautiful that Aizen couldn't help but take another sip from his cup. Although several cups lay on the tray, he found himself drinking alone. Is this solitude? Gazing at the full moon, Aizen leaned against the porch pillar, pouring himself another cup of sake. Immersing his body in the warm waters of the pool, he felt the soothing flow wash away his fatigue, while Kakashi sighed contentedly in the large bath. Yes, within Aizen's residence, there exists a grand bathing area. It appeared spacious enough to accommodate dozens without feeling crowded, originally intended for a hostel or dormitory, though few treated it as such. After all, this was the abode of the revered Aizen, and people often rushed to make repairs, offering their assistance freely before leaving, regardless of whether or not it was needed. In such a vast bath, Kakashi enjoyed the solitude. In truth, Aizen seldom utilized such amenities. As Konoha's advisor, he had been occupied since his appointment. He rarely indulged in the grand bath, often opting instead to drag a small wooden tub to his room, where he would use fire and water techniques to heat the water for a quick soak. Occasionally, Kakashi would catch sight of Aizen, towel draped atop his head, relaxing in the wooden tub, his upper body exposed as he reviewed documents. Contrary to what he had been told by his father, Aizen did not exhibit the demeanor of someone who would abuse power. On the contrary, he often lit a lamp at night to meticulously review and amend various details, even venturing out to inquire about local matters and occasionally conducting inspections himself. Although Kakashi has been his foster son for over a month, their interactions have been limited to fewer than 4 conversations, including tonight's greeting, aside from the quiet exchanges of the bloodline and the duties of a shinobi. A biological son might resent a father consumed by work for neglecting his responsibilities, but Kakashi is acutely aware that he is not that son. His true father, the renowned Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, has left an indelible mark on his identity. As Kakashi Hitaki, he increasingly senses an odd feeling the longer he resides here, not one of oppression or pain, but rather a compelling urge to express something. Yet finding himself at a loss for words. Are you planning to betray Konoha? This thought has traversed Kakashi's mind numerous times, only to dissipate into nothingness. Judging from an objective standpoint rather than through the lens of prejudice, it seems Konoha has never had such a dedicated and talented staff since its inception. The smiles of the common folk are genuine, and the support from the ninjas is equally sincere. Konoha's efficiency has surged. allowing for moments of leisure even amidst the preparations for war, all thanks to the influence of Aizen. His father's words pierced Kakashi's heart like nails. Yet within just a month, he found himself wavering. Was his father's judgment truly correct? Emerging from the bathroom clad in a fresh set of ninja attire, Kakashi ventured through the misty drizzle towards the cemetery of Konoha. The hour was late, and most establishments had closed for the night. Those few shops still open catered primarily to weary ninjas or workers. This was the time reserved for adults, where the occasional crude jest and complaints about life would drift into Kakashi's ears. Much of the discourse centered on grievances, complaints about the Hokage, society, and the advisors. Some even voiced discontent towards Aizen. Hearing a drunken ninja vent his frustrations, blaming Aizen for preventing ninjas from interfering with civilian affairs. It was evident from the disdainful expressions of the proprietor and surrounding ninjas that Aizen was indeed in the right. In a secluded corner of the sparsely populated park, Kakashi ultimately arrived at the familiar sight. Gazing at the small grave, which appeared even more forlorn amidst the misty rain, he stood under his umbrella, lost in thought. Once celebrated as the Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo now seemed to languish in solitude. While the surrounding graves appeared to be tended to, Tsukumo's grave showed no signs of care. This ninja, who dedicated his life to Konoha, was ultimately left without even the knowledge of where his resting place lay. The Hokage persistently asserted that the White Fang had taken his own life, claiming it resulted in an unimaginable loss for Konoha, thus preserving his legacy. Though some speculated that the White Fang might have been responsible for the massacre of the Kazekage's family, after a month of observing Konoha's actions, many began to regard it as a misunderstanding. After all, where could one find a hero's grave so desolate, where the offspring of a hero bear various slanders? Has the village lost its sense of unity? Unless, of course, the truth is indeed that they brought immense misfortune to Konoha. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the White Fang of Konoha and his descendants to have fallen into such disgrace. One can only imagine that if Kakashi were not under the protection of Aizen, his life would likely be far from pleasant. Yet, witnessing the weeds sprouting atop his biological father's grave, Kakashi sighed and knelt down to begin clearing them away. However, midway through his task, he suddenly sensed the rain above him had ceased. Instinctively glancing back, a figure clad in a pure white haori came into his view. Was it Aizen or not? Who could it be? As he raised his gaze to the silhouette standing in the misty rain, holding an umbrella and dressed in white, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. It was a Konoha ninja who had quietly appeared, adorned in a haori nearly identical to Aizen's, holding an oil paper umbrella over Kakashi's head. Perhaps sensing that Kakashi still bore a few raindrops, the man, wearing a raccoon mask, took a couple of steps closer and squatted down beside Kakashi, helping him remove the weeds from the grave. 11. Observing the characters on the back of the man's haori, Kakashi silently committed the information to memory. He felt an inexplicable warmth towards this man in the white haori and raccoon mask, despite the absence of any similarities. Indeed, he could hardly discern the man's build or features. Who are you? Kakashi hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring. This place has no connection to you, and the surroundings are not particularly pleasant. You ought to attend to your own matters. This is my space. Is this how it is for Tsukumo Hataki's grave? The man in the animal mask half squatted before the grave, pondering for a moment before softly responding, I suppose I am a friend of your father's. When he met his fate, I was not in Konoha. Upon realizing, I heard many unfortunate tidings. Is that so? Kakashi shifted slightly to allow the tall man to remove the weeds. This man was quite different from the Konoha ninjas he had encountered. Typically, they expressed either sorrow or resentment for his abandonment of missions, or wore complex expressions. Yet, this man, adorned with a raccoon mask, his hair gray-white and tied back, resembling his father's hairstyle, showed no signs of hesitation and sat directly beside him, methodically plucking the weeds. I was not there when he passed. In retrospect, I wish I had realized sooner. I am truly sorry for having you reside with Aizen. It's nothing. Aizen has treated me fairly well. At least, he is far better than the people of Konoha. Is that so? The man's hand paused momentarily before he continued to tend to the small grave. Though it may sadden you to hear, I, Hataki Tsukumo, inquire about the current perception of my existence within the village. A traitor, a sinner. The very culprit nearly leading Konoha to collective animosity. The current state of readiness is a consequence of my past misstep. Such is the reality. My father indeed met his demise under these circumstances. Is it not a burden you bear? as the son of a sinner. To be taken in by Aizen is perhaps a stroke of fortune. I do not find myself particularly burdened. The adults dare not speak ill of me or Aizen. In other words, does the scrutiny and violence of the children not persist? Observing Hitaki Kakashi, who meticulously tends to the grave and strives to smooth the surrounding earth. A flicker of pain crossed the eyes of the onlooker. Faced with the composed visage of Hitaki Kakashi, he extended his palm, wishing to convey something, yet was preemptively interrupted by Kakashi. Thank you for your assistance. However, matters concerning my father and my own affairs are ones I wish to navigate alone. Aizen may not appear virtuous, yet I find satisfaction in my life. Rising from the small grave, Kakashi brushed the soil from his hands and bowed respectfully to the man clad in a white haori. What my father did remains unclear to me. However, I believe that if he truly harmed the village's interests, then those choices were his to make. I am his son, and I can only bear my own burdens. Whether you curse me, strike me, or discriminate against me, I am Hitaki Tsukumo's son. Regardless of my father's foolish decisions, as his son, I must endure the consequences. Though I am young, I shall strive to compensate for the void left by my father. That is my resolve. Wait. Hitaki Kakashi stood and turned to depart. Yet the man in the raccoon mask could no longer contain his emotions and placed a hand upon Kakashi's shoulder. You need not torment yourself so, Kakashi. You are but 6 years old, at the age to attend the ninja academy. There is no need for such sacrifice. Do not utter words akin to Aizen's, Senior. My father is gone, yet I shall endeavor to erase the shame he bore. Do you consider what your father did to be disgraceful? Is it not? The entirety of Konoha is aware. Furrowing his brow, Kakashi gently extricated himself from the man's grasp and raced back to Aizen's residence. The man, adorned in the 11th code and bearing a short sword inscribed with runes, remained frozen in place, as if struck by a profound revelation. Unable to move for a considerable time. Midnight, an hour when the majority have succumbed to slumber. Yet, due to the nature of its duties, Konoha's activities are not distinctly marked by day and night. Even now, though it is past midnight, Aizen Sosuke diligently manages official documents within his chamber. Owing to the late hour, even the Umbu ninjas felt compelled to appear, kneeling behind Aizen with earnestness. They softly intoned, Advisor Aizen. The third Hokage requests that you maintain a normal state of living to avert any unforeseen incidents. It is now 2 o'clock at night. Please take care of your health. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Sandame. However, these documents are quite urgent. I shall attend to them first. I will rest once the time comes. Yet, Aizen, my esteemed advisor, there are no buts. We stand on the brink of war, while everyone fights valiantly on the front lines. I cannot afford to delay my duties simply due to fatigue. Wouldn't that be a disservice to the sacrifices of others? Indeed, the Umbu ninja observed Aizen Sasuke, who remained diligently engrossed in reviewing the documents, and bowed his head in admiration before silently vanishing from the room. Aizen, sighing as he glanced at the mountain of papers beside him, refiled the completed documents and placed another pile onto the desk. A fresh stack of files once again accumulated into a small hill, and Aizen persevered amidst this battlefield of paperwork, occasionally pausing his brush to contemplate strategies before resuming his revisions. That Umbu ninja is providing cover for you. Is that so? I am truly grateful. Responding without turning around, Aizen continued with his brush. Now, where were we? Shikamaru-kun? What about the touching reunion between father and son? We spoke of the burial grounds and also touched upon matters concerning you. Just behind the spot where the Umbu ninja had stood, a man clad in a white haori leaned against the wall, his gaze forlorn as he looked at the man before him. Without his tanuki mask, the true Hitaki Shikamaru had returned, adorned in a white haori marked with the number 11. His eyes filled with confusion as he regarded the man who was diligently approving Konoha's documents. Is that so? Is that why you have come to seek answers from me? Sitting upright in the room, Aizen adjusted his glasses and turned his attention to the complex expression of Hitaki Shikamaru. This man, who had once chosen to take his own life for the sake of honor and the village's benefit, had found himself wavering after observing his son for a month. The reasoning is, of course, quite simple. Unlike the seasoned ninjas like Uchiha Kagami and Kata Dan who have ascended to true heights, Hitaki Shikamaru, despite his formidable reputation, is fundamentally just a sharp blade. This blade finds itself at a loss when faced with the scorn and animosity of others, mistakenly believing that death could rectify everything. However, the undeniable truth is that death resolves nothing, It merely brings sorrow to loved ones and laughter to the ignorant. It truly evokes a sense of wonder. Aizen gazed at the tormented face of Hatake Shikamaru, shaking his head in resignation. The one who once held the most profound belief in the will of fire, even to the point of sacrificing his life for it, now seeks to understand how he became this way. Meanwhile, those who harbor the least faith in the will of fire and wish to articulate their vision of the village seem to avoid me altogether. What could have transpired to alter your state of mind? Is it because the world you envisioned and the world as you now perceive it are not the same? Am I correct? Confronted by the taciturn Shikamaru Nara, Aizen Sosuke illuminated the room, simultaneously perusing documents and offering his insights, while addressing Shikamaru. The affection others hold for Konoha and their aversion towards me stems from their lineage and status. They possess everything, thus fostering animosity towards me. So, Shikamaru, what exactly is it that you fear and resist in me? This bears no relevance to our discourse. Yet, it encapsulates the essence of our dialogue. Shikamaru, fear, comprehension, and the intrinsic nature of Konoha and its current condition. Disdainful of Shikamaru's evasive remarks, Aizen skillfully inscribed proposals for Konoha's reforms on a blank sheet. As an advisor to Konoha, he was both qualified and capable of such endeavors. He was not the sort of advisor who was overlooked or merely appointed in haste. After a month of trials, Aizen had garnered the trust of the third Hokage and Danzo, even hinting at a potential elevation to a higher position while urging his two companions to remain subdued. The man, who wielded significant power within Konoha, turned his back to Shikamaru and articulated his thoughts on the world with a calm demeanor. You do not fear change or authority. Rather, you fear me. For once I set my mind to action, I doubt anyone in this world could thwart me. I am aware of this. Hence I am merely in search of someone capable of stopping me. Shikamaru, you surely cannot comprehend such a world. When you behold the beauty of flowers, trees, and nature, you confide in your friends, feeling a sense of liberation, yearning to share the wonders you have witnessed with your closest companions. Regrettably, while you find companionship, I remain alone. This has been my plight since my days as the Grim Reaper, and it persists in this world. However, I am not the same as I once was. Back then, I scorned the ignorant, detested all systems, and sought to alter this world by my own means. Now, I have discovered a superior approach. Therefore, I wish for the world to grasp my vision. Indeed, you are the most perilous individual, Aizen Sosuke, observing the silhouette of the man under the illumination. Shikamaru could not help but remark. To desire the world to comprehend his thoughts and to aspire to transform it while looking down upon others. Who does he think he is? Consequently, Shikamaru had found Aizen displeasing from the very beginning, as he could discern the pride that lay deeply within Aizen's essence. Yet, Aizen remained unfazed. Once, someone made a similar assessment of me, which left me astounded. I had committed no wrongdoing. Why would he perceive me thus? Today, I have come to understand a truth. What truth? Some individuals possess innate talent. Setting aside the completed documents, Aizen retrieved the final batch of files, beginning to amend them with a brush while continuing. They instinctively pieced together the truth in their minds through various hints and words. Yet, this truth, when confronted, instills fear and repulsion within them, leading to a reluctance to comprehend and a tendency to respond with hostility. However, in reality, individuals like you are acutely aware of the truth. Whether you wish to live or perish, it is my compassion that sustains you, a fact that is indisputable. While I hold great respect for the courage that each human possesses in making their choices, I implore you not to abuse my kindness. Otherwise, the situation may become quite dire. Shikaku, surely you do not wish for your son to witness his father in such a state, do you? Faced with this blatant threat, Shikaku did not utter a word. Once regarded as one of the top elite of Konoha, he gazed at the man before him, who appeared utterly defenseless, exposing his back to him. Yet Shikaku refrained from any retort. He understood that although Aizen was duplicitous and cold-hearted, much of what he said bore truth. He held no disdain for lies or for masking his intentions with trivialities. In truth, Shikaku's feelings towards Aizen were somewhat intricate, especially when compared to his two impassioned colleagues. Shikaku was not particularly rigid. He valued loyalty and cherished his village. However, unlike the aristocratic clans, he yearned for Konoha to be a sanctuary for the children. Kato, being Tsunade's partner, and Uchiha Kagami, a member of the Uchiha clan, had their reasons and motivations to oppose Aizen's actions, viewing him as a complete adversary. Yet Shikaku found himself devoid of such justification. He had attempted suicide, yet was revived through Aizen's intervention. Beyond Aizen's loathsome demeanor, his actions were, in essence, highly advantageous to Shikaku himself. Kakashi was neither humiliated nor plunged into the abyss of hatred. Konoha did not descend into chaos due to his suicide, rather, under Aizen's manipulation. The repercussions gradually diminished. The economy was revitalized, strength was fortified, the influence of the bloodline clans was weakened, and capable, passionate individuals were elevated to positions of power. Aizen demonstrated a profound understanding of the spirit of Konoha's ninjas, proposing various treatments and strategies to alleviate the burdens of battle for them. The will of fire, the spirit of teamwork, the camaraderie of comrades, and the emergence of team funds significantly eased the overall atmosphere. Thus, Shikaku could not deceive himself. He genuinely believed that Aizen Sosuke was performing admirably. From a management perspective, Aizen had already ascended to a level above all beneath the Hokage. They ought to heed Aizen, rather than scheming for their families and the so-called village as they currently do. Kato's obedience and supposed endorsement stemmed from his relationship with Tsunade, as their family was inherently part of Konoha. Uchiha Kagami, being a prominent figure of the Uchiha clan, would undoubtedly oppose Aizen's plans upon hearing them. Yet for Shikaku, did those familial honors and ideals truly hold significance? Perhaps they did. After all, he had devoted his entire life to them and ultimately sacrificed his own existence. However, in the face of his son's disdain, the solitary grave, and the discussions of others amidst the cold rain, Hatake Tsukumo could not deceive himself. While others might abandon their missions for the sake of camaraderie, claiming it to be the will of fire and receiving accolades, he could not afford such a luxury. He was Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo. Although he could not fully accept the chaos that Aizen brought to Konoha, he found, rather unexpectedly, that he did not particularly loathe this new state of affairs. He bore no genuine reason to harbor murderous intent or hostility towards Aizen. It seems you have come to this realization as well. What you despise is not the transformation I bring, nor the changes I instigate. It is merely your fear of me. Casting a glance at the silent figure behind him, Aizen smiled, adjusting his glasses, and meticulously organized the documents in his hands, stating with earnestness, "Your fear of me stems from my possession of power and wisdom that far exceeds your imagination. Yet, you do not truly know what kind of person I am. Humanity is inherently wary of the unknown, which is why you regard me with trepidation. People tend to cling to what they know, relying on familiar experiences while rejecting unfamiliar characters and methods. Even when aware that what they cling to may be flawed, they persist, reluctant to witness the emergence of something novel, for that signifies the risk of the unknown. Thus, your concerns and thoughts originate from this very place. You are well acquainted with Konoha and the will of fire, but do you truly understand it? Your perceptions and beliefs have clouded your attitude as a person, now. Perhaps you could attempt to view everything from a new perspective." This statement proved somewhat convoluted for the not overly literary Hatake Tsukumo. After some contemplation, he cautiously inquired of Aizen, "Are you suggesting that all my current distress arises from a lack of understanding of them and Konoha? I believe that by viewing Konoha through your own lens, you will grasp its true essence, not from the perspective of Konoha's white fang, but rather from that of Hatake Kakashi's father. I eagerly anticipate your reflections." Observing the pensive Hatake Tsukumo, Aizen nodded with a smile. The atmosphere of war among the 5 great nations grew increasingly palpable. Merchants began to feel the impact, and even Konoha's commercial flow began to stagnate. Despite being the most powerful of the 5 nations, Konoha still relied on relatively primitive commerce. Once circulation was obstructed, severe price surges often ensued. However, this momentum was curtailed by Aizen Sasuke, who had foreseen it. After expounding on the relationship between commerce and confidence to the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, Aizen acquired temporary command over a portion of the Umbu and Root, taking stern measures against unscrupulous merchants. Naturally, it was to be expected that many merchants had influential clans backing them. Although Aizen advocated for equal treatment, such proclamations were ultimately mere words. Many clans depended on these merchants for their survival. How could they possibly allow their operations to be dismantled? The recent minor upheaval has quietly subsided. Although prices remain at a rather lofty level, they are still deemed acceptable by the populace. The clan ninjas have begun to form the nascent stages of a commercial alliance, calling upon friends to engage in rudimentary pricing practices. Meanwhile, the third Hokage has exercised his authority to maintain the unity of Konoha, ensuring that the will of fire burns ever more brightly. Regardless of perspective, it is a situation where all parties find satisfaction. Of course, the nearly tripled prices are still within a tolerable range. For those lamenting the exorbitance, there exists a charitable institution run by Aizen, where one can learn, work, and dine, ensuring that hunger is not a concern. During this period of soaring prices, ordinary citizens typically tighten their spending, while only a few precarious ninjas indulge in revelry at taverns. Yet, amidst this clamor, 3 young men clad in haori sit in a corner. Such scenes are not uncommon in Konoha, as the preferences of the upper echelons often influence the lower strata. Aizen's dignified appearance in haori has become a model for many. Not only ninjas, but also passers-by and children take delight in donning white haori as they stroll through the streets. After all, when worn over a black inner lining, it indeed exudes charm and style. Although they wield long swords, which do not quite align with the traditional ninja aesthetic, many are not concerned with the combat prowess of the wearer, but rather with how stylishly they can dress. However, the haori worn by these 3 individuals differs from that of the average person. The numbers 2, 6, and 11 are emblazoned on their backs. The crimson spider lily, Uchiha, and short sword, 3 distinct insignias, adorn their garments. The patrons in the establishment remain blissfully unaware of the trio's presence, engrossed in their own merriment outside, drinking and playing games with raucous abandon. Were it not for the occasional waiter delivering dishes to their table, one might even assume the trio's existence to be an illusion. Yet, even so, no one perceives the peculiarity of the situation, whether it be the vigilant ninjas or the serving staff. The 3 figures in haori blend seamlessly into the background, appearing as ordinary travelers gazing out the window, contemplating the terror of a certain individual. Soul transfer, simulated cognition. Even if we were to appear directly, recognition would remain elusive. Aizen's techniques are indeed formidable. The man bearing the Uchiha fan emblem and the one with long, moon-white hair exchanged glances, their expressions far from pleasant. In truth, Aizen possesses no hidden lair. His research facilities are conspicuously located within the shadow of Konoha, with personnel free to come and go, provided they do not harm the village's structures or inhabitants. Initially, many believed Aizen's arrogance had spiraled into madness, fearing that stepping outside would incite cries of monsters resurrected, leading to a throng of jonin and the Hokage arriving to subdue them and extract Aizen's whereabouts. However, in retrospect, it seems they had overestimated the situation. Even clad in a striking haori, with an appearance that is undeniably vivid, the truth remains that recognition eludes them. They simply cannot identify him. Coupled with their possession of the so-called soul transference bodies, capable of bearing souls and even tasting food and drink, they have cultivated a profound sense of reverence for Aizen's existence. This situation resembles a horror film, as lurking behind the facade of ordinary life in Konoha lies a shadowy realm. Those who brush past them unnoticed may well be individuals resurrected from death many years prior. Yet, it is precisely this reality that allows them to observe Konoha from myriad perspectives anew. Shikamaru, do you have any thoughts? I noticed you were just indulging in food and drink. Don't you have any particular insights? Observing the silent figure seated across from them, savoring his meal and sipping his drink, his companions inquired with curiosity. Aizen surely does not concern himself with our thoughts or actions, yet we cannot afford to relent. For the future of Konoha and everyone, do you harbor any special reflections? Nothing much. I was merely pondering whether Aizen is truly a villain. The middle-aged man, who bore a look of despondency, caused both Kato and Uchiha Kagami to pause in bewilderment. What on earth? They were baffled by his musings. Is it not evident that Aizen is a villain? He has manipulated others to infiltrate Konoha, wielding his influence to weaken the clans and subtly directing the course of the entire village. Who, if not a villain, would engage in such actions? However, faced with the perplexed expressions of his 2 companions, Shikamaru slowly shook his head. He did not conduct inhumane experiments on ninjas, nor did he desecrate the corpses that lay buried. Rather, it is we within Konoha who frequently engage in such acts. Moreover, in regard to our resurrection, he has not exerted much control over us after coercion and temptation. In fact, he has been quite generous, providing us with money and goods, claiming it to be a disturbance to the deceased. Yet, I believe that my resurrection is a blessing. I had anticipated that after my demise, Kakashi and the villagers would become more forgiving and unite more closely. However, the bond that ties them is not rooted in my death. My passing has become a mere jest. The true unifier is Aizen, whom we have always scorned. Thus, I find myself questioning, is he truly a villain? Gazing out at the sparse crowd, Shikamaru's expression turned somber. For a ninja, eliminating an enemy requires no justification. Anyone can take that step. However, discerning who qualifies as an enemy demands a rationale that can persuade both oneself and others. The other two possessed this rationale. Aizen Sosuke, from the Uchiha perspective, is indeed an adversary. His plans and strategies progressively constrict the survival space of the Uchiha clan, aiming to interchange the clan's ninjas with those of the ordinary populace, ultimately seeking their amalgamation, an affront to their interests. From Kato's viewpoint, Aizen is equally an enemy. He is a member of the Konoha direct faction, the boyfriend of Tsunade Senju, and occupies an authoritative position within the administrative framework of Konoha. He harbors profound discontent towards Aizen's audacious attempts at reform, perceiving them as a deviation from ancestral practices, and more importantly, as a potential threat to both Tsunade and his own interests. However, from the perspective of Shikamaru Nara, is Aizen truly an adversary? His own son has taken a powerful and influential figure as a surrogate father, generously sharing various secret techniques and methods, while the conditions for ordinary ninjas have significantly improved, and the spread of gossip has diminished considerably. Though it is true that Aizen Sosuke is seen as a disruptor by the clan ninjas and the entrenched internal factions of Konoha, Shikamaru finds himself astonished to realize that he cannot pinpoint any true fault in Aizen's actions, save for his sharp tongue and sarcastic demeanor. Dan Kato and Itachi Uchiha observe the aging man before them, opening their mouths but uncertain of what to say. The death of Shikamaru Nara can be described as both bizarre and tragic, seemingly a calculated move by Konoha's upper echelons to suppress truly ordinary ninjas. Konoha, which has always revered the will of fire and the spirit of teamwork, even deeming medical ninjas essential, would resort to inciting public outrage over someone abandoning a mission to choose companionship, driving them to suicide. This is a matter that speaks for itself. Although it may not lead to a total collapse of Konoha's values, it is evident that conversations have become fraught with caution, and exchanges no longer embody the same spirit of mutual understanding. The trend of familial integration has also begun to stagnate. Itachi Uchiha feels this shift most acutely. He was 25 when he fell in battle, alongside the second Hokage, sacrificing himself for Konoha. Back then, the Uchiha clan, even without vocalizing their grievances, contributed significantly, albeit with some reluctance. But what of the present? Now that he controls the Konoha police force, Itachi has begun to demand greater benefits and territory, clearly expressing distrust towards the Hokage and Konoha itself. The seemingly resolution-inducing death of Konoha's White Fang has instead exacerbated numerous underlying issues within the village, tarnishing his legacy in the eyes of many. No one appreciates a person who disrupts their own good fortune, regardless of how tragic they may appear or the contributions they might claim to have made. Their own interests have been undeniably compromised. Who else could they blame if not him? Why not simply resign in defeat? Faced with the placid countenance of the 11th Division captain, Kato and Itachi exchanged glances, realizing they could find no justification for their sentiments. It was Shikamaru who waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. Let us speak of other matters. What are your thoughts on the long-term mission Aizen mentioned? What long-term mission? It pertains to the mission where we observed someone covertly investigating Konoha and surveying the Uchiha ancestral grounds, with the hope that we might trace the source. I shall undertake this investigation. Indeed, after sipping a small drink, Kakashi Hatake regarded Uchiha Kagami, whose demeanor had suddenly become serious, and a subtle smile graced his features. In truth, concerning the Siriidii, the jurisdiction of individuals such as them, Aizen's presence cannot be said to be omnipresent. Rather, it can be described as marginally beneficial. Aizen himself seems more engrossed in the role of a Konoha advisor, bustling about the village, while imposing little oversight on these individuals. Aside from occasionally assigning them minor tasks in the black market to supplement their income, there is seldom any compulsory obligation placed upon them. Moreover, those who have truly awakened are not limited to the three of them. Some have chosen to return to eternal slumber, while others have attempted to flee. Yet, Aizen has never cared much for such matters. In fact, to a certain extent, he appears to relish the situation. It is akin to placing a few catfish into a stagnant barrel of water. Those who escape will bring with them a modicum of skill, introducing greater surprises to this world. The talents and ideas of a single individual are invariably limited. Thus, what if more individuals possessed greater power to collectively advance? Thus, within this framework of thought, Aizen exhibits remarkable tolerance. The tasks merely hang there. Should anyone wish to undertake them, they may simply take them down and proceed. Uchiha Kageme's actions are primarily motivated by a desire to demonstrate his resolve against Aizen Sosuke. One must possess some sense of ritual. Without such a sense, life often feels less meaningful than that of a mere pest. However, for Kakashi Hatake, this sense of ritual is rather nuanced. Observing the seemingly serious Uchiha Kagami, he often feels an odd sensation. His education is not particularly advanced, aligning more closely with the average ninja's level. Contemplating the choice to confront rumors, he finds himself at a loss, unable to articulate his opinions regarding the two captains. Yet, witnessing Kagami's anxious demeanor upon learning of the surveillance over his ancestral grounds, juxtaposed with their apparent disregard for the current changes in Konoha, along with a facade of friendliness towards ordinary ninjas that belies a lack of genuine concern, leaves Kakashi with a feeling akin to a thorn in his throat. There seems to be a word that could encapsulate this sentiment. Yet his limited education prevents him from expressing it. He can only continue to observe the evidently irate Uchiha Kagami with a sense of unease. A white puppet? Is not such surveillance a form of humanity? As he listened to the intelligence provided by Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami's expression grew increasingly somber. A group of unidentified individuals had infiltrated the vicinity of Konoha, even monitoring the Uchiha ancestral grounds and various outposts around Konoha. Such occurrences are intolerable for Kagami, who holds a profound love for his village and clan. If it were spies from other great nations, it would be another matter, as they are already known entities. However, these unknown watchers have transcended the current surveillance system of Konoha, representing a presence akin to their own. This news is undeniably chilling. The existence of a shadowy force akin to theirs within the shinobi world raises grave concerns. Can this realm ever find solace? The fact that such an entity existed even before Aizen is perplexing. Kato Dan, standing nearby, wore a visage of trepidation. As the captain of the Covert Operations and Execution Unit, it was his first encounter with such an oddity surveilling Konoha. Yet, for Hatake Tsukumo, this revelation was of little consequence. As a member of the combat unit, he found it difficult to engage with the likes of the Uchiha nobility or Kato Dan's esteemed clan. His awareness of this intelligence likely stemmed from the fact that the other two hardly glanced at the bulletin board, whereas he, being from a combat division, occasionally indulged in such matters. Aizen had indeed made such claims, but he would not take matters into his own hands. As he savored a morsel, Hatake Tsukumo murmured, "However, in contrast to past powers, I place greater significance on future possibilities, which is why I refrain from personal investigation. Let us pursue the origins of these entities." He remarked how adept Aizen was at commanding others. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve to enlist them? Surely, it was not merely for their pleasing appearances. "Tsukumo-kun, is your recent commentary rather acerbic?" "Perhaps it is," he conceded. "Yet, from our vantage point, it seems we are privy to a broader spectrum of experiences." With a short sword hanging at his waist, he gazed out at the clear sky, gently closing his eyes. "I would suggest that you both refrain from being ensconced in your own worlds. Looking outward may yield a different perspective. Konoha is indeed flourishing, but is such prosperity, built upon falsehoods and fear, truly justifiable? If deception and terror can engender stability and prosperity, what then is the error in that?" Hatake Tsukumo observed his two comrades, raising his glass in a low voice. Unlike his companions, who were unencumbered by children or families, he was a father. Prior to contemplating suicide, he believed his death would afford Kakashi a semblance of stability. However, he now viewed such an act as a manifestation of cowardice. If given a choice, he would prefer a world of peace and harmony, devoid of unforeseen calamities that might inflict pain upon Kakashi. As a father and a commoner, his aspirations diverged significantly from those of Uchiha Kagami, who championed clan loyalty to Konoha, or Kato Dan, the son-in-law of the Senju clan. They prioritized the preservation of Konoha's upper echelons, while Tsukumo's sole desire was for his child and the denizens of Konoha to find security. What everyone truly sought was merely a life of stability and contentment. Konoha, too, harbored its own roots and shadowy operatives. Torture and intrigue abounded, and he was no exception. So why could Aizen not be afforded the same scrutiny as others? Because Aizen is a villain. We do not even know his true intentions. Kato Dan regarded the somewhat despondent man before him and earnestly implored, Sakomo-kun, I understand that the current issues plaguing Konoha are causing turmoil within your thoughts. But we must not allow disarray to infiltrate our ranks. We cannot permit fissures to emerge within our unity. However, he is the acting advisor of Konoha, and undoubtedly will be the advisor in 3 years. But what does that imply? Aren't ninjas meant to obey orders? Taking a sip of his drink, the middle-aged man sighed as he gazed at his 2 unmarried comrades. For details regarding the relationship between Shursui and Kagami, please refer to the author's notes below. Logically and emotionally, if we were indeed ninjas of Konoha, we ought to heed his commands. Yet we are not. Only we are privy to the truth. Thus, from a certain perspective, aren't we the true renegades? Opposing the advisor's covert protection of Konoha and undermining the village's unity? When one truly contemplates the situation, if he claims to act solely for Konoha, then perhaps it is we who are betraying the village. This topic left Kato and Uchiha Kagami momentarily speechless. Having always identified with the prestigious clan of Konoha and gradually assimilating into the upper echelons, they found it challenging to grasp such a notion. The rules they contemplated regarding the village were entirely different from those held by Sakomo Hatake. This theoretical discourse, articulated by someone from the lower ranks, left the 2 higher-ranking ninjas in a state of bewilderment. They sought counter-arguments, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, the acting advisor of Konoha possesses the authority to assemble certain secret squads. Moreover, prior to summoning them, Aizen had already been granted the privilege to recruit some allies, albeit without making it overtly public. Yet, the funding and information were tacitly approved by the upper echelons of Konoha. From a particular standpoint, as long as Aizen does not betray, he remains one of Konoha's own. And since he is a person of authority within Konoha, what, then, is inherently wrong with his actions? This conceptual upheaval rendered the 2 men mute. Outside, the sounds of drinking and games grew increasingly boisterous, while the 3 individuals in the room began to reflect on their positions and the thoughts they ought to entertain. Just as the 3 captains became mired in existential contemplation, within the office of the 3rd Hokage, a young man with golden hair, reminiscent of the sun, smiled warmly at the figure standing before him. Aizen Sosuke, Minato Namikaze, a jonin, had just returned to the village after completing a mission. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he could swiftly extricate you from danger and deal with adversaries. Additionally, he is the individual I intend to assign to you for research on space-time ninjutsu. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult him. The 3rd Hokage, wearing a conical hat, regarded the 2 standing before him with a hint of surprise. I just recalled, you 2 are clearly the sun and moon of Konoha. Yet it appears you have never met, have you? You jest. I do not require such extravagant titles, Aizen replied with a smile, adjusting his glasses as he turned to face the equally genial Minato Namikaze. And, it seems we meet again, Minato. It has been several years, hasn't it? Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to you as Watergate. We need not stand on ceremony between us, Sosuke. When did you 2 become acquainted? As he observed the 2 individuals exchanging knowing smiles, the 3rd Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. In response to the 3rd Hokage's bemusement, Aizen offered a gentle explanation. In truth, we had known each other long before this moment, esteemed 3rd Hokage. Back then, I frequently immersed myself in the library's resources in Konoha, delving into the will of fire and the tales of the ninja world, while Minato also harbored a passion for reading. Due to my slightly older age, I was able to access certain books that Minato could not, thereby broadening his perspectives. Through our interactions, we gradually became acquainted. Minato, in turn, aided me in numerous ways. However, those were distant times, and as Minato evolved into a formidable ninja, my lack of capability prevented any further encounters. I never anticipated that we would reunite in such a manner. It feels almost fated, and I am truly delighted to encounter you once more. Regarding the young man before him, whose smile radiated like the sun, Aizen adjusted his glasses with a smile. Aizen's anticipation for Konoha stemmed from the fact that it was the only place he observed that possessed a systematic educational framework and associated industries, as well as a vision for the future. Unlike other ninja villages that often acted impulsively, Konoha, despite its occasional backward steps, was still a place of planning. The first Hokage's initiatives, though perceived by later generations as bizarre and steeped in idealism, were, in Aizen's eyes, a commendable beginning. He provided opportunities for the children of ninjas to engage with education, prompting them to contemplate life and selfhood. Compared to the family education and distorted cycle of violence prevalent during the Warring States era, the current age of ninja villages has undoubtedly progressed considerably. Hidden talents that were once overlooked are beginning to emerge. Among them is Minato Namikaze, a genius Aizen had previously studied. Unlike Urahara Kisuke, whose casual endeavors could transcend eras, or the essence-seeking research of Uchiha Kagami, or even Aizen's own pursuit of transcendence into the divine realm, Minato possessed a unique adaptive approach suited to this world. His research aligned seamlessly with the needs of his time. If one were to define him, Minato is a person who could thrive in any era, radiating warmth and brilliance. Intelligent yet unassuming, resilient yet gentle. Furthermore, with one of the legendary Sannin as his guiding instructor and a close relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he navigated his way to prominence as a civilian ninja through his comprehension and insight. His actions did not evoke disdain or rejection from those entrenched in the status quo. In a certain light, compared to Aizen Sosuke's nearly unreplicable path, Minato's journey represents a genuine avenue for advancement in the eyes of others. After all, no one can guarantee that their years of good deeds and moral integrity will not offend anyone or lead to the right outcomes. Yet, Aizen accomplished this with remarkable finesse, not only winning the unwavering admiration of all, but also ensuring that his actions were just in the long run, ultimately allowing his reputation to permeate the ninja villages. Clearly, this is not something an ordinary individual could achieve. In contrast, Minato Namikaze's background seems far more credible. Emerging from the ranks of common ninja, he sought the guidance of a reputable mentor and, seizing opportunities amidst peril, achieved great feats, culminating in both beauty and renown. This trajectory evokes a sense of ascension. While people gaze at Sosuke Aizen with awe and reverence, they perceive Minato Namikaze as someone who feels approachable, as if with effort. One might aspire to reach the heights of a celebrated jonin like him. However, Aizen is acutely aware that this notion is somewhat misguided, for he recognizes that Minato, unlike himself, ascended purely through innate talent and remarkable qualities. The hierarchical structure of Konoha has yet to solidify into an unimaginable rigidity, yet it remains obstructive in many ways. There must be truly exceptional individuals integrated into Konoha's framework, and Aizen knows well that Minato is among those chosen few. Closely associated with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, possessing outstanding abilities, and enjoying considerable esteem among the populace, Minato, with notable accomplishments on the battlefield, could even rival the legendary Sannin. Should his achievements prove particularly monumental, even the Sannin may be compelled to yield. After all, as generations pass, new faces must emerge to avoid the whispers of discontent. As for Aizen, while he may appear to be an option, he is anything but. He embodies a facet of Konoha itself, representing one of its powerful incarnations, thus requiring little attention. Observing the potential future Hokage of Konoha, Aizen maintains a facade of gentle decorum, yet he senses an intriguing, almost ethereal kinship with Minato. Perhaps it is the vestiges of their childhood that instill in him an instinctual trust. Gazing at Minato's nearly identical golden hair and that sunlit smile radiating warmth, Aizen adjusts his glasses, listening alongside him to the third Hokage's incessant ramblings. This incessancy serves, on one hand, to uphold the Hokage's amiable image, yet on the other, it appears to merely showcase his authority. As a true Hokage, the third seems to relish summoning individuals for discussions, likely driven by doubts regarding his recent judgments that have potentially instigated turmoil within Konoha. However, for both Minato and Aizen, this holds little significance. Merely a few dozen minutes later, they arrive at Ichiraku Ramen. Boss, 2 bowls of Ichiraku Ramen, please. Coming right up. Minato, brimming with warmth, turns to Aizen. Brother Aizen, has it been nearly 5 years since we last met? He reflects sentimentally. Ever since I became a Chunin, it feels as though our paths have been perpetually diverging. Now that I've ascended to Jonin, our chances to meet have dwindled even further. How swiftly 5 years have passed. Indeed, it has been nearly 5 years. The once earnest child who implored me for books has now evolved into a Jonin of Konoha, recognized as the most promising ninja in the eyes of the third Hokage. Even I cannot help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Your words, in comparison, highlight how far I still have to go. How far? Observing the slightly pensive Minato Namikaze beside him, Aizen's face broke into a gentle smile. Are you striving to catch up to that so-called spicy red pepper? If you persist with such determination, you will soon find yourself standing beside her. Aizen brother, there is no need to refute anything. The entire village is well aware of the nature of your relationship. As Konoha's acting advisor, it is only natural for me to possess such knowledge. Well, the noodles have arrived, no need for further discussion. With a polite thank you to the owner of Ichiraku Ramen as he placed 2 bowls on the table, Aizen picked up his chopsticks to savor the ramen, effectively silencing Minato's impending rebuttal. Faced with Aizen's apparent disinterest in hearing explanations, Minato could only sigh, his face flushed, as he reluctantly began to eat his noodles in silence. In truth, my feelings for Kushina do not quite align with what one might assume. After a couple of bites of ramen, Minato, unable to resist, set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly. I merely find her radiant, and the villagers hold her in deep esteem. I aspire to be someone who can stand proudly by her side, that is all. Moreover, I hold her in great respect. She embodies a true independence, unlike other girls I have encountered. She seeks nothing beyond her fervent devotion to Konoha and the Hokage, much like myself. Speaking of which, you know how I was as a child, weak and unable to voice my thoughts. But Kushina is different. She is like a tempest, a beacon of light, illuminating my heart with her smile. I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish for her to continue shining. Aizen brother, could you say something? Observing Aizen's quiet consumption of ramen, Minato expressed his frustration after having shared his heartfelt thoughts. Although he had indeed articulated his feelings with passion, his brother's indifferent demeanor left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Noting Minato's seemingly dispirited expression, Aizen wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and glanced at Minato, who had yet to eat. I believe there is little to elaborate upon. After all, there is nothing more intriguing than witnessing the tangled emotions of youthful boys and girls. Is there? Aizen brother. However, before you indulge in such delightful musings, I hope you can remember one thing. Gazing at the blushing son of Konoha, Aizen gently adjusted his glasses and said, happiness is but an illusion born of capability. It is only when your abilities can fulfill your desires that you will experience true happiness. Yet, when you linger too long in this illusion, and realize your capabilities fall short of encompassing your happiness, only then will you come to know suffering. When the illusion of happiness shatters, and one is confronted with the harshness of reality, the intensity of that pain can utterly crush a person's will to survive. I do not wish for you to become such a person. To wield a sword may preclude one from embracing a loved one. Yet to lay it down is to face the brutal truth. Therefore, you must strive to become Hokage Minato. Indeed, brother Aizen. Sitting on the wooden bench, Minato Namikaze gazed at the expectant face of Sosuke Aizen and nodded earnestly. I will not forget. My dream is to become Hokage and transform this ninja world, just as I once promised. That is reassuring. Oh, by the way, what is it? Your noodles are getting soggy, and it appears that the owner of Ichiraku is rather displeased. Oh, though 5 years have passed since we last met, and I am a Jonin while Aizen is merely a Chunin, it seems I have always been at a loss when it comes to this elder brother. The reason for this is that Aizen has consistently adhered to the principle of reasoning with others, always earnestly imparting the correct truths while relishing the follies of those around him. What a despicable character he is. I'll let it go. Watching the noodles that had begun to congeal under the indifferent gaze of the Ichiraku owner, Minato could only despairingly shove the noodles into his mouth. Fortunately, Ichiraku ramen truly lives up to its reputation. Even if they are somewhat overcooked, the taste still reveals a rich and sweet flavor, reminiscent of what he just mentioned about Kushina. If one were to ask whom Minato Namikaze cherishes most in this world, he might shyly hesitate before choosing the fiery red-haired Kushina. However, if questioned about whom he respects above all, there is no doubt it would be Sosuke Aizen. In Minato's heart, there exists only one elder brother, Aizen, who once acted as a father figure, shielding him from various malevolences and providing a tranquil haven. From a young age, he spent time with Sosuke Aizen. Of course, one could say that Aizen generously protected all younger children, with Minato being merely one among them. As an upperclassman, Aizen did not wield power over the weak nor flaunt his superiority like other upperclassmen eager to boast of their prowess. He remained gentle, courteous, and persuasive, using his upbringing and wisdom to enlighten everyone around him. In the eyes of the frail Minato, who barely resembled his current self, Sosuke Aizen was a hero safeguarding all those who were bullied. Despite being older, he generously shared life lessons with younger students, teaching them to read and write, helping them realize that life encompasses more than just the existence of ninjas. The moon of Konoha, even in its infancy, cast a soft blue glow that warmed countless students on the brink of psychological turmoil from bullying. Minato even suspected that without Aizen standing steadfastly at the forefront, the entire school environment in Konoha would be far less favorable. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that this world ultimately remains harsh and unforgiving. Although Brother Aizen is regarded as a role model in the hearts of many, his actual capabilities do not permit him to rise beyond the level of a mere chunin. Despite his exceptional talent in developing abilities and creating numerous jutsu, earning accolades from all quarters, a Hokage must possess the requisite strength to lead. Thus, Brother Aizen can only serve as a modest advisor within the village. This reality leaves Minato Namikaze feeling quite out of sorts. He once vowed to himself that if he were to become Hokage, he would rectify this shortcoming and ultimately enable Brother Aizen to inherit the leadership of Konoha. While he harbors aspirations of becoming Hokage himself, Minato believes it is more prudent to place his trust in his elder brother. Just by observing the current prosperity of the village, one can ascertain that if one cannot trust Aizen, who else is worthy of trust? If he does not take up the mantle of Hokage, who else could? Minato dares not speculate on what the future may hold for him. Yet if he were to ascend to the role of Hokage, he would undoubtedly position Brother Aizen as the esteemed elder, regarding him as his true leader. Even now, when the third Hokage requests Minato to document his secret techniques and insights, treasures that could be passed down, upon hearing that they are to be entrusted to Aizen, he readily complies without hesitation. Minato-kun, in this world, do not place your complete trust in anyone. Observing Minato unreservedly transcribing his secret techniques onto a scroll before him, Aizen Sasuke felt a slight headache as he rubbed his temples. Trust and reliance are synonymous with weakness. If you aspire to become Hokage, you must relinquish the notion of needing to trust anyone, lest you be betrayed in due course. I understand, but Brother Aizen is different. Gazing at the serious expression on Aizen's face, Minato scratched his golden hair, revealing an innocent smile. After all, the very fact that Aizen would convey such sentiments demonstrates his desire for Minato to remain vigilant. Moreover, there is no compelling reason for Aizen to betray Konoha, is there? But what if I truly were to betray Konoha? In the presence of the sun-like Minato, Aizen's gaze darkened abruptly. The pursuit of a higher realm, the quest for ascension, might I not consider Konoha merely a stepping stone? Even so, would you still trust me? Huh. Brother, do you wish to become Hokage? In that case, couldn't you discuss it with Lord Third? Such matters cannot be negotiated. Why not? Most of the Jonin support you, and many of the Chunin and Jinin are your followers as well. Often, people feel that your words carry more weight than those of the Hokage. Is your vision confined solely to the Hokage? You ought to possess a more far-reaching perspective. How can a strong individual allow such admiration to blind their eyes? You must step out from my shadow and forge a path of your own brilliance. What significance does imitating me hold? What value is there in idolizing me? You are Minato Namikaze, not Aizen Sasuke. This world does not require two Aizen Sasukes, one grand and one lesser. Watching Minato, who seemed to have found a chink in Aizen's words and was reveling in his triumph, Aizen's feelings became somewhat complex. Although I have long been aware that my thoughts may not receive swift validation, I cannot help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Ultimately, only a select few can escape their confines. However, conveying this to the youth seems futile. Observing the familiar admiration in Minato's gaze, Aizen let out a quiet sigh. Minato, you are a ninja of Konoha, and one day you will undoubtedly become a person of great distinction. Such sentiments should not be expressed in the presence of others. Yes, I understand. I was merely sharing my thoughts with my brother. Never mind, let it be. Gathering certain memories from the past, Aizen glanced at the scroll provided by Minato, briefly inspecting its contents. As the two sat in Aizen's small courtyard, they began to preliminarily organize the seals and techniques related to space-time ninjutsu. Aizen soon became convinced that Minato was indeed a rare genius. The scroll contained an incredibly detailed account of space-time ninjutsu methodologies, encompassing a plethora of techniques. However, it was replete with metaphors and terminologies that only Minato could truly comprehend. Observing those dazzling names, Aizen suspected that without Minato's translations, he might not recognize any of the references at all. Under Minato's regretful gaze, Aizen calmly transformed those peculiar titles into more conventional forms. Watching Aizen diligently rewrite the scroll in the drafting room, Minato suddenly spoke softly. By the way, Aizen, do you truly not wish to become Hokage? Why would I want to become Hokage? I would much rather engage in work that aligns with my strengths, rather than squander everyone's resources. As he transcribed what could be described as forbidden secrets of the various ninja villages, Aizen adjusted his glasses and murmured, I am merely an ordinary chunin. In reality, each of you possesses the power to end my life. Compared to me, you are the ones truly facing danger. Only such individuals are fit to become Hokage. Instead of sending you to protect me, there must be better options. In theory, that may be true, but my brother, the third Hokage, is not one to worry unduly. There are already bounties on your head in the underground black market, and they have been taken up by a ninja who claims to always complete their tasks. Oh, this is quite remarkable. The conflicts among the ninja villages have even drawn the black market into the fray. The current rogue ninjas certainly have their own agendas. This is no jest, but a genuine threat. Those ninjas from the black market often have peculiar channels, so it is only right to protect you, brother. Protecting a mere chunin at the cost of numerous jonin seems imprudent. Brother. Now, Minato, returning to our previous discussion, I ask you this. If one day I were to tread a path you deemed erroneous, what would you do? The enemy's attacks may not even manifest in reality. They could very well be slanders akin to those aimed at White Fang. How would you confront me? I do not know. The inquiry regarding indigo dye seemed to carry a profound significance. After a moment of contemplation, Namikaze Minato ultimately shook his head in earnest. Yet, regardless of what my elder brother chose to pursue, I fear I shall inevitably follow in his footsteps. Indeed, for you, my elder brother, have never erred in your actions. You are, in truth, the one I hold in the highest esteem. However, should there come a day when you betray Konoha and become its adversary, I would not hesitate to take you down and inquire who compelled you to make such a choice. For the elder brother I know has always been the gentlest, possessing the utmost goodwill towards this world. Thus, I desire both Konoha and you, dear brother. And no matter what transpires or the reasons behind it, Sasuke Aizen shall forever remain my elder brother. With a serious countenance, I gazed at Aizen, seemingly attempting to distill the most sincere feelings from the kindness of the past. Without a moment's hesitation, Namikaze Minato fixed his gaze upon Sasuke Aizen, articulating his most genuine thoughts. This is the promise of Konoha's little son. Were this a typical Konoha ninja, they would likely be overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. Even the third Hokage would commend this act, deeming it a testament to great friendship and the will of fire. Yet, it remains the furthest from the answer Aizen seeks. To have never committed a wrongdoing does not inherently imply that all actions taken are just. The words of others do not necessarily reflect the truth of a situation. What one perceives is not always meant to be accepted or understood by others. This is a grave misconception. Even mutual understanding can lead to rightful enmity. That is the essence of reality. Do not forget the answer you possess now. As a ninja of Konoha, you have proven your worth. Observing Minato, who appeared to feel as if he had just passed a political examination, a smile graced his face. Aizen adjusted his glasses, his tone gentle. Minato, scratching his head with an endearing smile, was interrupted by a white-haired youth who leaped over the wall, locking eyes with the smiling Namikaze Minato in the writing room. An inexplicable sensation suddenly surged within their minds. Is this Kakashi Hatake, Aizen's adopted son? Is this the Namikaze Minato, who considers himself to be the younger brother of Sasuke Aizen? As they exchanged glances, both felt an odd sensation bubbling within, as if they were confronted by someone they held in contempt, suddenly perceiving the other as somewhat bothersome. With the passage of time, a month slipped by quietly. The five great nations cannot be said to be merely lying in wait. One might assert that they are secretly engaged in warfare. Aside from the large-scale ninja wars, nearly every tactic and stratagem has been employed. Assassinations, poisonings, thefts, diplomacy, politics, various actions, both ethical and unethical, aimed at weakening the enemy while strengthening oneself, have unfolded in succession. At times, in response to the ninjas of the Sand Village, some would recklessly venture to the water source of the Leaf Village to carry out suicidal assaults. The water ninjas of Konoha were hastily summoned to fill specially prepared water basins to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Meanwhile, The atmosphere along the borders with the Cloud and Earth villages was tumultuous, akin to the sound of firecrackers, as various ninjas clashed in the darkness, striving to annihilate one another completely. However, with the widespread adoption of the bloodline of silence, the emergence of invulnerable combatants in these small-scale skirmishes became a source of considerable vexation. Aside from the occasional upper-ranked ninja capable of breaching defenses and delivering fatal blows, the pale blue veins became a nightmare for the ninjas within the borders. Ironically, the effectiveness of this technique brought the Rock and Cloud villages closer together, leading to the spontaneous formation of certain defensive alliances among ninjas. Reports indicated signs of collaboration between the Rock and Cloud villages, which left the third Hokage in a state of great concern. The Cloud and Rock villages, both formidable powers, were initially thought to be disrupted by the emergence of the bloodline of silence, yet its remarkable efficacy led the enemy to recognize its threat and unite against it. This escalated the pressure on the border defenses, seemingly reverting the situation to its original state. The Sand and Rock ninjas confronted Konoha in the Land of Rain, while the Cloud and Rock ninjas exchanged glances, employing small infiltration units to undermine Konoha, leaving its ninjas weary and beleaguered. Moreover, the third Hokage was far more concerned about the internal scrutiny within Konoha, which had become utterly perplexing, with no leads on the peculiar ninjas clad in coats, seemingly emerging from thin air. The extensive search operations, to some extent, revealed the unsettling instability within Konoha. The demands placed upon Aizen were understandable. Given his role as Konoha's acting advisor, under the third Hokage's orders, he could only wear a strained expression and plead for concessions, preserving a semblance of dignity for all involved. However, Danzo and the other two advisors were not as lenient. As the scrutiny intensified, various grievances within the village erupted, creating chaotic scenes. Yet, the core principle held by the third Hokage and Danzo was that external threats must be addressed only after internal stability was assured. Konoha must remain unrivaled, with internal enemies deemed the most pressing concern. They would rather summon a high-ranking ninja like Minato for investigation than risk any significant issues undermining the purity of Konoha's internal affairs. Although problems were glaringly evident, they felt compelled to act decisively. Given the turmoil caused, it was unrealistic to expect a sudden withdrawal from action due to its magnitude. In contrast to the unity of the Rock and Cloud villages, the fragmentation within Konoha was hardly news to other nations. Yet, as the third Hokage firmly believed, they were the foremost ninja village in the world, the preeminent power. Even if internal divisions reached a point of near conflict, they would not be swayed by external infiltrations or engagements. I have no interest in your trivial matters. It would be better to seize them directly. Yet, amidst this chaotic moment, a glimmer of hope has finally emerged. In October, as the weather began to cool and everyone started preparing for winter supplies, a civil war erupted within the Sand Village. A civil war in the Sand Village? How intriguing. Upon reading the words in the documents, the third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, only to find himself met with the peculiar gazes of numerous advisors and jonin. He cleared his throat and returned to his seat. Behind the third Hokage sat two major advisors, Toryun and Mito, who had gradually been rendered powerless, their expressions exceedingly awkward. In the corner of the conference room, the cold and indifferent Shimura Danzo leaned against the wall, wrapped in bandages. As the acting advisor of Konoha, Sosuke Aizen did not overstep by taking a high position behind the Hokage. Instead, he occupied a slightly lower position to the left of the third Hokage, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the information above. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze stood beside Aizen like a vigilant guardian, his watchful gaze scanning for any signs of unexpected occurrences. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, convening a meeting after a period of time had become an instinct ingrained in his very DNA. Especially as reports of the chaos surrounding the cloaked ninjas reached him, he increasingly favored this method of mobilizing various ninjas to reaffirm his authority. Only when the ninjas took action could they truly recognize the Hokage's supremacy. The political thinking of the third Hokage remained unwaveringly authoritarian, though his actions appeared weak. Focusing on internal stability before external conflict, he excelled in establishing his prestige. Today, as usual, he summoned the jonin and advisors of Konoha to display his power. However, at that moment, a ninja from the intelligence department delivered news that had been confirmed multiple times, even surpassing what could be considered newsworthy. The Sand Village had descended into madness following the disappearance of the Kazekage. Although Konoha bore significant suspicion, it had acknowledged its role in the death of White Fang and even offered an apology. What more could be expected? Was it truly intended to fire the first shot in advance? Konoha remained on high alert, for if anyone were to strike first, a thunderous counterattack would surely follow. Even if several great nations sought to unite and eliminate Konoha, who could guarantee that no issues would arise? What if Konoha unveiled a formidable force and annihilated them all? The Age of the God of Ninjas was a mere legend for Konoha, yet it represented a tangible calamity for other ninja villages. Thus, the Sand Village simmered with frustration. The conflict between the rational faction and the younger generation had accumulated over time, ultimately erupting into a bloody incident. The brutal civil war began between the younger and the conservative factions within the Sand Village, though it did not reach the level of madness. Reports from the front lines of the Land of Rain, asked not why the Land of Rain had become the front line for Konoha, indicated that even several key figures in the Sand Village's fortresses began to retreat, leaving behind considerable strategic gaps. The information from Awagakure is far more comprehensive than that from Konohagakure. In contrast to the resilient nature of Konoha, the likes of Sunagakure appear rather feeble and vulnerable. Awagakure is poised to exploit this weakness, ready to strike when the opportunity arises. By the time the news reaches the front lines, it is anticipated that Awagakure may have already secured the territory and buffer zones between Sunagakure and Awagakure. The Third Great Ninja War seems imminent. Should Awagakure initiate a full-scale invasion of Sunagakure, Konoha would undoubtedly take action. The formation of a superpower, amalgamating the lands and resources of two great nations, is a prospect that Konoha simply cannot abide, regardless of the strength of the Land of Fire. However, this assumes that such an invasion is indeed feasible. The strategic stance of the Land of Fire has long been one of dominance, having been the preeminent power since the dawn of the Shinobi era. Would Kumogakure and Kirigakure stand idly by while another superpower emerges? Even covert interference would not be beyond their consideration, as no nation wishes to witness such a development. In this regard, the interests of the great nations align perfectly. It is quite unexpected that the first turmoil would arise from Sunagakure. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, gazed contentedly at the documents before him, then placed them on the table for other shinobi to peruse. Although he has begun to focus more on nurturing the next generation and solidifying his own authority, the third Hokage's current strategies remain remarkably lucid. Considering the precarious situation of Sunagakure and the likelihood of Awagakure's impending assault, he swiftly devised a plan to temporarily divert the flames of war away from Konoha. The proposal involved abandoning the defense line in the Land of Rain, recalling the legendary Sannin to be stationed within Konoha, and spreading rumors that internal power struggles had reached a critical point. This way, the Awagakure could launch an attack on Sunagakure without worry. Regardless of whether Kumogakure and Kirigakure would intervene, conflict would undoubtedly erupt between Sunagakure and Awagakure, granting Konoha a precious respite to recuperate. During this interval, Konoha might once again achieve a technological leap, fully integrating the silent blood technique to maintain its tactical and battlefield advantages. Observing the admiration in the eyes of his fellow shinobi, the third Hokage finally exhaled in relief. Even with his esteemed reputation, the prolonged machinations of Shimura Danzo posed certain political risks. Thus, he must present himself as more authoritative and persuasive. This seemingly flawless plan is, in essence, a grand stratagem that no major nation could refuse. Konoha would secure the time it so desperately desires, allowing both its children and technology to flourish at an accelerated pace. More importantly, it would finally unearth the stubborn pests lurking within its own ranks. As the witness to this unfolding narrative, he relies on his three most trusted disciples, Jiraiya, Tsunade Senju, and Orochimaru, who are sufficiently capable of stabilizing Konoha's current political climate and improving the overall environment. Truly, he muses, I am a political genius. Casting a glance at the third Hokage, who sat in the foremost position with a countenance suffused with concealed delight, and then surveying the expressions of the various high-ranking shinobi, who were all somewhat elated as they perused the circulated documents, Aizen Sasuke recorded the proceedings of the meeting with an unruffled demeanor. Within him, there resided not a ripple of disturbance, while the rotating shinobi bore expressions tinged with trepidation. They were acutely aware of the most critical, even fatal, flaw within this seemingly flawless plan. Yet, gazing upon the beaming visage of the third Hokage and the elder Danzo, who sat nearby, holding his breath yet occasionally opening his eyes to survey the surroundings. It became evident to all that voicing their concerns could very well lead to being unjustly branded and subsequently silenced. It was true that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a patron of Shimura Danzo, yet Danzo was equally an unwavering automaton for Hiruzen. Should the latter resolve to undertake any action, Danzo would execute it without a semblance of hesitation or consideration. Now that the third Hokage had issued his command, Danzo naturally offered his unwavering support. As for the rationality of this command, it was initially intended to serve as a check on the Hokage's authority, and the individuals meant to confine judgments to the most reliable realm were none other than Tsunade and Mito Kamen. They were often derisively referred to as the paper dolls. As for Aizen, he was merely an assistant to the elders, lacking the requisite strength to challenge authority. Even if he discerned the significant flaws embedded within the command, he could only furrow his brow and remain silent, ultimately exhaling a sigh as though to convince himself of the necessity of compliance. The atmosphere among the elite shinobi of Konoha was fraught with unspoken tension, their expressions shifting subtly as they dared not voice their thoughts, ultimately dispersing amidst an overly optimistic ambience. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, brimming with satisfaction, relayed the news to the command center on the Western Front in the Land of Rain. The three legendary ninjas were rendered utterly astounded upon receiving this command. The order to temporarily abandon the Western Front in the Land of Rain, to retreat entirely to Konoha for defensive measures, relinquishing the battle space to the Sand and Rock Ninja, was utterly bewildering. Was the third Hokage in his right mind? Observing the scroll, which bore no signs of forgery, and recognizing the familiar faces of the ANBU who delivered it, all wearing expressions of distress, the legendary trio regarded the diminutive scroll with a sense of gravity, feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. To forfeit years of strategic positioning in the Land of Rain based solely on a single piece of intelligence and the potential shifts in the enemy's actions was a staggering decision. They exchanged glances, each exhaling a resigned sigh. Something was bound to go awry. In response to Jiraiya's lament, Tsunade regarded the command with a serious nod. Having confirmed through various means that this indeed was a direct order from the third Hokage, they found themselves powerless, regardless of their dissatisfaction. For within the educational framework of Konoha's shinobi, the Hokage's command was absolute. If the Hokage commanded one to face death, then one must comply. Likewise, if the Hokage ordered a retreat, one was obliged to withdraw. Although the third Hokage was quite pleased to document his grand strategy, showcasing what he perceived as political acumen, the three legendary ninjas, who had experienced the battlefield firsthand, understood that this was utterly nonsensical. To relinquish tangible benefits for a potentiality that did not yet exist was an act devoid of reason. Placing all hope in the folly of the enemy and the so-called invisible understanding, the teacher truly shows signs of age. His demeanor grows increasingly somber, and like a serpent, Orochimaru flicks his tongue as he gazes at the confidently inscribed words on the scroll, shaking his head in disappointment. The teacher's attempt to interpret the Rock Ninja through the lens of Konoha's conventions is misguided. The Rock Ninja are acutely aware that they cannot unilaterally annex the Sand Ninja. After enduring the prolonged Ninja World War, all factions are well acquainted with one another. Moreover, the defense line in the Land of Rain is vital to us. How could we consider relinquishing it? Yet, to refuse the command would mean abandoning the mission, a burden none of US 3 can bear. The old man holds this plan in high regard. With a huff of indignation, Tsunade gazes at the scroll in her hands. The old fool has never been on the front lines and remains oblivious to the strategic positioning of the Rock and Sand Ninja. Although there are certain leniencies or vulnerabilities in the defense line due to Hanzo, such gaps do not equate to abandoning the arrangements within the Land of Rain. As the crucial battleground for the three great nations, even if the Rain Ninja and Hanzo could be considered akin to a sixth great ninja village, they cannot escape their role as a battlefield. This understanding is a tacit agreement among the three nations. While it is true that the Sand Ninja may have encountered issues, ceding some frontline positions for the Rock Ninja to overtake, a moment's reflection reveals that such unforeseen events could not possibly assemble a genuine ninja army for a strategic assault. By the time they are ready, the Cloud Ninja would already be poised for action. The Rock Ninja cannot simultaneously attack the Sand Ninja while fending off the Cloud Ninja's opportunistic strikes. Even Konoha's retreat would not permit such a luxury. Only Konoha possesses the ability and confidence to accomplish this feat. Thus, the strategic definition of the rock ninja has never been one of annexing the sand ninja. They harbor no true strategic ambitions towards them. Setting aside the improbability of the rock ninja mustering enough forces to completely occupy the sand ninja without inciting chaos. From a purely strength perspective, their internal strife remains, and the sand ninja are far from extinguished, with Shikaku still in existence. Furthermore, the sand ninja excel in puppet manipulation and poison. A single puppeteer can constitute a three-man team, although their strength may be somewhat lacking. From the perspective of guerrilla warfare on their homeland, none are better suited than the sand ninja, who specialize in toxins and can mobilize individual warriors. It would be madness for the rock ninja to attempt to annex such a volatile entity. Even if the rock ninja were driven to madness and sought to consume Konoha, they could not entertain the idea of swallowing the sand ninja. At most, they would position their forces at the gates, coercing the sand ninja to fortify the rain defense line while reaping some benefits. It is indeed true that the sand ninja are the weakest. Yet the rock ninja are not in a much better position. With the cloud ninja lurking nearby, how could there be any opportunity? Whether Konoha decides to abandon the front line or not, the outcome remains unchanged. However, should they choose to relinquish the line now, it may provide the rock and sand ninja with a legitimate reason for an alliance. If they were to establish contact with the cloud ninja at this juncture and coordinate with the mist ninja, the situation for Konoha would be far from optimistic. Constructing a defensive line is a relatively simple task. However, extending that line proves to be an arduous endeavor. Yet, their realization of this predicament bears little consequence. Numerous seasoned jonin have acknowledged this issue, yet they find themselves powerless to voice their concerns. The Hokage's authority is absolute, and within any ninja village, the commands of the Kage are unquestionable. Their deliberations are confined solely to contemplating subsequent matters, devoid of any authority to enact change. What is to be done? Must they truly comply with orders and retreat along the designated path? Jiraiya, observing the grim expressions of his two companions before the sand table, spoke in hushed tones. The last encounter with those enigmatic figures left us with numerous positions and supply caches of the sand and rock ninja. We have secured significant strategic advantages. Are we truly to relinquish them now? It seems we must momentarily concede. The urgency of our teacher's orders cannot be overstated. He is eager to witness the clash of the rock and sand ninja while the cloud ninja mobilize, allowing Konoha to reap the rewards. However, is it wise to forsake such a fortuitous opportunity? In response to Orochimaru's somewhat sinister remarks, Tsunade's gaze bore into the battle lines etched upon the landscape, her heart heavy with indignation. These strategic strongholds were acquired at the cost of the lives and resources of Konoha's shinobi, and now they are to be surrendered without explanation. The situation on the Western Front is dire enough. What of the Eastern Front? Confronted by the forces of the Takigakure and the Land of Water, even the most seasoned jonin have been summoned back to Konoha for what has been termed inspection and rest. Even Minato Namikaze, a jonin of great renown, has been unceremoniously recalled. From any angle, the third Hokage appears to harbor unwavering confidence in this decision and its implications. Perhaps the rock ninja have offered him some form of assurance, or perhaps it is simply a manifestation of his belief in Konoha's supremacy as the world's foremost ninja village, leading him to address the situation with an air of superiority. Yet, such arrogance often serves as the harbinger of downfall. At present, Konoha remains a far cry from the brink of annihilation, yet the three legendary shinobi sense an unsettling fragility within their convictions. The will of fire. The future of Konoha. They have indeed strived valiantly upon the battlefield, yet the outcomes have not reflected their efforts. Dispatch the orders. Instruct all shinobi to recover and seal their personal belongings and supplies, then fully retreat to the interior lines of the Land of Fire for redeployment and readiness. Jiraiya gazed at the confident script upon the scroll, letting out a reluctant sigh as he addressed the messenger shinobi in a low voice. Convey that this is the Hokage's command. The front line in the Land of Rain is to be entirely abandoned, leaving only a few outposts, after which we shall retreat to the Land of Fire. We have been away for far too long. It is time to return home. As he watched the messenger shinobi's bewildered expression, Jiraiya sighed once more, sinking into a chair while cradling his forehead. Tsunade, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed at the marked sand table, gritting her teeth in frustration before storming out of the tent in a fit of rage. Orochimaru exhibited no particular emotional display. Instead, he quietly gazed upon the scroll above, contemplating the visage of the man he once held in the highest regard, now entering middle age and gradually succumbing to the ravages of time. The scroll served as a testament, chronicling how a once great ninja succumbed to the wear of the years. The concentration of power within himself rendered the advisory system virtually obsolete, suggesting that with the passage of time, one's appearance inevitably transforms in such a manner. Thus, I yearn for eternal life. I wish to shield myself from the specters of death and suffering. Reflecting on the lifeless form of Kato Dan and envisioning Senju Rope Tree, hollowed out like a desiccated corpse, Orochimaru shut his eyes, resolutely reaffirming his determination. It was time to align himself with those individuals. This directive not only stirred considerable unrest among the elite shinobi of Konoha, but also reverberated throughout the inner sanctum of the Soul Society. Although the organization he had created could be described as entirely unstructured, its members were predominantly from Konoha and retained a connection to it. Following the emergence of this news, the Soul Society fractured into two factions. One faction, perceiving the urgency of the situation, advocated for the assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen, believing that by elevating Aizen to the position of Hokage, they could usher Konoha into a new era of prosperity. Despite the size of this faction, Aizen himself dismissed the notion of directly managing Konoha, leaving their ambitions unfulfilled. Conversely, the other faction harbored a sense of misplaced hope, convinced that as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen must possess profound intentions behind his actions. Though he had not stepped onto the battlefield since returning from the sacrifice of the second Hokage, relying solely on his prowess in training to boast of mastery over 5 elemental jutsu, he remained, after all, the Hokage. The notion of a ninja slaughtering a Hokage was deemed utterly reprehensible. Nonetheless, this sentiment was largely held by the younger generation, who had not experienced the Second Great Ninja War. Aizen's followers could not be described as particularly talented, but rather as a diverse assembly with varying perspectives and rationales. Yet, all of this was suppressed by Aizen, whose intentions remained inscrutable. Currently, no one could fathom his thoughts. They lingered in the shadow of Konoha, watching events unfold with soft sighs of resignation. The third Hokage's actions constituted a perilous political gamble. Within the courtyard bestowed upon Aizen by the third Hokage, Kato Dan, clad in the uniform of the 2nd Division's captain, and Uchiha Shikamaru, dressed as the captain of the 11th Division's combat unit, stood beside a fish pond. Both men held small bowls brimming with medicinal food, occasionally tossing a morsel into the flowing water beneath the corridor, watching as the koi surged forward, mouths agape, devouring the offerings. These koi were robust and seemingly in perfect health, yet they relentlessly competed to consume the feed, subduing their companions in hopes of monopolizing the bounty. If even animals are driven by instinctual competition, how much more so are humans, who are compelled to act for their own interests? As Kato Dan poured the bait into the water, he cast a worried glance at the expressionless Shikamaru. You should understand, Shikamaru-kun. I am aware that you harbor some dissatisfaction due to your past, but Konoha itself is blameless. The third Hokage's recent decision is an exceedingly perilous gamble. He is wagering that the rock, sand, cloud, and mist shinobi, with no connections among them, will act according to his plan. Currently, the defenses of the land of waterfalls, the land of hot water, and the land of rain are all being pushed back, rendering decades of our efforts to naught. Can you accept that your sacrifice might be in vain, Shikamaru-kun? Despite all that has transpired, this remains our homeland. Even if we have changed, we should reach out to correct the wrongs we see. Without turning to acknowledge Kato Dan, who reasoned with both emotion and logic, Shikamaru merely gazed quietly at the koi in the pond. The tasks under Aizen's command were both effortless and forgiving. Due to the current immaturity of the technology, there were often times when their efforts were unnecessary. They merely awaited Aizen's breakthroughs. Thus, many ninjas pursued various hobbies. Some enjoyed reading and writing. Others engaged in chess to cultivate their spirits. Kato Dan preferred reading, while Shikamaru's interests seemed rather peculiar. He delighted in observation, whether of animals or people, sitting in a hotel and watching the bustling crowd for an entire day. It even raised doubts about whether he truly was the captain of the 11th Division. In truth, apart from Kakashi, there was little I held dear. Clad in the captain's haori, Shikamaru expressionlessly scattered bait, not sparing a glance at the worried Kato Dan. The third Hokage's thoughts and actions bore no relevance to me. After observing Konoha for so long, I realized that our prosperity had little to do with the third Hokage. How can you say that, Shikamaru-kun? Is it not true that now we stand as the foremost village in the world, thanks to the third Hokage's contributions? When the first Hokage was alive, we could allocate resources across the shinobi world, dominating it like deities. Under the second Hokage's leadership, we bravely faced and triumphed over the 4 great shinobi villages. But what have we accomplished under the third Hokage? Watching the largest fish do nothing but consume the bait with its weight and mouth, Shikamaru's expression remained unchanged. We began to learn diplomacy, providing other nations the opportunity to recuperate and secretly conspire. Now, we are even prepared to relinquish years of hard work to gamble on their so-called mistakes. You say the third Hokage deserves credit, and I concede that he does. However, his achievements rest upon the foundations laid by the first and second Hokages. And the present environment is a gift from Aizen. The ninjas of Konoha must remain eternally loyal to our village, devoid of any treachery. Otherwise, they would be deemed rogue ninjas. Thus, we instinctively refrain from pondering certain issues, unwilling to compare the legacies of our Hokages. However, in comparison to the second and first generations, do you truly believe that the third generation is superior? Even from the perspective of the Sarutobi clan, we have witnessed the development of the clan. Can you envision how many shinobi they will have in 20 years? Is it the Uchiha and other clans that do not integrate into the village? Or is it some individuals who deliberately sow discord? The Uchiha clan is not blind. They possess the Sharingan, a reflection of the soul's depth. What is spoken and what is enacted are evident to all. If you were an Uchiha, would you still wish to integrate into the village? Observing Kakashi Hataki's placid demeanor, Kato had opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. His lifelong dream had been to ascend to the role of Hokage and marry the most powerful woman in Konoha, Tsunade Senju. Thus he instinctively wished for no troubles to befall Konoha, even if it meant denying the enemy and distorting his own thoughts. Kato did not want the woman he loved to live in such an environment. She was the princess of Konoha and also his own princess. Naturally, he desired to provide her with the most splendid castle. Yet now, this castle was overrun with weeds, gradually giving way to decay and foulness. Kato himself was akin to a dead man. Beyond persuading himself, what options did he truly have? After all, he was a ninja, and from a ninja's perspective, this was an unsolvable enigma. To the two over there, if you wish to converse, might I suggest you step outside? I still have administrative matters to attend to here. Aizen, seated in the writing chamber, regarded the two individuals who had commenced their expressive antics by the pond with a sense of exasperation. I have numerous affairs yet unresolved. If you genuinely wish to discuss something, I would recommend finding a tavern to deliberate at leisure rather than here. You are not the original body, are you? There is no need for any disruptive dialogue. Indeed, though I am not the original, I remain Aizen Sosuke. Aizen, sitting upright in the writing chamber, dealt with administrative tasks with a gentle smile and a nod. Chakra, the energy amassed through the refinement of life, is said to be cultivable by all. Yet it possesses a remarkable duality of division and cohesion. Under the influence of a guiding source, it can reassemble into a unified whole. Thus, while I may not be the original body, I am still the true Aizen Sosuke. I sense you are alluding to something of great importance. Yet I am unable to grasp your meaning. I have not uttered a word, Kato. However, I can certainly share my stance regarding matters at hand. Observing the serious expressions of the two, Aizen adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. I look forward to the courage of all to step toward the precipice. And I also hope that everyone in the ninja world can carve out their own path. My path is not suited for all. It is not an external savior who will rescue this world, but rather the collective courage of all in the ninja realm. Even those who desire peace lack the courage to voice it. When faced with challenges, they only contemplate retreating to reap benefits, living in fear of being discovered. It is only natural that such individuals and their pursuits are met with disdain. Sometimes, it is not mere self-interest that can sway the heart. One must make sacrifices commensurate with one's identity. Although this world is driven by self-interest, its most alluring aspect lies in the fact that it does not solely revolve around such motives. Beneath the courage and sacrifice lies the potential to evoke profound thoughts. However, in the face of Aizen's words, Kato Daku found himself increasingly perplexed. Then why do you not extend a helping hand? Do you not believe that the current state of Konoha aligns with your claims? But I harbor no affection for Konoha. Its fate is of no concern to me. You lack emotion and yet engage in so many actions? To me, such matters are akin to the art of calligraphy, offering a sense of refinement. I do not view my responsibilities as burdens. Rather, they serve as a means of relaxation. Addressing your issues requires no mental exertion. I merely need to pen a few suggestions to reap potential rewards, which is truly delightful. Aizen Sosuke, observing the pallid countenance of Kato Daku, leisurely adjusted his glasses and remarked nonchalantly, "By the way, the three Sannin are nearing their return to the village. Would you care to see them?" Kato Daku cast a deep glance at the dual blades protruding from his sleeves. Scrutinizing the poised Konoha Shikamaru and the industrious Aizen in the writing chamber before vanishing into the clearing, Kato Daku understood that he had to depart. Remaining any longer might lead to his persuasion by those two, a confidence he possessed. His initial aspiration to become Hokage was not particularly strong, nor was his desire for Konoha. His true passion lay solely with Tsunade, his beloved girlfriend, whose every glance and smile tugged at his soul. If his initial desire to become Hokage stemmed from being a ninja of Konoha, where every ninja dreams of ascending to that position, his goal had subtly shifted with his love for Tsunade. He realized that his ambition to become Hokage was not a necessity for himself, but rather a title worthy of Konoha's princess. He yearned to create a home for Tsunade, a world she would cherish. If such a world could only be realized through the office of Hokage, he would pursue that path. Conversely, if other means could achieve the same, he would gladly explore those alternatives. In comparison to Konoha, he now deemed Tsunade as paramount. He could not bear to witness her crying in the rain again. Even the mere recollection of it inflicted a tearing pain upon his heart. If he could not protect the woman he cherished, what kind of man was he? He recognized the limits of his abilities, even with Aizen's assistance. It merely provided him and Tsunade with the leverage to confront or overcome adversaries through intelligence. But what did that matter? His love for Tsunade was unconditional, devoid of reason. Should Tsunade ever betray Konoha, Kato Daku suspected he would sever all ties without hesitation, embarking on a journey to the world she desired alongside the woman he adored. By the way, he had indeed heard of Jiraiya's pursuit of Tsunade, the notion that one who is closer to the water can first enjoy the moon, and so forth. However, he firmly believed in the love he held for his woman and had never doubted their bond. In fact, during most instances, it was Kato Dan who advised her against allowing any rift to form. Yet, Kato Dan was now deceased. At that time, he could not genuinely admit, as Uchiha Kagami did, that his actions stemmed from an unwavering loyalty to Konoha. He could deceive himself into believing that his profound love for Konoha was solely to oppose the tyrannical politics of Aizen and to restore a semblance of peace to the village. Nevertheless, it was Aizen who truly maintained that peace. He implemented a series of containment strategies that prevented numerous pressure cookers from exploding, allowing Konoha to retain a semblance of its former glory, for which Aizen was undeniably instrumental. Such retreats, in the eras of the first and second Hokage, were naturally believed to be backed by impeccable contingency plans. Yet now, had it not been for Aizen's efforts in uniting and controlling various factions, there would likely have been traitors during the retreat, ready to inform the sand and rock ninjas of Konoha's folly. To be frank, there may already be defectors among them. Under these circumstances, Kato Dan found it impossible to convince himself of his boundless loyalty to the third Hokage. Instead, he worried about Tsunade's potential entanglements in such matters. He was anxious that she might be arrested due to his actions, and even more concerned that she might transform into a stranger to him. Yet, it was both a source of joy and sorrow for him that Tsunade had not sought her own happiness, but was instead preoccupied with thoughts of Kato Dan. There even emerged a phenomenon of hemophobia and combat aversion. It was absurd for the finest medical ninja to harbor a fear of blood. Such a revelation would incite laughter. It was his fault. Thus, he chose to oppose Aizen, hoping to carve a path that would rescue the woman he adored from her confines. Hence, he was distinctly different from Uchiha Kagami. Kagami was utterly loyal to the village, but he was not. The village he spoke of was merely the one that housed Senju Tsunade. Observing the third Hokage's formalistic homecoming ceremony, Kato Dan beheld the crowd that cheered and showered flowers. Yet he could only feel the sorrow of Konoha's princess, his heart slowly bleeding. To see the woman he cherished wear such an expression made him acutely aware of his inadequacy as a boyfriend. Perhaps it was the intensity of his gaze, or perhaps the souls intertwining. Amidst the throngs of people, that stunning blonde woman suddenly turned her gaze towards Kato Dan. Under the influence of her fervent will and longing, her perception could transcend the imperfect distractions. What Aizen had imposed upon them was not absolute secrecy, but rather a chakra mimicry for testing. Thus, in Tsunade's eyes, beyond the multitude of voices clamoring, the man she adored was gazing at her through the misty rain, clad in his pure white, elegant haori, holding a paper umbrella. He seemed to exist apart from the world. In the next moment, amidst the gasps of the crowd, Tsunade unhesitatingly dashed towards the figure she yearned for day and night. The onlookers erupted in gasps and shrieks, while a few order-maintaining ninjas, wary of offending the princess of Konoha, tacitly chose to ignore the commotion. The third Hokage, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, departed from the returning ninja team, disappearing into the distance with determined strides. He managed a strained smile, attributing her homesickness to her royal lineage, yet internally lamented the recklessness of his disciples. Was it not their duty to project confidence, to intimidate the less scrupulous elements lurking within Konoha? Had they truly forgotten the essence of the will of fire he had instilled in them? How could they act on their whims, disregarding the commands of their Hokage? Though his orders were not absolute, they certainly bore weight. Her abrupt departure suggested a rift within their ranks. Observing Tsunade's forlorn expression and reflecting on her past, the third Hokage sighed deeply. He then turned to the gathered crowd, seeking to pacify them, dismissing his concerns for Tsunade's whereabouts. The remaining two of the legendary Sannin exchanged glances towards the direction Tsunade had fled, their eyes locking momentarily. After a brief exchange of unspoken words, they managed to smile at the approaching third Hokage. For now, they were still bound by the close ties of master and pupil. The princess of Konoha's fleeting moment of instability would not mar the quality of the welcoming ceremony, under the third Hokage's guidance. It instead blossomed into a vibrant display of the Sannin's distinct personalities. However, as Tsunade finally confronted the figure she had longed for, she realized that this place did not resemble Konoha at all. Rather, it felt like a liminal space. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the silhouettes of indistinct buildings. Yet, amidst the haze stood the figure she had yearned for, seemingly etched into her very soul, who slowly removed his mask. Beneath the moonlit strands of white hair was a face marked by compassion and sorrow. Tsunade, the gentle man, spoke, gazing at the woman he cherished most. You should not have acted so impulsively. The third Hokage is welcoming you. You should not have rushed here to see me. I could not help myself, she replied, her eyes betraying a flicker of hope as she beheld the figure clad in white, adorned with a mask. Yet, that hope quickly dimmed as she remembered the truth, that her beloved was being manipulated by a mysterious organization. Even if she reached him, it seemed she would only expose his identity. Yet, Kato Dan unexpectedly extended his arms, gently embracing the one he had longed for. In truth, I have not been manipulated. Tsunade, what? Neither I, Uchiha Kagami, nor the newly arrived Hatake Tsukumo have been under any control. He has little interest in us. To him, we are mere byproducts of his ambitions, unworthy of scrutiny. Gently cradling the bewildered Tsunade in his arms, Kato Dant closed his eyes, contrasting his present reality with the dreams of his past, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. He was unwilling to follow Aizen's lead and compromise his values for the sake of Tsunade's blissful ignorance. Nor did he wish to witness her languish in the current plight of Konoha, descending into an irretrievable state of despair. In his heart, Tsunade remained that warm and dependable medical ninja, the most resplendent and benevolent light in his life. He found himself powerless against such desires. Thus, he made a choice that contradicted the very essence of a ninja. Let us elope, Tsunade. In a hushed tone, Kato Dant whispered into her ear. You can go wherever you wish, do whatever you desire. We possess the ability to either change the world or live as humble farmers. Let us escape together. Fleeing Konoha? Why? Isn't at our stronghold? Observing the despair etched on Kato Dant's face, Tsunade felt her mind swirl in confusion. She had believed that as one of the legendary three, she was no longer the frail individual she once was. The influence of the princess of Konoha and the village's potential seemed sufficient to liberate Kato Dant from his torment with ease. Why would the ever-gentle Kato Dant utter such hopeless words? Surely, it was because he felt that the entirety of Konoha could do nothing against the foes at his command, let alone against himself. Was that not the case? Kakashi Shojiro, as she beheld the white-haired man emerging from the mist, hands tucked within his sleeves. Bearing an expression of profound sorrow, Kato Dance's pupils dilated. What brings you here? Are you here to assist that man in clearing his path? Ah, not at all. I merely came to offer a reminder to you. The self-proclaimed machismo, Kakashi Shojuro remarked, stroking his chin as he surveyed the duo, who resembled fated lovers in distress. Your girlfriend is none other than Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary three. Shouldn't you inquire about her thoughts rather than dictate her life? What is your purpose, Kakashi Shojuro? Faced with the figure clad in the 11th Division's Haori, an expression of grave seriousness washed over Kato Dance's visage. The unknown was indeed the most terrifying of all. Since being rescued by Aizen Sosuke, Kakashi Shojuro had not lifted a finger, existing like a despondent middle-aged man. His days were spent either feeding fish and teasing birds or indulging in drunken observations at taverns, where he would drunkenly offer bizarre advice to his own son while inebriated. Their interactions were limited, yet Kato Dant understood one crucial fact. Aizen Sosuke's hierarchy was no mere happenstance. Being appointed as the captain of the 11th Division, the strongest in the Godai 13, Kato Dant held no doubts about this seemingly despondent man's combat prowess. Furthermore, unlike Uchiha Kagami and Kato Dan himself, he had no justification for opposing Aizen. Standing before him and Tsunade now signifies only one thing. He has come with intention. Perhaps it is merely my sensitivity. But as I gaze upon the countenance of Shikaka Nara, my hand instinctively rests upon the hilt of my Zanpakuto at my waist. In contrast to the intricate ninjutsu of the past, I find myself, in some respects, assimilated by the Soul Society. In moments of uncertainty, my first instinct is to grasp my sword, remaining vigilant toward Shikaku. If there is nothing amiss, I kindly ask you to depart. I merely came to observe. Then please maintain your distance. There is no need for such hostility towards me, Kato. With a wearied expression, Shikaku scratched his chin, revealing a hint of perplexity on his face. To put it plainly, at this distance, if I wished to end your life, it would take mere seconds. And the same goes for your girlfriend. Should I regard this as a threat? Not at all, merely a friendly warning. It is no wonder he enjoys speaking this way. It is quite refreshing. Observing Kato's stormy demeanor, as if he were about to unleash a torrent, Shikaku ambled forward, his expression remaining one of nonchalance and despondency. Your ability targets humans, not beings like us. After that special technique was employed by that individual, you are well aware of the chasm that separates us. I harbor no malice, truly none at all. Do you expect me to believe your fabrications? I shall reiterate, maintain your distance from us. Yet, as the captain of the combat division, I must ensure the safety of unfamiliar faces. Stay away from us. If you truly doubt my words, I can demonstrate. Faced with the apprehensive Kato, who instinctively clutched his sword, Shikaku, with a sense of resignation, shook his head. He was acutely aware that this man before Tsunade had completely lost his rationality, even though Tsunade had sensed something amiss. Instinctively grasping Kato's white Haori in an attempt to de-escalate the situation, her efforts proved futile. For Kato, anything related to Tsunade was undoubtedly a sacred taboo. Observing Kato and Tsunade side by side stirred a twinge of jealousy within Shikaku. What of me? Can I not have a similar connection? At times, I too grow weary of such days, yet meaningful dialogue necessitates strength. I merely wish to pass through, allowing others to see me and let me be. Why must it be so complicated? I will not permit any danger to approach Tsunade. Danger? But you seem to have protected nothing at all. Gazing at Kato, who had already drawn his Zanpakuto, Shikaku shook his head, equally resigned, and grasping his own blade. It seems I must awaken you. Begin, blade technique, cloud flash. Accompanied by a piercing cry, all had irrevocably settled into silence. Even before the confrontation commenced, it had already reached its conclusion. Kikaku Sakumo slowly sheathed his blade, producing a crisp sound of metal meeting leather. From an observer's perspective, the scene before him appeared as if it had been ensnared in a monochromatic tableau, as though time and space had been severed in that fleeting moment, with only a brilliant light flashing through the mists. Much like its name suggests, it was a glimmer hidden deep within the clouds. The lightning-infused technique of slashing approached a realm of speed that was almost unfathomable. Without waiting for Tsunade to speak or for Kato to unveil his shurikai, Kikaku Sakumo, with a furrowed brow, released his grip on the blade. Before him lay Kato, sprawled on the ground, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the sky, a grievous sword wound stretching from left to right, which erupted in a spatter of crimson. The captain of the combat division, who specialized in warfare, shook his head in regret and turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Miss Tsunade, please save him. I have reiterated that I bear no malice. Must I be forced to demonstrate my prowess to engage in dialogue? Miss Tsunade. Observing Tsunade trembling, frozen in place, Kikaku Tsukumo tilted his head in confusion. He then heard a fragmented word escape her clenched teeth. Blood. Ah, I forgot that you have hemophobia. As he witnessed her face contorting in horror, staring at Kato on the ground, on the verge of unleashing a terrifying power, Kikaku Tsukumo reluctantly pointed a finger at Kato. Spirit summon, revive. A soft green light emanated from Kikaku Tsukumo's hand, enveloping Kato's body. In the moment when Tsunade was about to erupt, a gentle hand emerged from the ground, clasping hers. Kato gradually rose, embracing the trembling Tsunade from above. Under the dual influence of the spirit transformation technique and a familiar pressure derived from the soul, Tsunade's impending explosion of fury was swiftly subdued, returning her to her original state. It was as if time had reversed. The immense wound on Kato's body silently sprouted granulation tissue, rapidly healing to its former condition, with only the torn fabric attesting to his near demise at the hands of Kikaku Tsukumo. As he held down the emotionally charged Tsunade, Kato's expression returned to one of calmness, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Kikaku Tsukumo approached, raising an eyebrow. Are you awake? I have never been your enemy. You ought to know this. Ah, I apologize. I became too agitated. Then why can't you be more straightforward, Kato? Tsunade abruptly interrupted their exchange, wildly pinning Kato to the ground, her face a portrait of terror as she frantically examined his body. The horror of that rainy night, when his entrails had been laid bare, had etched itself into her very bones. The princess of Konoha looked hollow-eyed, as if possessed, tearing apart Kato's tattered clothing to reveal the smooth, unblemished skin and muscle beneath, before she collapsed in shock to the ground. The feeling of despair was akin to the entire essence of one's existence being negated. Gazing at the immense scar that spanned from Kato's shoulder to his waist, Tsunade, in a moment of extreme emotion, embraced him tightly. The more she held him, the more her beautiful visage became a canvas for a blend of terror and unease. You've healed, but how is this possible? What about your wounds? What has happened with your girlfriend? Ignoring the peculiar expression on Kakashi's face beside them, Kato sighed, cradling Tsunade as one would a frightened little creature, holding her securely in his arms. The warmth of their bodies enveloped them, as Kato gently caressed Tsunade's back, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's presence. His hands tenderly stroked her golden hair and back, leaning close to her ear, soothing the wounded princess with love. It's different now, Tsunade. I am here, and there is no need for fear anymore. I returned from the depths of hell for you. So please, cease your tears and fears. I saw your lifeless body, she murmured. I know it must have been excruciating, yet that pain is mirrored in my heart. Their names, Kato and Tsunade, were whispered softly, as if the world around them had lost its significance. After a considerable moment, Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed Kato away, instinctively glancing at her surroundings like a bashful maiden in love. Her gaze fell upon Kakashi, who stood awkwardly to the side, his expression a blend of discomfort and disbelief as he witnessed the couple's affectionate display. Are you two not finished yet? I merely came to guide you. What fault is it of mine? I'm sorry, but regardless of your words, Tsunade cannot enter, Kato replied. It's all right, Tsunade said softly, shaking her head at Kato's anxious expression. Her eyes filled with understanding as she looked at the man she cherished deeply. As he mentioned, I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. I possess some confidence in my medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. Trust me, will you? Tsunade, you do not comprehend. I know precisely what I am doing. Moreover, I do not wish to be perpetually sheltered by you. There are challenges we must face together. But I am your girlfriend, am I not? In light of her assertion, Kato found himself devoid of any reasons to object. As the princess of Konoha, he felt compelled to offer her the fundamental trust and respect that a girlfriend deserved. Reluctantly departing from Kato's embrace, Tsunade composed herself, adjusting her clothing and hair. Turning to Kakashi, whose expression was now one of profound exasperation from witnessing their display of affection. Can you take me to see your leader? I wish to know who this man is that casts a shadow over Konoha. Really, enough already. What was the purpose of this convoluted situation? You've been through battles, and now your girlfriend demands something. What is the point? Love is truly complex, yet I confess, I do not understand it. Upon entering the sacred realm of matrimony with my wife, I find it difficult to comprehend your thoughts. Ultimately, it seems that Aizen has done little to provoke such fervent dedication from you all. Is it truly necessary? I am utterly perplexed by your sentiments. Observing the intricate expressions on Tsunade's face and the even more complex demeanor of Kato Dan, Shikamaru sighed and ventured deeper into the shrouded mist. Approaching the indistinct silhouettes of buildings, the fog swirled, darkness enveloped, and the elongated figure of the hidden mist slowly emerged from the shadows. Locking eyes with the imposing presence opposite, Orochimaru regarded Shimura Danzo, who squinted at him with a fleeting smile. That once gentle and noble smile had morphed into something dark and indifferent over the passage of light and time. The illustrious third Hokage had once again united Konoha, and festivities erupted across its districts. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, stirred up a myriad of troubles, while various frictions and conflicts arose among the exchanging ninjas. This night, Konoha was destined to be tumultuous. This also signified that certain individuals would emerge from the shadows, stealthily extending their hands toward the resplendent statue amidst the clamor of the world. People would think that grasping a few rays of light from such a dazzling effigy would go unnoticed. At this moment, the bustling Konoha mirrored the quietude of the two individuals standing in the mist-laden corridor, silently observing what appeared to be an eternal city of lights in the distance. The external noise and chaos seemed to have no bearing on them. They would always remain concealed in darkness and shadow, acting as the roots that support the vibrant blossoms above. Without the existence of roots, how could a seemingly flourishing tree endure? Would it not be toppled by a tempest, becoming a mere heap of withered leaves and decayed wood? Many pondered such thoughts, leading to the tacit acceptance of these occurrences. Their existence may be illusory, yet it is equally tangible. Be it Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kohor Udatain, or Hamura Mitokado, amidst their conflicts lies a mutual understanding and recognition. These dark elements are inevitably present, and their existence forms the very foundation of Konoha, bearing the burdens of countless unsightly truths. Much like a beautiful life inevitably produces refuse, there must always be individuals tasked with its disposal, and some must coexist with the muck. Those who choose this path are, without a doubt, eternally loyal to Konoha. From the perspective of roots, your vitality appears quite commendable, Lord Danzo Shimura. No need for pleasantries. I never anticipated that you would select me, Orochimaru. Standing within the cold, damp cavern, the bandaged Danzo coldly regarded the serpentine figure of the third Hokage's disciple beside him, emitting a disdainful snort. In truth, he had hesitated regarding Orochimaru's appearance and his invitation. After all, this individual is one of the legendary three ninjas, a disciple of the esteemed Hiruzen Sarutobi. In a sense, he embodies the essence of his master, and his intervention here treads upon forbidden territory. However, to everyone's surprise, despite the seemingly father-son bond shared with his mentor, Orochimaru proactively sought an audience. He required certain things that the third Hokage could not provide. Simply put, this esteemed member of the three ninjas, Orochimaru, one of Konoha's most exceptional shinobi, has succumbed to a fundamental human instinct, the fear of death. A deep-seated dread consumes him, driving him to explore various means to prolong his existence. Shimura Danzo comprehended this sentiment profoundly, as he too shared a similar plight. No one emerges from the battlefield unscathed by fear. The Hell's Cape of blood and entrails, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and devastation, is a sight to behold. Collapsed structures, decaying sustenance, fetid waters teeming with corruption, and the relentless swarms of flies alongside ravenous beasts yearning for human flesh paint a vivid picture. Anyone who has participated in the Great Ninja War cannot help but feel terror in such environments. Nor can they avoid the sense of helplessness in the face of the fragility of human life, regardless of one's prowess. Even a figure as monumental as the second Hokage would ultimately fall in the throes of war. This world is undeniably cruel. Thus, Danzo found himself in complete agreement with Orochimaru's perspective. Yet, this acknowledgement was limited to mere recognition. Trust, after all, is a delicate construct that requires time to nurture. Your presence is most welcome, Orochimaru, Danzo remarked softly, narrowing his eyes at the cool demeanor of the Sannin before him. Hiruzen has now entered a phase of obstinacy. Although I am the foundation of Konoha, there are times when certain issues must be addressed. That is precisely why I have come, Orochimaru replied. You are aware that while Konoha may appear prosperous on the surface, Numerous hidden influences and potential problems abound, far beyond count. The resources at Root's disposal are, in reality, severely strained. Casting one last glance at the faintly illuminated scenery outside, Danzo silently retreated into the depths of the corridor. That small portion of the exterior was the only place within the facility where one could glimpse the outside world. As Danzo progressed, the surrounding environment grew increasingly dim and foreboding. To prevent any potential electrical inspections that might expose their operations, no external conduits were installed within the headquarters of Root. Only a few internal generators hummed, serving to power the laboratories rather than illuminate the corridor. Moreover, Orochimaru could sense the occasional shadows lurking in the darkness, observing them. The ninjas of Root, subjected to rigorous training, existed as puppets with unwavering loyalty to Konoha and Danzo, in service of a greater cause. They relentlessly transformed their bodies and minds, ultimately becoming what they are today. Together, in the shrouded obscurity, these individuals and Danzo coalesced to form the most enigmatic and inscrutable institution within Konoha, Root. Do you not find this approach rather distasteful, Orochimaru? No. I believe this is indeed a necessary matter. That is good. If one bears too much moral burden, one cannot truly be a part of the Root. As he traverses the dimly lit corridor, the figure of Shimura Danzo appears shrouded in obscurity. Occasionally, a gesture within the passage elicits the sound of mechanisms shifting from within. It is uncertain how much manpower and resources Konoha has expended here. Glimpses of sliding doors reveal a series of costly instruments humming rhythmically, maintaining their operational state. Yet, Danzo harbors no intention of elucidating his thoughts, and Orochimaru is equally disinclined to inquire further. Currently, they have merely established a cooperative relationship, engaged in mutual validation of each other's psychological states and thoughts, allowing both parties to acclimatize to one another. At this juncture, there exists no necessity for profound interaction. However, observing Orochimaru, who appears relatively unconcerned, Danzo feels an urge to utter a few more words. You are unlike Aizen Sosuke. He presents as excessively upright and has little affinity for such sordid matters. While acknowledging that Konoha must harbor darkness, he would certainly not endorse this route. Aizen Sosuke? My initial intention was to collaborate with him. A mere chunin capable of developing such numerous jutsu. If he were to join the route, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Alas, I am still fond of talent. Muttering to himself as he strides forward, Danzo seems to be convincing both Orochimaru and himself. Such a person should not be tainted by the route. He ought to dwell with the likes of Hiruzen, best remaining untouched by the route. You may engage with him from a middle ground perspective, but beyond that, matters with Hiruzen may become problematic for me. Aizen Sosuke, that prodigy of ninjutsu development, how I yearn to connect with him more closely. Yet, pressing matters demand my attention, so perhaps it is best to let it be. As Danzo's silhouette recedes, Orochimaru instinctively licks his lips, but he unconsciously shelves this task from his mind. There is no other reason. Perhaps it is due to Danzo being an acting advisor of Konoha, or perhaps it is because he is, in truth, a good man. Orochimaru harbors no intent to oppose him. Why would a sane individual be preoccupied with opposing another sane individual? Is that not a sign of madness? Orochimaru believes himself to be entirely rational. He has merely chosen a path conducive to survival. Thus, he carelessly discards the notion of investigating and interacting with Aizen Sosuke. The two of them smoothly bypass this portion of their conversation, making their way toward the deepest experimental research facilities of the route. They intend to engage in a candid discussion. However, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, another ally of his stands before that good man. Aizen Sosuke, why must it be you? Gazing at the figure emerging from the mist, adorned with a smile, Tsunade feels her mind come to a complete standstill at that moment. She contemplated various candidates, such as the enigmatic Shimura Danzo, or perhaps the clandestine forces orchestrated by Mito Zenko or Tonin Koharu. There were even the endeavors of her own mentor to consider. It was a remote possibility that a certain clan from the village of Konoha had a hand in this, or perhaps the mysterious Byakugan or the defiant Uchiha clan. Yet, amidst all these reflections, no one seemed to consider the gentle man. At merely 20 years of age, wielding considerable power, he was as pristine as a blank slate. He possessed a deeper understanding of the will of fire than the Hokage, and showed greater concern for the village's welfare than the elders. One could liken him to the moon of Konoha, gentle yet radiant. Aizen Sosuke stood before Tsunade, clad in a white haori. "Good evening, Lady Tsunade. What a delightful surprise this meeting is." Observing the astonishment etched on the face of Senju Tsunade, Aizen maintained his characteristic gentle smile, adjusting his glasses. Within Konoha, if one were to seek out 1,000 individuals, all would unanimously agree that he posed no threat. What could possibly be amiss with Aizen? He appeared so affable and courteous, always prioritizing the lives of the villagers. Although lacking in medical ninjutsu, who could rival Aizen in matters of public welfare and protection? Most people scarcely acknowledged these contributions. He was simultaneously the most attuned to the sentiments of the populace and the most beloved figure, with no one harboring animosity towards the man who, on snowy days, generously distributed free charcoal and small stoves. How could such a person ever be deemed a traitor to Konoha? Yet, upon encountering the inventor of the static blood armor, whom Jiraiya had boasted about, in the capacity of Kado Dan's leader, Tsunade comprehended the complexity of their expressions that day. Both were products of a singular influence. What significance did their warnings hold? For all along, it was merely a dance dictated by one person's will. "Ah, so you have been lurking in Konoha all this time, orchestrating such grand events?" Tsunade remarked. "That sounds like quite a misunderstanding, my senior. When did I ever hide? Are you not concealed behind Konoha, like a parasite observing our every move? Such a misunderstanding." "It is beyond the realm of jest," Aizen replied, seated by the tea table, gazing at the self-deprecating Tsunade, whose expression bordered on despair. With a resigned shake of his head, he continued, "I have merely existed here. It is your lack of recognition of my courage that has led you astray. You have consistently turned a blind eye, avoiding my presence rather than the other way around. Do you truly believe anyone would trust such words? Of course, Miss Tsunade, you are welcome to investigate the internal documents of Konoha, whether it pertains to the resources of the Soul Society, the orders for mobilizing shinobi, or my investments in the study of ninjutsu and related industries. I have meticulously compiled reports and submitted them to the archives." This time, it was not merely Tsunade who raised an eyebrow. Even Kado Dan and Shikamaru, who dared not look directly, seemed taken aback. They understood that perhaps the entirety of Soul Society held no secrets, yet uttering such a statement caused a palpable flutter in everyone's hearts. Only Aizen Sosuke, with a serene demeanor, adjusted his glasses as if declaring an obvious truth. Sitting at the edge of the tea table, sipping his tea, he quietly unveiled the reality of this world. In truth, Soul Society operates as one of the fully legitimate organizations within Konoha, under the guise of my private ninja army. I, Aizen Sosuke, as a consultant to Konoha, possess the authority to allocate certain funds, thereby establishing my own guard. Given my position, it is only natural that I would demand a superior guard compared to other consultants. Thus, I applied for a list of ninjas, and your names were truthfully reported. Likewise, the funding for my experiments, the venues, and all living necessities are duly recorded in Konoha's archives. Everything is lawful. Moreover, I possess the right to access and modify Konoha's confidential files, thereby embedding the true history within them, while other consultants may not prioritize such matters. As the youngest consultant in Konoha, I have indeed accomplished some commendable deeds. I hope that my existence and my aspirations might instigate some change within this village. Hence, I have asserted from the very beginning that you had no justification to attack or oppose me. Although it was already anticipated that Aizen would have all the necessary procedures in place, hearing such brazen assertions left the three present in stunned silence. Everyone's willful ignorance, complicity, and tacit approval ultimately forged the intangible empire created by Aizen, who did not even attempt to conceal his actions, save for the most rudimentary illusions and cognitive obfuscations. Yet, even so, why did everyone instinctively shy away upon recognizing the problem? Why did they collectively choose to overlook a certain danger? Why does Aizen Sosuke continue to be trusted even when he explicitly indicates that his actions and identity are questionable? The answer, I fear, is singular. For even if exposed, it would amount to a futile endeavor. Whether known or unknown, it does not hinder his existence. Have you truly deceived everyone for so long? No, in truth. Everyone is well aware, including you. It is merely that, upon realizing the issue, they lack the courage to confront it. Seated at the tea table, holding his teacup, Aizen Sosuke gazed compassionately at Kado Dan and Tsunade. If one were to ponder earnestly and muster the courage to face the void, the existence of the intangible courtyard could be perceived. Yet, even with the awareness of being enshrouded in a veil, how many possess the courage to draw it back? Whether it be the third Hokage, yourself, or the villagers, all are cognizant of the potential issues surrounding my existence. A 20-year-old advisor from Konoha wielding such immense resources is, in itself, an exceedingly improbable circumstance. So why am I here? You instinctively feel unable to bear the consequences of unmasking my identity, thus opting to turn a blind eye and coexist with me, much like the bullying children choose to ignore. As long as they pretend it does not exist, it will cease to exist. Yet, I have always been here, waiting for you to overcome your instincts, courage, conviction, and enlightenment. Only when you muster the bravery to confront the truth will the silent spirit hall and the invisible courtyard reveal themselves before you. It is truly a perplexing theory. Gazing upon Aizen, whose countenance radiates compassion, akin to a deity looking down with heavy eyelids, Tsunade is engulfed by a tumult of complex emotions. Rationally, she comprehends that Aizen Sosuke's words are likely true. His presence here, before her, signifies that he indeed regards the legendary Sannin with disdain. Observing the expressionless Kato Dan, seemingly numb beside her, she also realizes that this Aizen Sosuke does not appear to be one who relishes in deception. However, the most terrifying realization for Tsunade is that she might indeed have to acknowledge this reality, and surprisingly, she feels no repulsion. Perhaps, in comparison to confronting such a fearsome adversary, becoming an ally might be a more palatable option. Do I have any other choices? You may certainly choose to refuse, and subsequently, after having part of your memories erased, be returned to your world. Aizen Sosuke set down his teacup, calmly regarding the Leaf Princess, whose face was etched with a bittersweet smile. Lacking the courage to face reality, temporarily opting for oblivion is a wise choice, albeit one tinged with regret. Yet, it is a natural instinct for living beings. Then I shall choose to join, for I wish to be with Dan. I can no longer endure a world devoid of him. Welcome aboard, Senju Tsunade-senpai. The 4th Division specializes in medical and support missions. I entrust you with the role of acting captain. Observing Tsunade look at Kato Dan with an expression imbued with both compassion and infatuation, Aizen Sosuke remained unfazed as he clapped his hands. Instantaneously, a massive tray materialized on the ground, adorned with a haori inscribed with the number 4, alongside an outfit reminiscent of Tsunade's current attire. Faced with this sudden manifestation of garments that perfectly align with her physique and preferences, Tsunade reached out to caress the exquisite fabric, a chilling possibility flashing through her mind. Such items must require considerable time to craft. Could it be that Aizen Sosuke anticipated all of this from the very beginning? Did he foresee my decision to join? Yet, even if that were the case, Dan has been regained, so let it be. Observing Kato Dan, who feigned indignation yet was clearly elated, Tsunade shook her head in affectionate exasperation and turned to Aizen, her demeanor grave. Lastly, do you not fear that I might expose your existence? It matters not. Feel free to do so. As long as you and Konoha are willing to bear the forthcoming burdens, I would be delighted to witness the emergence of courage in the face of reality among Konoha's people. Aizen gazed at the duo of Kato Dan and Tsunade, his smile increasingly warm. The language that confines you, the thoughts that imprison you, these are not actions I have ever taken. The true captivity lies eternally within the depths of your own souls. If there exists a courage willing to risk everything, how could it not shatter my shadow? Yet, each of you harbors unspoken reasons and fears of one another, which restrains your voices. The social bonds between you tighten like an invisible cage. You perceive this as love. Yet it is love that has led you to forsake your original logic. Lacking the courage to break these social ties, you will never possess the resolve to discard everything in your quest to defeat me. Thus, you are not my adversaries, merely that. You truly are the most formidable individual. Sosuke Aizen. Formidable? Allow me to impart another lesson. Raising a cup of tea to his lips, Aizen regarded the visibly troubled Tsunade with gentle eyes. Betrayal arising in plain sight is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the betrayal that lurks unseen at the roots, Senju Tsunade. No. I should refer to you as captain of the 4th Division, Senju Tsunade. What do you mean? Merely that I have witnessed some rather intriguing scenes. Perhaps, in the near future, you may encounter a few familiar figures within the division. Observing the position of the high-hanging moon, Sosuke Aizen slowly stood, addressing the two with friendly words. My apologies. It is now time for calligraphy practice. I must take my leave. Please, Feel free to consult Kato Dan or Hataki Kakashi, or inquire with others. I shall not obstruct you. My apologies for the intrusion. Observing the disoriented princess of Konoha, Aizen offered a gentle nod and smile before vanishing from the tea table's edge. Only a solitary cup of cold tea and a teapot remained in place. From the outset, he had no intention of sharing his tea. He merely wished to sit and observe the folly of others. Such foolish thoughts, desperately seeking to persuade oneself against reality, would elicit a genuine smile even from him. See, I told you he is indifferent. Watching Hataki Kakashi laze about, Kato Dan and Tsunade exchanged glances and, as if surrendering to an unseen force, slowly embraced one another, tightly holding each other as time flowed on. Aizen was indeed correct. In the face of Kato Dan's resurrection, Tsunade preferred to pretend that all of this did not exist, just as Dan had done for her. Yesterday, Konoha was a sea of joy. Remarkably, nearly all elite ninjas and clan members, who had been deployed elsewhere, had returned to the village. Although some Konoha orphans had learned the upper ninja version of the silent blood technique to serve as sentinels along the border, the vast majority of Konoha's ninja forces and upper ninjas had returned to Konoha village. In this tense era, such a return has significantly uplifted the morale of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Many have only now realized the formidable strength and fearsome reputation of their home. The various clans endowed with bloodline limits have emerged in succession, and ninjas possessing secret techniques and powerful forbidden jutsu abound. Moreover, countless medical ninjas capable of reviving the dead, combined with the development of static and dynamic blood equipment, have further infused the atmosphere within the village with a sense of grandeur. After all, who could believe that such a powerful village could be vanquished? The sheer number of Jonin alone is staggering, not to mention the multitude of Chunin and Genin. As the world's foremost nation and the most powerful village, even a mere glimpse of its underlying strength is sufficient to assuage the fears of its inhabitants and instill trepidation in any lurking spies. However, as the sun rose, three prominent figures responsible for the village stood in a triangular formation within the Hokage's office. The meeting was convened by Shimura Danzo, while Tsunade and Mito Gate Kurenai were excluded under the pretense of maintaining the village's normal operations. Present were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Aizen Sosuke. Minor matters warranted grand assemblies, while significant issues were often relegated to smaller gatherings. Observing Danzo's icy demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having awakened from his previous illusions, now comprehended the gravity of his actions. He had naively believed in the unilateral announcement that led the entire military of the Hidden Leaf back to its core, leaving countless sentries aimlessly stationed outside, merely on the assumption that a conflict would arise between the rock and sand villages. Such an occurrence would have been unthinkable in the past. Yet, as Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on his state, he was astonished to realize that his thoughts had indeed diverged from those of his youth. In his younger days, he summoned people to discuss pressing matters, but now meetings often served merely as a formality. Countless ninjas from the Hidden Leaf labored tirelessly, frequently motivated by the desire to undertake projects that merely appeared impressive. Such trivial pursuits would have been abhorrent to the younger Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, years had passed, and he had entered middle age. The once ardent ambitions had gradually eroded amidst the petty frictions between the five great nations. If mere years had transformed him thus, what would decades bring? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen began to engage in self-reflection, Shimura Danzo coldly interjected. I inquired about the situation in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen. Have you dismantled the defensive line there? Yes. We cannot afford any issues in the Land of Rain. I must persuade Hanzo, at the very least, to ensure that the Land of Rain does not align with the sand or rock villages. Then proceed with that plan, Danzo. I cannot permit you to act independently, Danzo. Almost instinctively, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered these words, his response even quicker than his thoughts. Upon speaking, he found himself momentarily frozen, unable to believe that those words had escaped his lips. He undoubtedly possesses an authoritative command over all. Yet he ought to embody the virtues of a leader who welcomes and heeds suggestions, rather than stubbornly adhering to his own convictions. However, why did I instinctively utter such words? Shimura Danzo stared, taken aback by the instinctive retort of the third Hokage. After a moment of silence, he coldly declared, I am not seeking your approval. This course of action is imperative for the sake of Konoha. You are well aware of the strategic significance of the Land of Rain. You also comprehend the potential dangers of calling them back. I am merely covering for you. Do not presume to lecture me. I am fully aware of my actions, Danzo. You are utterly oblivious to your own actions. You have even lost sight of who you are. Danzo, do not overstep your bounds. Understand that I am the one who holds authority in this village. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Humph. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's growing frustration, Danzo scoffed and stormed out. Meanwhile, Aizen Sosuke, who had been feigning ignorance, stepped forward at just the right moment and respectfully bowed to the third Hokage. Lord Third, allow me to placate Elder Danzo. Please, do not let your anger consume you. Only you can be Hokage, and it is only your calm demeanor that will steer the village back to order. Ah, I understand. Let it be. You may go. If Danzo wishes to take action, do not hinder him. Do not hinder Elder Danzo. Very well, I understand. After bowing to the seemingly distressed third Hokage in the hall, Aizen, clad in a white haori, swiftly made his way through the Hokage office building. It can be said that Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage indeed share a certain tacit understanding. Even after their recent quarrel, Danzo did not stray far, merely lingering in the corridor outside the Hokage's office, quietly smoking while gazing at the sunlit Konoha. Before Aizen could approach, Danzo's intact arm extended in a halting gesture, silently continuing to smoke. After a while, as the cigarette burned down, Danzo squinted at the sunlight-drenched Konoha, curling back into the shadows beneath the columns, not even casting a glance at Aizen amidst the interplay of light and shadow, and murmured, Hiruzen is the Hokage. There are many things he cannot directly articulate or execute, and I comprehend this. Yet now he seems to have changed. In the shadows beneath the columns, Danzo stared vacantly at the gaps in the floor, his voice hoarse and heavy. Though you are already 20, you have yet to experience such a peculiar circumstance. His withdrawal from the battlefield was not born of cowardice, but rather from the necessity of having a Hokage to oversee Konoha. This is a form of confidence, a profound source of strength. You have exhausted all means, yet the Hokage of Konoha has yet to emerge. This signifies our absolute advantage. Since the death of the second Hokage, we have traversed a difficult period, yet thereafter, our strategies have proved remarkably effective. The presence of the Hokage in the center signifies the absolute security of Konohagakure, with other ninja forces stationed within various buffer countries, prepared to advance or retreat as necessary. We have always been the mightiest nation, with no rogue daring to invade, nor anyone bold enough to act against us. Even the audacious Cloud Ninja must ally with others to pose a threat. However, it appears that confidence has morphed into arrogance. The defense line of the Land of Rain must not be forsaken, and we must employ whatever means necessary to maintain it. Nijan summoned you to convey that I am permitted to act freely, correct? Indeed, as Lord Danzo anticipated. Standing in the corridor where light and shadow intertwine, Aizen Sasuke, clad in a white haori, bowed respectfully and said, the third Hokage displayed a look of regret afterward, instructing me to pursue you and grant you all the rights to act as you wish. Humph, that fellow is not entirely devoid of sense. Realizing the need for damage control, I suppose my efforts in cleaning up his mess are not in vain. Hearing his old friend's choice, Danzo scoffed lightly and slowly rose to his feet. As for the Land of Rain, I shall strive to establish contact with Hanzo and, if necessary, grant him autonomy. Must we truly pay such a steep price, Lord Danzo? What other choice do we have? Observing the somewhat hesitant Aizen, Shimura Danzo snorted, feeling a sense of disdain toward Aizen's naivety and pity. That fellow Nijan merely brushes off the remaining debris. It is indeed our duty to clear it up. Nevertheless, this also serves as an excuse to express our sincerity to Hanzo. Yes, I shall do my utmost to facilitate exchanges of supplies. Moreover, it seems Jiraiya has taken on 3 apprentices in the Land of Rain. The specifics are unclear, but we could provide assistance when the time comes. Is it not wise to diversify our investments? That is precisely the reasoning. We cannot solely support one faction. Compared to Hanzo, an organization that adheres to the will of fire and maintains a close relationship with us is a far superior choice. At this juncture, Danzo paused, his expression tinged with concern. Although I am not fond of Jiraiya's demeanor, his insights are undeniably astute. Should they mature, they will surely become thorns in Hanzo's side. In time, we could create 2 factions to subtly control the Land of Rain. However, those children are too closely tied to Jiraiya, and this bond may hinder our efforts in recruitment and dissemination. If necessary, we should dispatch someone to initiate contact under the guise of sympathizers from the Rain Ninja Village. They will remain oblivious to the true nature of the Rain Ninja Village and other factions, preserving their innocence, which serves our interests best. Understood. Standing in the vibrant corridor, Aizen bowed respectfully, stating, I will ensure that the relevant departments and regions fully cooperate with the Elder's actions. Furthermore, if possible, I will request a Hokage order for assistance. Very well. Go and reassure Nijan. I will make the necessary preparations. Shimura Danzo nodded approvingly at Aizen. Bright yet unpretentious, quick to comprehend, and devoted to the village. If only his combat abilities were slightly more formidable, perhaps the entirety of Konoha could truly be entrusted to him. However, being a consultant is not without its merits. At the very least, many matters can be resolved in a more diplomatic manner with Hiruzen Sarutobi. This represents the optimal outcome. As for how Danzo Shimura was aware of the complete collapse of the front lines, as well as many details of the defenses and updates, neither Hiruzen nor Sosuke Aizen bothered to inquire. This exemplifies the mutual trust between a consultant and the Hokage. As long as it serves the village's interests, that is sufficient. Much like Aizen himself. Observing the departing Danzo, Aizen adjusted his glasses and turned to make his way towards the Hokage's office. Ah, the headache. As the sun reached its zenith, Jiraiya slowly rose from amidst an array of endless bottles, cradling his head in an attempt to alleviate the pain of a hangover. Upon returning to Konoha the previous day, the exuberance of the crowd had led to a grand celebration. After all, the gathering comprised individuals from all corners of the world, various factions, and many old friends who had not met in years, even over a decade. Each visit to the village had not afforded them the opportunity to reconnect. But this time, serendipity had favored them. While the upper echelons expressed considerable discontent regarding the abandonment of the defenses for many lower-ranked shinobi and those unacquainted with such matters, this event became a moment to extol the virtues of the third Hokage. Konoha had not experienced such liveliness in ages. Countless shinobi came together, showcasing an array of acrobatics and performances. Some could no longer contain their emotions, revealing heartfelt confessions amidst the chaotic and boisterous night, resulting in an unknown number of lovers uniting as couples or even as siblings. Yet, from the current perspective, there seemed to be little dissatisfaction with the arrangements. As Jiraiya labored to shake off the remnants of his hangover and stood unsteadily, a fair hand suddenly extended towards him, offering several tablets. Here, a hangover remedy and painkillers. Take them, and you shall feel better. Ah, Tsunade, thank you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiraiya seized the tablets from Tsunade's hand and promptly consumed them, collapsing onto the tatami mat, gazing upwards in anticipation of the remedy's effects. The concoction Tsunade provided was not an instant cure. Rather, it gradually and resolutely repaired the damages within his body, allowing his mind to awaken incrementally. Jiraiya's previously muddled thoughts began to clarify under the influence of the medicine. Yet he still bore a somewhat inebriated demeanor, casting a peculiar glance at Tsunade, who stood nearby, seemingly tranquil and composed. Observing Tsunade in her pristine white haori, Jiraiya fell into a moment of silence, stroking his chin before tentatively asking, Are you planning to stay? If you dare utter that last word, I will personally ensure you end up in the hospital. A fleeting glance caused Jiraiya to falter, and Tsunade, dressed in her immaculate white haori, sighed and sat beside him. In truth, Tsunade would not usually position herself so closely, as she and Jiraiya had always maintained a delicate distance, respecting each other's personal space. Tsunade is acutely aware of Jiraiya's thoughts, just as he is cognizant of hers. Thus, they have maintained a tacit distance throughout their acquaintance. However, this time, it is Tsunade who takes the initiative to breach this chasm, yet such an act brings Jiraiya no semblance of joy. The sight of her clad in a white haori with a black undergarment evokes memories of Kato Dan, reminiscent of a choice made by the girl he cherished. Her desire to don such attire stems from her admiration for him. This juxtaposition of their identities, he being 2 and she 4, hints at an underlying belief that she perceives herself as superior. Silence does not render you mute, she mutters, wiping her fists with impatience as she disregards Jiraiya, whose head seems to be steaming with frustration. With hands on her hips, she surveys the chaotic surroundings. So, where is Orochimaru? I did not encounter him upon my arrival. Surely he has not collapsed here like you? According to his habits, he should be in a laboratory or library, merely taking advantage of his return to Konoha to gather information and contemplate. From the shadows emerged Orochimaru, a man shrouded in an unsettling chill. He regarded Tsunade and the fuming Jiraiya, shaking his head slowly, and spoke in a hushed tone. Life and death may, from the very outset, be nothing but an elaborate ruse. The deceased do not truly perish. They merely transition into another state, shifting to an alternate realm at the moment of death. If I were to awaken in another vessel with my memories intact, would it be accurate to say that Orochimaru has died or still lives? I find myself pondering such questions, seeking answers. Tsunade, you are the most formidable medical ninja. Do you believe this question possesses a definitive answer? Is the essence of self-will and soul the conclusion of one's life determined by the corporeal form? Or is it dictated by the spirit? Are you addressing me? Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed upon Orochimaru's piercing pupils as she donned her haori marked with the number 4. As long as you perceive that person as familiar, as long as you believe you are alive, then you are indeed living. The corporeal form can only be defined by its own nature. And when the soul exerts influence over the material, entangling oneself in current ethical dilemmas becomes an exercise in futility. Oh, so this is your perspective, Tsunade. You assert that if one perceives no issue, then none exists? How self-centered. The boundary between life and death ought to be exceedingly clear, if it were indeed so distinct. The second Hokage would not have devised such forbidden techniques. We are all aware of this. From our vantage point, life and death appear unequivocal. Yet from the perspective of the deceased, this may not hold true. Fascinating, Tsunade. From your standpoint as a medical ninja, what do you believe the most plausible model is? What do you consider to be the most comprehensive view of life and death? From my perspective, it seems I am utterly unable to comprehend. Observing the two loquacious companions, Jiraiya reached for a bowl of fine wine and poured it down his throat. He was acutely aware of his mission. The great sage Toad had already revealed his destiny to him. He was to seek out the prophesied child who would save this world. In truth, Jiraiya understood that his relationship with Tsunade was likely futile. Compared to Kakashi, his feelings for Tsunade were not founded on genuine affection, but rather on the weight of his mission. From a certain perspective, he had always seemed to be the odd one out, the underdog, despite having achieved the status of one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Even after facing countless crises alongside his comrades, Jiraiya could still feel the chasm of isolation and estrangement between them. Yet, he recognized that this was not their fault. It was his own doing. Well, perhaps this is for the best. Jiraiya mused, what madness am I conjuring? I was just thinking about this. As he watched Tsunade complain and Orochimaru sigh beside her, Jiraiya erupted in laughter, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment in his life. The woman he cherished had found her place, and his destiny had revealed itself. If all went as anticipated, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan would indeed become the prophesied children. Could there be a brighter future than this? He had never been a man of ambition or determination, nor did he consider himself a hero or a paragon. Although he was often hailed as the exceptional Jiraiya, the true essence of Jiraiya was merely that of a man who enjoyed teaching children, writing tales of merit, and contributing to the well-being of others. It could even be said that he had an aversion to conflict and war. Given the choice, he might have preferred a humble life as a farmer, relishing the simplicity and monotony of existence. However, he was not afforded that luxury. He was one of the legendary 3, and the woman he loved was also a part of that elite circle, bearing the ultimate burden of this world's fate. Indeed, Jiraiya had contemplated why the great sage Toad had chosen him, but after much reflection, he found no satisfactory answer. Perhaps it was simply that once he promised something, he would resolutely uphold it. Beyond that, he could not ascertain a compelling reason for his destiny. He often boasted about discovering the prophesied child. Yet his reality culminated in teaching children in the land of rain, returning to teach more children, and possibly continuing this cycle. His life might very well drift along the currents of promises and commitments. But what of it? Jiraiya had a premonition regarding his fate, yet he felt an inexplicable sweetness in accepting it. To abandon this destiny might grant him more, perhaps the love of the woman he desired, perhaps a path to becoming Hokage, or even a more perfect life. Yet, after much contemplation, Jiraiya resolved to bear the weight of it all himself. He felt it unwise to thrust such solitude and loneliness upon a stranger. If sacrifice was inevitable, then let it be him, this hopeless fool. If his efforts and sacrifices could render the world a touch better, that would be a noble pursuit indeed. In that case, the ineffectual Jiraiya would have achieved something worthwhile. Jiraiya, often seen as trailing behind, has nevertheless found a semblance of purpose. The illustrious Jiraiya stands alongside his formidable companions. Even though they have changed upon returning to Konoha, he knows he will greet them with a smile. This is the path they have chosen for themselves, and thus, a toast is all that is required. Gazing at his two radiant comrades, Jiraiya's face lights up with a hearty smile as he raises his cup high. Cheers! Let this be a celebration of our return to the village. Come on, Orochimaru, don't just stand there looking gloomy. Join us for a drink. What do you mean drink right after waking up? Jiraiya, don't put Tsunade in a difficult position. Just as the three legendary ninjas began to bicker, reminiscent of their days in Konoha, a shadowy figure approached, kneeling before them. Lord Third Hokage has commanded that the blood movement armor has been preliminarily developed by Kakashi Hatake and Sosuke Aizen, and they are gathering jonin for experimentation and promotion. Your presence is requested for witnessing and testing. Are you nervous? No need to be anxious. We are here to witness your capabilities. In the preparation room, Sosuke Aizen, observing Kakashi Hatake's unease, gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, not in a childish manner, but as a gesture of trust between adults. Aizen has never regarded Kakashi as merely a child. Feeling this trust, Kakashi's initial tension remarkably dissipated. However, lingering beneath was another unsettling emotion, fear. With Kakashi's keen hearing, he could faintly discern the bustling voices outside. Unlike the secretive nature of the static blood armor's development, which must be safeguarded, the existence of the blood movement armor signifies an elevation in Konoha's offensive capabilities. The mere presence of static blood armor has led the higher-ups of Konoha to experience strategic misjudgments. Thus, the blood movement armor carries great expectations. Without needing to think or feel, he sensed the throng of ninjas gathering outside, the elevated platforms brimming with commotion. Unlike exams or missions, everyone present were Konoha ninjas, possessing far greater abilities than his own. Even the fearless Kakashi felt an instinctive trepidation. What if his research did not gain recognition? What if what he created was mediocre? Such fears began to swirl into a palpable anxiety, and at his tender age, still not quite 7, he instinctively took a step back upon hearing the cacophony outside. Yet, a steady and firm hand held him in place. Sosuke Aizen, the ever-smiling, gentle man, was preventing Kakashi from retreating into uncertainty. Is fear the aftermath of tension? Observing the seemingly hesitant Kakashi Hatake, Aizen smiled, adjusting his glasses, and softly remarked, though somewhat unexpected, your actions indeed reflect your age, which brings me joy, Kakashi-kun. What is there to be joyful about? Kakashi replied, because you are not merely a lifeless entity. You have rekindled hope and developed your own thoughts about this world. You have emerged from the shadow of Shumakuin, becoming an independent individual, Kakashi-kun. I apologize for my bluntness. Let us discuss your current situation. In response to Kakashi's silence, Aizen sincerely offered his apologies and gently began to explain while gazing at the closed door. You are still engulfed in fear, but fear is essentially a fruitless self-torment, Kakashi-kun. It cannot alter any circumstances. It is merely an emotion directed at yourself. However, the emotions that arise from fear are what you truly need. Do you wish to escape due to fear, or do you desire to cultivate courage from it? That is the influence you must exert upon this world. Fear does not lead to action. Yet, whether you choose to evade or confront, both are forms of action. Therefore, Kakashi-kun, only through action can your thoughts and theories manifest into reality. Otherwise, they remain mere fantasies in your mind. A true individual does not succumb to fear. Rather, they derive answers from genuine actions. You may choose to evade and hide, perhaps by allowing me to temporarily perform in your stead, or you could remain stationary, rendering everyone a laughingstock. Ultimately, the most natural choice is to advance directly, standing in the sunlight. Confront those who once questioned you, those who slandered you, and strike them with your blood techniques, demonstrating who you truly are. I believe this aligns more closely with your answer. As always, Aizen's comfort was laced with a firm arrogance and a pity founded upon that arrogance. Yet, there was an oddly reassuring quality to it, as if entrusting everything to him would yield happiness. Kakashi Hatake slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on the myriad experiences he had encountered during his months living in Aizen's household. In reality, the blood techniques in Aizen's hands were far more than mere theoretical concepts. What had been entrusted to Kakashi was a simplified scroll of static blood techniques and some methodologies for executing dynamic blood techniques. Though the terms dynamic blood techniques and static blood techniques may appear contrasting, they are fundamentally different entities. Static blood techniques entirely harness the energy of chakra for engraving, harmonizing one's full power with the external world to form a shield upon the skin. Conversely, dynamic blood techniques require the complete utilization of external energy to enhance one's own strength, amplifying the potency of both ninjutsu and taijutsu to an exponential degree. Such an approach can be deemed exceedingly perilous. Due to an unknown cause, the energy capable of inducing internal and external interactions upon contact with the body transforms into a statue, resulting in a mutation of the flesh. The existence of such a phenomenon poses a significant danger to the human body and remains exceedingly difficult to observe and comprehend, perpetually maintaining a state of frenzied rage. Aizen proposed several methods for isolation and extraction. However, he only had a few vague ideas on how to harness this omnipresent yet extraordinarily volatile external energy. After ruling out a series of potentially perilous modifications related to the physical body, Kakashi ultimately opted for a concept akin to the static blood technique. By applying a sensing liquid and markings to the surface of the body and utilizing the internal Venus map provided by the Hyuga clan, he aimed to convert the chakra within into specific external and internal pathways. Through an intricate interweaving of these routes, a state known as the perfected sacred body was formed, capable of synchronously siphoning external energy while maintaining equilibrium with internal energy. In this state, the body's vitality would significantly increase, and the enhancement of the 5 senses and 6 perceptions would be profound, nearly doubling the potency of physical and ninjutsu techniques. However, the cost was that any severe impact or injury would sever the connection to the perfected sacred body, reverting the individual to a normal state. For Kakashi, this dynamic blood technique was undoubtedly inadequate, yet the third Hokage regarded it favorably. After all, in a 3-person team, having someone with a static blood technique at the forefront, a dynamic blood technique providing support from behind, and a medical ninja overseeing in the middle seemed quite ideal. Although Kakashi's personal standards had not been met to a high degree, if merely put to the test, many would find it a satisfactory outcome. Indeed, there was nothing to fear. The theory had been thoroughly validated, and with the special sensing potion and emergency mechanisms provided by Aizen, the possibility of failure was non-existent. Kakashi Hatake slowly opened his eyes, and the cacophony of the outside world once again filled his ears. However, this time, the once doubting and angry sounds had transformed into voices of support and understanding. "I see, Aizen. Just watch. I anticipate your performance, Kakashi-kun." Observing the small figure pushing open the door, Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses, standing in place with a gentle smile. There was no need for further introduction. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. As the most resilient jonin, Jiraiya had already struck a bold pose, jesting and bantering with the watching ninjas on stage. Upon seeing Kakashi emerge from the corridor, Jiraiya's previously frivolous expression faded. Observing the seemingly silent Kakashi as he retrieved a vial of liquid, he involuntarily remarked, "It's Kakashi Hatake, isn't it? You really don't need to hold back. I am now prepared with the static blood technique and some inner linings. Just come up and engage. You're merely a chunin. I can accompany you in showcasing your moves, no problem at all." Ignoring Jiraiya, Kakashi silently poured the vial's contents over his head. A refreshing sensation spread from his strands of hair to the circumference of his head as Kakashi stood still. With a gentle closing of his eyes and a clap of his hands, a sharp crack echoed. The blood transformation technique was complete. The azure liquid provided by Aizen flowed from Kakashi's forehead, cascading to either side, and in the blink of an eye, solidified into 2 obsidian brows. Veins began to pulse with a strange siphoning force, gradually turning crimson as the energy surged through Kakashi's limbs and bones. After merely a second, Hatake Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his pitch-black gaze locked onto Jiraiya, who was utterly astonished. In the next instant, Jiraiya found himself unable to see Kakashi's figure. He first felt a tremendous impact upon his shoulder, akin to a powerful blow from a master of taijutsu, followed by a dull thud. A violent gust of wind swept across the spectator platform behind Jiraiya, scattering the various snacks held by the observing ninjas into disarray. However, there was no time to dwell on such trivialities. Gazing at the nearly tainted defenses of the blood transformation technique, Jiraiya looked incredulously at Kakashi, who maintained a kicking stance. Surrounded by flickering lightning, faced with the interplay of light and shadow on Kakashi's body, the radiant veins, the seal upon his brow, and the pulsating energy that seemed to breathe, Jiraiya felt as though he were witnessing an unfathomable miracle and could not help but exclaim, "This is not merely the blood transformation technique. This is sage art. A brand new sage art." His exclamation sent ripples through the crowd, causing many elite ninjas to exchange glances and murmur inquiries about this sage art. This was not due to any lack of knowledge, but rather because sage art was a concept beyond the grasp of conventional ninjas. Many were entirely unaware of the existence of natural energy, let alone the sage art that utilized it. Due to the diminishing influence of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, discussions regarding the sage body of the first Hokage and sage art had all but been silenced. Within Konoha, only the legendary Sannin, who had each acquired their own unique sage techniques from hidden realms, possessed knowledge of sage art, and they kept such information closely guarded. For the majority, their understanding of sage art was derived from various novels and biographies. The notion that a genuine sage art, developed by ninjas, existed in this world was difficult for them to comprehend. After all, at this moment, while Kakashi bore stripes upon his face and his surroundings began to warp unnaturally, he did not exude the aura one might associate with a sage. Rather, he emanated a formidable presence bolstered by his newfound power. Maintaining his kicking posture and observing the tumultuous scene behind him, Kakashi calmly tilted his head at Jiraiya. He had transcended any fear or apprehension regarding such matters. Due to the extraordinary ninja-level vision refined through the completion of the sacred body and the blood transformation, the third Hokage was both astonished and elated. If the third Hokage deemed this a remarkable discovery worth promoting, then the final judgment rested solely with him. Jiraiya's shock and thoughts were of little consequence. This was a fundamental truth imparted to him by Aizen. One must identify the core of the problem rather than get lost in trivial details. Thus, Kakashi Hatake did not cast a glance at the astonished Jiraiya, but instead directed his gaze towards the third Hokage in the viewing area. A peculiar humming sound began to resonate throughout the venue. "Lord Third, what must I do?" "Continue with the experiment." "But this is sage mode," Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, observing the third Hokage on the platform, who wore a hat and an impassive expression. "We should pause to clarify things first. Sage mode should not manifest outside the sacred grounds. Jiraiya, we can discuss it later. The test must proceed." "Understood." The old man appeared somewhat irritable. Sensing the reproachful gaze of the third Hokage, Jiraiya swallowed his words and turned his attention cautiously to the child before him, who was slowly retracting his legs and standing still. No matter how diminutive and seemingly non-threatening he appeared, the emergence of sage mode had fundamentally altered the nature of the situation. Jiraiya felt a deep regret. He should have realized that the liquid atop his head was the natural energy-sensing fluid, and that motion was undoubtedly a preparatory gesture for entering sage mode, albeit unlike any sage mode commonly recognized today. Yet, why was it a human rather than an animal? Wasn't this secret technique solely mastered by the major summoning sanctuaries? Could it be that we could also develop such a wondrous and magnificent technique on our own? As he gazed at Kakashi, whose body crackled with electric sparks, veins intertwined in red and blue, seemingly glowing, Jiraiya's face was etched with uncontrollable astonishment. Meanwhile, Orochimaru in the viewing area could not help but lick his lips, a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes. Kakashi Hatake's artificial sage mode was indeed a remarkable talent. Like a predator savoring its prey, Orochimaru's gaze lingered over Kakashi's rough blood transformation suit. As a descendant of the Dragon Cave, he was well aware of sage mode. But Orochimaru had his own considerations and had not fully immersed himself in the Dragon Cave's ninjutsu, though he grasped the basic concepts. He understood just how astonishing this technique was and the vast prospects it held. From a certain perspective, this human-initiated sage mode might be even more suitable for achieving longevity than previously imagined. The study of natural energy was inherently perilous, but with this new mode, he could simplify and accomplish far more. By the way, Tsunade. He had just intended to turn and ask Tsunade something when he was astonished to discover that she did not seem particularly shocked. The summoner of the great slug sage in the wet-bone forest displayed no significant surprise at Kakashi's manifestation of sage mode. Instead, It was only upon noticing Orochimaru's gaze that she raised an eyebrow. Then, as if realizing something profound, her expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Feigning excitement as she glanced toward the center of the arena, where someone was speaking of bizarre medical theories. Nevertheless, it was clear that she had no intention of engaging in conversation with Orochimaru. Yet, after years of camaraderie, in that fleeting moment, Orochimaru understood that Tsunade had likely known all along that Kakashi's sage mode was like this. I chose Shimura Danzo, while you opted for Aizen Sosuke, did you? Perhaps it was not a choice at all, but merely a foray into research and development, which seemed quite normal. However, the mere thought of Aizen Sosuke, that man with a gentle demeanor, caused Orochimaru to instinctively furrow his brow. He was reluctant, even repulsed, at the idea of interacting with that seemingly benign individual. The reasons behind this aversion were unclear, yet Orochimaru felt an overwhelming, irrational desire to avoid meeting him. Although his rational mind acknowledged Aizen as a genius in ninjutsu development, who had collaborated with Kakashi to create techniques capable of altering the dynamics of the Konoha Wars, namely the static blood and dynamic blood techniques, Orochimaru could not bear to see that serene, smiling face. It evoked in him a sense of emptiness and solitude that surpassed even his previous encounters with the White Snake Sage in the Rejendo. Quickly shaking off these peculiar negative emotions, he refocused on the two figures who had separated and assumed their positions. This time, Jiraiya refrained from uttering any casual remarks. Instead, he stood with an expression of tension and vigilance, pressing his hands together forcefully against his heart. In an instant, countless pale blue patterns radiated from his heart throughout his entire body. Static blood technique, full power. Yet, Kakashi, standing opposite, coldly regarded Jiraiya enveloped in the ethereal blue glow. And in the next moment, his figure vanished entirely. Part 2. This time, it was even faster. Guided by instinct, Jiraiya instinctively raised his hands high. Once again, a kick struck faster than sound, and Jiraiya felt an even more intense vibration reverberating through his head than before. The entire platform was shattered in an instant. Yet Jiraiya maintained his posture of raised hands, enduring the blow. Seeing Jiraiya, with arms still raised and embedded in the earth, Kakashi silently nodded and lifted his seemingly frail fist. Dynamic blood technique, continuous strike. The sound of dozens of explosive impacts coalesced into a terrifying roar, with fissures in the ground extending to the very edge of the spectator stands. In an instant, the diminutive fists of Hatake Kakashi unleashed dozens of phantoms, striking fiercely against Jiraiya's waist and forcibly embedding him into the earth. Even more terrifying was that this relentless barrage, potent enough to obliterate an average jonin, showed no signs of abating. With the final explosive sound echoing, Kakashi teleported into the air, as if treading upon the very fabric of the atmosphere. Coldly, he gazed down upon Jiraiya, who lay ensnared by countless blows, momentarily immobilized. The slender hands of the child began to form intricate hand seals under the watchful eyes of all present. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In. These 6 seals, nearly inscribed within the genetic makeup of every ninja, were completed with precision. Kakashi positioned his palm at the edge of his mask, and the dual-colored veins of the blood movement technique radiated a brilliant light, converging towards his hand. Blood movement enhancement, great fireball technique. In the next moment, all the ninjas instinctively believed a second sun had appeared in the sky. A massive, luminous fireball, perpetually ablaze and viscous, manifested before Kakashi, plummeting towards the ground. Jiraiya, embedded within the earth, seemed devoid of any capacity for resistance, as countless shards of stone and gravel ensnared him in place, leaving him to helplessly watch the descent of this fiery orb. A mere second later, all was concluded. There was no violent combustion or explosion. It was as though the entire arena had been dissolved. The jonin could only feel the searing heat and wave of warmth washing over them, their eyes wide in astonishment as molten lava began to flow across the once hallowed ground of the arena. Unsurprisingly, in the center of the arena stood Kakashi, having dispelled the blood movement technique, appearing as the victor. Yet, another figure remained amidst the chaos. The glow of the static blood technique gradually faded as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, infused his entire chakra into the defense of the static blood technique, still unable to fully withstand the terrifying force of that cataclysmic strike. Remarkable. Jiraiya sighed, glancing at the bruises adorning his arms and the charred marks that marred his body. If an ordinary jonin had faced that, there would be little left but bones. After a final inspection of his hair and body, he silently extended a thumb towards Kakashi, who had relinquished his blood movement technique. "You are the most exceptional talent I have encountered at your age, Kakashi." With a complex expression, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, remarked, "The blood movement technique is truly formidable." The demonstration was a resounding success. Anyone can see just how powerful this technique is. Imagine a three-man team, a static blood ninja acting as a shield, absorbing various attacks, while a blood movement ninja conjures that terrifying fireball, accompanied by a medical ninja. What a sight that would be! Even if a static blood ninja went berserk, dragging three enemies with them, demanding a self-detonation from the blood movement ninja, it would undoubtedly leave all nations' ninjas in utter disarray. Moreover, the technique of silent blood armor is exceptional, while the dynamic blood armor serves as a universal remedy. With the assistance of medical ninjas, the recovery speed of both techniques reaches an astonishing rate. At this pace, is there any hidden village that could withstand such onslaught? It is inconceivable that they could endure the relentless attacks of this treacherous triangle. Yet, in stark contrast to the exuberance of the ninjas, within the confines of the Hokage's office, the three legendary ninjas, along with Aizen and the Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, comprised a total of 6 individuals, each bearing distinct expressions. Jiraiya cast a glance at the placid Aizen and the nonchalant Kakashi, letting out a barely perceptible sigh as he knelt before the third Hokage, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "I implore you, teacher, to seal away the dynamic blood armor technique. Give me a reason, Jiraiya." "Because the natural energy is exceedingly perilous, sensei." With a glance of concern towards Kakashi, who seemed to be rolling his eyes, Jiraiya spoke softly to his mentor. "The 3 great sanctuaries employ sage mode not out of monopolistic intent, but because it is fraught with danger. Even a moment's carelessness could result in petrification or transformation into something else entirely. Only the 3 great sanctuaries possess the means to address this issue. In other words, the crude dynamic blood armor is effectively a gamble with the lives of both the child and the user. It is a sophisticated technique, arguably the crown jewel of the entire ninjutsu system. Its reckless application could lead to unimaginable peril that you cannot fathom. And speaking of which, Sasuke, how dare you allow a child to undergo such experiments? I am truly disappointed in you. Why would you subject such a young child to this kind of endeavor?" As Jiraiya's voice rose in agitation, he pointed an accusatory finger at Aizen. Meanwhile, Tsunade maintained an impassive expression as she gazed skyward, while Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance. Only Kakashi regarded Jiraiya with disdain, for he detested when others belittled his accomplishments based solely on his age, as if being young automatically conferred superiority over others, disregarding the results of one's efforts. Faced with such grave responsibilities, without the need for inquiry from the third Hokage, Aizen adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. "Please, calm down. Jiraiya, I assure you, my intentions are well-founded." With a serene smile that radiated persuasive charm, Aizen gently quelled Jiraiya's fury and began to elucidate. "It is widely acknowledged that silent blood armor is a secret technique calibrated based on the trajectory of chakra within the body's meridian network, facilitating a fluid defense through the synergy of chakra nodes and blood. This technique significantly enhances the vitality and defensive capabilities of all ninjas. Yet for me, its paramount significance lies in its establishment of a pathway for the interaction between blood and chakra, implying the potential for autonomous operation. Thus, I pondered, if the internally functioning silent blood armor can operate so flawlessly on its own, would not the amalgamation of external energy lead to an even greater enhancement of power? Could it not enable an individual to unleash a mightier force in a brief span of time? And so, I embarked on this quest for discovery. Before the perplexed Jiraiya, Aizen spoke eloquently to the 2 technicians. His confident discourse on the technical intricacies captured the attention of Tsunade, who had previously been somewhat distracted, prompting her to nod earnestly in agreement. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gazed intently at Aizen Sosuke, as though he had stumbled upon a gold mine exposed on the surface, his eyes brimming with recognition and desire. However, Aizen remained indifferent to the thoughts of the legendary 3 ninjas, focusing instead on the third Hokage. As the third Hokage nodded in silence, Aizen adjusted his glasses and elucidated the entire theory of the blood motion technique to the 3 ninjas. He explained the Rin Meridian, which extends from below the lips to the lower abdomen, and the due meridian, which runs from the lower back to the crown of the head. These two major meridians traverse the human body, maintaining a relative balance during the flow of chakra. Following the research trajectory of the 8 gates of opening, I conducted subsequent investigations and ultimately identified 24 chakra convergence points. Grounded in the heart and blood vessels, I developed the blood still technique as a defensive jutsu. Building upon this understanding, I interlinked 12 acupuncture points in front and behind, allowing for the perfect calibration of chakra through a specially formulated liquid that facilitates sensing and absorption. This chakra circulates within the body along predetermined pathways, complemented by the stilling liquid. This achievement was not a product of mere experience or common knowledge. Rather, it emerged from meticulous research, bold hypothesis, and careful experimental validation, culminating in the systematic application of the blood motion technique. As long as blood flows through the veins, the life energy, or chakra, will operate automatically, drawing in natural energy from the environment, initiating transformation within the body, and ultimately releasing it as a distinct energy of the blood motion technique. I briefly outlined this, but for detailed specifics, please refer to my thesis housed in the library. Although this was merely a cursory description, it was sufficient to leave Jiraiya feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. To be candid, while Jiraiya feigned comprehension, he truly struggled to grasp the concept. His ability to enter sage mode was largely attributed to the 2 great sage of Mount Myaboku he summoned. Faced with Aizen's scholarly and lengthy exposition, he hastily called for a halt. Otherwise, he feared that his lackluster sage mode would be utterly exposed to ridicule. I don't need to hear those theories. Just tell me why Kakashi is being asked to undertake such a perilous task. Perilous? Where is the danger? Everything lies within a safe range, Aizen replied, regarding the sweating Jiraiya with a curious expression. The reason we require stability is that maintaining balance necessitates controlling the interconnection and movement of the 24 acupuncture points within the body. Should there be significant physical changes, or if the acupoints are temporarily obstructed or the suction phenomena are compromised, the blood motion mode will automatically disengage, thereby avoiding any adverse effects. However, while this method is indeed safe, its effectiveness does not equate to the formidable power of the so-called sage mode chakra. This is due to the fact that approximately half to 3/4 of the chakra is required to assimilate the affected chakra subsequently. In simpler terms, it constructs an entirely new microcycle within the body, isolating it from external circulation through the use of a blocking agent. If we consider the capabilities of sage mode to be 100, then the efficacy of this blood manipulation technique may only range between 25 and 50. Yet, its advantage lies in its safety. In critical moments, it can unleash a power equivalent to 100 by lifting the restrictions imposed by the blocking agents and medications, thereby infinitely expanding the internal chakra cycle and entering a state of ultimate fusion and explosion. However, this relies heavily on the ninja's subsequent self-regulation abilities. From any perspective, this aligns with all safety protocols, and notably, this safety system was personally drafted by Kakashi, leaving me with no grounds for dissent. What? Jiraiya's voice rose, tinged with disbelief. How could you allow a 7-year-old child to engage in such activities? Kakashi is still a child. What does he understand about safety protocols? Why not? Can a 7-year-old not be a genius? Listening to the instinctive words of the so-called legendary Sannin, Kakashi's forehead pulsed with veins, his frustration mounting to the point where he wished to deliver a resounding slap. You speak nonsense and tarnish my research, claiming it is impossible. Have you even considered my perspective? The concept of this blood manipulation technique, aside from the initial idea and funding, is solely the fruit of my labor. However, Kakashi was not afforded the opportunity to defend himself, for in the next moment, a ninja burst into the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, it's bad. The library's data room, a seemingly ordinary ninja, panic-stricken, rushed in. This individual appeared to be from the Umbu, but the news he bore was too significant to maintain any semblance of Umbu secrecy. The ninja stumbled, drenched in sweat, half kneeling as he delivered a report that left everyone present in a state of shock. In the library's data room, all research materials related to consultant Aizen Sosuke have just been confirmed as completely lost. The Umbu headquarters has also been attacked by enemies. At least 13 ninjas have defected from the village. What should we do, Third Hokage? Upon hearing this devastating news, the Third Hokage's expression stiffened. He was aware of Aizen's habits. As a seasoned ninja, Aizen routinely submitted materials to Konoha and made copies in the library. These documents were typically safeguarded meticulously, with the internal materials under the direct watch of the Hokage Zanbu, while the library copies served as bait for spies, guarded by Danzo's root. But now, the materials were gone. Where was Danzo? Danzo, where are you? Bring him to me immediately. Observing the somewhat disheveled third Hokage, Sosuke Aizen adjusted his spectacles and leaned in, whispering, Lord Shimura Danzo, due to your policies regarding the land of Rain, the root has departed under the cover of night for negotiations there. You are aware, of course. Upon hearing these words, the third's face instantly turned a ghastly white. The entire defensive line of the land of Rain had retreated. However, it was universally acknowledged among the ninja villages that such a line must not be left unguarded. Although Danzo had concealed his movements adeptly, departing without detection, it was likely that the enemy had anticipated this. They were gambling, wagering that certain ninjas from Konoha would be dispatched covertly to the land of Rain. As it turned out, they had indeed made the right bet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that his momentary lapse of judgment could yield catastrophic consequences. All theoretical techniques and principles concerning the bloodline techniques had been completely compromised. The technological advantage of Konoha had evaporated. This was arguably the most severe breach of security in recent years, apart from the ambiguous circumstances surrounding the Konoha White Fang incident. This event had stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the entirety of Konoha. Even the imposition of silence proved ineffective, as disgraced ninjas brazenly detonated the Konoha library, sending plumes of smoke into the sky, visible to all civilians. While the populace may not fully grasp the significance of the lost information, the elite ninjas felt a chill of dread. Their confidence in returning home stemmed from the presence of their comrades stationed along the borders, engaging the enemy with formidable bloodline techniques. Now, however, the situation had drastically shifted. One could easily be bombarded with a colossal fire-style technique from the enemy, rendering them a mere specter in the air. This incident severely undermined the third Hokage's authority, transforming the previously stable situation in Konoha into one of turmoil once more. Despite Aizen's assurances during subsequent meetings to invest time in refining and upgrading the bloodline techniques, it was apparent to all that such advancements hinged solely on foundational ideas. When the core concept is flawed, no amount of enhancement can truly restore what has been lost. The war technology advantage of Konoha had been shattered in an instant, leaving a lingering sense of trepidation in the hearts of all. Moreover, according to reports, in stark contrast to Konoha's complacency, the four great ninja villages seemed to have united in an unprecedented decision to seize Konoha's war technologies. They had dispatched nearly all available spies and infiltrators for this operation, capitalizing on the moment when elite ninjas observed the bloodline techniques, using their numerical superiority to breach the relatively weak defenses of the library. Simultaneously, a cadre of ninjas adept in diversionary tactics launched assaults on both the data room and the sides of Hokage Rock. Under such dire circumstances, the Umbu ninjas were compelled to split their forces to provide protection. Should Hokage Rock be breached, it would deliver a resounding slap to the face of Konoha as a whole. Even though it is widely acknowledged that a normal person would not engage in such actions, and the likelihood is merely 1 in a million, they refrain from gambling. They are compelled to endure the so-called strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Subsequent investigations revealed that all 4 major nations, apart from Konohagakure, were involved, and even the village of Takigakure had several corpses, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was consumed by unrelenting fury, yet found himself powerless. He had not anticipated that Konohagakure would exert such immense pressure on others. Despite projecting an image of retreat, the enemy resolutely united to shatter the monopoly of Konohagakure's techniques, a feat that had once seemed utterly improbable in the eyes of the third Hokage. Yet now, their motives were strikingly clear. The pressure exerted by the static and dynamic bloodlines was far more terrifying than imagined, to the extent that the enemy resorted to such a significant strategic disadvantage to procure technological resources. Following this conflict, the arrangements of the 4 major ninja villages within Konohagakure could be deemed entirely obliterated, with all communication points and minor strongholds uprooted. To ensure seamless communication and the execution of plans, these major ninja villages began to share their outposts, The more the third Hokage observed the enemy's casualties in the data, the heavier and more pained his heart became. The increasing losses only served to affirm the value of the static and dynamic bloodlines. He found himself unable to place blame on anyone, for all evidence indicated that this was a complete gamble. They were wagering that the third Hokage would be overly ambitious and gather all the elite ninja to witness the emergence of dynamic bloodlines. They were betting on Sosuke Aizen, whose name implied a gentlemanly demeanor, to meticulously copy all the documents in the library for the purpose of nurturing Konohagakure. They were wagering that Konohagakure would never abandon the land of rain and would act covertly. In light of a series of actions, their gamble had proven correct. For the first time since the First Great Ninja War, the 4 major ninja villages collaborated against Konohagakure. Faced with such a situation, even Sosuke Aizen could not suppress the various grievances and outcries. The Uchiha clan even publicly declared that should the third Hokage grow feeble with age, they would be willing to provide elite ninja for support. Such a declaration would have been vehemently condemned in the past, relegated to obscurity. However, confronted with such immense damage, everyone seemed to turn a blind eye. Initially, the circumstances surrounding the Konoha White Fawn's mission were unclear, yet under Aizen's influence, it was speculated that the loss incurred was attributed to the Wind Shadow, and the repercussions were severe. Given that the third Hokage's preferences and judgments had led to such substantial harm for Konohagakure, should he not exhibit some response? The third Hokage would not relent. Seated in the writing chamber, Sosuke Aizen deftly inscribed a character of the heart onto the parchment. The Sarutobi clan relied heavily on the third Hokage. He cherished both the village and his family, thus he would undoubtedly persevere. Moreover, such circumstances could not be entirely blamed on him. Before Aizen, Tsunade appeared as if frozen in midair. Her exquisite visage was marred by an expression of fury, her fists coalescing with immense chakra. The formidable strength that Tsunade was renowned for gathered within her palms, poised in the air as if to strike. Yet, even as Aizen had inscribed a heart upon the table and commenced with the framing, Tsunade remained fixed in her furious demeanor, donning the white haori of the 4th Division. Suspended midair in a stance ready to attack. In the corner of the courtyard, Shikamaru Nara, overwhelmed by ennui, cradled a small dish of breadcrumbs in his hands, squatting down to feed the koi in the pond. Behind him, Kata Danya, a member of the 2nd Division, was also frozen in place, his face reflecting astonishment, as if he were about to utter something to the suspended Tsunade. With the completed calligraphy hung among the myriad of artworks in the writing room, Aizen Sasuke sat calmly at the table, observing the seemingly fierce Tsunade, his expression gentle and tranquil. An hour had passed. Could it be that she could finally attain composure? Tsunade the Elder? As if time had resumed its flow, Tsunade suddenly plummeted, landing awkwardly before Aizen. If adhering to customary behavior, she would have first been conscious of her appearance and then delivered a punch to anyone who witnessed her disheveled state. However, Tsunade merely gazed at Aizen in a state of numbness. On her youthful visage, which bore no relation to her age, there was an unmistakable sense of emptiness and confusion, even a hint of helplessness. Why? What? I ask you why? Tsunade gasped as she fell to the ground, suppressing some emotion, murmuring softly. Did you not wish to control Konoha? Did you not aspire to master all of this? Why allow the village to be invaded by those people? Why? I do not comprehend what you truly desire. I cannot fathom it at all. If I were to declare that I am a terrifying villain, intent on utilizing Konoha's resources to clandestinely dominate the entire world, and at the necessary moment would incite a grand rebellion across the shinobi realm with the 13th Division, ultimately becoming the most powerful dictator seated upon a throne in the heavens, would that satisfy you? Observing Tsunade, her head bowed and in a wretched state upon the ground, Aizen Sasuke shook his head in disappointment. When confronted with actions beyond their comprehension, individuals often resort to their own familiar frameworks for analysis and comparison, projecting their basest desires onto others, asserting that this reflects their thoughts. Though I have witnessed this countless times, each instance compels me to ponder the immense greatness of the Soul King who permitted such occurrences. You are perpetually inclined to interpret me through your own lens. This is a grave error. The chasm between us is vast, and our perceptions are strikingly divergent. What I wish to pursue, what I aim to achieve, is often beyond your understanding. Or rather, once comprehended, your worldview renders it unacceptable. However, such actions are undeniably real. Why do you allow them to steal your techniques? Are they not yours? Did I not make myself clear? What I aspire for is collective progress. I yearn for more individuals to cultivate courage and the will to advance. Observing Tsunade, who roars on the ground like a beast grievously wounded. Aizen's expression softens with a gentle pity, akin to that of an adult watching a stubborn child. Indeed, throughout the years, I have dedicated myself to enhancing Konoha's foundation, and the fruits of my labor are evident within its walls. Yet, when did I ever claim that my assistance would be limited solely to the birth of such advancements for Konoha? However, this time, it bears no relevance to me. With a faint smile directed at the ashen-faced Tsunade, Aizen resumed his writing at the desk. One must not underestimate the other ninja of this world. Konoha is not the sole bearer of ideals and convictions. While possessing a sense of ownership is commendable, one must be wary of excess. Yet, you are fully aware of this, and yet you did not intervene? What grounds do I have to obstruct? I have endowed Konoha with formidable technology, facilitating their stable existence and productivity. I have established numerous systems and innovations for Konoha. Now, you accuse me of failing to prevent their destruction of Konoha. Thus, I am compelled to inquire, if all your endeavors require my assistance, what then is the meaning of your existence to me? A parasite, perhaps? Aizen's actions are impeccable. Or rather, every move he makes is calculated and assured. This does not imply any malicious intent. Rather, it is often evident and flows naturally. Aizen harbors no ill will towards anyone. He merely observes the unfolding events. He is acutely aware that his technology incites fear among the other ninja villages. The silent blood armor is a revolutionary combat technology. Although the ninjas of Konoha recognize its potential, their anticipation of the enemy's fear is grossly underestimated. Confronted with an indestructible combat unit capable of relentless assault and entanglement, it is akin to facing their natural enemy. Particularly, the upper-level silent blood armor wreaks havoc on the battlefield with unparalleled might. For the aggressor, this is an expected mentality. Yet, for the victims, the experience is entirely different. It mirrors how Konoha could not comprehend why, upon the death of the first Hokage, the Ninja World War erupted immediately against their once mighty village. They did not perceive power as foes. Rather, they wielded it as allies, rendering them blind to fear. In the face of such extreme dread, acceptance may come in time, as their offensive capabilities are limited. However, with the emergence of the active blood armor's news, all ninja villages swiftly reached a consensus. If they do not make a decisive strike, they risk being mercilessly ground to dust by Konoha's combination of silent and active blood armors alongside medical ninjas in the coming decades. Yet, to initiate war outright seems far too hasty for them, though the intention to ignite the Ninja World War is vocally expressed. The current relations between the Sand and Rock ninjas have prevented the major nations from fully mobilizing. In the midst of this fear, the stark contrast of objective reality, reason, and madness has led the ninjas of the four great villages to make a courageous decision. They resolve to set aside their prejudices and collaborate with utmost efficiency to confront the intelligence of Konoha. Regardless of the outcome, they pledge to share intelligence units, willing to sacrifice even silence in their endeavors. Judging Konoha's movements with rationality, they identified the intricate frictions among the clans and, at the most opportune moment, launched a deadly assault with all the spies from the four great villages united. Although the operation was brief, lasting only a matter of minutes, the exquisite coordination, valor, and spirit of sacrifice displayed, along with the sight of ninjas from disparate villages joining forces, evoked admiration even from Aizen. While he disdains meaningless internal strife, he likened it to the catfish effect. Their desperate struggles would saturate the world with a palpable tension. This tension, akin to the sensation of wild dogs pursuing them, serves as a ladder for humanity's advancement. As the time for respite arrived, Aizen seized the opportunity to elaborate. Lady Tsunade, have you ever witnessed the struggles among ants? Observing Tsunade's seemingly bewildered expression, Aizen resumed his customary smile, seated in the writing chamber while savoring a cup of tea. Ants are inherently social creatures, characterized by a rigid hierarchy, unified command, and societal relationships, sharing mechanisms for storage and expansion akin to humans. Once, I found great pleasure in observing two ant kingdoms locked in conflict within a bonsai. However, in the absence of crisis or interest, ants typically do not engage in fierce battles. They do not aspire to break through the thick glass cover, but rather lead a contented existence. Yet, Should sugar water be dripped in a particular spot, or their reserves be partially siphoned away, the ants become aggressive, evolving, plundering, and defending their homes. Aizen remarked with a smile, as though the very ant nest had materialized before him. However, Tsunade felt a chill envelop her. She fully comprehended the metaphor he was drawing. Yet this was Konoha, the village where she had lived for decades. How could one be so ruthlessly indifferent, allowing such events to unfold in their own homeland? Gazing at the man who seemed to wield control over everything, she felt an increasing sense of absurdity and dread within her. "Do you not harbor any ties to the village?" "Ties," he replied. "The essence of ties is to be shackled, rendered immobile." The original significance of the characters for tie and bond pertains to restraining livestock. Such is the manifestation of obedience and servitude. We are human, and we do not require such things. Looking at Tsunade, Aizen spoke with an air of naturalness. What we need is not bonds, but reason, rules, order, ideals, the future, and most importantly, courage. Courage is not solely defined by pioneering the future or traversing paths untraveled by predecessors. Acknowledging one's own shortcomings and confronting one's true self also embody bravery. In Konoha, I executed my duties with utmost precision. I devised the blood-flowing armor and the blood stasis armor, granting Konoha a decisive advantage on the battlefield. I facilitated the alleviation of tensions between the upper and lower echelons, linking the deaths of White Fang and the Wind Shadow, thus silencing the upper ninjas' incessant clamor. I even exceeded expectations in a series of economic and administrative developments. This raises the question, who, then, is the one disregarding rules and undermining achievements? Surely, it cannot be I. So, who truly fails to take responsibility for Konoha and comprehend the essence of their existence? In response to Tsunade, who appeared somewhat astonished and bewildered, Aizen shook his head in disappointment. Few ninjas possess the ability to connect various matters. When they discover a connection to a certain event, their instinct is to assign blame. However, Aizen did not harbor significant anger towards this, as he understood that the ninjas were simply uneducated. In their lexicon, the concept of accountability appears to be absent. It is merely a matter of who discovers something first. In truth, the responsibility for managing these affairs should lie with the Umbu directly under the Hokage. The advisors, Karui and Mito, are tasked with summarizing technical information and deciding its disclosure. The elder Shimura Danzo should oversee the reconnaissance of spies within the village and monitor their activities. Meanwhile, as an elder advisor, Aizen Sosuke bears no responsibility, as his role is limited to providing counsel and administrative means. No one, regardless of their reasoning, can justly criticize him, for it is unequivocally not his obligation. To neglect one's own failures and instead blame those more capable for not achieving perfection is an intrinsic human tendency. Only through education can one grasp the logical relationships involved. Yet, it is evident that ninjas do not seem to be individuals capable of receiving higher education, or rather, they are profoundly lacking in humanistic education. I understand your desire for me to rescue Konoha as an omniscient savior, or perhaps to envision me seizing control of the village cherished by your grandfather, propelling it to greatness and thereby fulfilling your ideals. However, I have articulated my own aspirations, which are not aligned with his. Humanity often acts irrationally, confronted with an utterly closed environment and a seemingly hopeless future. Individuals tend to exhaust their strength in pursuit of an elusive tomorrow. Thus, I admire the ninjas of the 4 great shinobi countries. They did not resign themselves to despair in the face of a potentially bleak future, but instead chose to leverage their strength and wisdom to seek a glimmer of hope. Consequently, I offered them an opportunity, as well as a chance for Konoha. Clearly, it is they who have seized that opportunity. As Tsunade seemed to regain her composure, her aura gradually subsiding, Aizen, cradling his teacup, sat poised behind the table, his expression one of compassion. If the love of comrades and the love of parents exist, then it is also true that such sentiments are mirrored in the animal kingdom. Beasts, too, will sacrifice for their kin and friends. However, it is only humanity that, in the face of elusive hopes, is willing to sacrifice everything to attain the barely perceptible victories. What I yearn to witness is precisely this. Then what are your thoughts? If circumstances allow, I might even establish a neutral organization when the time is ripe. I would extend my aid to those ninjas who, after the battlefield has quieted, gradually succumb to despair from the loss of their comrades and companions. In response to Tsunade, who seems to grasp the current situation yet struggles to fully accept it. Aizen adjusted his glasses and spoke earnestly, devoid of jest. I find it disheartening to witness meaningless deaths. I believe that every demise should carry significance, rather than being discarded like animals, gasping for life in some forgotten corner, ultimately decaying into bones and sinking into the earth. Only by appreciating the value of life can one summon the courage to confront it, whether it be myself, those I once knew, or even Tsunade and Dan. All of you embody this truth. Therefore, what reason do I have to act in favor of one nation over the entirety of the world? My aspiration is for the world to flourish, rather than merely Konoha. Moreover, if Konoha must rely entirely on my abilities to secure its place in this world, I believe my presence here becomes unnecessary. I eagerly anticipate the inhabitants of Konoha making joyous changes under the pressure of the 4 great ninja villages. Courage should not reside solely within me. It must belong to everyone. I hope this incites urgency and motivation for progress within you. Observing Tsunade, who had fallen silent and seemed persuaded, Aizen gazed at the sky's beauty, gradually rising with a smile as he remarked, "Ah, my apologies, the afternoon tea has concluded. I shall now impart knowledge on ninjutsu and scientific understanding to Kakashi. Feel free to audit if you are interested. I believe it will be quite beneficial for ninjas." "No, thank you," came the reply. "Refusing, are we? I actually believe that ninjas ought to engage in continual learning. It is indeed a lamentable fate to wield power without mastering its essence. Well then, farewell." Aizen politely bowed to Tsunade, and his smiling figure dissipated like a bubble under the sunlight, as if taking something away or perhaps leaving everything untouched. It is better to be a little lucky koi. The more one knows, the greater the potential for suffering. At the edge of the pond, Kakashi Hatake squatted, murmuring as he scattered breadcrumbs into the fish pond. In Aizen's classroom, Kakashi observed the uncle dramatically bowing before him, hands clasped in apology, and felt a twitch at his temple, realizing he was indeed quite young. Perhaps it was due to the reliable and composed adults he had encountered, yet Kakashi harbored an inexplicable respect for adulthood that he could not fully articulate. Throughout the years, the courteous and trustworthy Sosuke Aizen has remained the same, accompanied by the portly man donning a cat-faced mask who assists him in weeding graves, as well as the serious members of the Umbu and staff who occasionally appear in Aizen's courtyard. Regardless of the persona, each exudes a remarkable professionalism. Even when Kakashi passes through the village, those who emulate Aizen's attire in their daily strolls are inclined to lend a helping hand to others, be it in selling goods or undertaking minor tasks. Immersed in such an environment for several months, Kakashi has unwittingly developed an idealized perception of adulthood. In his mind, adults ought to embody such traits, courteous, composed, and unflustered in the face of significant matters. However, he was utterly repulsed by one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, who resembled a frog sprawled on the ground, hands clasped in a beggar's posture. How could there be such shameless adults in the world? First, he questioned Kakashi's developmental abilities, then insulted his safety as a researcher, and now approaches with this disgraceful demeanor seeking forgiveness. Could he not speak like a proper adult? Moreover, according to Kakashi's recollections, this so-called Sannin, Jiraiya, seemed far from virtuous. He was known for peeping into women's baths and regularly harassing others. Had he not been one of the powerful Sannin among ninjas, he would likely have been subjected to reform long ago. Even as Jiraiya apologized, his attitude and behavior made Kakashi's temples throb. As a Sannin, a leader among Konoha ninjas, a seasoned warrior who has endured years of conflict, and a disciple of the third Hokage, this elderly ninja, resembling Kakashi with his white hair, lay on the ground exclaiming, "Please forgive me this once, Kakashi. I only meant well. I didn't realize your research was so advanced." Kakashi felt his temples pulse once more. "Ah, how about we explore the sage mode together? That blood technique of yours has a rather unfortunate name, and this is the secret technique of Miyaboka Mountain. It's far superior to your solitary research. Would you care to learn?" Kakashi's temples were now throbbing with a hint of redness. "By the way, if all else fails, I have some delightful things here, all written on the battlefield and yet unpublished. Would you like to take a look?" Sighing, Kakashi gazed at the clear sky, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. He then turned to face Jiraiya, who had risen at some point, grinning broadly. Through Aizen's teachings, Kakashi had begun to grasp the essence of scientific analysis and the importance of remaining calm when confronted with the illiterate and arrogant. Thus, He regarded the foolishly jovial Jiraiya with steady composure, his expression devoid of emotion. Firstly, the blood manipulation technique is not as immature as you might imagine. The so-called sage mode, which you employ using special methods, has long been studied by us, and the conclusion is its lack of universality. The sage mode of Mayaboka Mountain likely requires unique materials and extensive training, followed by constant adjustments of natural energy and chakra through one's adaptability, ultimately forming a long-term instinctive mode. Am I correct? If I'm not mistaken, its inept application may even necessitate assistance from others. Hence, the development of our blood manipulation does not rely on such archaic and obsolete techniques. It is overly independent and lacks universality. The reason why Sage Mode cannot be widely adopted is due to the stringent requirements regarding physique, talent, and comprehension. There are reasons related to the manipulation of one's chakra, the discernment of natural energy, and the fear of petrification. It is not that we are incapable, but rather that it lacks universality and safety, which is why we have opted for the current blood manipulation. Do try to comprehend the essence of universality, old man. Old man. The sting of that last remark was more cutting than any attack could ever be. Jiraiya stared dumbfounded at the young boy before him, utterly baffled by the nonsensical chatter. However, he grasped two statements, the first being that the secret techniques of the Toad Sage cannot be disseminated to everyone, which is indeed an undeniable reality. Yet the second remark ignited a flicker of annoyance within him. Who is an old man? Although he had indeed mentored ninjas like Minato, who were now becoming jonin, he was still in the prime of his life. How could he be referred to as an old man? Hey, kid, retract your words and apologize for the Mayaboka Mountain techniques, and to me. I am not that old. Only an old fool would be concerned about his age. Damn it. The two, one old and one young, stood opposed to each other, their glares hinting at an almost electric tension. On one side stood the seasoned ninja Jiraiya, wielding the advantages of sage mode and age. On the other, the young prodigy Kakashi Hatake, who was responsible for developing the blood manipulation and static blood techniques at such a tender age. From any angle, it seemed as if both sides were locked in a standoff. The contention stemmed from the older ninja's lack of respect for youth, while the younger had no inclination to honor his elders, resulting in their direct confrontation. When Aizen entered, he was greeted by this peculiar standoff. Ah, Lord Jiraiya and Kakashi-kun. Are you both having a delightful conversation? Indeed. How could one be upset while teasing a child? Absolutely not. Faced with these entirely contrasting responses, even Aizen paused for a moment. Kakashi turned away coldly, while Jiraiya, with a somewhat strained grin, attempted to ruffle Kakashi's hair, only to have Kakashi evade him with a swift body flicker, retreating behind Aizen. The familiar technique momentarily left Jiraiya in a state of surprise. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Aizen adjusting his glasses, gently explaining to Kakashi, who stood behind him. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi-kun is a rare genius in technological development. Many innovations would not have been conceived or disseminated without his presence. Even children can utilize the blood techniques seamlessly, without any adverse effects. What this signifies should be clear to you, Lord Jiraiya. Well, that is indeed true. However, the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku is exceptionally powerful. Are you truly not considering learning it? Jiraiya questioned. As for that Shuanpa you just demonstrated, was it developed by you as well? Regarding the former, we do not intend to pursue it. As Kakashi-kun has stated, no matter how formidable the secret arts of Mount Mayaboku may be, we cannot popularize them, Aizen replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. As for the latter, it is a reverse-engineered technique based on the data provided by the legendary three ninjas. They have laid bare the theoretical principles, and given Kakashi-kun's genius, it is only natural that he could successfully replicate it. Then why can't I? Jiraiya thought, suppressing the retort as he observed the 7-year-old's smug demeanor. He understood early on that individuals are inherently different. The fact that a mere child could surpass him, a seasoned Sannin, was particularly disconcerting. Sensing Jiraiya's complex expression, Aizen suddenly asked in a low voice, Next, I wish to discuss developmental and instructional matters with Kakashi-kun. If you do not mind, Jiraiya-senpai? Oh, allow me to listen in. I am quite curious as to what techniques you believe surpass those of the Mount Mayaboka secret arts. I must warn you, however, should there be any inaccuracies, I will not hesitate to point them out. That would be splendid. I could use a senior's guidance to help identify any oversights. It is indeed easy to overlook details when working in isolation. I truly appreciate your willingness to assist. Then, I shall begin. Aizen offered a slight bow to the seemingly flattered Jiraiya and began inscribing a series of characters in the air. Jiraiya's expression turned to one of astonishment. While anyone could leave traces of chakra in midair, maintaining such clarity and cohesion was not a feat just anyone could accomplish. Could a Chunin truly perform such a small miracle? Even he doubted he could replicate such an act at this stage. After inscribing the characters, Aizen turned to face the two men, glancing briefly at the distant golden hair before offering a gentle smile. He then spoke softly. Today, I aim to discuss the potentialities and methodologies of chakra. Since this is merely a discussion, I encourage everyone to speak freely, including you, Minato-kun. With the chakra solidified in mid-air placed before him, Aizen adjusted his glasses and cast a glance at the three astonished figures, offering a faint smile. As the figure of Minato Namikaze materialized beside him, Jiraiya felt an uncomfortable tension. To his left sat his disciple, the resplendent Minato, resembling a golden sun. To his right was Kakashi Hatake, the intended disciple of his disciple. Although Minato had donned a peculiar expression when designating Kakashi, uttering strange words about leaving such a dangerous individual for him to supervise, Jiraiya believed their relationship was, in truth, rather amicable. The only one with a tenuous connection to Sosuke Aizen, with minimal interaction, was himself, Jiraiya, the sage of the toads, a hero in his own right. While much of this was self-proclaimed, Jiraiya felt he had garnered a modicum of renown within the ninja world. Observing his two junior disciples, who appeared eager to learn, he was struck by a wave of melancholy at the thought of his inability to grasp Aizen's discourse. Yet, as a senior, he felt compelled to set an example. Although he might struggle to articulate theoretical concepts, his practical prowess was undeniable. After all, he had ascended to the esteemed ranks of the legendary three ninjas. However, Aizen's subsequent remarks sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine. Chakra, he explained, is the product of a harmonious blend of spiritual and physical energy. Unlike stamina, which is also a fusion of these energies but remains unrefined, chakra is a refined essence. Aizen continued, there are rumors that the goddess Kaguya and the sage of the six paths bestowed chakra upon this world. Yet, another theory posits that chakra has existed since time immemorial, merely lying dormant within us, undiscovered. Based on the characteristics of chakra, I find the latter hypothesis somewhat persuasive, though its likelihood pales in comparison to the former. Why do I assert this? Because the essence of chakra is a precise equilibrium of spiritual and physical energies. This is rather intriguing, is it not? One can only perceive the existence of these energies within themselves after a certain level of cultivation. Typically, ordinary individuals tend to enhance only the aspect they excel in, while the one-to-one mixture and comprehensive augmentation are legacies from the era of Kaguya. Therefore, I posit that if chakra was not created by Kaguya and the sage of the six paths, then it must have been developed by them through some means. However, the development of such a phenomenon would ordinarily leave behind extensive records, yet Kaguya and the sage of the six paths seemed to have materialized out of thin air. There exists no historical documentation or written account of their development and research. Thus, with caution, I am inclined to regard chakra as an extraterrestrial entity. Furthermore, as a medium for transmission and impetus, chakra surpasses mere spiritual and physical energies, a fact evidenced by the prowess of ninjas over on Myoji and samurai. Now, we shall delve into the crux of the matter, namely, the variability and anomaly of chakra. Drawing the floating text closer, Sosuke Aizen gazed upon the three students, whose potential remained uncertain, and with a gentle demeanor, posed a question. Let us assess the empty characters of chakra I have displayed when I inscribed these letters. How many variations of chakra and techniques did I employ? The answer is none. I utilized nothing but the intrinsic properties of chakra itself, blending elements of sealing techniques and the characteristics of lightning release to create such an artifact. The malleability of chakra as a form of energy is virtually limitless. However, it possesses a formidable tendency to revert to its original state. A primary type of chakra can overpower and merge with its subordinate branches, subsequently unleashing its force upon the weaker entity. This is the nature of chakra. Thus, I boldly hypothesize that should an original signal emerge, an entity of the highest authority of chakra, we may find ourselves incapable of inflicting any harm upon it. Energy primarily based on chakra cannot withstand its higher forms. Consequently, no matter the circumstance, our ninjutsu lacks efficacy against superior sources of signals. This is the essence of chakra. Grounded in this theory, our understanding and development of ninjutsu becomes significantly simplified. We need not rely on elaborate techniques. Rather, by enhancing authority and quality, we will naturally compel its energy to impact itself. Through the exploration of the 5 principal branches of chakra and the yin-yang release techniques, I have surmised the potential of the original signal. Thus, our forthcoming topic shall be that, Sosuke. Observing Aizen speak with such eloquence, Jiraiya felt a twinge of discomfort and raised his hand. How to articulate it? This sensation was rather peculiar, despite being an adult. The unusual gazes from Minato and Kakashi instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Yet, Aizen refrained from uttering any further remarks. Nor did he cast the unfriendly glances or reproaches typical of the students or teachers Jiraiya had encountered. Instead, he gently adjusted his glasses and inquired softly, "What is it? Senior Jiraiya? Do you have anything to add to what I just discussed? What relevance do these matters hold? I find them incomprehensible. What I have articulated fundamentally represents a method of understanding ourselves and the world around us. If we consider our bodies as a weapon, is it preferable to act in ignorance or with conscious awareness?" Aizen, unfazed by Jiraiya's seemingly dull demeanor, meticulously elaborated. If we merely utilize chakra, it would be akin to wielding a weapon as though it were mere timber, swinging it mindlessly. However, upon grasping its essence, we can more effectively harness our abilities, which is the essence of learning. Now, regarding the variations of chakra, could you elaborate further? Certainly, this is precisely what I wish to expound upon. The fluctuations of chakra are far from the simplistic notions one might imagine. In truth, they encompass a remarkably intricate interplay of proportions and forms. Listening to Jiraiya's inquiries, Aizen nodded decisively, inscribing a series of characters in the air, articulately and vividly elucidating the complexities surrounding chakra transformation. Both Kakashi Hitaki and Minato Namikaze, standing by, appeared contemplative, even eagerly engaging in practical experimentation. Only Jiraiya persisted in raising trivial questions, often attempting to cast doubt. Yet, confronted by Aizen's serene and unwavering demeanor, even Jiraiya eventually found himself somewhat abashed, awkwardly asking, "Do you not find me a burden?" How could that be? For any teacher, guiding eager students is the most gratifying endeavor, replied Aizen with a smile, adjusting his glasses. Observing Jiraiya's slightly flustered countenance, as if he wished to retreat, Aizen continued softly. Whether one is at the bottom or the top, they are all children yearning to learn. Their desire for knowledge is identical. Why would I douse their aspirations with cold water? Therefore, even if one is at the bottom, you would impart your teachings equally? Jiraiya inquired. Not necessarily. If one is merely languishing at the bottom, I would not extend my assistance, Aizen stated with unwavering conviction, yet a gentle radiance soon illuminated his features. However, if a child seeks my help, I shall teach them, no matter how many times they ask. I will never refuse a heart yearning for progress, for that is the ladder to advancement. Only the future shall reveal how far a child can grow, and I eagerly anticipate that future. I see. I completely understand. Jiraiya nodded, sitting down on the ground, absorbing Aizen's seemingly heartfelt words. This seasoned shinobi, one of the legendary Sannin, became momentarily lost in thought, gazing blankly at the azure sky above. So, was it indeed mere coincidence? The matters surrounding Yuha, the sword, and those other events, were they all coincidences? Aizen was indeed an innocent individual. If such a noble person were merely a facade, what could one still believe in? Surely, the third Hokage and others must share similar sentiments. Even when aware that Aizen appeared to harbor significant issues, one could not help but be captivated by the moonlight surrounding him. Educating students, managing affairs, soothing fellow shinobi, minimizing all adverse influences, and being helpful and kind, Aizen could effortlessly reach the softest parts of others' hearts. Even if not friends, what could one do? Directly accuse Aizen, stating, "Your suspicions are far too great. Let us consult the third Hokage." Did the third Hokage truly know nothing? What could be the reason behind such behavior? Initially, Jiraiya had no idea why his friends and other shinobi exhibited such peculiar attitudes, even scoffing at the notion. However, upon experiencing such close proximity, Jiraiya suddenly realized that he was not inclined to proceed with his intentions. Unveiling this seemingly dreamlike veil was far too cruel. Jiraiya found himself incapable of committing such an act of cruelty. Thus, he would wager on your goodwill, Sosuke Aizen. I wager that you are indeed a genuinely good person. No, I stake my belief that you will not harm the village hidden in the leaves. That alone suffices. Merely that is enough. Gazing at the gentle smile upon Aizen's face, Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. Given the enormity of the situation, it was impossible for the Hokage to turn a blind eye. The war machinery of the entire Leaf Village began to function with an alarming efficiency fueled by rage. Countless communication points were uprooted, and innumerable spy ninjas were interrogated before being sent as human subjects to the laboratory. One should not expect much humanity from Konoha or other ninja villages, for their levels of scientific and medical expertise were ruthlessly built upon the sacrifices of lives. Moreover, there was no room for compassion or sympathy towards ninjas from other villages. The world of ninjas had not yet reached a state where it could afford to entertain humanity. Tales of sparing enemies often lingered in the realm of negative narratives. Perhaps, with the birth of a new generation, there might be a slight improvement, but in the current world, exerting every effort to strike against rival ninja villages was deemed entirely normal. Amidst this fervent scrutiny, internal audits proceeded in an orderly fashion. When the third Hokage took action, his efficiency was remarkable. Some errant shinobi or those suspected of treason were identified, and potentially problematic ninjas were promptly detained. Sosuke Aizen was specifically extracted from the situation, removed from the fray, and did not engage in any auditing matters. The third Hokage was acutely aware of everything and possessed his own discernments. He understood well that this entire affair likely had little to do with Aizen. There was no necessity for such grand gestures to convey his intentions. After all, as the creator and the one who had the most contact with the common folk, he could simply hand over a sealing scroll to a scout, and that would suffice. Wouldn't it? Thus, Aizen could be trusted. Although the logic may not be airtight, it was sufficient for Aizen. Even the legendary three were subject to internal scrutiny, albeit in limited numbers. Furthermore, Jiraiya was assigned to directly protect or oversee Sosuke Aizen. As a true believer in the will of fire and a follower of the prophecy-seeking Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya had garnered a measure of trust. However, in contrast, two astute individuals, namely, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade, and the many tactical innovators, Orochimaru, did not enjoy such fortune. It is well known that fools do not deceive. Yet the clever may overthink, leading to heresy. These intelligent individuals often discern things that should remain unnoticed, ultimately making divergent choices. Such actions were intolerable within the village. Consequently, scrutiny often targeted those clever minds. Indeed, the focus remains primarily on the Uchiha clan. This family has consistently produced an array of peculiar individuals, and it is hardly surprising that a surge of emotions could lead to the emergence of a formidable rogue ninja or other complications. The recent assault on the Uchiha has naturally incited their resistance once more. What began as a straightforward investigation has once again escalated into a serious confrontation between the two parties. The Uchiha ninjas vehemently oppose such inquiries, asserting that they tarnish the honor of their clan, yet they are met with the retort that their ancestors faced similar scrutiny. With no clear leads on their adversaries, the discord between the Uchiha and the village has intensified. Moreover, the involvement of several newly established clans has further muddied the waters as ninjas begin to align themselves, plunging the entire Konoha into chaos. Meanwhile, Aizen Sosuke, who is responsible for managing these relationships, has retreated into a semi-isolated state for closed development. And within just a few days, the overall atmosphere has rapidly deteriorated. The oppression felt by the ninjas inevitably trickles down to the lower ranks. The tavern's patrons have become sparse, with only a few figures silently consuming their meals. In such a charged environment, it is prudent to refrain from voicing any controversial opinions. Observing the Uchiha patrolling the streets with ire and the multitude of clan ninjas nearby serves as a stark reminder that expressing audacious sentiments could lead to dire consequences. However, there is a slight surprise. In the private room at the top of this tavern, Konoha's princess, Tsunade, is engaged in casual conversation and dining with her friend Orochimaru. As she gazes out at the tense scene, Tsunade cannot help but sigh. It is perplexing that, despite being comrades within the same village, it has come to such a state. Each individual's perspective and interests are influenced by their positions, leading to divergent views. The scholarly Orochimaru, leisurely savoring his tofu, casts a glance at the Uchiha ninjas and remarks softly, "Some believe the village is a cohesive entity, others view it as composed of clans. while still others see it as a collection of individuals. Each perspective shapes distinct actions. Those who perceive the village as clan-based strive to enhance their family's influence, seeking greater authority within the ninja community, often targeting the more prosperous clans. Conversely, ninjas who believe in the individualistic nature of the village are eager to elevate their own abilities, willing to confront others to ascend to higher ranks. Meanwhile, those who view the village as a unified whole tend to adopt a conservative stance, avoiding involvement in internal strife and opting for neutrality. Faced with the finite nature of life against the backdrop of infinite desires, the situation inevitably devolves into chaos. Observing the Uchiha ninjas clashing with members of other clans in the corners, Orochimaru shakes his head, choosing silence. Since the second Hokage's policies targeting the Uchiha, a political correctness has gradually taken root within Konoha. The notion that the Uchiha clan cannot assimilate into the village is, in truth, a fallacy. Any discerning observer can readily perceive that the Uchiha neither can nor should integrate within the village. Konoha stands as the preeminent ninja village of the world, devoid of formidable external adversaries. In such a context, to avoid disintegration, the necessity of an enemy arises. This foe may not be external, it could very well be internal. Given its status as the world's foremost village, many actions cannot be overtly executed, nor can there be an aggressive consolidation of interests. Thus, from the standpoint of both family and individual, the Uchiha emerges as a quintessential target. With their Sharingan, they epitomize arrogance, pride, and self-proclaimed supremacy, often displaying a lack of reverence towards the Hokage. While every action may be justified, this makes them the ideal adversary. They possess strength without being lethal, remaining within manageable bounds. Should a significant incident arise, casting the Uchiha into the spotlight will undoubtedly draw a wave of scrutiny, allowing the situation to stabilize while the Uchiha seethes in silent resentment. As for the idea of the Uchiha betraying the village or seeking the position of Hokage, it is little more than a jest. What would they gain from treachery? Is it merely to rise as masters? Such thoughts are deemed impossible by the elders of the major clans, who are not afflicted by delusions. The Uchiha, while somewhat misguided and often extreme in their actions, have nonetheless been a prominent clan within the village, with their own security forces. Bearing the burden of blame is, in some sense, expected. There must be a family or individual to play the role of the village's scapegoat. Why should it not be the Uchiha? The Senju clan has integrated into the village to the extent of losing their surname. Why can't the Uchiha embrace the role of the fool? Though many clans are venerable and have existed since the village's inception, there exists a latent darkness among them when it comes to the Uchiha. Yet, perhaps many have not contemplated that the Uchiha is, in essence, a clan of individuals marked by extreme ideologies. Their declarations of rebellion may not be mere rhetoric, but a sincere belief. I am perplexed as to why others do not follow the example of the Senju and simply integrate into the village. The cost of such assimilation is the gradual disappearance of their surname, akin to living as commoners. What is objectionable about that? As Orochimaru speaks softly, a startled Tsunade pauses mid-drink. She finds merit in this notion. The village is us, and we are the village, devoid of divergences or conflicts. All are villagers. For you, this may hold true. However, from the perspective of racial continuity, especially in the narrow sense of lineage, nothing could be more detrimental. Their very existence, to a certain degree, would be irrevocably severed under such a system. This is an outcome they cannot accept. What does this signify? It means that the continuation of their lineage and clan is akin to the preservation of life itself. To erase them is tantamount to executing them. Ultimately, this boils down to the issue of insufficient lifespan. If one were truly to attain immortality, what significance would such a phenomenon hold? With the demise of a family merely leading to its rebirth, Orochimaru believed he had grasped the essence of the matter. Regrettably, Danzo had hastily departed for reasons unknown, leaving Orochimaru with no means to pursue his research. Although a promising start had been made, the abrupt cessation left Orochimaru with an insatiable itch, as if a craving had been ignited only to be extinguished. Thus, he ultimately sought out a somewhat altered acquaintance, resolved to speak candidly. "You have some insight into the matter concerning Danzo, do you not?" he inquired. What? Do not display such an expression, aside from Jiraiya. I suspect everyone else has already discerned this. Why, then, does it seem you are the one taken aback? Do you consider us all fools? Observing the astonishment of Tsunade, Orochimaru rubbed his temples in exasperation, feeling as though his companions were somewhat lacking in intellect. The clamor of Konoha persisted. As the Uchiha of the security force clumsily apprehended the instigating ninjas and escorted them to the cells, the Uchiha, known for their deep sense of loyalty, could hardly contain their outrage in the face of such provocation, leading many to react with excessive force, resulting in incidents of bloodshed. This escalating tension only served to exacerbate their conflicts, with frequent brawls erupting. Furthermore, due to the Uchiha's role within the Konoha security force, these frictions only proliferated. Yet, such occurrences had become woven into the daily fabric of Konoha, failing to provoke even a ripple of concern. Conversely, a group clad in Haori, seemingly ninjas, endeavored to mediate and soften the discord. These individuals were followers of Aizen, or rather, a spontaneously formed collective of those who had once received his aid and warmth. They genuinely believed in the will of fire and aspired to embody its principles. These compassionate souls quietly practiced, employing medical ninjutsu to heal both sides, while sharing interpretations of the will of fire alongside Aizen's teachings. In this atmosphere, even some Uchiha displayed expressions of tentative openness. It was precisely these compassionate healers, transcending enmity, that infused Konoha with a sense of humanity. Their healing efforts were impartial, disregarding the identities of the ninjas or their socioeconomic status, uniting solely under the banner of the will of fire. Such acts often led to feelings of guilt among the more conscientious ninjas, prompting them to adopt more peaceful methods. Below, within the tavern, the previously bickering clan ninjas, under the watchful care of the Haori-clad ninjas, had bandaged their wounds and expressed their positions, each offering apologies that rendered the bloodshed inconsequential. However, above in the tavern, the true elite of Konoha were too preoccupied to attend to these trivial matters. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the somewhat flustered Tsunade, scrutinizing her for a prolonged moment before finally uttering, "Eh? Is it Aizen? You deduced it, yet you remain so astonished." "No, it is precisely because you struck the bullseye that you are surprised. After all, isn't Aizen's flaw too glaring?" With a slight headache, Orochimaru sat at the edge of the window and couldn't help but voice his thoughts, wearing the same Haori and possessing nearly identical abilities. One might argue that Aizen's actions are less harmful and more a display of technique, leading one to question whether he is truly himself. Why then? Do those who join him feel uncertain? To be candid, it seems that Aizen has neither lied nor acted inappropriately. He merely observes from his vantage point, quietly executing his plans. Taking a sip from her wine glass, Tsunade looked troubled. She proceeded to recount the strange occurrences surrounding her enlistment in Aizen's ranks. Despite Aizen's sharp tongue and his sardonic abilities, which perpetually cast doubt on their skills and intellect, his work never faltered. She often witnessed multiple Aizens collaborating, engaging in brainstorming sessions for the analysis and experimental development of ninjutsu, frequently consulting Tsunade for verification on medical matters concerning ninjas. Even Tsunade herself had uncovered numerous errors from her days as a medical ninja. Rather than a schemer, Aizen appeared more like a researcher disinterested in trivial matters, opting for the convenience of Konoha. Yet, the implications of his research left Tsunade feeling a profound sense of unease. The knowledge she could access included dynamic changes in human chakra, its influence on cellular structures, and theories regarding the interchangeability of the human body and chakra. This was a primary reason for her initial involvement, as there were many aspects she lacked the clearance to examine. However, what had been revealed thus far led Tsunade to question whether she, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu, was indeed legitimate. Despite Aizen's overt disdain for chakra, his mastery in its application was exceptional. He seemed indifferent to its dissemination and development, even stating that he would wholeheartedly support Tsunade if she could present something superior. Moreover, whenever Aizen achieved breakthroughs in medical or related technologies, he would first document them for Konoha's archives and library, further adding to Tsunade's confusion. Was she betraying her principles or remaining steadfast? Tsunade was not an extremist loyal to the Hokage faction. Witnessing Aizen's strides forward and relentless pursuit of knowledge left her feeling lost, as if her previous internal struggles had been in vain. Aizen claimed he had fulfilled his obligations to Konoha, asserting that the true choices should lie with its people, leaving Tsunade at a loss for a rebuttal. Sipping her wine, her expression grew increasingly complex and bewildered. He spoke of a desire for a better world, urging everyone to take that pivotal step, emphasizing the need for courage and collective effort. While she recognized the truth in his words, their delivery from him felt strangely disconcerting. Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade, whose face was marred by a mixture of confusion and hesitation, pondering what words he could possibly offer. What could he possibly evaluate? Tsunade, a master in the development of ninjutsu, had created techniques that could alter the very fabric of shinobi warfare. Other ninjutsu either required immense skill or vast reserves of chakra. While these two could easily change careers, what could a person who had already pioneered several disciplines say? Moreover, it must be acknowledged that Sosuke Aizen was indeed an enigma. A proficient master of ninjutsu, a genuinely beloved figure in Konoha, he could effortlessly showcase his abilities and assume the mantle of Hokage, sweeping through the major ninja villages with ease. Yet, he did nothing but remain idle. What was his true intention? Was it truly as he claimed? That he simply wished to witness more benevolent occurrences? What, then, constituted a good occurrence in his eyes? Was the current state of affairs, with Konoha's technologies pilfered by neighboring villages, considered a positive development? When contemplating this, one must wonder from what perspective Aizen was analyzing the situation, perhaps from a distant star. Even for someone as far-sighted as Orochimaru, this notion felt strangely peculiar. At that moment, a familiar yet weary voice emanated from the table behind them. Do you require a hint or some assistance? Shuhei, how did you get out here? Dan, and Captain Shuhei Hisagi of the 11th Division. As Tsunade beheld the two figures clad in white Haori who had risen behind her, her vision seemed to sharpen, prompting an instinctive exclamation. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was struck by sheer terror, failing to realize that these two elite ninjas were seated beside him. It was as if the ordinary patrons who had merely been dining and drinking moments ago were, in fact, two formidable individuals, completely unnoticed. Oh, so I've become the captain of the 11th Division now. I can understand that much, remarked Shuhei Hisagi, his disheveled white hair framing a face that bore an expression of weariness, his hands tucked within the sleeves of his Haori. If one were not vigilant, it would be all too easy to merge this seemingly troubled man with the ambience of the bar. In a sense, he had indeed blended into the surroundings. Accompanied by the anxious Kato Dan, the two men mingled within the tavern, situated right next to Orochimaru and Tsunade, completely oblivious to their presence. Had Shuhei not chosen to speak, Orochimaru and Tsunade would have remained entirely unaware that they were being eavesdropped upon. Despite the well-known prowess of the legendary Konoha White Fang, the mere proximity of this ambiguous figure who had been silently listening for so long elicited beads of cold sweat. I have stated before that I hold no genuine interest in your discussions. I am merely here to accompany this fellow, Shuhei sighed, gesturing toward the somewhat remorseful Kato Dan. In truth, there was someone far more persuasive in this matter, Uchiha Kagami. That individual had always harbored disdain for Aizen, exhibiting far more enthusiasm than Kato Dan. Yet, he had been on a mission for nearly half a month, and no word from him had surfaced. Perhaps he had met an untimely demise. Where had he fallen? Such a statement could not be dismissed lightly. As he gazed at the seemingly indifferent Kakashi Hatake, Orochimaru felt a subtle furrow of concern cross his brow. According to Jiraiya, Uchiha Kagami was an exceptionally powerful ninja, possessing an enigmatic ability known as the Pseudo Bankai. How could he have possibly perished unnoticed? Yet, such occurrences are indeed plausible. This vast world is rife with bizarre phenomena. Our village harbors figures like Aizen. It is entirely conceivable that other villages may have counterparts of similar caliber. This notion, however, does not bode well and sends shivers down one's spine, does it not, Kakashi? Thus, I believe it would be prudent for you to possess a more rudimentary understanding of Aizen. Konoha's White Fang, ever affable, took a seat beside Orochimaru, leisurely lifting a cup to his lips. Observing Orochimaru's furrowed brow, he offered a faint smile. Regarding the topic of life that you so fervently seek, Aizen has conducted numerous studies in that area. Would you care to join us in meeting him? I assure you, you will find it most gratifying. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. After a series of contemplative musings, Orochimaru ultimately resolved to suppress the instinctual fear that stirred within him, presenting a serpentine smile to the duo clad in Haori. Despite his innate trepidation about encountering Aizen at this juncture, the pursuit of the truth regarding immortality compelled Orochimaru to occasionally embrace recklessness. 3 days prior, within the Land of Iron, the cemetery of mountains must be here. The white puppet in his grasp silently crumbled to ashes as Uchiha Kagami, donned in a pristine Haori, gazed upon the imposing mountain, his brow creasing in contemplation. After undergoing Aizen's comprehensive transformation, he now wore the Haori of the captain of the 6th Division, rendering him a formidable presence within the realm of shinobi. The abilities of his Zanpakuto, Ketsueki, are nearly insurmountable for a ninja, as he had previously withheld his full power against Jiraiya. He need not extract vitality. Merely directing his gaze toward an individual within the interference zone of natural energy suffices to strip them of their ability to breathe. In essence, his actions against Jiraiya were a mere venting of frustration, for he was utterly at a loss as to how to liberate Konoha from Aizen's looming shadow. Aizen claimed to harbor no hostile intentions toward him, a truth Kagami was well aware of. He too grappled with his emotions. Kagami genuinely believed in the will of fire and was steadfast in his conviction that Konoha could transform the entire shinobi world. However, he harbored significant animosity toward Aizen. He was unwilling to comprehend this bizarre and terrifying figure, who, in Kagami's eyes, seemed profoundly disconnected from the world. Even the second Hokage, with his penchant for researching ninjutsu, appeared remarkably affable in comparison. The Sharingan is a reflection of one's soul, and Uchiha individuals are inherently sensitive to the emotions of others. A fleeting encounter reveals that Aizen possesses a gentleness and tranquility akin to moonlight. However, upon deeper engagement, one can truly perceive that it is indeed moonlight. The moon itself does not emit light. It merely refracts the sun's brilliance, possessing no will of its own. The indifferent, unfeeling, pure, and frigid moon devoid of illumination embodies the essence of Aizen. The notion of refraining from harming others or holding expectations for them is merely a jest. He perceives the minds of others merely as sustenance and stepping stones. It is said that certain carnivorous creatures, when satiated or disinterested in consumption, will deliberately nurture herbivores, allowing them to grow plump, awaiting the opportune moment to savor them. In Uchiha Kagami's eyes, Aizen Sosuke is such a predator. He is utterly unconcerned about the state of Konoha. The facade he presents, embodying the appearance of a cultured and understanding individual, serves only to fatten Konoha as bait. Each of those ensnared has their own reasons to remain oblivious. Kakashi Hitaki for his son, and Kato Dan for his girlfriend, while many other ninjas harbor their own justifications. The sole individual truly desiring to tear away Aizen's veil and glimpse the underlying horror seems to be Uchiha Kagami. Yet, this animosity appears so trivial and inconsequential before Aizen. He is acutely aware and profoundly understands, even dissecting and elucidating to them all, that they may pursue their desires without concern from him. Confronted by someone who articulates everything so clearly, even possessing a deeper understanding of oneself, yet adamantly declares their indifference, Uchiha Kagami finds himself at a loss in facing such a world and such companions. Thus, he can only flee. Kakashi Hitaki's method of evading reality is to don the guise of indifference to avoid deeper emotional investment. As a sensitive Uchiha, he is left with no choice but to physically distance himself from Aizen, seeking answers from his own perspective. This mission presents a fortuitous opportunity. Initially, Uchiha Kagami naively believed that it was merely a matter of some ninja village lurking about Konoha, and that he could simply eliminate them and wander outside for a time. However, upon observing the puppets crafted from wood release and the strange chakra alongside their peculiar behaviors, he ultimately decided to pursue the investigation further. This led him to the graveyard of the Iron Country. Merely gazing at the immense mountain and sensing the internally fractured structure and various energy zones, Uchiha Kagami surmised that this was likely a substantial research facility. Although the disparity between this place and Aizen's intangible realm is significant in terms of research and energy levels, the experimental site before him should not be underestimated. After all, one is a collaborative research facility established by Konoha, while the one before him is independently created. It is prudent to address this matter before it escalates, especially if it involves a figure akin to Aizen. I believe I can still salvage the situation. We can discuss the art of dance. Gazing upon the towering mountain, Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow, transforming the nonsensical grayish puppet in his hand into ashes. The puppets of wood release posed an exceptionally high level of difficulty, deftly navigating underground by harnessing the ley lines and natural energies. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kagami could also soar through the skies, his speed not to be underestimated. Though the grayish puppets spoke in incomprehensible tongues, after thorough examination and research, Kagami utilized the unique properties of his soul and energy system to identify the potential areas where these wooden puppets congregated most densely. Logically, one would expect Kagami to return and report to Aizen the traces of research he had uncovered. However, he harbored no desire to do so. He truly wished to avoid the emergence of more beings akin to Aizen in this world. One Aizen was more than sufficient. Moreover, despite Aizen's influence, he was confident that few in the ninja world could genuinely inflict harm upon him. Thus, the choice before him seemed singular. As he surveyed the immense mountain, the three tomo of Uchiha Kagami's eyes began to rotate and expand rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a triangular symbol. The Zanpakuto in his hand, resembling a gnarled branch, began to emit a series of ominous sounds as flames ignited spontaneously from all directions. The sky gradually darkened, and an ash-like substance began to descend, reminiscent of snowflakes. To counter Aizen, Kagami had concealed far too many secrets. Yet, to prevent the rise of a second potential Aizen, he resolved to unleash certain elements, ultimately entombing his ambitions and horrors within the flames of the ninja world. Only the will of fire could revolutionize this realm. This was Uchiha Kagami's path. Cough, cough, cough. Was it not a bit excessive to unleash an attack upon another's domain right from the outset? As the ash fell from the heavens, a series of coughs echoed from within the mountainous graveyard. The colossal mountain appeared almost alive, writhing under Kagami's gaze until it finally revealed an entrance to a passage. An elderly figure, appearing frail and fragile, leaned on a cane, coughing while carrying an enormous object resembling a fan, trembling as he stood at the threshold. Squinting up at the airborne Uchiha, a ninja from the Uchiha clan, always toyed with by a descendant of Aizen, it must be quite a discomfort for you. Who are you? If you were indeed a member of the Uchiha, you would not be unfamiliar with my name. The old man coughed, tapping his cane as he regarded the floating Uchiha ninja with a peculiar smile. You already know the answer within your heart, do you not? But you, did not you perish in the Valley of the End during the battle? Heh, Uchiha Kagami, were you not also destined to die amidst the encirclement, alongside that fellow Tobirama? The second Hokage and I sacrificed ourselves for the will of fire. Unlike you, who has betrayed the village and your own ideals. Betrayed the village? You certainly have the audacity to say that, you little Uchiha brat. The old man coughed, his emotions surging as he rapped his cane, his solitary, fractured eye gazing up at the Uchiha Kagami floating in the skies above. Though he remained arrogant and defiant, it was evident to all that this former powerhouse's life flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of annihilation with the slightest disturbance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami found himself ensnared in a different turmoil. The identity of the elder was crystal clear, yet the secrets of Konoha that he spoke of, the various documents long concealed from the bygone era, held immense significance for Uchiha Kagami. Many techniques had been lost to time in the current Konoha, and numerous treasures of the Uchiha clan had been preserved or appropriated by this very elder. For instance, those legendary weapons and certain hidden truths residing within the Uchiha shrine were known solely to this old man. Confronted by this elder who had nowhere to hide amidst the ashes, Uchiha Kagami succumbed once more to internal conflict. Let us speak plainly, Uchiha brat. The elder, emerging from the shadows, regarded the perplexed Uchiha Kagami, his voice frail. That's Sosuke Aizen. He cannot save this world. Though not the optimal choice, you are still a viable option. Come with me, and I shall reveal to you some of the true realities that exist in this world. Who exactly are you? Huh? A jest. Surely you know who I am. I simply wish to hear your true identity confirmed from your own lips. Gazing at the frail, powerless figure of the elder, Uchiha Kagami's expression grew complex as he regarded the old man's silhouette. I merely seek to ascertain whether it is indeed true. Absurd. Does anyone in this world dare to impersonate my identity? Slowly approaching the depths of the mountain, the elder let out a cold laugh, casting a scornful glance at the ever-watchful Uchiha in the ashen sky. Who would be bold enough to masquerade as my identity? Even on the brink of death, no coward would dare to assume my guise. I, Uchiha Madara, am such a being. To comprehend my existence, you are far from ready. The mountain graveyard. This was the site where Uchiha Madara devised his ultimate plan to bring an end to all conflicts in the ninja world. In truth, there were numerous similar locations, scattered across various neutral nations. Yet, he currently resided within this mountain graveyard. through the constant influx of news and information brought by those wooden puppets from the outside world. Uchiha Madara's understanding of external affairs may well surpass that of Uchiha Kagami, who had been honing his skills in the intangible courtyard. With a singular focus on finding a successor and replacement, Uchiha Madara's surveillance of Konoha was even more intense compared to that of other villages. And he was well aware of the rising star, Sosuke Aizen. He even knew of the series of papers published by Aizen. In a moment of simple exchange, Uchiha Kagami gazed upon the frail, coughing elder before him, enveloped in a profound sense of reverence for this venerable predecessor. Despite his betrayal of the village and his assault on Konoha, he undeniably stood as a formidable shinobi. More significantly, he was a direct ancestor. Though Uchiha Madara had become a legend and a taboo within the family following Kagami's birth, the undeniable strength and charisma he possessed remained beyond reproach. After all, it was he who laid the foundation for the name Konoha, determining its very inception. Regardless of opinions, he was one of the creators of this village, a fact that could not be erased by anyone's words. Thus, young Uchiha, you have come here under the orders of that Sosuke Aizen, have you not? Seated cross-legged beneath the roots of a mountain cave, Uchiha Madara leaned heavily against a massive wooden chair, appearing somewhat disheveled as he regarded the compassionate Uchiha Kagami before him. Although the voice of this aged shinobi still resonated powerfully, and his demeanor remained audacious, the tremors of his frail form betrayed the truth. He was merely an old man nearing the twilight of his life. At this advanced age, one would expect him to return to the roots of his existence. Observing the coughing elder, Kagami ultimately suppressed his initial thoughts and spoke softly. Senior Madara, please return to Konoha and surrender. Surrender? On what grounds? The elderly man, his hair as white as snow, coughed once more and snapped his fingers, causing a slight furrow to form on Kagami's brow. Yet, Madara's voice, brimming with arrogance and pride, swiftly redirected his attention back to the discourse. Have I erred? Look at the current state of the shinobi world. Observe Konoha's condition. Was it Hashirama's error in judgment, or was it mine? Is the present predicament of the Uchiha clan a consequence of Tobirama's actions, or is it my fault? You may be a member of Tobirama's elite guard, but surely you cannot be blind to the truth. No, it is not as such. Lord Tobirama's intentions were never to target Konoha. He merely wished to foster the integration of the Uchiha. But he was mistaken. Even children understand that we Uchiha do not abide by such notions. Seemingly incensed, Uchiha Madara erupted into a fit of coughing, his cane striking the ground repeatedly, sending ripples of agitation across the earth itself. Instinctively, Kagami sensed an unsettling disturbance, as if something was clouding his judgment. However, he was soon provoked to fury by Madara's words. Does Tobirama not comprehend that his actions and words affect those beneath him? He publicly denounces the Uchiha as a malevolent lineage, branding us with the mark of rebellion. And yet at this juncture, he dares to claim it is for our benefit? We have always been marginalized. From the very beginning until now, the Uchiha clan has consistently ranked highest on Konoha's list of sacrifices. Yet what does Tobirama say? He deems it appropriate. What, pray tell, have we done for Konoha to warrant such a judgment? As the Hokage, his policies may have been one of compromise. Yet his words and actions undoubtedly influence all his successors. He holds the Uchiha in disdain. Senju Tobirama never intended to grant the Uchiha a life of ease. He took my brother's life, exacerbating the conflict. And now you claim his intentions were noble, even if it were Uchiha Madara speaking. I shall not permit you to utter such words about the second Hokage, glaring at the enraged elder before him. Uchiha Kagami exclaimed in a subdued roar, I am acutely aware of the essence of the second Hokage, though his words may be harsh. His intentions were genuinely to assist us in assimilating into Konoha. However, as a leader, it is paramount that he refrains from speaking in such an unseemly manner. His will epitomizes the will of the Hokage. What he carelessly utters, he may dismiss. Yet his disciples and comrades cannot be treated with indifference. This is the very root of the Uchiha clan's tragedy. Why can one not comprehend this? If only everyone understood the second Hokage's heartfelt struggles. And if the Uchiha could muster a modicum of tolerance, surely all would improve, wouldn't it? I understand now. To blame the victim while evading the source, that is the response of Uchiha Kagami, a ninja of Konoha. Upon hearing Kagami's answer, Madara suddenly regained his composure, regarding him with a cold smirk. In the next instant, the space around them rippled. Boom. Accompanied by a sudden, thunderous noise, a translucent arm materialized from the void, swiftly reducing the unprepared Uchiha Kagami to mere pulp. Like a specter, its presence was fleeting, suggesting that such an exertion required immense energy. Madara coughed repeatedly, his hand striking the ground in a desperate effort to steady himself. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure. Flicking the blood he had coughed onto the wall, Madara took a deep breath, gradually calming himself as he regarded the indistinguishable mass of flesh on the ground with a hint of disdain. I had intended to impart to you the profound truth of world peace, yet it seems that such discourse has become superfluous. The aged Madara coughed once more, leaning on his cane as he advanced, gazing at the mangled form. Nonetheless, this body still possesses research value. One wonders what modifications that boy Aizen Sosuke executed to enable the deceased to traverse this world in such a manner. The elderly man approached, trembling yet curious as he examined the bloodied remnants. As a ninja born of war, he felt no revulsion at the grotesque sight. Instead, he began to prod at the fragments of clothing with his cane. However, as he did so, Madara suddenly glimpsed a cold glimmer. This is the necessary sacrifice made for the great cause of Konoha. From the bloodied mass, a pale hand emerged, wielding a blade that pierced through Madara's skull. The action was swift and decisive. Upon breaching the cranium, the hand rapidly twisted and withdrew, causing the contents within to surge forth, spilling from the shattered exterior. A legendary ninja of a bygone era, unable to utter a final word, was instantaneously pierced through the skull, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami emerged slowly from the pool of blood, gazing at his own form and then at the mass of flesh and blood upon the ground, his face betraying an expression of indescribable complexity. He was both alive and dead, a testament to the validity of Aizen's research. The soul could exist independently within this realm, while the physical body could be regarded as a discarded vessel, allowing the will to persist in solitude. The enigma of life and death had been unraveled by Aizen. It was not the imperfect resurrection of Edo Tensei, nor was it the revitalization of life energy. Rather, it was a transformation from human existence into another form of life. Distinct from chakra, a peculiar energy began to flow within Uchiha Kagami, granting him a profound understanding. He comprehended the concepts of Bankai, Shirkai, soul reapers, spiritual pressure, and various forms of Kido. These elements had long since seeped into the essence of his soul. Thus, he realized that he must eliminate Sosuke Aizen. To toy with life and death, to mock the divine, should he perish, it ought to be at the hands of Aizen, the embodiment of hypocrisy, and not here in this forsaken place. You may have once been a formidable ninja, yet now, our dimensions have diverged. For the sake of Konoha's future, you must perish here. It is the only way. And next, it would be Aizen's turn. For Konoha, and for the Uchiha, observing the lifeless, blood-soaked elder upon the ground, Uchiha Kagami shook his head and transformed into a streak of light, soaring back toward Konoha. Little did he notice that after his departure, the graveyard appeared unchanged, as if a thin veil had been lifted, returning to the realm of reality. In this very reality, the frail form of Uchiha Madara gradually morphed into a grayish-white puppet. While the truly aged Madara sat steadily upon a massive wooden chair, numerous tubes protruding from behind him, observing with keen interest the dissolving puppet, before lifting his gaze toward the residual glow left by Kagami's departure. On the countenance of the aging figure remained an expression of arrogance and mockery. Even in his decrepit state, he was not easily subdued by mere insignificant beings. The Uchiha youth, even resurrected, still bears that foolish demeanor. To believe the naive words of Tobirama and Hashirama, one truly lacks discernment. He had failed to see through the illusion from the beginning, let alone grasp the true nature of reality. Instead, it was you, Sosuke Aizen. What, pray tell, have you truly perceived? The aged Uchiha Madara scoffed at the departing Kagami, then turned his gaze downward to the papers in his hands. The neatly inscribed text detailed a theoretical exploration of authentic illusions created through gestures, environment, actions, and suggestions. In conjunction with chakra, at the bottom of the page, the name of the primary author, Sosuke Aizen, boldly stood out. Inside Aizen's writing chamber, it is indeed the first encounter with individuals who actively sought to engage in discussions. This time, Aizen did not present himself as an impenetrable barrier. Rather, he warmly prepared a table of delicacies. Tsunade, Kato Dan, and Hatake Tsukumo remained outside, braving the elements. While Orochimaru was able to enter the writing room and engage in profound conversations with Aizen, yet they bore little resentment, for thus far, Orochimaru was the first to proactively seek contact with Aizen. The notion of engaging with Aizen is quite extraordinary. From common folk to the Hokage and advisors, it seems anyone could converse with Aizen. However, they were acutely aware that such interactions stemmed from Aizen's display of their idealized version of himself, rather than genuine engagement. The desire to delve into Aizen's shadow, to comprehend his techniques and thought processes, appears to reside solely with Orochimaru. Tsunade and Kato Dan could almost conclude that Orochimaru had completely abandoned the will of fire. He could be considered a near-preparatory rogue ninja, much like Aizen. To be candid, observing the operations of Konoha over the past few years, there has been little inclination to pursue matters further. Moreover, since Tsunade and Kato Dan became acquainted, they gradually relinquished their contemplative demeanor, finding solace in refined hobbies while combating the fear of blood. For instance, the three of them now crouched by a fish pond, keenly observing as Hatake Tsukumo playfully teased the fish with breadcrumbs. Though devoid of action or understanding, they found joy in the simplicity of the moment. If they wished to avoid witnessing the terrifying and bizarre aspects, they simply chose not to see them. Ultimately, the affairs of ninjas boiled down to such matters. One can either turn a blind eye or confront the incomprehensible. Aizen embodies both. So, let us proceed. However, when compared to the three little goldfish in the backyard, Orochimaru was indeed profoundly affected, particularly when the conversation veered towards the terrifying subject of life and death. Aizen's conclusion left him stunned, yet somewhat unable to accept it. Is life and death merely an illusion? Indeed, I believe so. Observing the astonished Orochimaru, Aizen smiled and continued, the concept of life and death is defined. In the face of current technological advancements, there is no absolute perspective on life and death. You should be well aware of this. Thus, I ask you, did you come seeking immortality, or did the pursuit of greater truths necessitate your quest for longevity? If one does not confine the definitions of immortality, there are countless methods available. There exists the technique of reincarnation, transferring all memories and knowledge into a spiritual body, the method of merging one's consciousness with chakra, transforming it within this world, the Shinigami technique that allows for body replacement to safeguard the soul, and a myriad of additional possibilities. A narrow view of life and death is ill-suited for us, Orochimaru. In truth, you should comprehend this as well. For researchers like us, life and death are merely constructs. Can a perpetually reproducing mass of cells devoid of intelligence truly be considered alive? Can a being endowed with infinite wisdom and the ability to divide, yet devoid of corporeal form, truly be said to be dead? Ultimately, the concepts of life and death are mere illusions of morality. Ordinary individuals lack the capacity to confront the death of loved ones, unable to recall or revisit the past, thus defining life and death as an insurmountable chasm. But is this truly the case for us? Observing the serene and smiling Sosuke Aizen, one might argue that Orochimaru ought to admonish him for his heretical musings. Yet, truth be told, within the depths of his heart, Orochimaru finds himself applauding Aizen's philosophy. In fact, the quandary of life and death had already taken root in Orochimaru's consciousness when the second Hokage developed the impure world reincarnation technique. As one of the legendary Sannin, he possesses the expertise to delve into various ninjutsu, sealing scrolls, and secret arts. Among these, the most enigmatic and disconcerting is not the explosive tags, but rather the accompanying impure world reincarnation. This technique summons souls from the Pure Land, allowing them to inhabit corpses or clay figures, thus revealing their original visage in life. The question arises, after undergoing impure world reincarnation, is the individual truly alive or dead? Though it is commonly stated that the deceased should not be disturbed in their eternal rest, the addition of explosive tags hardly constitutes restful slumber, does it? The summoned spirits are indeed the deceased themselves, subject to specific control techniques, which can be revoked. Furthermore, when combined with Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique, it appears that the essence of the soul, in Orochimaru's eyes, has undergone a subtle distortion. As Aizen's theories unfurl before him, Orochimaru finally grasps the crux of the matter. Life and death are indeed a deception. For those in their field, everything hinges on definition. Objectively speaking, in the ninja world. Death merely signifies the physical demise leading to the soul's liberation, thereafter traversing to the Pure Land in another form. But has the will truly dissipated? Probably not. The impure world reincarnation is a clear manifestation of this. Thus, can the transition from one state to another, an unknown state, truly be classified as death? From a certain perspective, if one gazes from a higher vantage point, this resembles the metamorphosis of a butterfly. To break free from the corporeal shell is to soar through the skies, a feat unattainable by the caterpillar. Observing Orochimaru, seemingly on the verge of articulating a thought, yet suppressing his musings in contemplation, Aizen rarely displays a look of affirmation. If one is not confined by the conventional views of life and death, one may discover that death in this world could very well be a process akin to the transformation from pupa to butterfly. We cannot deny the existence of the Pure Land, yet we remain entirely ignorant of its nature, much like a worm cannot comprehend the flight of a butterfly. Therefore, I ask, is the pursuit of immortality driven by the desire for longevity itself, or is it a quest for greater truth? After all, from the former perspective, one merely needs to free oneself from the physical body to attain what one perceives as immortality. In terms of definition, such an endeavor may indeed prove to be more expedient and straightforward. However, I believe you are not a superficial person. Life and death evoke terror. Individuals often fear that which they do not comprehend. Yet, once you grasp that these concepts are not inherently crises or dangers, your authentic thoughts will emerge within your mind. Now, what are your most genuine thoughts, Lord Orochimaru? I trust you have arrived at a definitive conclusion. Indeed, I am profoundly grateful to Mr. Aizen for his enlightening insights. Orochimaru said, gazing at the man before him with admiration. In truth, had there been no tangible evidence, Orochimaru would have dismissed Aizen's words as mere nonsense. However, now, the results of his techniques are undeniably impeccable. The deceased Kato Dan has manifested before him in both body and soul, as has the languid Shikamaru Nara. Both individuals appear indistinguishable from ordinary ninjas, possessing intact bodies and vibrant souls. In fact, to some extent, Orochimaru senses that their powers may far surpass those they held during their ninja days. Aizen's numerous research reports also affirm that his studies are indeed flawless. He possesses the technology to enhance souls and the capability to intercept individuals from the Pure Land and return them midway. Coupled with Orochimaru's own research, the answers become manifest. His anxieties and sufferings were merely illusions confined to the limitations of individual human existence. When contemplating from a higher perspective, it seems that there may not be as much torment and suffering as he once believed. The technology for achieving immortality, unrestricted by conventional thinking, instantly floods Orochimaru's mind with dozens of methods. Yet, prior to this, he had dismissed them for various reasons, such as the presence of danger, unclear paths, and uncertainty regarding himself. However, in retrospect, humanity itself is in a process of transformation. True maturity appears to resemble the essence of the Pure Land. Souls emerging from the Pure Land possess boundless chakra, complete memories, and rationality, along with peak physical forms and sophisticated combat systems. From any vantage point, the souls of the Pure Land represent the most mature outcome. Nevertheless, Orochimaru does not seek such an existence. What he yearns to discern is the truth of this world. He desires to explore further. Then we are companions, Lord Orochimaru, Aizen remarked, nodding with satisfaction at Orochimaru's heartfelt declaration. I understand you have your own aspirations, so I will not attempt to recruit you as my subordinate. When the time comes for our technologies to intersect, we can maintain communication. Oh, you do not intend to recruit me? I assumed you would be eager to have me among your ranks, Orochimaru replied. Certainly not, Aizen responded with a smile. Geniuses often cannot be relegated to a subordinate role. If guided by the mediocre, their brilliance may be obscured. Conversely, being guided by another genius may lead to a tragic existence as a shadow. Only unobstructed sunlight allows true saplings to thrive. Therefore, I eagerly anticipate your future, Lord Orochimaru. My decision not to recruit you is an acknowledgement of your potential. I am truly grateful, Aizen. The two exchanged glances, sharing a smile that reflected their sincere emotions. In a certain sense, they were indeed kindred spirits. Although Aizen had already forged ahead, Orochimaru was not necessarily destined to remain in his shadow. Guided talents often tread a path of homogeneity, yet those who thrive in untamed environments invariably blossom with distinctive brilliance. Orochimaru gazed at the smiling Aizen before him, his heart filled with a multitude of sentiments. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden jolt resonated within everyone's hearts. It was as if they instinctively sensed something, causing them to look upward. Wasn't he that a figure of remarkable elegance returning? Mirror, how reassuring. As Aizen observed the divine-like white silhouette standing against the somber sky, a faint smile graced his lips. What is happening? The sky has darkened abruptly. Is it about to rain? I hadn't heard any mention of rain today. The residents of Konoha reacted with bewilderment to the seemingly impending downpour. Their confusion deepened by the absence of the damp chill that typically precedes rain, nor did they feel the familiar ache in their limbs indicating a change in humidity. Rather, it was as if a filter had been placed over reality, rendering the atmosphere dry and parched. Even their breathing seemed to grow tense and rapid. The elite ninjas sensed an undercurrent of something unusual, casting their gazes toward the darkened sky, yet they perceived nothing amiss. Those with Byakugan and Sharingan seemed to detect something else, but when they attempted to speak, the elders of various clans silenced them. The elders, wary, glanced toward the Konoha building, then back at the figure in the sky that resembled a deity, shaking their heads at their children and descendants, quietly closing the doors. They could indeed see and feel the ominous presence, yet as ninjas of the Konoha clan, they understood that they should not be the first to react or take action. Everything must await the third Hokage's decision before any course of action could be taken. To do otherwise would be to contravene the principles of a ninja, a widely acknowledged taboo they dared not breach. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the heavy oppressive aura in the sky was not directed at Konoha as a whole, but rather at certain individuals within it, or more specifically, at someone residing within the core residential area of Konoha. Uchiha Kagami is formidable. How has Aizen Sasuke achieved this? Observing the figure clad in a white haori suspended in the heavens, Orochimaru assessed the situation and sensed that Uchiha Kagami now exuded an air of terror. Orochimaru remained silent, for he did not perceive any signs of strain or surprise from Aizen. As a guest, at this moment, all Orochimaru needed to do was quietly observe this unfolding spectacle. Indeed, as he anticipated, observing the majestic figure of Uchiha Kagami in the sky, Aizen did not spare him a glance. With a serene expression, he addressed Orochimaru, stating, "As we are partners, it is imperative to showcase certain techniques. The current state of Uchiha Kagami is an alternative approach to immortality, a transformation into a Shinigami." Ignoring the disturbances in the sky, Aizen cheerfully unfurled a paper on the table. "You see, I once articulated this in my paper. Through 21 soul surgeries and my own obsessions, I can transmute the soul into the form that Kagami currently embodies, enabling the manifestation of an entirely different power, distinct from chakra. I shall refer to this as Aizen. Your reign of arrogance in Konoha has come to an end. It is now time for me to uphold the justice of Konoha. Interrupting others is an ill-mannered habit." Kagami. Noticing Kagami's interruption, Aizen cast a discontented glance toward the celestial figure. In the next instant, Uchiha Kagami, as if struck by lightning, lost control of his form. Gasping for breath as he struggled to kneel mid-air, his eyes wide with shock. However, the moment Kagami exhibited his vulnerability, the intangible force dissipated just as swiftly, leaving those on the ground completely unaware of the events that transpired. They merely observed Aizen, slightly embarrassed, adjusting his glasses. "I apologize. I often struggle to control my own power. But you must understand the challenges I face." Rising with his hands tucked into his haori, Aizen earnestly apologized. Gazing at Uchiha Kagami in the sky, it is akin to trying to find the precise drop of water in the ocean to ensnare a small insect without causing its demise. Such a task is equally daunting for me. I sincerely regret causing you discomfort, Kagami. How is this possible? Is he even stronger than Uchiha Madara? Feeling the overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush his very soul, Uchiha Kagami cast a bewildered look at the smiling Aizen on the ground. Kagami's reasoning was straightforward. Uchiha Madara was a formidable opponent of the Sage of Shinobi, and even in his old age, he remained a powerful entity. Yet, Aizen, merely a 20-year-old youth. Despite possessing remarkable skills, how formidable could he truly be? Moreover, after defeating Uchiha Madara, Kagami believed he had grasped a fragment of even greater power and attained clarity within himself, mastering the Bankai. But why, oh why, could he not withstand even a mere glance from Aizen? Was it because he had left something within him? In response to Kagami's furious gaze, Aizen smiled benevolently and remarked, "If you would permit me, I hope you refrain from impulsively wielding your abilities." He gazed at the skybound Uchiha Kagami as one would observe a misbehaving creature in a zoo. Filled with a sense of pity, to elicit the desired actions from a puppet requires a modicum of effort on my part. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from making excessive assumptions. For your manifestations are far from perfect. Your Bankai and Sharingan must indeed be showcased, correct? Aizen, have you always known? You have left something within me, have you not? Rage does not augment strength, Kyoka. Furthermore, I have never imparted anything to you. It is merely your own demeanor that is excessively conspicuous. Clenching his teeth, Uchiha Kagami gazed at the smiling Aizen below, and a flicker of realization dawned upon him. From the very beginning, everything was within this man's calculated design. Whether it is my Bankai or my Sharingan, he was aware of it all. Yet, he could not possibly fathom the immense power possessed by the Mangekyo Sharingan and my Bankai. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit here so calmly, as if nothing were amiss, watching me. Perhaps in the realm of the Shinigami, I am merely a child who was momentarily vanquished. However, what of the Sharingan? Yes, you are correct, Aizen. Anger is futile. Gradually covering his eyes, Uchiha Kagami exhaled deeply. I have pondered for a long time and struggled immensely. You say that I harbor no intent to kill you, and that is true, for I could not find a justification for your demise. Yet, I have discovered my ancestor, Uchiha Madara. From him, I have gleaned the ultimate answer. At times, animosity cannot merely be explained through understanding. At times, one must indeed unleash their murderous intent towards others. Despite the absence of reason, this encapsulates all my contemplations, and it is the final answer I present. An invisible wave began to emanate from Uchiha Kagami's surroundings. Amidst Aizen's smile, the overcast sky began to rain down gray ashes. In that shattered and decayed world, Uchiha Kagami gradually lowered his palm. His rapidly spinning Sharingan fixed upon Aizen's tranquil gaze. Aizen, I shall kill you. With escalating momentum, Uchiha Kagami spoke with an expression of calm. It is not because of the harm you currently inflict upon this world, but rather a decision solely of my own. I am aware that I possess neither righteousness nor great principles. I do not comprehend your transcendence or your techniques, nor do I grasp the implications of your research for this world. Yet, I do know that a truly arrogant individual will never perceive their own flaws. Just as my ancestor, Uchiha Madara, once I took his life with my own hands, I came to understand this truth. Sometimes, the act of taking a life does not necessitate a reason or excuse. Rather, it is simply that I wish to kill, and thus I can act upon it. And now, Aizen, I shall kill you. Uchiha Kagami's eyes transformed into a triangular formation, and in an instant, the world morphed into a dismal gray. Then, something turbulent began to spread from behind the clouds. It was the essence of those ashes, the most pessimistic and despairing dreams of Uchiha Kagami. That is the true nature of his Bankai. Bankai, decay of the fallen leaves, ashes of 100 scenes. The world, blended into one hue, unfolded in Konoha, transforming into a bleak gray in the eyes of all. What descends from the heavens is not the icy touch of snowflakes, but rather the remnants of warmth. Smoldering embers that gradually extinguish within the palm of one's hand, transforming into dim ashes that vanish into the ether. The inhabitants of Konohagakure, be they ninjas or civilians, instinctively raise their gazes, only to be met with astonishment as layers of somber edifices emerge from the gray-brown clouds above. What could this be? A mirage over the sea? Countless ashes cascade from the structures above, their fiery forms bearing testament to their existence. Yet, as more details unfold, the realization dawns upon all. This burning world, resembling a ruin in the sky, is none other than their own. The facade of Ichiraku Ramen, the visage of the Konoha Tavern, and at the very center, the towering Hokage's office, alongside the charred remains of Hokage Rock, all familiar yet foreign, burn in the sky, reduced to cinders. Like a kaleidoscope of destruction, this vision in the sky reveals a cataclysm that none had dared to conceive. The seasoned ninjas, including those who have witnessed the era of the first Hokage, gaze in shock at the stirring clouds, rendered speechless, their eyes wide with terror as they behold this spectacle, as if witnessing their own fate. There it is, Konoha, a flame in the heavens. A prophecy of doom unfurls before them. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, or perhaps it is a manifestation born from the Soul Slayer's mimicry. Was this all part of your grand design, Sosuke Aizen? Orochimaru, seated upon a cushion in the writing chamber, his serpentine eyes reflecting the visage of Uchiha Kagami, feels his mind race with thoughts. If his assumptions hold true, the legendary eyes will soon reveal themselves. The essence of Bankai remains nebulous. Yet faced with such mythic power as recorded in ancient texts, can one remain so composed? Aizen offers no reply. After all, he lacks the ability to read minds. He silently observes the expanding inferno of Konoha above, then regards Uchiha Kagami, who, seemingly aided by some unknown force, stands tall, brow furrowed against the oppressive spirit pressure. Swear to me, before these eyes, that you shall never harm Konoha's interests, and I shall spare you. An ethereal space reverberates with undulating waves. An unseen colossal skeleton gradually enveloping Uchiha Kagami, shielding him from all external disturbances. The triangular pupils, spinning with fervor, gleam with the radiance of the Sharingan, a unique ocular technique that harmonizes with the burning Konoha above. As he proclaims, within Konoha, he is invincible. His Bankai and kaleidoscopic Sharingan are forged for the sake of Konoha, and only within its boundaries can one attain the most formidable empowerment. This is Uchiha Kagami's deepest secret, his most potent trump card unveiled. The Bankai is a reflection of one's innermost fears and truths, akin in essence to the Sharingan. What I dread, what I despair over, has always been singular. I am fearful that Konoha may be destroyed by those of unknown origin. I dread the prospect of it becoming a stepping stone for others. Thus, regardless of the cost, I am determined to avert such a calamity. Observing the flames engulfing Konoha in the heavens, Uchiha Kagami shook his head, pressing his hand against his eyes as he gazed at the seemingly composed Aizen Sasuke standing firmly in place. You are a remarkably gifted individual, Aizen. I am acutely aware that your capabilities are more formidable than most could fathom. Even now, I entertain the notion that if you were to swear an oath before my eyes, I would grant you clemency. However, should you harbor even the slightest intent to betray or harm the interests of Konoha, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. At this juncture, I wield both the Manjikyu Sharingan and the Bankai. Even if you attempt to manipulate my Bankai, I remain Uchiha Kagami. I possess the might spoken of in Uchiha legends, a power so immense that even-tailed beasts cannot contend with it. In this world, only the original wood release can rival it, and perhaps it still falls short. Therefore, I implore you not to make a grievous choice. Now, declare your decision. Will you align yourself with Konoha or stand against me? Should you choose opposition, the searing temperatures of Konoha's flames will instantaneously vaporize you from existence. Is this truly your final gambit against me? To rely on the powers of the awakened Manjikyu Sharingan and Bankai, along with your innate strength that flourishes within Konoha? Yet, faced with such a challenge, Aizen merely sighed deeply and shook his head. Indeed, I have failed. What? The experiment has faltered. It is evidently more complex than it initially appeared. The fusion of chakra and soul is far more intricate than I had anticipated. Observing the stark contrast of the Sharingan's power and Bankai in the sky, Aizen adjusted his glasses with a tinge of regret. I had believed that someone with Kagami's fervently benevolent disposition, coupled with the Manjikyu Sharingan and a Zanpakuto, could traverse an unforeseen path. Alas, I have failed. I am not suited for such gambles. Could it be that chakra remains the issue? What do you mean? It seems that events akin to Kurosaki Ichigo's are merely fortuitous occurrences. Perhaps they are simply instances of mutual indifference. What a pity. I had anticipated witnessing a more remarkable performance. I demand to know what you are saying. Of course, it pertains to your circumstances, Kagami. Removing his glasses, now specked with ash, Aizen polished the lenses, his unmasked indifference directed at the astonished Uchiha Kagami, akin to observing a frantic laboratory specimen. Regardless of their actions or whereabouts, experimental subjects appear remarkably free, yet they remain confined within the parameters of their creator's research and theories. They are assigned numbers and designated locations. While they seem to live freely and possess thought, from the outset, they have been labeled and assigned predetermined objectives. As previously stated, Aizen has never engaged in actions that seem superfluous, for what may appear excessive often proves essential within the confines of experimentation. For instance, consider the current combat experiment, such as the fusion trials of the Sharingan and the Soul Reaper. From the very beginning, you were my experimental subject for the creation of Sharingan Chakra, Q. I harbor great expectations for you. Adjusting his plain glasses, Sosuke Aizen gazed at Uchiha Q, who stood motionless, taken aback by the shocking news. A hint of a mocking smile playing upon his lips. The powers bestowed by the Edo Tensei are complete, endowed with nearly infinite chakra. So, why can all bloodline limits, ninjutsu, and ocular techniques be inherited? The answer is singular. Whether ocular techniques, bloodline limits, or any other concept, they all represent variations of chakra. From the very start, everyone has been a slave to the cycle of chakra, both in life and in death. Thus, I conducted a most intriguing classification experiment. Ninjas with spiritual power. Ninjas of Uchiha lineage, pure ninjas, and those less pure. Fortunately, the sample size from Konoha is indeed substantial, providing me with ample experimental data. Why do I resurrect the ninjas of Konoha and leave them unattended? Why do I revive you as captains of the Godai? Why do I allow you to remain here without a hint of concern? It is because you have all been meticulously marked. Each of you is a precious experimental specimen. I have stated this from the very beginning. Each one of you is unique. The interplay between the Sharingan, which changes with the heart, and the Zanpakuto, which inscribes one's soul, the mutual validation of the soul separation technique that allows for early detachment of the soul, and the remarkable correlation between individual will and the spirit body. These are all facets of my fascination. Indeed, at times I find myself grateful for this world's recklessness and madness, as it provides me with such a wealth of information unnoticed by anyone. Aizen. Observing Aizen, who stood nonchalantly on the ground, Uchiha Q roared in fury, his eyes ablaze. Even if you have calculated everything, including my Bankai and my ability to strike you with the falling leaves of Konoha, can you foresee this? Susanoo. From the void, power began to surge forth gradually. A colossal skeletal form rapidly expanded in the air, ultimately transforming into a massive armored giant. Like an incarnation of a deity from legend, it wielded a blazing sword, its eyes aflame with wrath, descending upon Uchiha Q. Accompanied by the countless ruins of Konoha wrought by his Bankai, it seemed as if the very heavens had been rent asunder, with numerous fallen structures and a world ablaze entwined around the giant. The immense flaming sword, hundreds of meters long, appeared to pierce the heavens, aimed directly at the seemingly unassuming man smiling within the confines of Konoha. No matter how much you claim to sway hearts, you cannot alter the truth. I possess power. Power? Watching Uchiha Q, who shouted defiantly while wielding the entire burning Konoha against him, Aizen smiled faintly and extended his finger toward the descending Uchiha Q. Lastly, allow me to impart a simple lesson. Never wield the abilities taught to you by others against them. In the realm of the 91st path, the thousand-handed radiance erupted forth from Aizen's side in a dazzling display, akin to fireworks, as it surged toward the ethereal giant in the sky. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a tempest, shattered the exterior of the illusory giant, causing Uchiha Kagami within to momentarily falter. However, as he beheld the swiftly recovering Susanoo, a glimmer of joy crossed Kagami's face. Yet before he could acknowledge Aizen's triumphant declaration of power, he was met with the almost whispered incantation of Aizen. Then came the 96th Imperial Flame, an overwhelming force that extinguished all resistance. In the blink of an eye, the illusory giant and the reflection of Konoha crumbled into nothingness. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a colossal skeletal structure enveloping Uchiha Kagami plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly into the courtyard before Aizen. Everything unfolded as planned. Whether it be rebellion, assault, or the final confrontation, the sole regret lay in the inability to induce the desired fusion reaction. Indeed, to obtain empirical results, one must engage in practical experimentation. With a casual snap of his fingers, Aizen caused the massive ceiling skeleton to vanish instantaneously. Moments later, as the heat source in the sky dissipated, the collision of air began to generate, and sporadic raindrops commenced their descent. The citizens of Konoha finally exhaled in relief. Prior to the rain, peculiar mirages had danced in the air. Though rare, they were not entirely absent. The tremendous thunder and radiance had already heralded the impending downpour. The following day, discussions regarding the bizarre deluge became a notable topic of conversation within Konoha. Many had never encountered such mirages throughout their lives. While the elders scolded the younger generations for their astonishment, asserting that they had witnessed far more, deeming it merely a common rain. Yet when pressed for a definition of such a mundane phenomenon, The elders found themselves at a loss for words. Nonetheless, the wisdom of the elders could not be dismissed. The surreal world had seemingly been distorted into an exaggerated mirage within the collective memory, with some fervently proclaiming it a divine omen of Konoha's demise, only to be met with ridicule. If indeed the divine sought to obliterate Konoha, then why did the brilliance of lightning dissipate into thin air? Did this not suggest a greater favor from the divine toward Konoha? Those from noble families and the discerning remained silent. The Uchiha clan, in particular, had grown more stable, urging that no disturbances be stirred in the present climate. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the third Hokage regarded the documents in his hand with a nod, casting his gaze toward the smiling figure before him. Sujiro, your plan is commendable, but have your inventions stabilized? Currently, the progress of fusion appears rather bleak, and the candidates are exceedingly limited. I do not recommend proceeding with promotion, Lord Third. Currently, I am only able to conduct small-scale tests, as larger endeavors are beyond my reach. The man, with a serene smile that radiated a certain trustworthy strength, spoke softly, his magnetic, deep voice instilling an undeniable sense of faith in his words. Most importantly, I must set an example and exert control over many matters. Often, internal disruptions hinder the progress of experiments. However, articulating the reasons behind this dilemma would not yield the most accurate data, placing me in a challenging position. I apologize for the inconvenience. Everything is for Konoha, Lord Third. I have always trusted your judgment. Aizen Sosuke, the acting advisor of Konoha, wielding considerable power, adjusted his glasses and respectfully bowed before the third Hokage. Without your guidance and nurturing, I would likely still be lost in confusion and unease. Konoha would not have been able to take that crucial step forward. I understand, but Konoha has prepared for this war for an extended period, and with such unexpected developments, I fear I may trouble you for a while longer, Sosuke. Not at all. It is my honor to dedicate myself to Konoha. Even if many misunderstand my true intentions, I remain steadfast and undeterred. For you, Lord Third, do you not feel the same? Indeed, let it be so. Please be mindful of the impact moving forward. As he gazed at the gloomy sky, where a light rain fell, the third Hokage nodded calmly and waved his hand at Aizen. The man, resembling a pale moon, respectfully bowed to the third before silently retreating, gently closing the office door behind him. In the wake of Aizen's departure, the room felt somewhat empty. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighed deeply, his expression weary as he looked out the window. Amidst the drizzle, a figure clad in a white haori, assisting others in closing their shops, could be faintly seen. Moreover, the once fiercely contested areas had become tranquil with the presence of mediators and buffer zones. That should suffice. The third Hokage continued to gaze at the figure in the haori, slowly drawing on his pipe and exhaling a wisp of smoke. However, he remained unaware that, amidst the torrential rain, another figure, akin to Aizen, stealthily slipped into an alley, vanishing into the shadows. Simultaneously, in a dark corner of Konoha, unnoticed by any ninja, a consciousness began to stir once more. I am the captain of the 6th Division, Uchiha Kagami. This consciousness gradually pieced together its fragmented memories, projecting its impressions and will into the forefront of awareness. A series of past experiences and life events began to unfold in its mind. Familiar chakra and various jutsu emerged within its recollections. As his name echoed in the silence, the consciousness finally grasped the essence of its identity. He was a ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami. I am Uchiha Kagami, indeed. A ninja of Konoha. The consciousness pondered, inviting more knowledge and memories to merge into its mind. Aizen Sosuke is my enemy. The individual has been subtly orchestrating the affairs of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Even though I have ascended to the realm of the dead and acquired the Bankai, I still feel my strength is insufficient. My current state is a consequence of a grave error during the fusion of the Bankai and the Sharingan's power. The incomplete fusion has left me severely injured. I must contemplate the path of true fusion, for without it, I will be utterly incapable of defeating him. It is akin to slowly rising from the depths of a profound abyss, a sensation of liberation stirring within me, causing Uchiha Kagami to open his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself seated in a chair, facing a figure clad in a pure white haori, who was engrossed in writing something. Perhaps due to the abruptness of Uchiha Kagami's awakening, the individual stirred slightly and turned to gaze upon him, a gentle and benevolent smile gracing his features. Oh, You have finally awakened, Kagami-kun, the man said, adjusting his glasses. You fell into a slumber due to your reckless experimentation with the Bankai and the upgraded Sharingan, and I had to seal you to prevent further harm. I made some adjustments to your condition, and you should be fine now. How do you feel? Not bad. Kagami replied. That's good to hear. There are many tasks awaiting you. The familiar visage smiled as he handed over several thick, handwritten documents. Firstly, I hope you will take the time to read these papers carefully, as I am quite eager to see your performance. Additionally, some peculiar wooden puppets have been discovered monitoring the hidden leaf. If you are interested, you may investigate them at your leisure. Have you lost track of time in your slumber, resulting in a muddled memory? This is unlike you, Kagami-kun. The man adjusted his glasses, casting a somewhat exasperated glance at the dazed Uchiha Kagami, and softly remarked, I am Sosuke Aizen, your leader. I look forward to your contributions. There's no need for that. Kagami replied, perhaps still in a haze from his recent awakening. Upon hearing the name Sosuke Aizen, he jolted, standing up with a cold demeanor. Kato, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. Right? And there are a few captains among them. After all, there are many shinobi who choose to ignore your existence. Such a misunderstanding. I have consistently stated from the outset that I have not been in hiding, he scoffed, dismissing Aizen's words. Kagami donned the haori draped over the back of his chair and pushed open the door. As he stepped outside, he encountered the very shinobi he had just named, standing at the threshold. Upon seeing the seemingly unchanged Uchiha Kagami, these ninjas, who appeared timid and lacking in courage in his eyes, exhibited expressions of astonishment. Their reactions seemed less like those of colleagues reuniting and more akin to witnessing something utterly extraordinary. Even the very act of speaking seemed to have been paused, as all eyes turned incredulously towards Uchiha Kagami. It was unclear what had just transpired in their discussion, but the moment Tsunade laid eyes on Uchiha Kagami, her expression turned ashen. Similarly, the countenances of Orochimaru and Danzo grew solemn and grave, rather than merely discussing matters. It felt as though they were witnessing a funeral for Uchiha Kagami. This bizarre atmosphere prompted him to glance around, confirming the absence of anything unusual before he inquired. What is the matter? Why do you look at me so? Alas, there was no reply. Only Kakashi, wearied and resigned, shook his head with a sigh, vanishing down the corridor in the blink of an eye, leaving Kagami bewildered. The other ninjas, as if following a cue, exchanged subtle sighs before disappearing with swift movements, leaving Uchiha Kagami enveloped in confusion, unaware of the sentiments swirling among his comrades. Had he not merely failed in his experiments with the Bankai and the Sharingan? What was there to be so astonished about? Although the failure had indeed been rather disastrous, why did they regard him with such peculiarity? Was it truly due to the Uchiha lineage? Or perhaps because he was the sole one to genuinely oppose Aizen? Had his bold proclamations post-Bankai been overheard? Nevertheless, he was a ninja of Konoha. Such narrow-minded notions tied to the Uchiha clan must be discarded. He was determined to forge a path for coexistence between Konoha and the Uchiha, to restore Konoha to its rightful place atop the world. Yet, before that, he needed to delve into the fusion of the Sharingan's powers and Bankai. As for that peculiar white puppet, he could investigate it once his research was complete. Aizen's influence was deeply entrenched in Konoha, and uprooting it would not be an easy feat. Thus, earning trust through these means seemed more prudent. As he surveyed the empty corridor, thoughts such as these swirled in Uchiha Kagami's mind as he ventured deeper into the experimental facility. He recalled that Aizen had designated certain experimental zones for their use, which he intended to exploit. Enhancing his own strength against an arrogant adversary would inevitably lead to the Uchiha's resurgence. Though reluctant to admit it, he was indeed captain of the 6th Division, Uchiha Kagami, and possessed considerable power. With unwavering confidence, he pushed open the laboratory door. Behind him, Aizen's figure dissipated like a fleeting bubble, while the man seated in his study, pen in hand, adjusted his glasses and murmured to the parchment before him. Precious experimental materials must be recycled. 1 or 2 missteps can be forgiven. With a proper reconditioning and nurturing, there shall be no issue. I eagerly await your forthcoming performance, Kagami. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's mood had been particularly grim of late. To rephrase, ever since he learned of Konoha's assault by the 4 great ninja villages, Danzo had been ensnared in a state of profound discontent. Initially, he embarked on a secretive visit to the Land of Rain, where he encountered the enigmatic Hanzo. Their conversation flowed with ease, traversing a myriad of topics, and although the matters of alliance were somewhat trivial, a rapport was successfully established. At the outset, Danzo did not expect to sway the cunning old fox that was Hanzo with mere words. Having carved out a formidable reputation amidst the three great shinobi villages and maintaining dominion over the land of rain, Hanzo was undoubtedly not an opponent to be trifled with. However, while they were engaged in their cheerful discourse, the international landscape shifted dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye. Konoha was besieged by a coalition of the four great shinobi villages, the library under attack, and the silent blood armor suspected of being pilfered. At the same time, it was rumored that an unknown shinobi village had banded together to unleash a jutsu capable of altering the very heavens to thwart Konoha's pursuit. Reports indicated that the skies above Konoha mirrored a scene of devastation. Although later dismissed as a mirage, insiders insisted that there were orchestrators behind the jutsu. Asserting it was no mere natural phenomenon, Danzo was left bewildered in the land of rain, questioning whether he had fallen out of time or stumbled into an unfamiliar realm. This was something he had never encountered. It seemed the four great shinobi villages had invested heavily in this endeavor. Initially, Danzo dismissed the situation, reasoning that if the four great villages were uniting merely to seize a library, they must have exhausted their resources and spies, which could potentially allow Konoha to operate unencumbered in the future. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that the infamous library was not the surface-level repository he had envisioned, but rather the subterranean archives of Konoha, housing numerous forbidden techniques and secret arts. This revelation implied that the theoretical frameworks and research behind the blood armor techniques would be exposed. While the theft of mere physical resources was not terrifying, the loss of research methodologies and developmental processes was genuinely alarming. Danzo recognized the paramount importance of theoretical guidance in the development of ninjutsu. In essence, Konoha would no longer possess any technological advantage and could potentially become a target for concentrated assaults on the blood armor techniques. Until the situation clarified, both the dynamic and static blood armors could be deemed unreliable techniques, necessitating their confinement. But how could one secure them? Should he merely wait for an inevitable assault? Moreover, the repercussions of such an event would be far-reaching. Upon hearing of the theft, Hanzo visited that very night, expressing profound sympathy for Konoha's plight. As a neighboring ally, he felt the Rain Village could not remain indifferent. Since you too have suffered a theft, why not share the spoils with us? The price is negotiable. Should you refuse, I could easily turn to the rock and sand villages. They would gladly oblige. It was a brazenly shameless proposition that nearly left Danzo breathless. Yet, what could be done? In the current turbulent circumstances, Shimura Danzo finds himself in a state of distress, compelled to utilize the art of persuasion as he appeals to Hanzo of the Salamander, hoping to sway him with reason and emotion, urging him to abandon his obstinacy and return to a more prudent path. The challenge lies in the nature of reason itself, which must be grounded in objective reality. The Hidden Leaf Village is embroiled in chaos, rife with rampant rumors, and Hanzo remains unfazed, recognizing that while the Leaf Village boasts great power, he exists precariously within the margins and is not inclined to merely accept their terms. Indeed, the Leaf may claim the title of the strongest, but the Sand and Stone Shinobi may offer more favorable conditions. Moreover, with the fall of the White Fang, the Leaf cannot even identify the rogue ninja responsible for his demise. If they possess the capability, let them conjure another White Fang for him to eliminate. Otherwise, the discussion is futile. He is merely awaiting better offers from others. Faced with such unabashed audacity, Danzo is thoroughly repulsed. Compounding his frustration is the continuous influx of disheartening news as his stay in the Land of Rain extends. Following a brief internal conflict and skirmishes with the Stone Shinobi, the Sand Shinobi swiftly appointed a new Kazekage, quelling all secondary disputes and announcing a collaboration with the Stone Shinobi to develop a forbidden technique known as the immovable body. Meanwhile, the Cloud Shinobi proclaimed the development of a powerful enhancement technique called Thunder Frenzy, a singular invention that they assert is protected against infringement. The Mist Village, shrouded in mystery, has not made any declarations but has inexplicably grown closer to the Cloud Shinobi. As these developments unfold, Hanzo's demeanor grows increasingly dismissive. Adding to Danzo's ire, he witnesses the arrival of sand and stone ninjas in the Land of Rain, a clear message from Hanzo meant to humiliate him. Hanzo seeks to convey that, despite his survival among the great nations, he is not begging on his knees. Rather, he possesses the strength and resources to stand tall. This provocation prompts Danzo to abandon any thoughts of aligning with Hanzo. While Hanzo appears to be a composed and approachable ninja, his sagacity leads him to meticulously weigh his options and constantly seek the best deal. The hidden leaf has its own pride. If given some respect, negotiations might be feasible. But in the current climate, even that respect is absent, rendering further discourse unnecessary. On a stormy night, Danzo quietly departed from the Rain Village, mirroring his silent arrival. Hanzo, however, is untroubled by this exit, recognizing that he and Danzo are fundamentally incompatible, fully aware that Danzo cannot endure such humiliation. In fact, Hanzo has already contemplated that rather than merely embellishing a situation, it is more beneficial to provide timely assistance. With the two major ninja villages mired in conflict and the Leaf Village eliminating various obstacles in its path to expansion, it would be prudent to offer support to both major villages. His ability to unleash poison in this rain-soaked land leads him to release toxic gas into the stormy skies, signaling the Leaf Village to prepare for what is to come. By merely biding one's time, one could amass sufficient political capital and then decide whether to pledge allegiance to Konoha or the two hidden villages. Those endowed with capability invariably possess choices. However, Hanzo remained unaware that Shimura Danzo had not chosen to depart from the Land of Rain. Instead, he had taken refuge in an inconspicuous village. According to the intelligence from Root, the children whom Jiraiya had taken under his wing during his sojourn on the battlefield in the Land of Rain were located here. "Are you the disciples of Jiraiya?" Danzo inquired. Before him stood three diminutive figures, and he found himself harboring doubts about their potential. These three children, two boys and a girl, appeared to be around 10 years of age, exuding an air of innocence and ignorance. In fact, rather than displaying hostility towards this unfamiliar ninja from the Leaf, they regarded him with curiosity, seemingly imbued with an inexplicable kindness towards this outsider. Children who had not undergone comprehensive ninja training were prone to such misconceptions. Nonetheless, this naivety was precisely the reason for Danzo's presence. The so-called savior, the Rinnegan, rumors were merely rumors. Ultimately, it would all revert to the Leaf. Let these children plant their roots in the Land of Rain. Casting a glance at the red-haired boy who cowered at the back, Danzo scrutinized the swirling patterns of his eyes. A cold yet faintly benevolent smile crept across his face, reminiscent of a demeanor he had learned from Aizen Sosuke. Though it appeared distant and aloof, it bore a chilling kindness. "I am a ninja from the Leaf. I have heard that one of Jiraiya's direct disciples resides here, and I have come specifically to escort you back to Konoha. Jiraiya-sensei?" The orange-haired boy, who seemed to be the leader among the trio, looked at Danzo with surprise, stammering. "But Jiraiya-sensei said we are not his direct disciples. He merely teaches us. And it seems he hasn't mentioned anything particularly special. Because you are from the Land of Rain, your desire to go to the Leaf would indeed impact him greatly. Yet, he firmly asserts that he can bear this risk, which is why I have come to fetch you." Danzo recited his prepared lines, and as anticipated, upon hearing that Jiraiya might be distressed, the three children quickly shook their heads. "No, that's not necessary. We are fine as we are. It would be troublesome for Jiraiya-sensei." They insisted. "Jiraiya wishes for your return, and he has made all necessary preparations. So, do you truly wish to return to Konoha? Or do you prefer to continue living in the Land of Rain?" "We want to save this country," they declared resolutely. "Ah, that complicates matters. Jiraiya is indeed looking forward to your return." Danzo observed the three obstinate children, feigning a thoughtful demeanor. Then, as if discovering a compromise, he turned his gaze to the seemingly despondent youths. "Let us find a middle ground. Jiraiya is somewhat troubled, but he is also deeply concerned for your well-being. Perhaps it is only through my approach that we can truly guide you in the ways of a ninja's survival. In time, you may consider yourselves disciples of Jiraiya. What say you?" "We? Ah, indeed it is we." Amidst the torrential rain, Shimura Danzo wore a cold smile, as several shadowy figures emerged behind him: Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. "Are you three willing to become the roots of the ninja world, deeply embedded underground to nourish the great tree of world peace, sacrificing everything in the process?" The limited-time return event in Konoha did not last long. Aside from a few scheduled rotations, the remaining individuals had already returned to the front lines. It was as if the past joy and happiness had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Such transient bliss is inevitably shattered by external forces. compelling the ninjas to forge ahead. One might have thought that with the blood activation and blood stasis armors, all that remained was to gather strength and rest easy. However, the current circumstances no longer permit such complacency. It is as if an invisible whip has been lashing at the ninja world, propelling them onward. Whether it be the 5 great ninja villages or the smaller ones, although no large-scale ninja war has erupted, everyone believes this to be the calm before the storm. In truth, the sand and rock ninjas had already engaged in skirmishes, while the cloud ninjas awaited the opportunity to strike. The cessation of hostilities is entirely due to Konoha's technological superiority having surpassed typical limits. The major nations currently refrain from war merely because they are still digesting and equipping new technologies. All can sense the smoke of battle lingering in the air. Yet, this tense atmosphere has not permeated the Ninja Academy in Konoha. At present, Konoha does not require students from the academy to fill the ranks, nor have they adopted a wartime mobilization of all citizens. After all, even without technological advantages, they remain the most formidable among the 5 great nations. Their sheer size alone ensures that, while lacking in technological prowess is regrettable, it does not amount to a crippling blow. Moreover, from the perspective of certain individual ninjas or clan members, exchanging blood activation and blood stasis armors for Konoha's intelligence network may indeed be a fortuitous arrangement. This would render Konoha's subsequent movements shrouded in mystery to their adversaries, a significant intelligence advantage, with some even claiming it to be the scheme of the 3rd Hokage. However, the 3rd Hokage himself has adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards the various rumors, allowing matters to unfold as they may. Despite a growing sense of crisis and heightened vigilance towards the joint actions of the 4 great ninja villages, there has been no immediate alert raised. Such is the norm for Konoha. Thus, when Aizen observed Kakashi approaching him with a piece of white paper bearing a request for parental accompaniment, he felt no particular surprise. Since the death of White Fang, Aizen Sasuke had been fervently encouraging Kakashi to return to school, to both experience the life of a student and to engage in research on blood activation. Now, as he regarded the note Kakashi presented, Aizen raised an eyebrow and accepted it. Esteemed individuals and the person one aspires to become, perhaps? Indeed, this feels akin to a final assignment, reminiscent of the entrance examination. I see. It seems intended to serve as a reminder to not forget one's transformation and original intentions. So, is there anything you require my assistance with? The teacher expressed a desire for parents to articulate their most admired figures, subsequently comparing them with the children. This likely aims to illustrate the divergence between us and our parents, suggesting that we need not tread the same path of the past. For the will of fire is the true doctrine, among other sentiments. Gazing at the blank sheet in his hand, Kakashi let out a sigh. Seemingly burdened by the weight of such reflections, he could hardly be blamed for his sensitivity, considering the overwhelming comparisons and theoretical teachings imposed by the school. The mindset of children born to ninjas who survived the Warring States period contrasts significantly with that of their parents. The ninjas of that era adhered to an ancient ethos, characterized by a kill-or-be-killed mentality, prioritizing missions above all else, their demeanor as cold and rigid as machines. This starkly opposes the current emphasis on the will of fire promoted by the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the 3rd Hokage and various leaders embody remnants of that ancient tradition, the education of children must evolve beyond such direct methods. A myriad of comparisons and courses designed to showcase the beauty of Konoha now flood the educational landscape. It feels as though an attempt is being made to compensate for the painful, bewildering, and despairing aspects of the Warring States period, repeatedly instilling these lessons in the youth. For the elders, this serves as a summation of societal experiences, a rebellion against the harsh reality. Yet, for the children, the incessant repetition of these narratives can become tiresome. Kakashi observed as Ran turned the notes regarding parental expectations, his own enthusiasm waning. Regardless, one could easily pin down the name of the 3rd Hokage. A casual entry suffices. When did I ever claim that the person I admire most is the 3rd Hokage? Haven't you always felt that way? I am neither a deity nor a sage. Indeed, individuals whom I admire do exist. Placing the note upon the table, Ran smiled at the somewhat astonished Kakashi and softly inquired, "So, Kakashi, a simple question. Would you attempt to traverse to the hidden mist village seated in a washing machine, lacking both swimming skills and ninjutsu? Are you mad? The very individuals I admire are precisely such lunatics." as he inscribed a series of characters onto the blank page. Rant's voice seemed imbued with nostalgia and reverence. These memories were not of his past, but rather those he had assimilated. It is precisely through this fusion that he feels admiration for the courage of those who advance forward. Perhaps their intentions are not wholly pure, perhaps counterarguments abound. Yet they have undeniably taken that fateful step defying the confines of their world. A step that transgresses the boundaries of existence itself, venturing into the realms beyond. Amidst countless tenuous conditions and wild hypotheses, they ultimately forged onward into the realm of the impossible. In comparison, this place, along with the Soul Society, seems to pale in significance. Can you believe it? We possess such immense power. Each of our abilities and skills are what they yearn for. They have nothing. Merely their own estimations and theories riddled with flaws and limitations. Yet, they have succeeded, and not just once. They advance relentlessly, undeterred. I am inspired by such individuals, which compels me to aspire to similar feats. At the very least, I wish to behold the vistas that can only be unveiled through boundless courage and wisdom. Perhaps my actions are not just, and my methods may invite criticism. However, I shall not alter my course based on the opinions of others. Thus, Kakashi, you too must seek your own goals and answers, as well as the ideals for which you would sacrifice everything to achieve. No matter how hasty or mundane that ideal may appear, it remains your own thought. It is your personal narrative, one that neither I nor anyone else can amend. Kakashi looked somewhat speechless at the lengthy discourse of Aizen Sosuke, who exaggeratedly covered his head with his hand. Why must you always launch into lengthy monologues over trivial matters? Aizen, I feel like my ears are becoming calloused from your grandiloquence. Haha, I apologize. Perhaps it is a habit from the past, and in such situations, I cannot help but express my thoughts. The flaw of humanity lies in the desire to be a teacher. It is as simple as that. With a somewhat awkward smile, Aizen handed a note to Kakashi. Upon glancing at the elegantly penned words, Kakashi could only roll his eyes in exasperation. All those who bravely take steps forward are figures I deeply admire. What difference does it make whether you say it or not? Adults are simply unreliable. Casting a resentful glance at Aizen, who appeared to adjust his glasses in embarrassment, Kakashi sighed, dejectedly took his paper and pen, and left the room to contemplate how best to respond. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, in the corner he passed by, a man clad in a haori emblazoned with the number 11 gazed at Aizen, who was now revising documents in the room, with a complex expression. It was evident that Aizen was quite relaxed at that moment, even greeting him with a wave. Good morning, Captain Tsukumo Hataki. Aren't you going to engage more with your child? That child is far more exceptional than I had imagined. And to my surprise, you are indeed a good teacher. I harbor no malice towards the children. Their future fills me with anticipation. I have expectations for Kakashi, as you should well understand. Is that why you only focus on Uchiha Obito? What do you mean by that? Aizen organized the documents in his hands, casting a curious glance at the conflicted Tsukumo Hataki. I did not kill him, nor did I tarnish the beliefs he holds dear. I even provided him countless opportunities. I merely adjusted his memories slightly for the sake of his fighting spirit and convictions. Is there any issue with that? It seems I have humiliated myself by attempting to reason with you. How could I ever contemplate the existence of ethical and moral considerations within your mind? Surely, it must be a consequence of my recent lack of engagement. Observing the perplexed expression on the face of Aizen, who seems earnestly to exhibit his benevolence, Shohoin Shosuk let out a weary sigh. He retrieved a scroll from his robe and placed it upon Aizen's desk. By the way, there is a wooden puppet wandering about the Sokayaka Hill, claiming to deliver something to a man who appears exceptionally melodious and poised. It babbled on nonsensically. After some contemplation, I decided to bring it directly here. It must be a letter from my collaborator. Thank you for your efforts. Receiving the scroll from Shohoin Shosuk, Aizen did not conceal his intentions and promptly unfurled it. At the very moment of its unrolling, the sealing technique activated automatically, releasing a plume of smoke, within which a glass jar containing flesh and a substantial letter materialized before Aizen. The correspondence between Aizen and Uchiha Madara had, in fact, been ongoing for a considerable duration. In Aizen's perception of time, this duration typically spans several years. After all, it is rather implausible to expect Aizen to completely disregard the errant wooden puppets scuttling about underground during his research. Thus, it is evident that many resources have been exchanged with Uchiha Madara, this now decrepit ninja, for Aizen's benefit. Relying solely on Aizen's ingenuity to develop an entire system of Konoha ninjutsu would be a tall order otherwise. However, with Uchiha Madara's assistance, Aizen has indeed reaped numerous advantages and has reciprocated generously. Such is the nature of their purely transactional relationship, each harboring their own ambitions while remaining transparent with one another. Uchiha Madara possesses an air of a formidable leader, indifferent to the extent of Aizen's plans or thoughts. Now, in his twilight years, Uchiha Madara even seems disinterested in utilizing Aizen's techniques to restore his corporeal form. Instead, he is fervently in search of a successor from the Uchiha clan to revive him through the ancient technique of Edo Tensei and other time-honored methods. One wonders what instills him with such confidence, believing that the pitfalls of antiquated techniques are fewer than those of the new. Yet, Aizen suspects that the more significant reason lies in the scarcity of individuals he can trust. How lamentable it is, considering he is one who never speaks falsehoods. Upon unwrapping the substantial letter, he discovered it contained information regarding Uchiha's secret techniques, along with scattered notes. Your experimental subject has been received. It has shown considerable improvement compared to before, and I genuinely believe it possesses significant potential. However, this does not imply my endorsement of your ideas. The notion of placing all ninjas and humanity upon a chessboard for so-called trials is something I, Uchiha Madara, cannot condone. The Eye of the Moon is the sole salvation for humanity. Even if it is an act of evasion, this tragic cycle has persisted for over a millennium. If it cannot be halted in my hands, then it shall be obliterated by my hand. How sorrowful it is. Had it not been for my advancing age and your youth, we could have once again recreated the glories of yesteryear. Together with Hashirama, the three of us could have truly quelled the chaos of the world. Regrettably, you have arrived too late, Aizen. The outcome is already predetermined. Nevertheless, just as you harbor expectations for the Tsukuyami project, I too possess certain anticipations regarding your research. Within it lies a portion of cells fused with Hashirama and myself. You may delve into your studies. The essence of Hashirama's cells should, barring unforeseen circumstances, reside within the village. The young man from the Senju clan would never relinquish Hashirama's cells. Moreover, it seems that Danzo has somehow discovered the location of my Rinnegan repository. If you have the opportunity, it would be prudent to keep an eye on it. As long as the ocular organs remain intact, you may conduct your experiments. Hashirama's power is formidable. Even now, his cells continuously sustain me with vitality and energy. If you can decipher the origins and outcomes of wood release, perhaps you may uncover the information regarding the so-called original signal you seek. Yet, if your claims hold truth, then the original signal must have existed in this world for millennia. Is it conceivable for such consciousness to endure? I remain uncertain. And one more thing. Is this some sort of pen-pal correspondence? Aizen furrowed his brow, laboriously deciphering Uchiha Madara's handwriting. Madara's letters carried a distinct air of age, filled with ramblings and disjointed thoughts, lacking any particular focal point, yet somehow delivering fragments of information. Due to his advanced years and stubborn refusal of Aizen's assistance, unwilling to utilize Aizen's techniques for collaboration or composition, much of the text appeared jumbled, requiring interpretation through context. However, Aizen genuinely felt this endeavor was devoid of meaning. After all, if he wished to pursue a certain path, the current Uchiha Madara would likely be unable to thwart him. Yet, out of respect for the trailblazers and those who take that first step, Aizen held a certain admiration for the old man's tenacity. Nonetheless, how should one articulate it? It is indeed a nostalgic stubbornness. But when did I ever suggest I would seek your counsel? Observing the lengthy justifications and objections pinned by Uchiha Madara against his undertaking trials, Aizen could only shake his head in resignation, reducing the letter to mere dust. Did it contain many things you would rather not hear? Oh, Shoten-kun. Glancing at the still-present Kakashi Shoten, Aizen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. It is rare for you to show interest. Would you like to hear it? In a sense, the author of this letter is your senior. No, I merely perceive that you are quite the chatterbox. Surely, if there were matters to discuss, you would prefer someone by your side to listen. Thus, I chose to remain. That sentiment is rather disheartening. Observing the lifeless gaze and nonchalant demeanor of Kakashi Shoten, Aizen let out a subtle sigh. However, I cannot refute this. After all, I am neither a deity nor a sage, incapable of renouncing my desires. When individuals undertake endeavors they deem remarkable, the urge to express their feelings often arises. So, What is it that you consider to be your remarkable accomplishment? All of this. What do you think my busyness is for? I certainly do not aspire to control the world, shrugged Shiku Tsukumo, his expression one of indifference. After idling for so long, he had come to grasp a certain degree of understanding regarding Aizen. In truth, his temperament, in many respects, was quite amiable. Although he bore the appearance of a quintessential villain, as long as one did not directly challenge or oppose him, there were rarely any issues. Any inquiries posed would receive thoughtful responses, and he exhibited a fervent enthusiasm for educating others. While he might be somewhat loquacious, his desire for power did not seem as pronounced as Shikuhu initially imagined. He did not appear to be fixated on transcending any particular ideology. From a certain perspective, Shikuhu was beginning to question whether he harbored a sentiment akin to loyalty towards Aizen. After all, he treated his son with kindness and seemingly refrained from committing any egregious acts against Konoha. If one truly wished to dominate the world, it would not necessitate such convoluted schemes. One could simply leverage their strength and abilities to seize control of Konoha and then, taking advantage of technological superiority, launch an assault. After all, it seemed unlikely that anyone could obstruct him. Such flattery is misplaced. I do not regard myself as capable of contending with this world, he admitted. However, I have indeed contemplated similar matters, and they are currently in progress. What do you mean? You genuinely intend to lead Konoha in an assault against the entire world? Observing Shikuhu's astonishment, Aizen shook his head. It is not the reckless endeavor you envision, but rather a meticulously crafted plan and examination. Aizen's fingers danced across the documents like a pianist, some files relegated to the bottom while others were elevated to the top. The question of uniting everyone was answered by the presence of a common foe. This was the simplest means of distinguishing friend from enemy, as well as a method for self-recognition and personal growth. Just as Konoha currently viewed the Uchiha as adversaries, it created a clear demarcation between the Uchiha clan and those beyond it, prompting progress benchmarked against the Uchiha. Such advancement was far swifter than that inspired by mere role models, as the Uchiha served as a hypothetical enemy. When individuals reflect on their own actions, they often fantasize that their foes would respond in kind. Thus, with such an imagined adversary, people would ascend at a frenzied pace, morally, technologically, ethically, and culturally, merely to prove themselves stronger and more exceptional than their enemies. But this is misguided, Shikuhu interjected, furrowing his brow at Aizen's words. A fabricated enemy and artificially instilled hatred are entirely unnecessary in the world of shinobi. We do not require such things. Did you not express a desire to witness courage? I do not perceive this as courage. Indeed, it is incorrect, and it is not courage, Aizen acknowledged, observing Shikuhu's apparent dissatisfaction. He sealed the glass jar containing Uchiha Madara's flesh and blood within a scroll, and then produced another set of documents, placing them upon the table. However, this is the objectively existing environment, a necessary factor in the birth of courage and the emergence of the exceptional. As Aizen perused the documents, he calmly remarked, "Someone must step forward to declare their disdain for such narratives. There must be individuals who boldly confront suffering and torment, who challenge their adversaries with courage and hope. Trials are thus essential, much like the present circumstances." Observing the information provided by the Umbu, Aizen smiled slightly. It was evident that the Umbu's mindset was one of shock. As they had inscribed startling news in a haphazard scrawl, the Sand and Rock Ninjas had announced a mutual assistance alliance, initiating discussions within the Land of Rain regarding a joint defense against Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas. In response to the Rock and Leaf Ninjas, the Cloud had declared a defensive alliance with the Mist. Any declaration of war against one nation would be tantamount to a declaration against both the Cloud and Mist. An implicit, mutually constraining strategic triangle was quietly taking shape on the map as the three major factions, comprising the formidable Konoha, Sand, Rock, Cloud, and Mist, began to engage in earnest competition. Each ninja village began to acknowledge the influence of smaller nations and minor villages, gradually moving towards engagement and alliance. This was precisely the outcome Aizen had orchestrated. This was not a tale of suffering, but rather of trials. A cold war is undoubtedly preferable to the fervent embrace of death. If viewed from this perspective, is it not sufficient? Gazing at the catastrophic news for Konoha, Aizen's lips curled into a smile, revealing genuine delight. He eagerly anticipated how many would emerge from the whirlpool of anguish to truly showcase their essence. It is time for us to take action. Is it still impossible to capture that individual named Sosuke Aizen? Indeed, Lord Inoki. Konoha has stationed an excessive number of defenders and protectors around Aizen. Our operatives cannot even approach him, kneeling before a diminutive figure. The rock ninja from the land of Earth bowed submissively, quietly recounting their plight. Our forces suffered significant losses during the library battle, and can only infiltrate Konoha gradually through merchant caravans for observation, without the ability to linger. Thus, we lack the opportunity for contact with Aizen. Subjectively, based on the intelligence gathered, Sosuke Aizen is reclusive, commanding his own defensive force, and has garnered a peculiar following within Konoha under the third Hokage's guidance. Reports even confirm that the yellow-haired jonin, Minato Namikaze, whom Lord Tsuchikage urged us to monitor closely, is among Aizen's covert protectors. Although it appears there are numerous vulnerabilities, we have no assurance of successfully abducting him. Let it be, then. It is merely an attempt. If it fails, so be it. Glancing at the reports regarding the blood activation and blood sealing techniques, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, displayed a hint of impatience. The ninjas from the Tsuchikage's operational department respectfully bowed to the elderly leader before quietly departing the Tsuchikage's office, proceeding towards their respective assignments. As he gazed out the window, Inoki's heart was ensnared by an incessant turmoil of anxiety and fear. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, harbored a profound sense of fear and animosity towards Konohagakure. In his youth, he, alongside his mentor, the second Tsuchikage, ventured to Konoha with aspirations of forging an alliance between the Earth and Fire countries. However, their hopes were dashed by the appearance of Uchiha Madara, who vehemently rejected the proposed alliance and ruthlessly inflicted grievous injuries upon the second Tsuchikage, although it later became evident that Madara ultimately betrayed Konoha, leaving to unleash the Nine Tails in an assault aimed at obliterating the Hidden Leaf Village. The bitterness of that encounter remained indelibly etched in the mind of the 13-year-old Inoki. The current circumstances further underscore the terrifying martial potential of a flourishing Konoha, devoid of foes. The casualty reports from the front lines instilled dread in the hearts of many, as the silent blood-clad shinobi necessitated the intervention of elite jonin to counter their formidable presence, often proving nearly invincible in brief skirmishes. Though reliant solely on taijutsu, their prowess was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the silent blood-clad shinobi enjoyed enhancements to their physical techniques, allowing them to unleash devastating, unrelenting assaults through a series of mutually destructive maneuvers. Since the introduction of the silent blood-clad gear in Konoha, the other four major shinobi villages have been beset by incessant headaches as they peruse their own casualty reports. Should this trend persist, it would not require 4 years before these villages find themselves devoid of capable combatants. While the elite jonin could barely sustain their efforts, it was implausible to rely solely upon them. As news of the dynamic blood-clad gear spread, the four great shinobi villages swiftly initiated contact, vowing to seize both the dynamic and silent blood-clad gear, or at the very least, eliminate Aizen. Ultimately, their plans bore fruit, although not achieving the theoretically optimal results. The unexpected discovery of Aizen's research records in the library was indeed a pleasant surprise. The four major shinobi villages were not known for their procrastination. Should Konoha succeed in fully integrating the dynamic blood-clad gear while they remained embroiled in conflict, it would herald the onset of a unifying war that would conclude all hostilities. No village could withstand the might of Konoha's forces, and this was no idle threat. The dynamic blood-clad gear allowed lower-ranked shinobi to wield the lethality typically reserved for elite jonin, rendering tens of thousands of elite shinobi vulnerable to their onslaught. Thus, for the four great shinobi villages, time was of the essence. The specter of death loomed like an unseen hand, compelling all in this world to sprint forward in a frenzy. The instinct to survive and evade the specter of war was an innate biological drive, and none could justly condemn them for it. What of the fourth Kazekage? Have there been any updates? Indeed, he has arrived. In the center of the Tsuchikage's office, a small glass orb gradually revealed the figure of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. This man, inheritor of magnet release and called upon in times of peril for the Sand Village, boasted exceptional experience in the development of ninjutsu, holding a dominant position in the research of the Iwagakure alliance. In the past, there was little emphasis on the advancement of ninjutsu. The primary concern lay in the art of killing, in the act of depriving others of their lives. Consequently, ninjas who specialized in the study of ninjutsu were exceedingly rare. Among those who continued their research at the level of a Kage was Rasha, one such individual. Although he lacked the demeanor of a scholar, within the confines of the imagery, Rasha perused some academic papers and, addressing a rather exasperated elder, remarked, "I have just been examining the communication technology known as Konoha, developed by Aizen. As long as my chakra is not depleted, we can maintain our dialogue." Does his research dossier contain such information? Indeed. Aizen Sosuke's research files encompass far more than merely the blood manipulation techniques. If necessary, he must be eliminated. The man's research capabilities are exceedingly formidable. With utmost seriousness, Rasha continued, "The research materials we obtained appear to be copies, scheduled for public release to the ninja world and Konoha within 1 to 3 years, complete with timestamps and annotations regarding their compilation. In other words, these are not mere drafts, but rather manuscripts intended for publication. Nevertheless, the contents are astonishing, including, but not limited to, studies on chakra levels, the relationship between chakra and cells, hypotheses regarding the essence of chakra will and ninjutsu, as well as modifications and tests concerning one's own bloodline. This research fundamentally targets core aspects, including materials on wood-release techniques. Aizen theorizes that there exists a central signal tower of chakra in this world, surrounded by peripheral signals. Once the core signal tower is activated, all other chakra will unconditionally submit. Although this notion may seem rather alarming, from the perspective of ninjutsu research, it indeed streamlines a significant portion of the chaotic dissemination processes. As for the components concerning blood manipulation techniques, this involves external natural energy and chakra pathways, with slight modifications. Coupled with the unique technologies of our respective ninja villages, we could create our own version of blood manipulation. Time. Most crucially, time. Konoha requires merely 3 months to fully equip itself, yet we currently lack scouts, and time is of the essence. Aniki, visibly agitated, glared at the young wind shadow before him, unable to contain himself as he growled, "Every moment counts. Our forces are depleting. While their ranks of blood manipulation and blood stabilization ninjas are inexhaustible, we must expedite our efforts. Is there a faster way to achieve this?" "Indeed, there is," replied Rasha. "What method?" "By sharing technology, making certain secret techniques publicly available to our ninjas. We can ensure that we do not find ourselves at a disadvantage when blood stabilization and blood manipulation become widespread." "Do you mean we should compel those clan ninjas and secret technique practitioners to disclose their skills?" "There is no alternative course of action. Even if the Sand Ninja were to cover every puppet with blood stabilization techniques, it would still be insufficient." The Wind Shadow's voice was heavy, imbued with a sense of profound realization. "You are well aware of the formidable nature of Konoha when confronting adversaries. You should recall how Uchiha Madara presented himself when the first Hokage descended upon the battlefield. In the present moment, Konoha is devoid of the esteemed Senju Hashirama. How infuriating!" Inoki's beard quivered with rage, fully aware of the repercussions that would ensue should the command be issued. Yet, could he refrain from doing so? During Konoha's zenith, the prowess of its shinobi was well known to all 4 great ninja villages. Now, without the benevolent and somewhat naive Hashirama, what remains are formidable warriors, such as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dares to negotiate with the Suna shinobi and has equipped his forces with both static and dynamic bloodline techniques to launch an offensive on the world. They are acutely aware of the multitude of secret techniques at Hiruzen's disposal, as well as the vast number of clan shinobi he commands. It could be said that the might of Konoha is comparable to the combined strength of 2 great nations. Should conflict arise, it would likely be devastatingly swift. Recently, Konoha's strategic contraction has become evident as they begin to consolidate their power and prepare for a campaign of world conquest. The border shinobi, observing the daily activity at Konoha's watchtowers, were nearly driven to the brink of cardiac distress by the sight of a few cats frolicking. If a full army were to appear, it would be nearly impossible to halt their advance. The upper shinobi witnessed the potential of the dynamic bloodline techniques, prompting the lower and middle ranks to begin learning teamwork and collaboration. Following the customary learning habits of shinobi, what formidable army would they face in 3 months? An alliance of shinobi capable of unleashing techniques that could turn vast plains to ash. If they so desired, they could reduce an entire nation to glass. Such a future is truly terrifying. Fortunately, they possess a final, fleeting opportunity, a sliver of hope. a sliver of time bestowed upon them by the heavens to turn the tide. The moment to resolve their course of action has arrived. You are correct. By the command of the Joint Operations Command, summon all shinobi with secret techniques, as well as those from clans possessing bloodline limits. After a long period of contemplation, Inoki, with a solemn countenance, took his seat at the Tsuchikige's desk and penned an official decree. Under the guise of scientific research and collaboration, he would offer them compensation to join the Wind and Earth Joint Ninja Techniques Research Institute, commencing the development and dissemination of secret techniques. The frontline shinobi are limited. It is imperative that they withstand the initial wave of any impending army. All is for the will of the earth. My conscience is clear. Simultaneously, within the Raikage's office in Kumobikure, the seemingly wild and tempestuous Raikage sat at his desk, gazing at the data streaming in from all directions, letting out a genuine sigh. In truth, the third Raikage, does not conform to the conventional image of a frenzied and wrathful leader. He is a kind-hearted and gentle man, possessing considerable faith in the next generation. His son is being groomed to become the next Raikage. Originally, Kumobikure held a substantial amount of confidence. As the wielder of both the strongest spear and shield, the Raikage is renowned throughout the ninja world, standing in stark contrast to the ninjutsu scholars of Konoha. Furthermore, Kumobikure often takes pride in being the second strongest ninja village, even harboring ambitions to directly seize Konoha. Compared to the tumultuous Konoha, Kumobikure indeed possesses the foundation for its pride. The tradition of secret techniques among the Cloud Shinobi has long been well established, and there are no significant internal conflicts. Various facilities and technologies have been explored. If not for their overly impulsive demeanor, the strength of the Cloud Shinobi could, to some extent, serve as a formidable force against Konoha. The former Raikage, held this belief steadfastly, convinced that his village and its descendants could not eternally reside in the barren and desolate mountains. Although it may appear ethereal and imbued with a sense of the divine, their existence is confined within those mountain ranges. The hardships of transportation and daily life are known only too well by the people of the Cloud Village. Consequently, the Raikage has consistently harbored a profound animosity towards Konoha, as each individual possesses their own reasons for striving towards a better existence. This enmity is a natural consequence of survival. However, with Konoha's advancements in recent years, the temperament of the Cloud Shinobi has significantly been tempered. Unable to breach Konoha's defenses, they have instead lost several territories, with even the borders trembling under the onslaught of the silent blood-armored shinobi. Were it not for Konoha's efforts to regain control by fully equipping themselves with blood armor and related military apparatus, the Cloud Shinobi might have faced a considerable resource crisis. The ninjas stationed at the Konoha border are not to be underestimated. Their strategic advantage compels them to exert pressure upon the already beleaguered Cloud Shinobi. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a crisis often presents an opportunity. The third Raikage, touched his scar, and his expression gradually hardened with resolve. It is indeed shameful to falsely claim another's techniques as one's own. Placing the documents down, the third Raikage turned to the figure kneeling before him, adorned in a tall hat. What is the Tsuchikage report from the research department? Is it possible to assimilate and reorganize our Cloud Shinobi techniques? Regrettably, at this moment, it is not feasible, the Tsuchikage replied. Indeed, even our proud lightning release secret techniques have been overshadowed. That is correct. The comprehensive nerve activation technology and the research on chakra-infused flesh evidently align with the modifications and enhancements of the silent blood armor. The Tsuchikage, a shinobi wearing a tall hat and the black lightning emblem, knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. According to reports from our researchers, the work of Konoha's Aizen Sosuke has reached a frightening level. If not for the internal strife within Konoha, which prevents direct utilization, our secret techniques could potentially be unraveled. Is that so? That young man, Aizen Sosuke, is indeed formidable. The entire shinobi world dances to the rhythm of his theories and inventions. The third Raikage furrowed his brow slightly as he examined the documents, but soon relaxed as he looked to his trusted advisor, the Tsuchikage. It is precisely because of this that I have uncovered an opportunity. We are pressed for time, as they are. Moreover, the environment in Konoha is far more intricate than ours. Our spies were well aware of the severe internal conflicts among the various factions within Konoha prior to this mission. To implement anything, one must persuade all parties involved. I see. Now I understand his motivations. Faced with an abundance of data and compelling evidence, Despite the collapse of Konoha's entire espionage system, a terrifying vision had already begun to take shape in the mind of the Third Reikage. The vacuous defenses, the returning ninja, the grand unveiling of the blood armor. One might suspect that even the assault on the hidden villages was anticipated. This summoning of all ninjas is nothing less than a forceful initiative by the Third Hokage to promote the blood armor. If the overwhelming power of this new armor were not showcased for all to witness, the policies of the Third Hokage would struggle to take root. In this bold maneuver, he relinquished all territorial advantages and relevant defenses, presenting a facade of emptiness that lured adversaries into a trap. Even the techniques of Aizen could be deployed as a means to confuse the major ninja villages. As long as they do not absorb this information immediately, Konoha could potentially ascend to the status of a formidable power in a remarkably short span. Should they fall prey to this scheme, absorbing unfamiliar defenses and intelligence while the four great ninja villages engage in individual battles, they would unwittingly become pawns in the Third Hokage's elaborate stratagem. Yet, triumph and failure alike stem from cunning. The Third Hokage could not have foreseen that his esteemed reputation would lead all to realize that confronting Konoha alone was an insurmountable challenge. Under his leadership, Konoha demonstrated the capability to engage on multiple fronts, rebounding from the devastation of the Second Great Ninja War with astonishing rapidity. When faced with the potential threat from Sunigakure, he wielded his most formidable blade without hesitation, even at the cost of his own integrity. What a formidable man he is, truly a legend among ninjas. Had you not consistently relied on the formidable talents of Aizen Sosuke, and had you not maintained a facade of ignorance, even the defenses of the Land of Rain would have been forsaken, and the entire ninja world might have been deceived. However, the abandonment of the Rain-esque defenses revealed to all your grand conspiracy. Logically, who would relinquish an entire defense line based solely on uncertain political information? This ignited the suspicions among the great ninja villages, marking the inception of their communications. As for subsequent remedial actions, such as advancing forward and contacting Hanzo, it is worth noting that Hanzo had already betrayed the information to Sunigakure and Iwagakure, leading all four great ninja villages to become aware of the situation. Such a clumsy attempt to conceal the truth, rife with apparent vulnerabilities, only served to heighten the desire for a decisive strike. Yet, even if one were to seize the Land of Rain and all bordering territories, what then? Lacking familiarity with Konoha's terrain, while the opponent is entirely adept, one would merely be occupying graves of their own making. This lucid understanding can be attributed to one individual, the ninja who, during the establishment of a base in Konoha, unwittingly allowed a letter to be stolen and replicated due to the oversized robe of an Aizen admirer. Although the message was vague and relayed to Aizen Sosuke, the fragments of the plan it contained were sufficient to awaken the four great ninja villages. This prompted them to set aside their prejudices and unite against you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You may proudly claim to be the most powerful Hokage, yet even the first Hokage, who quelled chaos in his time, did not experience such a palpable sense of crisis. Yet, through the developments of these past years, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have achieved precisely that. This strategy, this determination, I shall reluctantly acknowledge. Each individual hidden village stands no chance against you. However, how would you fare if confronted by two, or even more? In a hasty situation, can you truly withstand the combined might of the four great shinobi villages? Thus, this is a struggle against both time and dignity. As the brainstorming session concluded, the Third Reikage, gazed out at the mist-shrouded peaks, observing the ethereal yet resource-poor world, and slowly rose to his feet. Our endeavors have garnered substantial information and data, which, upon scrutiny, have proven to be successful theories and experiments. Yet, this could also be a deliberate, enticing bait set by the enemy. The formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a terrifying adversary. When faced with such an enemy, one must consider every possible angle. If we refrain from taking action merely to preserve our pride, then the Cloud Village shall forever remain ensnared within these seemingly beautiful mountains. Fortunately, we of the Lightning Village possess an unyielding audacity. The Third Tsuchikage observed the resolute expression of the Reikage and lowered his head in a moment of self-reproach. If only we could muster more spirit, if only we could unite more closely. No, such words need not be spoken. If our generation's shame can pave the way for the happiness of the next, then let us bear that shame. Dispatch the orders. Let everyone swiftly replicate the secret techniques above, enhancing combat capabilities in the most efficient manner possible. Draped in the Raikage's long robe, strode toward the door of the Raikage's office. Contact had also been established with the Mist Village, as the smallest village. Burdened by the historical enmity of the Land of Whirlpools, they would surely be in a state of panic. The Sand and Stone villages have already forged an alliance. We must not lag behind. In the face of formidable foes, we must showcase our capabilities and wisdom. An impulsive charge would merely be a display of reckless fury. However, we of the Cloud Village shall not falter in fear. With unwavering resolve, let us overcome this challenge and strike back. Yes. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed with a pained expression at the messages being relayed. What absurdities are inscribed upon this paper? How unfortunate. This reveals that the enemy has discerned your strategy, Lord Third. What a heartbreaking revelation, given the splendid opportunity at hand. Such a flawless plan, only to be unraveled by its own perfection, truly regrettable. As he observed the third Hokage seated behind his desk, his mind clouded with questions. Aizen Sosuke, responsible for managing public opinion and education, expressed his admiration with a respectful demeanor. My strategy? Indeed, it seems your plan has been uncovered. Yet, we still possess a chance for redemption. Regrettably, Elder Danzo appears to have not fully grasped your intellect. His recent venture to the Land of Rain seems somewhat superfluous. Yes, the third Hokage feigned a contemplative expression, his mind rife with uncertainty. Does he have a plan? What plan could he possibly have? At that moment, when Danzo confronted him, he even retorted in defense of his own power. Yet now he finds himself engulfed in regret, attributing the blame to Danzo instead. How is it that upon awakening, the entire world feels transformed? Why have the Rock and Sand Shinobi declared their intention to form a united front for development? Why have the Cloud and Mist Shinobi announced a defensive alliance? And now, everyone laments the failure of their schemes. What schemes indeed? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a haze of confusion, Aizen Sosuke serendipitously displayed a look of regret, articulating, exchanging space for time, employing seemingly ludicrous maneuvers to induce strategic paralysis in the enemy. This is truly a genius strategy. It seems that ever since the demise of Shikomo, you, esteemed third Hokage, have orchestrated this plan. The circumstances surrounding Shikomo's death may appear bizarre, yet they conveniently coincide with the Sand Shinobi's monumental events, marking the inception of your meticulous planning. Following the incident with the nameless ninja from the Land of Rain, you summoned all external forces, ostensibly granting the Sand and Rock Shinobi space, while in reality, it was a maneuver to facilitate the Bloodline clans and their ninjas. Faced with the might of the Bloodline clans and the military strength of Konoha, the prominent clans would undoubtedly abandon their entrenched positions and begin to embrace the integration of both Bloodline clans and quiet Bloodline clans into their ranks. Moreover, the library incident was likely a deliberate act on your part. The theft of information is trivial, as most of the contents consist of theoretical knowledge rather than practical techniques, requiring time for absorption and comprehension. Meanwhile, our adversaries would seize the defenses we have inadvertently left behind, taking considerable time to reconstruct their own fortifications and disarm traps. Remaining in chaos amidst our technological superiority and institutional upheaval. Once 3 months have elapsed, we could easily strike down the Sand and Rock Shinobi in a decisive blow. Once the original situation is disrupted, the remaining tasks would flow smoothly, allowing us to gradually secure dominion over the entire world. However, such a grand plan has been thwarted by Elder Danzo's obstinacy, which has instilled a sense of caution among the great nations, leading them to be more vigilant during negotiations. Now, with the 3 major systems firmly established, our initial advantage has vanished. A truly regrettable turn of events, esteemed Hokage. I see, Sarutobi thought. Such a remarkable plan was indeed in place. I never anticipated it. Listening to Aizen's analysis, Sarutobi felt a growing numbness within. What a revelation. He was, after all, a key player behind the scenes of the shinobi world. After absorbing Aizen's narrative, the third Hokage turned to him with a bittersweet smile. Sosuke, if I were to say that none of this was my intention, would you believe me? I would. For the third Hokage is certainly not a cold-hearted and ruthless individual. One who would exploit the village's demise to glorify his own methods or coerce the villagers into waging a war of annihilation, such notions are far from his character. Sosuke, gazing at Aizen's resolute expression, the third Hokage felt a surge of emotion. Who is this man? Is he not the very embodiment of the will of fire that I have entrusted? Although the current state may seem dubious, accompanied by various research plans, the sentiments expressed are undeniably genuine. The third Hokage yearned to convey that he harbored no grand conspiracy to control the ninja world. At this juncture, it might be prudent to directly contact the 4 great ninja villages and urge them to refrain from rash actions. However, this naive notion was abruptly interrupted by Aizen. Yet, I do not perceive this moment as ill-timed. On the contrary, I believe it presents an opportunity, one that allows the third Hokage to truly showcase his capabilities. Standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen, Aizen's voice, steady yet imbued with a seemingly sincere allure, captivated the audience, drawing them into the world he envisioned. For far too long, Konoha has been plagued by internal strife. Our disunity and internal conflicts are notorious throughout the ninja world, ridiculed by outsiders. Ultimately, this disarray stems from the lack of a genuine adversary. It is precisely because we are the foremost ninja village that we prioritize internal matters over confronting our enemies, who can easily be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. However, the circumstances have shifted, dear third Hokage. The true opportunity for uniting Konoha has arrived. Aizen Sosuke's voice resonated, transitioning from calm to fervent, instilling a sense of inevitability even in the esteemed listener, Sarutobi Hiruzen. We now face 2 formidable foes who have allied against us. It is time to silence all dissent within Konoha and unite under a singular banner. We must transcend the distinctions of clan and bloodline limit, allocating roles based on individual abilities. Those skilled in research should collaborate on innovation, while combatants must no longer linger at home awaiting demise. The time for comprehensive preparations has come, and each person will encounter their destiny. This is no longer the chaotic landscape of previous ninja world wars, where the 3 great powers formed a precarious triangle. Any initiation of conflict would invoke the wrath of the remaining 2. Yet, if we fail to solidify that third corner, if we cannot unite in earnest, our extinction is assured. Issue the command, Hokage. Indeed, the reasoning presented bears significant merit. Observing the disarray wrought by the transmission of countless messages, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself bereft of counterarguments. In the face of a united assault from the cloud, mist, rock, and sand ninja, any proclamations for the sake of unity and the village seemed utterly futile. With the enemy's war machine already in motion, his remaining choice was singular. So be it. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Convey my orders. Summon the leaders of all clans to the Hokage's office for a meeting. Understood. Thus, you see, manipulating the world is not always exceedingly difficult. Bowing slightly to the increasingly resolute Sarutobi Hiruzen, Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses and exited the Hokage's office, his heart brimming with the joy akin to that of a farmer reaping a bountiful harvest. It is akin to tailoring an ensemble. There is no necessity to weave from the very beginning, but rather to expertly stitch upon the pre-cut fabric, thereby naturally transforming it into a fitting garment. When the 4 great ninja villages are engulfed in confusion, one must provide ambiguous intelligence. During times of chaotic information, clarity in distinguishing characteristics is paramount, and amidst internal turmoil, a degree of alienation is essential. Thus, an ostensibly omniscient, cunning, and ruthlessly formidable ninja emerges before all. Information possesses such qualities when all indicators point in a singular direction. Alternative possibilities are dismissed in favor of that path. As those in power, they instinctively shun the seemingly simpler or the more foolish perspectives of their adversaries. They perceive it all as mere sleight of hand, with the true terror embodied in the ninja Yoruchi Uchiha. This is the world that Aizen requires, a realm where all individuals, families, and researchers are compelled to act. Every coincidence and so-called misjudgment emanates from information, and it is Aizen Sosuke himself who governs this information. With such capability, why not wield it? In truth, deceiving the gullible is often a more arduous task, for foolish individuals tend to rigidly adhere to a singular concept, thus remaining impervious to external influences. Conversely, the so-called agile and clever individuals become the most susceptible to deception. Ambiguous tidings, seemingly plausible strategic assessments, a seemingly prophetic mobilization, coupled with a cadre of stealthy Konoha ninjas operating within, Such an abundance of evidence and fragmented utterances ultimately sketches a terrifying plan that Konoha appears to be orchestrating to subjugate the four great nations. This plan gained momentum following the deployment of the static blood gear, ignited by the White Fang. Regardless of its veracity, they find themselves devoid of choices. The enigmatic figures of the Konoha ninjas clad in white robes persistently weave through the narrative, severing certain tendrils while inadvertently transmitting some information to the four great nations. Each state possesses only fragmented narratives, yet when pieced together, they reveal a startling truth. Undoubtedly, all of this is orchestrated for their perception by Aizen. This is a grand design. Whether one believes or not, belief is inevitable. As those wielding authority, one cannot gamble on the notion that these are merely falsehoods. Even if the information were false, it would necessitate a considerable investment of time and effort to verify. Moreover, the information provided by Aizen is entirely authentic. The deployment of the static blood gear is genuine. The exhibition of the dynamic blood gear is true. The internal descent within Konoha's clans toward the Hokage is real. The troop withdrawals are factual, and even the messages relayed by the Hokage to Aizen are indeed truthful. Yet, all these veritable morsels of information ultimately coalesce into a narrative that appears to be a truth, yet is, in essence, a deception that Konoha aims to dominate the world through its technological superiority. Thus, it is said that illusions are fundamentally the simplest of games. Simply instruct a child not to gaze upon a certain object, and the child who trusts adults will assert that they cannot see it. This encapsulates the essence of illusion. It is not that you cannot see, but rather that you are made to feel as if you cannot, and that suffices. Good morning, Kagami. You have indeed endured much. Has Aizen lost his mind? Standing at the door, Uchiha Kagami gazed at Aizen, who greeted him with fervent enthusiasm, his face a canvas of bewilderment. What's the matter, Minato? Did you not just manage to work alongside your elder brother? What? It's Kushina. I thought it was someone else. Let us leave it at that regarding Kushina. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, the sunbeam of Konoha watched with a melancholic sigh as the fiery red pepper behind him slapped his own face in frustration. The sight of her exasperated and numb expression caused Konoha's little pepper to frown deeply, and with renewed vigor, she delivered a sharp slap to Minato's back, sending him staggering. What is going on? At first, you professed your fondness for my hair and me, and now your attitude has shifted. What is this? Have you grown weary of me now that I am within your grasp? What are you talking about? When did I ever say you were in my grasp? We have yet to define our relationship. Are we not waiting until I become Hokage? How long must I wait for that? Shall I live in solitude? You are a man, just be straightforward. If Aizen becomes Hokage, am I not destined to marry him? What nonsense are you spouting? Yet, I must admit I am at fault. Observing her indignant demeanor with hands on her hips, seemingly unfazed, Minato's face flushed as he offered an apology. Although Kushina appeared carefree, she seemed to recognize the awkwardness of Minato's demeanor and silently lowered her head, sliding onto the stool beside him. So, what does this mean? Are you unhappy to see me? It is a rare occasion for us to reunite. I am indeed happy, but at this moment, I find myself lacking the spirit for it. Gazing at the discontented pout of the little pepper, Minato sighed again, his eyes cast upon the empty bowl before him. Lost in thought, he had just received news that he was being reassigned from Aizen's guard. The ninja world was in turmoil, various weighty announcements striking like blows, revealing the insignificance of human efforts amidst the torrents of time. The formidable third Kazekage perished without warning, the renowned Konoha White Fang vanished into thin air, and the once warring Sand and Stone Ninja became allies overnight. The proud Cloud Ninja suddenly dispatched an official diplomatic team, kneeling in submission, leading to a defensive alliance with the Mist Village. In the wake of such revelations, the Hokage convened a secret meeting of all ninja, ultimately announcing a shocking declaration that would reverberate throughout Konoha. The village would soon abandon its insular views, welcoming capable ninjas from all corners for the study and innovation of ninjutsu. The assaults of the bloodshed and silent forms had rendered Konoha incapable of seizing the ninja world with sheer force. Thus, they would strive for victory through grandeur and unity once more. When the news reached Namikaze Minato, his immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Was it not absurd to think that Konohagakure intended to eradicate the resistant forces of the ninja world with an overwhelming might? However, he was subsequently taken to a small room by members of the propaganda department, where he spent the night receiving explanations and finally grasped the intricate details. It turned out that the third Hokage was not merely indulging in whimsical thoughts. Rather, everything was part of his meticulous foresight. This included the issues concerning the water country's defense line, the internal turmoil within Konoha, and the sudden summons to witness Kakashi's bloodline abilities. All were manifestations of the third's profound strategic planning. As for the distant considerations, those were beyond his purview. He merely needed to trust in the third Hokage's reliability, akin to the unwavering trust one might place in Aizen Sosuke. If Aizen declared there was no problem, what concerns could he possibly have? As Minato emerged from the propaganda department, still dazed and sleep-deprived, he was approached hastily by members of the Umbu, who informed him that he would no longer serve as Aizen's bodyguard. Instead, he was to assume a new role at the Konoha Ninja Research Institute, focusing on the study and organization of space-time ninjutsu applications and theories. This position came with a high level of confidentiality, necessitating residence in a secluded area for concentrated work. In truth, the benefits were substantial, for one must be well-nourished to perform effectively. In a sense, this was a promotion, ensuring both safety and the opportunity to contribute to a greater cause. Yet, he lamented the absence of Aizen, who felt like a brother to him, a bond he could not easily replace. Perhaps due to his sleepless night, Minato shook his head, dislodging a flurry of chaotic thoughts from his mind. Undoubtedly, something was amiss. Kushina, sensing his turmoil, gently caressed his golden hair, revealing a hint of compassion in her eyes. Compared to years past, their identities had transformed significantly. Nonetheless, the one constant was the deep affection they held for one another. Regardless of their shyness or attempts to conceal it, they were undeniably lovers, profoundly devoted to each other. The only matters capable of causing such distress to his beloved, to the point of reluctance to communicate, must pertain to the village. Kushina understood the depth of Minato's feelings for the village, having once aspired to become the female Hokage herself. Hence, upon realizing what weighed on his mind, she leaned in closer, exhaling softly. "So what has transpired?" she inquired. "Is it something you cannot share with me?" "Yes." "Will it affect our future?" "Yes." "Then let us marry." What? At this point, what was there to be surprised about? Although they were still somewhat young, they had reached the legal age to wed, had they not? "But aren't we still not yet 20? Are you suggesting that while we are still young, I should compare myself with other girls?" No. Observing Kushina's warm smile and the casually revealed fist, Minato quickly shook his head, denying such a notion. If there were any surprises, it was the unexpected realization that he did not feel as astonished as one might think. After all, his affection for Kushina had long been established, and the bond they shared was undeniably strong. In fact, he had even troubled his brother, Aizen, on numerous occasions, confiding about marriage and such matters. Minato had never entertained the idea of a second choice. It simply did not exist for him. Yet, just as Kushina understood Minato's character, he too grasped the essence of hers. "Have you also encountered something?" "Well, in truth, I too have some unspoken tasks, and I am uncertain of what the future holds. So, is it too much to wish to solidify my relationship with the one I cherish? It is possible, but does it not seem a bit hasty? There is little choice in the matter. After all, we are ninjas, living day by day in uncertainty. The fact that we can love each other and contemplate marriage is already a profound happiness." With an assertive grip, Kushina took Minato's hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her beloved, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Compared to those who are fated to be apart, we are undoubtedly fortunate. Moreover, I have a premonition that the coming times in the ninja world may prove more terrifying than those of the past decades. Thus, even if it is merely to comfort myself, I wish to confirm our bond. Those fated to be apart, even the formidable Tsunade, the world's most skilled medical ninja, faces her own limitations. Regarding the romantic history of his mentor Jiraiya's beloved Tsunade, even if he wished to remain oblivious, he could glean insights from his mentor's demeanor. Additionally, with the information occasionally provided by Aizen, Minato was acutely aware of the nature of their profession. In this line of work, pain and suffering were commonplace, while the existence of love, like that between him and Kushina, felt almost like a fairy tale. "So, Minato, let us marry." Holding Minato's hand firmly, Kushina's gaze burned with intensity, unwavering as she looked at her son. "Regardless of whether we are rich or poor, whether you become Hokage or not, even if we face a tragic ending, I believe that marrying you is undeniably the right choice. Generally, isn't this something I, as a man, should be the one to say?" "Well, Since you always behave so timidly and seem quite weak, if you do not take the initiative, then I must." They shared a long gaze before bursting into light laughter together. Meanwhile, the owner of the ramen shop, Irika, looked on with a hint of helplessness at the young couple. Although they stood there without ordering ramen, which seemed a bit awkward, witnessing a pair of ninjas from Konoha in love and contemplating marriage brought a sense of comfort to Irika's heart. As the two exchanged bashful glances, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, a child's voice suddenly pierced the air from behind. Ah, it was that little rascal trailing after Aizen. Parting the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen, a child with a head of white hair and lifeless eyes sauntered in. "Getting married? Congratulations. You won't need to come here anymore. But if you require gifts or the like, consult Aizen. I possess none of those. What brings you here, son of Aizen?" The usually amiable Minato Namikaze, the son of Konoha, cast a disgruntled look at the impish intruder. If there existed a shadow over Konoha's son, it would undoubtedly be cast by the pale-haired Kakashi Hatake. A strange discord existed between them, one that both were acutely aware of. It was merely a matter of perspective. One yearned to escape, while the other longed to enter. Minato was tempted to proclaim Aizen as his adoptive father, yet Kakashi insisted on his independence. This resulted in an inevitable friction, a mutual disdain that lingered whenever they crossed paths. Despite the significant age gap of over a decade, there lies a truth in the existence of friendships across ages. And certainly, animosities too. Minato regarded this ungrateful little brat with a mix of envy and resentment, while Kakashi perceived Minato as perhaps somewhat unhinged. Although Kakashi had grown indifferent to Aizen, he still felt that Aizen stood far removed, too lofty to be reached. Those capable of stirring his emotions were conspicuously absent, rendering Aizen a figure too distant to inspire any desire for closeness. The discord between them was akin to fire and water, an irreconcilable clash. Despite the vast age difference and the lack of any genuine animosity, their mutual distaste remained palpable. Minato was acutely aware of his own predicament. After all, Kakashi was merely a child. What reason had he to harbor anger towards a child? Yet, the sight of Kakashi's listless expression ignited a flame of frustration within him. Witnessing such potential squandered in apathy stirred Minato's ire. Why couldn't Kakashi, even for the sake of the will of fire, learn a fraction of Aizen's knowledge and demeanor? Though he publicly credited Kakashi with developing the bloodline technique, Minato knew well that Aizen had laid the groundwork from theory to its initial stages. Kakashi's unwillingness to humbly learn was one thing. It was his arrogant demeanor that pushed Minato to the brink of exasperation. What infuriated him further was Kakashi's awareness of this truth, yet he remained obstinate, stubbornly arguing against it. How could anyone find favor with a child who knew better but refused to act accordingly, clinging instead to a facade of defiance? Certainly, what is most infuriating is that Kakashi never acknowledges the elegance of his own naming conventions. His name is undeniably melodious, yet he insists on adopting a designation that lacks both grandeur and substance. The titles he chooses are strikingly standardized, such as the core turbine enhancement of the Shimmering Sage's reincarnation secret technique, third variant. What sort of names are these? Blood activation suit, temporary version, blood activation suit. Unfinished. Do these even sound reasonable? Moreover, Brother Aizen endorses such terminology, suggesting that after all, children prefer names that are simple and comprehensible, which only serves to irritate Minato. Are children to be sent to the battlefield? If children are to fight, what purpose does Konoha serve? Nevertheless, it is indeed a child, and there is no need to be angry. Minato reassured himself, glancing at Kushina, who appeared quite intrigued. Attempting to convey through body language that this boy should keep a respectful distance and exhibit some discernment. Then he noticed Kakashi raising an eyebrow at Minato's exaggerated expressions, wearing a look of bemusement. If your body itches, scratch it yourself. Why look at me? Minato, suppressing his irritation, took a deep breath amid his fiancée's suppressed laughter, and kindly addressed Kakashi. Why haven't you attended the Ninja Academy? I recall Brother Aizen suggesting you attend to learn about normal life. Did you sneak out? The teacher at the Ninja Academy said I wasn't paying attention in class, and if I could defeat him, he would let me leave early. And then, well, here I am. Weren't you listening to me? Kakashi sat casually on the bench, wearing a subtle expression of incredulity. Seeing Kushina stifle a laugh beside him, Minato inquired. You haven't told me who this remarkably talented child is, have you? He hasn't mentioned it? I don't believe it. Observing the seemingly eager to intervene Kushina, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Presently, Kakashi found himself in a state of being unloved. Even Aizen could not penetrate the icy fortress of his heart. Ordering a bowl of Ichiraku ramen from the observant owner, Kakashi maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, seated quietly, as if conversation had lost its essence. In contrast, the spirited Shin Red Pepper of Konoha appeared quite animated, dragging the reluctant Minato beside her, eagerly scrutinizing the seemingly cool child, who appeared to harbor many untold stories. Since we're at it, let us be direct. I'm Uzumaki Kushina, and you are the developer of the blood activation suit, Kakashi Hitaki, correct? I often hear your name. I fear it's not for a good reputation. Indeed, it seems you are a child who desires to shoulder adult responsibilities, striving to prove yourself as an adult. Kushina firmly held down Minato, who seemed eager to explain himself, while casting a cheerful gaze at Kakashi, who sat casually in his chair. She remarked that at such a tender age, one should be reveling in the joys of life. Yet here he was, thrust into such a tumultuous whirlpool. This was a manifestation of adult irresponsibility and a dilemma for the village of Konoha. Even if it was merely an act of feigned antagonism, allowing him to vent his frustrations was a positive outcome. Well, perhaps. I could discern that much. However, due to his excessive behavior, which bordered on foolishness, I found myself disinclined to unleash my anger upon him. Minato, did you hear that? Kakashi is far more mature than you might imagine, she teased. Could you put me down before you rush me like that, Lady Kushina? Minato felt a twinge of exasperation at Kushina's exuberance. She was naturally warm and had an undeniable penchant for meddling, making her a well-known figure in Konoha. Renowned ninjas in the village were either exceptionally strong or conspicuously noticeable, and Kushina undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. This fiery redhead was particularly enthusiastic about making her presence felt in the village, easily connecting with everyone, whether through conversation or physical encounters. In contrast to Minato and his wife, Kakashi appeared considerably more detached. Yet, even with that being said, this might well be one of our final encounters. As he snapped his chopsticks apart, Kakashi lowered his mask and cautiously took a bite of his ramen, his voice cold as he spoke. The Hokage and Aizen have new task requirements for me. The situation has changed, and even a child like me has a role to play. The matter concerning that thing? The bloodline ability? It's no longer necessary to keep it a secret. Given that I have attracted attention, I often find myself diverging from the path of a typical ninja. Much like Aizen. Ultimately, it feels akin to protecting an endangered species. Isn't that a good thing? A child being able to live safely is the best outcome, isn't it? I am not like Aizen. He has succumbed to despair and lost his drive, choosing this path instead. I still aspire to be a ninja and undertake meaningful missions. Undertaking missions, you say? Yes, I intend to compensate for the losses my father incurred. That is how I see it. Indeed, given my father's circumstances and the state of the village, the reasons behind Kakashi's current demeanor lingered in my mind, leaving comforting words unspoken on my lips. Observing Kakashi, who seemed unchanged as he calmly consumed his ramen and sipped his broth, Minato understood that this seemingly frivolous and arrogant boy placed immense importance on the concept of decision-making. Many believe that children aged 6 or 7 are oblivious to the world, yet when one encounters a child of that age who is perceptive and possesses personal aspirations, diligently striving towards them, it evokes a profound sense of heartache, even if it is merely a shift in focus. I have always yearned to provide him with a semblance of joy and a childhood imbued with respect. However, once this intention was perceived, the facade seemed to lose its significance. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, the only sound resonating was that of Hitaki Kakashi continuously swallowing and chewing. Before long, a large bowl of ramen was entirely consumed. So, farewell for now, Minato Namikaze. I must admit, my time spent with you was quite delightful. Casting a glance at the golden sun of Konoha, Kakashi donned his mask, bowed slightly, and gradually departed from the ramen shop. The atmosphere that permeated from the era even dulled the enchanting ambience between Kushina and Minato. After solidifying their bond, the two exchanged little more than well wishes before parting ways to pursue their respective missions. Each bore the weight of secretive tasks that could not be disclosed, even to beloved partners or esteemed mentors, necessitating various means of disguise or detours to ultimately arrive at the designated meeting point tucked away in the corners of the village. Upon arriving at the same location, the three exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily frozen in surprise. It appeared they all had converged at the same site. Standing at the entrance of the Konoha-sanctioned ninjutsu research facility, the trio, having taken a circuitous route, found themselves face to face, their expressions tinged with a hint of awkwardness. After all, this was Konoha's highest-level confidential establishment, where everyone had been individually notified and had selected their own times for the final research assembly. So their initial ignorance was entirely understandable. Nevertheless, after sharing heartfelt sentiments akin to a poignant farewell, the realization that they were all part of the same unit engendered a palpable sense of embarrassment. Even Kakashi, typically indifferent, revealed a rare look of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. Should they continue to harbor mutual animosity, extend a hand in reconciliation, or perhaps discuss the weather? Well, I seem to have lost my way on this journey of life. Indeed, being 6 years old can be quite challenging. A chill breeze swept through, as the trio formed a triangular stance, wide-eyed and staring at one another, unsure of how to react. However, the awkwardness soon dissipated, for the true source of discomfort lay elsewhere. Orochimaru, Tsunade. Now, it seemed the embarrassment was not confined to just one individual. As they observed Orochimaru and Tsunade approaching from either side, the remaining three let out a collective sigh of relief. The expressions on Tsunade and Orochimaru were far more animated, bearing the weight of unknown exchanges and messages. When they collided, their faces turned ashen, as if they had encountered a specter. Their countenance darkened further upon seeing that the person welcoming them into the research room was Sosuke Aizen. "Ah, greetings everyone. We were merely awaiting your arrival." Observing the 5 ninjas before him, who exchanged glances with one another, Aizen Sosuke emerged from the highly confidential research facility of Konoha, renowned for its secrecy. He adjusted his glasses with a benevolent expression and remarked, "Seeing you all in good spirits is more reassuring than anything else. Kakashi, Minato, Kushina, and esteemed Tsunade and Orochimaru. If there are no issues, please step inside. We are about to convene for a meeting and proceed with the group assignments." The 5 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, bore no hostility towards the smiling Aizen, and dutifully followed him into the ninjutsu research facility of Konoha. It could be inferred that this edifice had been established quite some time ago, its purpose for a large underground and above-ground complex remaining a mystery. Judging by the condition of the corridors, it had certainly existed for over a decade. However, the existence of this place was unknown even to the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were disciples of the Hokage. They could only trail behind Aizen, meticulously navigating the vast and intricate structure. Inside the building, numerous guards and traps were present, with various surveillance equipment and defense personnel located at corners and surrounding areas. Tsunade and Orochimaru chose to remain silent upon seeing those clad in white coats, as Aizen opened a grand door, leading them into a vast hall. The ninjas turned to reveal that most wore green vests, while some were donned in white coats. Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to close her eyes, wishing to avert her gaze and remain oblivious. The mere contemplation of such a scenario was enough to make her feel as if her mind was nearing its limits. With their home infiltrated to such an extent, what more was there to discuss? In contrast, Orochimaru swiftly adjusted his mindset, intrigued as he surveyed the dozens of ninjas around him, identifying familiar faces. Soon, Aizen ascended to the podium, presenting a stack of white robes and a small label bearing a cross emblem, all while being scrutinized by those privy to the secrets within. As a research unit of Konoha, our ninjutsu research facility will possess designated planning areas and personnel identifiers. If lost, please contact the UMBU for verification, and replacements will be provided within a week. During this period, kindly cooperate with any requests from the UMBU and execution department, as failure to do so may lead to undesirable consequences. Standing before the podium, Aizen's voice, deep yet soothing, swiftly quelled the commotion among the attendees. As he addressed the unprecedented and formal nature of this special endeavor in Konoha, this facility contains various traps and potential inspection mechanisms. So it is imperative to safeguard your identifiers and white robes, as they are the sole means of confirming our identities. Those whose names are called may approach the stage to collect their identifiers and, according to my instructions, proceed to line up at the designated unit passage. Firstly, I am myself, Sosuke Aizen, the director of the Ninja Arts Research Institute and the chief coordinator of chakra research, primarily responsible for managing and organizing relevant theories, as well as overseeing approvals, though not engaged in practical applications. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, serves as the honorary director of the Ninja Arts Research Institute and the supervisor of ninja arts research, primarily tasked with guiding the direction of the research. Shimura Danzo, an elder of the Hidden Leaf Village, is the deputy director of the Ninja Arts Research Institute and the head of the execution department, primarily responsible for the practical application and feedback of the researched ninja arts. Due to certain circumstances, both the Hokage and Elder Shimura are unable to attend to receive their accolades. I shall temporarily accept them on their behalf and subsequently hand them over to the Umbu for delivery. Next comes the formal allocation. Hatake Kakashi, the leader of the Bloodline Jutsu Research Group, is also a member of the Chakra Theory Group. Minato Namikaze heads the Space-Time Ninjutsu Research Group, overseeing both application and theory. Kushina Uzumaki leads the Sealing Technique Research Group, similarly responsible for both application and theory. Orochimaru leads the Chakra Activation Research Group and is also a member of the Chakra Theory Group. Tsunade serves as the deputy leader of the Chakra Activation Research Group and the head of the Medical Ninjutsu Research Group, while being a member of the Chakra Theory Research Group. Kabuto Yakushi is a member of the Chakra Activation Research Group and serves as the deputy leader of the Medical Ninjutsu Research Group. Fugaku Uchiha heads the Sharingan Research Group and is a member of the Chakra Theory Group. Hinata Hayashi leads the Byakugan Research Group and is the deputy leader of the Control Observation Group. Hinata Hazashi serves as the deputy leader of the Byakugan Research Group and the leader of the Control Observation Group. Each name resonates with familiarity. Some are the backbone of great clans, others renowned researchers of Konoha, and still others are merely ninjas, clad in white haori or the vests of Konoha. They approached Aizen to receive their pristine white coats and insignias, subsequently taking their places. Observing Aizen's gentle demeanor as he distributed the white coats to the advancing ninjas, both Orochimaru and Tsunade wore expressions of complexity, in contrast to the earlier three, who were merely awkward in their emotions. The situation for these two legendary Sannin was far more intricate. Having joined a secret organization and embraced the notion of betraying Konoha, they turned to see familiar faces all around, an unintentional reunion in an official capacity. What could be more embarrassing than this? Do you not care for the authenticity of Konoha? Is this not some form of treachery, an embodiment of the iron will of Konoha, merely a test of loyalty? Am I truly a traitor? Who has betrayed me? Whom have I betrayed? As they stepped forward to don their robes, gazing at the small insignia affixed to their chests, Tsunade felt an unsettling sense of disarray. Having attained such capability, why would one go to such lengths to reveal the truth? Could we not remain forever immersed in this splendid dream? If the roots absorb nutrients, allowing the leaves to flourish, then Aizen's presence is akin to that of termites, gnawing away at the very essence of the great tree, rendering it riddled with wounds from root to crown. Yet, outwardly, one cannot discern that this mighty tree has been hollowed from within. As Tsunade caressed the emblem upon her attire, her expression a tapestry of complexity, Aizen's introduction swiftly reached its conclusion. Before the diverse teams, each with their distinct roles, Aizen stood at the podium, akin to a conventional leader. He cleared his throat gently and spoke with gravitas. You are all the most elite ninjas of Konoha, the most visionary among us. It is this very quality that has brought you here. Like each of you, I too harbor ideals, reverence for certain individuals, and a spectrum of emotions ranging from joy to sorrow. However, I fear that my paramount ideal may not align with those of some present. In contrast to the pursuit of world peace, my desire lies in unraveling the truths of the ninja realm. Why has this world devolved into a cycle of mutual slaughter? Why cannot the will of fire and goodwill be transmitted through chakra to the hearts of men? Why do people persist in the senseless bloodshed and carnage that is universally reviled, perpetuating for millennia? I seek to uncover the logic and truth behind it all. I aspire to explore the verities of this world, to ascend to greater heights. I hope that all present, even those cloaked in disguise, can grasp the significance of this endeavor. Under the watchful gaze of some, whether bored, disdainful, or respectful, Aizen's voice resonated with a calm, yet undeniable power. Even those whose prowess theoretically surpassed his regarded him with an expression befitting a peer. His words reverberated through the circular space, akin to a deep rumble of thunder, imbued with an unassailable strength and determination. It remained unclear whether this stemmed from his status or his aura, yet all quietly observed the man upon the stage, listening intently to his proclamation. We do not strive solely for our village or nation, but for the entire ninja world, for this realm. Aizen declared resolutely. We shall seek the truth, we shall forge new paths, and we shall redefine the essence of this world. We will comprehend the underlying principles and reimagine what this world ought to be, rather than fixating on why it exists. Do not utter impossibility. For no one can predict the future of an infant. Even the son of a beggar may become a legend. As long as we possess the courage to stride toward the future, this world shall find no rival to us. I hold such expectations for each of you. Naturally, I hope you shall not betray my trust. As he gazed down at the ninjas, now clad in white attire and seemingly entering a state of readiness, Aizen offered a subtle smile. For over a decade, a chilling legend had circulated within Konoha that a vast complex lay hidden within the shadows of the Hokage, housing an array of research facilities. The apparitions of deceased ninjas, clad in white funeral garments, would traverse these halls, engaged in their macabre studies. These ninjas, who have been maliciously deceived, aspire to shatter the confines of life and death, yearning to return to the surface of the earth. However, those who dwell in shadows are bound by the constraints of time and existence. They find themselves unable to traverse the radiant world freely, resorting instead to substances and their own corporeal forms to mask their decaying souls. Yet, as time progresses, the essence of their souls will inevitably detach from their bodies, forcing them back into the shadows. More disturbingly, these monstrosities, in a certain sense, are still alive. They possess normal intellect and thoughts, and may very well be lurking beside others, smiling as they observe discussions. Then, one fateful night, a long-lost friend, who had faded from your memory, will appear in your room, smiling and inviting you to join their ranks. It is only then that you will awaken abruptly from your nightmare, realizing that the once cherished friend, the warmth of the past, has been dead for decades. This tale has circulated in Konoha for quite some time, gaining a semblance of authenticity due to its proximity to the lives of ninjas. It is often wielded by parents to frighten disobedient young ninjas, proving to be quite effective. For a ninja, nothing is more terrifying than the thought of a former colleague, friend, or comrade having perished unbeknownst to them, only to be replaced by an enemy bearing a different face and intent to confront them. In the world of ninjas, this notion strikes at the very core of their fears. They are not easily daunted by death or suffering, having long been trained and prepared for the harshest tortures. Yet, the betrayal of their spirit and the collapse of their pillars of support can utterly dismantle them. Even many adult ninjas feel a chill at the back of their necks upon hearing this story. The origins of such horror tales are, of course, difficult to trace. They may well have sprung from drunken ninjas stumbling upon gatherings for vigil and unwittingly concocting fanciful narratives. Such urban legends are rarely taken seriously. To do so would reflect a dire lack of judgment, indicative of insufficient mission assignments or a lapse in sanity. However, the reality of situations often transcends surface appearances, and what seems like an unfounded fabrication may, in fact, harbor a profoundly terrifying kernel of truth. When this story first began to circulate, Tsunade herself was taken aback by it, yet she did not pay heed to its underlying implications. It is only now that she comprehends what the tale truly signifies: a shadow. A vast shadow lurking behind Konoha, silently scaling and occupying its very branches. Without any brutal bloodshed or sacrifice, and without the use of illusions or sorcery, it has insidiously replaced the essence of Konoha's consciousness with another form. By the way, I would like to ask Tsunade and Orochimaru to stay behind for a private discussion regarding the execution department. The execution department? Indeed. As the two called upon lingered, Aizen smiled warmly from the podium and remarked, just as there exists a research department for ninjutsu, so too must there be an execution department. It operates in parallel with the Ninjutsu Research Institute, ensuring confidentiality through a complete lack of direct communication. Correspondence is conducted solely via letters and selected personnel. Nevertheless, it is imperative to establish a public point of contact for the collection and organization of intelligence. The presence of two individuals with prior experience is most advantageous. Observing the naturally understanding gazes of the other ninjas, Tsunade inwardly sighed countless times. They were entirely under control. This artifice was so meticulously executed that even if Aizen were to integrate everything, few would discern any anomaly. Much like a responsible head of the Ninjutsu Research Institute, Aizen's proposed projects and demands were precisely those that Konoha, or the prominent clans, were keenly interested in. Even disregarding the layers of political implications, from a theoretical standpoint. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade found little to critique. If one were to insist, they might note the absence of research departments concerning the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Yet these two families posed significant risks within Konoha, making their exclusion entirely reasonable. This operation was indeed urgent. Several staff members clad in Haori emerged from various passageways, escorting them to their designated ninjutsu development zones and related accommodation areas, until a thorough assessment of confidentiality levels was undertaken. All individuals present would be subject to centralized management, entry permitted, yet exit forbidden. Even the staff responsible for delivering provisions would enter in weekly batches, without the need to depart. It could even be said that this represented the highest level of large-scale collective planning in Konoha's history. Dozens of jonin and special jonin willingly found themselves confined within this space, diligently dissecting and analyzing their own flesh and secret techniques. Had this occurred even 2 years prior, it would have resulted in a significant internal purge among the families. However, times have changed. Faced with the pressure from the 4 great shinobi villages, these clan leaders must come to terms with reality. This is no longer an era of negotiation. The enmity between the 4 great shinobi villages and Konoha is profound. Having fought 2 shinobi world wars where Konoha faced all 4 simultaneously, rather than allow themselves to be manipulated later, they would be better off resolving matters swiftly and decisively. All personnel present, all research ninjas, were designated as irrevocably loyal individuals, either trusted confidants and umbu of the 3rd Hokage, members of Danzo's root, or the next generation of leaders and clan heads from various prominent families. A considerable investment had been made. Yet, upon noticing the figure concealed in the corner, adorned with a polite mask, short white hair, and an 11-sized Haori, engrossed in a novel, Tsunade could hardly suppress her frustration. Just who let Kakashi Hitaki slip in here? Has the Soul Society truly infiltrated even the roots? Are they concerned? They are members of a special operations team, specifically tasked with addressing issues within the Ninjutsu Research Institute. Aizen thoughtfully clarified, explaining the identities of these masked Haori ninjas. Due to the gravity of their responsibilities, they would not appear outside the Ninjutsu Research Institute nor disclose their identities. They kindly requested everyone's understanding. At last, the fundamentals have been stabilized. Tsunade finds it perplexing why Aizen has ascended to such heights with apparent ease, as if those around him were mere specters. Naturally, even if Aizen discerned the underlying reasons, he would refrain from elucidating them at this juncture. Following some roll calls, certain ninjas endowed with unique abilities and secret techniques were dispatched to various regions, while others adhered to protocols to acclimate to their new surroundings. Moreover, some clan ninjas, due to their Sharingan and Byakugan capabilities, were assigned to distinctive scenarios for the second phase of testing and compatibility assessments. After some time, these ninjas were allocated various tasks, and the once bustling hall soon became sparsely populated. Observing those clad in white Haori and adorned with masks, Aizen smiled faintly and retrieved some insignia once more. Now, let us proceed to announce the assignments concerning the executive division and the various departments. Uchiha Kagami, tasked with investigating the matter of the white puppets and concurrently pursuing research related to the Sharingan, has opted out of this selection process. Kato Dan, captain of the 2nd Division and head of the Soul Manifestation and Essence Research Group. Tsunade, captain of the 4th Division and head of the Human Chakra Transformation Research Group, also overseeing medical and suppression duties. Orochimaru, my research partner. Aside from responsibilities within Konoha, you are free to join any work group of your preference. I shall raise no objections. Yakushi Naneyu, deputy captain of the 4th Division, holds a position akin to that of Orochimaru, yet retains the liberty to choose her desired role. Following yet another brief distribution of assignments, this organization, which has infiltrated Konoha, swiftly completed the iteration and replacement of its products. Amidst Tsunade's numbed expression, Aizen, satisfied with the proceedings, clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the remaining individuals. Lastly, I would like to introduce a newcomer. Aizen smiled and gestured towards a shadowy figure lingering behind him, where something indistinct seemed to linger. This individual is also our collaborator and my ally, showcasing the manifestation of yin-yang release. Mr. Kurizetsu, please step forward. In the midst of the audience's unperturbed expressions, a figure emerged from the shadows, half white, half black, with a flytrap-like wooden structure enveloping its head. dressed in a flowing white robe. To the onlookers, this entity, purportedly embodying the manifestation of yin-yang release, wore a grimace reminiscent of someone who had tasted bitterness, nodding slightly at the assemblage of ninjas before lapsing into silence, donning an expression of existential doubt that elicited a flicker of sympathy from many present. Yet another unfortunate soul ensnared by Aizen's machinations. The ninjas mused silently as they beheld the half-black, half-white figure. The transaction between Aizen and Uchiha Madara is comprehensive, yet retains an element of reservation. Regarding the legend of this ninja world, Aizen maintains a reverent attitude akin to that of a disciple. After all, those who possess wisdom are worthy of respect. Even if one does not fully comprehend the intricacies of chakra, it is only natural to show deference to a senior in that realm. As for Uchiha Madara, one could say he is more inclined to yield to persuasion than to force. Less charitably, he might be described as gullible and prone to selective hearing. Despite knowing that Aizen scorns his ideals, Madara respects him greatly due to Aizen's continual reverence and the exchange of information and tools. Although using Uchiha Kagami as a conduit for communication is somewhat cumbersome and tests the adaptability of the aging Madara, his skepticism regarding Aizen's abilities is undeniable. He harbors doubts about Aizen's intentions, fearing that Aizen might betray him. However, their interactions have always been indirect, characterized by a lack of face-to-face meetings. In this recent exchange, Aizen provided Madara with insights and theoretical knowledge regarding the development of binding techniques within the Shinigami system. After considerable contemplation, Madara decided to showcase a significant ability of his own. This decision was not born from unease at Aizen's seemingly extraordinary development capabilities, but rather a desire to demonstrate the prowess of an elder. Subsequently, Madara nearly perished during the creation of Kurizetsu, yet fortunately, the outcome proved favorable. Kurizetsu, a being of both black and white, claimed to be a fragment of Madara's own soul, possessing extensive research data and a wealth of hidden knowledge, along with the ability to wield some of the powers of Shirazetsu, the white puppets. As a successful manifestation of Madara's life-creating prowess, he was quite pleased with his mastery of yin-yang release. Kurizetsu, eager to flatter, felt honored by the significance of the plan. However, Kurizetsu was ruthlessly handed over to Aizen as a living specimen for research. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction. Aizen acquired a rare life form embodying yin-yang release, while Madara obtained all the binding technique documentation, including the forbidden banishment of the 99th, Mugen Taifu. To Aizen, these documents were rather outdated. And given his advanced understanding of the inner workings of Kido, relinquishing the series of binding papers felt almost like giving away yin-yang release for free. Nevertheless, in light of the binding technique material that was almost alien to this world, Madara had taken some precautions with Kurizetsu, ensuring that Aizen could only extract information about yin-yang release from flesh samples. The old man excused himself from producing a written theory on yin-yang release by claiming it was too tedious. Thus, both sides approached their respective research endeavors with a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, and it is foreseeable that both will yield some results. Of course, the true feelings of Kurizetsu, the test subject, were of little concern to either of them. Yet, Kurizetsu himself cared immensely. He cared far too much. He is not, in essence, a fragmented soul of Uchiha Obito. Rather, he is a genuine chakra entity created by a far more ancient being. He is the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki, the offspring of the rabbit goddess, her most trusted third son, aside from her two treacherous offspring. For millennia, he has endeavored to liberate his mother from the shackles of chakra that bind her. A millennium has passed since the ascendance of the rabbit goddess, and Kurizetsu has traversed many trials. Thus, upon realizing that these two intended to treat him as mere experimental material, he vehemently rejected their designs. Heaven have mercy. After waiting a full 1,000 years, he encountered Uchiha Obito, a uniquely troubled individual. He toiled tirelessly, correcting Obito's plans, which bordered on the absurd, and diligently assisted him in merging powers to enhance his abilities. It can be said that Uchiha Obito's continued existence hinges significantly upon Kurizetsu's relentless efforts to supply him with energy. Without such devotion, would he have survived? Given the state of his body, he should have perished countless times over. The myriad cells and chakra within Obito are the result of Kurizetsu's heartfelt labor, meticulously crafted to convince Obito of the validity of his modifications. 1,000 years, how many lives span such an expanse? Kurizetsu has remained steadfast and unwavering, willing to do anything for his mother, ultimately nurturing Uchiha Obito to fruition. And yet, how does he repay his benefactor? This alone might be tolerable. But the crux of the matter lies with Aizen. That Aizen Sosuke is undoubtedly problematic. He must have discerned that Kurizetsu is not merely a manifestation of Uchiha Obito, and he surely understands the true nature of chakra entities. Yet, he remains silent, asking no questions, and immediately commences his experiments. Why not inquire? How can one deceive without questions? My character does not operate in such a manner. Who encounters something so bizarre, says nothing, and proceeds to dismember. As a researcher, does he possess no curiosity whatsoever? During the process, as Kurizetsu faced the severing of his own form, he swiftly devised a clever rationale, claiming that the memories in his mind did not align with those transmitted by Uchiha Obito. As a being birthed from chakra, he professed to have uncovered more truths within the realm of chakra itself. Any conventional researcher, upon hearing such revelations, would certainly have provided sustenance and at least offered an opportunity for dialogue, for these pertain to the very secrets of chakra, the core mysteries of this world. Moreover, they encompass the truths of events from a millennium ago, the reasons for ongoing conflict, and the potential means to save the world. Surely, one would hesitate before proceeding. Kurizetsu is a master of human nature. He understands that many individuals distort themselves to such extremes in the name of so-called world peace. Those steeped in chakra often harbor such thoughts. This is no surprise. Therefore, Kurizetsu naturally tailored a series of offerings for this research-oriented individual, anticipating his release. And then, can you guess Aizen's response? He expressed indifference. He claimed he did not care. He is utterly indifferent to world peace or the substance of history. Rather than receiving information directly, Aizen expresses a preference for meticulously conducting his own research to arrive at the correct conclusions. Only after deriving results does he seek to corroborate them with the original information and engage with the facts, for that is the essence of true inquiry. In this context, Kaguya awakens to the realization that he has fallen into the hands of a madman, one whose insanity dwarfs that of any ordinary individual in the ninja world. Mother, he laments, forgive me for my filial piety. I cannot rescue you. While Uchiha Obito is an understandable form of madness, Aizen Sosuke's thought processes remain incomprehensible to him. This Mr. Kaguya is a unique life form created through yin-yang release. Should there be any need for flesh and genetic research, he is readily available to provide assistance. Whether it be cellular organization or entire puppets, Kaguya is capable of it all. Standing at the podium, Aizen wears a congenial smile, reminiscent of someone proudly presenting their homegrown pork, radiating a sense of simplicity and warmth. However, judging from Kaguya's corpse-like visage, it seems he is not particularly inclined to offer his flesh to sustain such a research monstrosity. As a ninja is still possessing a shred of conscience, Tsunade gazes at Kaguya, contemplating whether to speak up in defense of this seemingly pitiable being. Yet upon hearing of the perpetual provision of flesh and genetic material, particularly from a life form birthed from yin-yang release, she hesitates. The limitless biological matter from yin-yang release could facilitate countless experiments without the fear of saving more lives. In the face of Kaguya's desperate gaze, Tsunade slowly lowers her hand and diverts her gaze elsewhere. It is not that Tsunade is devoid of compassion. It is well known that chakra-based life forms do not qualify as human. Just look at the tailed beasts. They embody this very principle. They can be treated merely as tailed beasts closely resembling humans, devoid of pain, and can be subjected to any treatment. Moreover, for a medical ninja, the temptation of having immediate access to flesh templates, particularly with the enhancements from yin-yang release research, is overwhelmingly significant, so much so that it leads Tsunade to temporarily overlook her own modest sense of morality. We are all ninjas, and upon reflection, Tsunade realizes she is not a paragon of virtue. If she were genuinely virtuous, would she gamble? Would she betray Konoha? Although outwardly she may not appear to have betrayed her village, her heart has already diverged from Konoha's path, aligning instead with Kato's reckless determination to tread a dark road. Perhaps it would be best to delve into research, thoroughly understanding the states of yin-yang release and tailed beasts, leaving the findings for Konoha. Thus, in a sense, passing on the will of fire, a feigned allegiance, with the hope of future repentance. The circumstances dictate one's choices. How can it be deemed my fault? The moment she recalls Kakashi's abysmal scripture, Tsunade feels a surge of clarity. Glancing at Kagaya, who stands beside the podium like an exhibit, she smiles radiantly. May I return to my master? I promise I shall not appear before anyone again. Observing the peculiar gazes of the surrounding ninjas, Korezetsu shuddered and, glancing at Aizen, who was tidying his speech notes and preparing to depart, whispered urgently, I will divulge any secret you desire. You may indulge in your so-called research. But could you possibly place me in a more conventional setting? Or at the very least, grant me a few days to mentally prepare? How could you entertain such thoughts? Did Uchiha Madara not send you forth to assist us in achieving our grand ambitions? Your capacity for self-division is precisely meant for the noble endeavor of contributing to the advancement of our world. Moreover, Lord Uchiha Madara has already consented to your unrestricted use. So fret not. You shall indeed become a part of history. Aizen, perplexed, shook his head, not even glancing at the despairing Korezetsu, and continued on his path toward the corridor. Within the confines of this room, sealed by secret arts, Aizen's subordinates momentarily seemed dazed upon hearing a name. Oh, so the other partner is Uchiha Madara. Although it sounded surprising, it strangely did not evoke a sense of astonishment. Thoughts swirled in Tsunade's mind as she observed Aizen's departure, revealing the ethereal blue glow of her chakra surgical blade. Noticing several colleagues, presumably affiliated with the chakra research and flesh departments, igniting their blade lights in unison, the ninjas exchanged silent nods and then fixed their radiant gazes upon the expressionless Korezetsu. Mr. Korezetsu, shall you divide yourself, or shall we perform the dissection? May I choose an alternative method? Not at all. The ninjas beamed with radiant smiles, their surgical blades gleaming ever brighter. As time passed, a new year quietly dawned upon this world. Even amidst the tense atmosphere of the ninja realm, there was a slight loosening during the New Year festivities. To celebrate this rare occasion, nearly every household would take a break and unwind. Although, compared to the previous year, fatalities on the battlefield were markedly reduced, and the major ninja villages began to contract their territories and engage in an arms race. The ominous cloud of war still loomed above the entire ninja world. Despite the smiles and dances, everyone was acutely aware that such joyous days were likely numbered. The current ninja realm resembled a pressure cooker, with invisible pressures and various forces urging and compressing the contents within. Were it not for the existing strategic deterrents among them, war would likely descend upon this world in short order. Yet, due to the presence of strategic weapons and each faction's military preparations, a strangely precarious balance had been maintained. Konoha boasted a formidable army of dynamic and static blood equipment, alongside the reverse summoning team formations developed by the Chakra Research Department. They were unparalleled in the arts of ambush and team combat. Moreover, Konoha had demonstrated through year-end ninja drills that they remained the foremost ninja village in the world, even in large-scale military operations. However, it must be noted that the other two great powers achieving peace was not a matter of mere happenstance. The Sand and Rock Ninja collaborated to develop an intelligent core, elevating the art of puppet mastery to unprecedented heights. Nearly every puppeteer could now perform remote operations, issue commands, and execute long-range assaults. While the Sand Ninja may not be formidable on the front lines, their alliance with the Rock Ninja's engineering prowess has fortified the rear defenses in the Land of Rain, creating an insurmountable barrier. Although lacking in offensive capabilities, their defensive strength is more than sufficient, instilling fearlessness against any assault from major powers. Conversely, the alliance of the Cloud and Mist Ninja epitomizes the most potent offensive force within the ninja realm. Through extensive research and manipulation of the essence of chakra, they have developed space-time ninjutsu combined with lightning techniques and summoning arts, enabling them to strike any target within designated parameters, regardless of distance. Contingent solely on the quantity of explosives deployed, one faction commands humanity, another governs the earth, and the final one reigns over the heavens. The struggle among the three remains unresolved, yet a notable divergence in their technological pathways has emerged. Meanwhile, spies from various nations have begun to mobilize, infiltrating ninja villages to pilfer military secrets and intelligence from rival nations. Amidst this frenetic and tense preparation, they suddenly realized the dawn of a new year had arrived, potentially marking the year with the lowest death toll in the history of the ninja world. However, this precarious balance, founded upon mutual destruction, leaves many ninjas in a state of unease. While the tailed beasts can still be pacified and utilized as jinchuriki to to maintain order. The current technological advancements in the ninja realm appear devoid of any means of suppression. Some so-called wise elders from the old guard express their deep concerns, repeatedly asserting the need to curb this terrifying escalation, only to be dismissed by their respective leaders. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has rarely exhibited such a resolute stance, declaring that Konoha would never be unjustly accused or persuaded by ill-intentioned individuals to lay down their arms. In times like these, to choose disarmament is akin to embracing death itself. This bizarre situation leaves a heavy weight in everyone's heart, as though the world is silently transforming. Initially, conflicts were marked by open hostility, with life and death dictated by chance, leaving little room for grievances. Yet now, a colossal cloud of war looms overhead, and they remain oblivious to when the deluge will descend. As these ominous clouds swell and intensify, all seem to be driven madly to fortify their positions, awaiting the inevitable thunderous clash of war. This psychological strain has rendered them all with an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. However, these developments bear little significance for the smaller nations. Amidst the chaos of the ninja world, they have entered their own golden age, forging alliances and extorting from the 5 great ninja villages, ushering in an era of rapid development. The expansion of the entire ninja realm is now observable, burgeoning at an alarming and grotesque pace. The population is burgeoning. The environment is gradually improving, and it seems even the artistic realm is flourishing, with various factions poised and ready. Perhaps in retrospect, this period will be deemed a golden age, yet those who find themselves at the inception of this era are engulfed in profound confusion and dread. An enormous, invisible monster lurks in the shadows, casting a pall over the enjoyment of this so-called age. The only recourse is to press onward, as if compelled by an unseen whip, relentlessly advancing. For Shimura Danzo, residing in the village hidden in rain, these sentiments resonate most deeply. It is the new year. Indeed, as he gazes at the 3 respectful figures behind him, Danzo feels the roots of his ninja way taking hold in this world, particularly in the presence of these youths from the Rain Village. A certain Aizen once remarked that teaching others is, in essence, a form of self-examination. Initially, Danzo scoffed at such notions, for he spent his days in the heart of Konoha imparting lessons on the necessary darkness, yet gleaned little insight for himself. However, upon transitioning to a different environment, stepping beyond the confines of Konoha, he began to articulate the necessity of roots from a broader perspective, ultimately recognizing the limitations of his previous thoughts. His focus had always been on the roots of Konoha, fixated solely on its immediate interests, neglecting to contemplate more enduring matters. This was an inevitable reality. The ninja world at that time lacked the capacity for long-term contemplation and foresight. Uncertainty and the cycle of life and death were the norm. Yet now, after a year of respite, Danzo has gradually grasped the thread of his own thoughts through the process of educating these children. What once was merely the distortion of hearts within Konoha, the so-called education of its roots, has evolved into a peaceful darkness through reflection and self-analysis. One might even assert that the delicate state of the current ninja world aligns with the peaceful darkness Danzo aspires to achieve. This year, the Land of Rain should fare substantially better than the last, regardless of whether it be the sand, rock, or leaf ninja. Resources and manpower will be mobilized to aid in the construction and consolidation of the Rain Country. Observing the Rain Village, replete with pipes and scrap metal, Danzo squints at the dim rain clouds and softly addresses the 3 youths behind him. Although Hanzo of the Salamander is indecisive and largely indifferent to others, solely concerned with preserving his own power, his position has become increasingly secure in the current landscape. What do you think is the reason for this? Because people yearn for a stable life, Master Danzo, Yahiko stepped forward, gazing at the village riddled with pipes, and spoke softly. Everyone longs for a more stable existence, even if it is a facade of happiness. Most people aspire for better days rather than suffering in the harshness of reality. Precisely. This underscores the necessity of the darkness within the ninja world. This is the path I have discovered. Tsunade, enveloped in bandages, squinted at the overcast sky, yet sensed the arrival of hope. During this period, he was not evading others, nor was he consumed by the power of the Sharingan. Rather, he realized he might have discovered the true means to ensure the eternal existence of Konoha and to bring about world peace. Though this method was stumbled upon by chance, it had also been realized by Hisashi and Aizen. Despite the principle being derived from the outcomes, Shimura Danzo still gained his own insights and feelings. In the torrential rains of the Land of Rain, he ultimately uncovered his own truth. We are all aware that the causes of war are manifold, yet the predominant reason is the collective thirst for survival. Peace will only manifest when the fear of death surpasses the desire to live. Thus, the darkness of the ninja world is deemed necessary. Only when shadows envelop the surroundings can light emerge. It is only when the blade of death hangs equally above every head that we can truly appreciate the value of peace, allowing all to overlook their mutual hatred and focus solely on the essence of survival. The initiation and conclusion of war should no longer be determined by the ninja villages or those in power, but by death and darkness themselves. This most equitable darkness is, in fact, the finest peace. This is the root, the foundation of peace forged through death and blood beneath the flourishing branches of a great tree. Therefore, should anyone seek to disrupt this balance in the future, it will be when the roots manifest before them. Do you understand? Yes, the three responded in unison, their eyes reflecting a flicker of excitement as they gazed at the stooped middle-aged figure. Initially, they harbored a sense of wariness toward this unidentified elder ninja, particularly regarding the theory of the root, which initially sounded exceedingly strange. However, as time progressed, the development of the ninja world unfolded precisely as he had articulated. The major nations astonishingly maintained remarkable restraint in the face of the deathly war, each striving fervently to postpone the onset of conflict, leading to the emergence of previously unimaginable outcomes before them. Now, they were wholeheartedly convinced of Danzo's reflections, yet he himself had grown indifferent. "I must depart as the new year arrives," he said slowly, rising to his feet and nodding at the three. "Remember this teaching. Do not crave an inexplicable brilliance. This is the true path to saving the world." Perhaps it was due to the relentless pressure of this world, driving all ninjas into frenzied clashes with one another. Or perhaps it was a terrifying original sin flowing through human blood. No one had ever contemplated, nor questioned, why battles had escalated to such extents. If the pursuit were for a better life, it could have been achieved without slaughter. The landscapes crafted by ninjutsu would remain unchanged, and the various tools created would indeed exist. They could have built their homeland more beautifully with their own hands, transforming inhospitable environments into the forms they desired through sheer effort. However, it is evident that the shinobi world, rather than striving to transform itself and cultivate a better existence, is predominantly fixated on plundering what it already possesses. The ninjas exhibit little interest in creation. Instead, they are consumed by a fascination with death and looting. Deep within, each ninja yearns for respite and the arrival of peace, yet instinctively, they gravitate towards violence. Of course, Danzo understands the rationale behind this behavior, as the circumstances do not permit otherwise. Each individual must remain in a state of perpetual readiness. Failure to do so results in defeat and obliteration. Adults labor at 2 jobs, while children engage in one, and the shinobi world spirals into an endless cycle of bloodshed. Like a well-wound puppet, it continues to advance until the spring's energy is depleted. Regardless of whether it takes the form of family, nation, settlement, or village, the desires and conflicts among ninjas are unceasing. For millennia, users of chakra have proposed various theories and ideas in an attempt to perpetuate so-called peace. Yet, any semblance of peace can only endure for a fleeting moment. There will always be those who aspire to dominate the world, and ambition cannot be suppressed indefinitely. Regardless of the organization or ideal, all appear feeble in the face of the world's allure. Thus, after centuries of warfare, the majority have relinquished contemplation, superficially adhering to diverse wills while remaining fundamentally void and hollow. This has led to a cycle of meaningful, yet ultimately futile conflict, perpetuating hatred. Yet, why was there an era of absolute peace in the time of the first generation? Why, after this peace was shattered, has it re-emerged in the present age? If such peace is merely ephemeral, then indeed, every era experiences its own interlude of tranquility, a fact Danzo is well aware of. However, the occurrence of 2 distinct periods of relative peace within such a brief span, each seemingly characterized by different external traits, yet subtly linked in essence, is perplexing. The weary ninjas do not ponder deeply. Many astute individuals remain disconnected from crucial information. Those few who possess knowledge and can engage in contemplation are often burdened by high positions and numerous affairs, rendering them incapable of providing answers. Thus, Danzo began to reflect. During his rare moments of respite while educating the 3 children in the Land of Rain, he initiated his contemplation regarding the shinobi world, this realm, and the experiences of its inhabitants. Initially shocked and horrified by the actions of his old friend, who had excluded him due to an obsession with power, Danzo was profoundly unsettled. He had conveyed to Hiruzen Sarutobi his ideals and philosophies, asserting that as the root of Konoha and the shadow of the shinobi world, his existence was indispensable. He could neither usurp power from Hiruzen, nor should Hiruzen harbor concerns or exclusions towards him. From any perspective, this represents an internal strife within Konoha's strength. Undoubtedly, it constitutes a betrayal of Konoha's strategy and a violation of their initial vows. At that time, Danzo could not comprehend this. He was not only astonished, but also enraged. This turmoil spurred him to undertake the mission to fill the void in the Land of Rain. In a certain sense, this represents Danzo's self-imposed exile. Initially, he struggled to comprehend why his old comrade, with whom he had shared life and death, would make such a choice at the most critical moment. However, he soon grasped the essence of the matter. It was power. Humanity is instinctively ensnared in this vicious cycle. Regardless of the trust Sarutobi Hiruzen placed in him, when faced with actions that threatened power, he would instinctively roar, intimidating Danzo to keep away from his treasures. Ordinarily, such a departure should ignite ambition and a yearning for the Hokage title. Yet, after his departure, a series of dazzling events overwhelmed Danzo, profoundly shaking his inner world. Rumors circulated about Sarutobi Hiruzen's grand plan being thwarted by Danzo. He dismissed such nonsense entirely. If Sarutobi possessed such prowess during the Second Shinobi World War, he would have seamlessly infiltrated and dismantled the entire shinobi world, rather than resorting to such turmoil. However, the subsequent developments etched themselves into Danzo's memory. Amidst this whirlwind of dazzling maneuvers, peace strangely descended upon the world. Though it was illusory and appeared utterly shattered, everyone celebrated this peace, built upon destruction, with trepidation and gratitude. When no one could gain from the situation, peace would prevail. This notion struck Danzo like a lightning bolt in the darkness, awakening him to the true nature of the world. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of interests. War emerges only when the benefits outweigh the harm. Yet, when it becomes evident that the gains from initiating war will always be less than the damage inflicted, war becomes impossible. Such a simple truth may have already been comprehended by the first Hokage. Nevertheless, the tailed beasts alone could not uphold such peace. Only through mutual and complete annihilation could true peace be achieved. So, who or what willful spirit has facilitated this paradox? From a holistic perspective, it was that singular individual who enabled the shinobi world to master the art of warfare and the complete destruction of both the natural environment and the techniques of friend and foe alike. It was precisely that person who liberated Konoha from the ceaseless whirlpool of public opinion, allowing it to recuperate and gather the strength to contend against the combined might of 2 great villages. It was his techniques that inadvertently led to the current situation. Everyone began to operate like clockwork toys, frantically expending their energy and abilities within prescribed limits, yet managing to evade the specter of death. Although merely a year had passed, tangible results began to manifest, even in the Rain Country, the most beleaguered of nations, which could sense a burgeoning vitality. He had long anticipated and deliberately fostered this outcome. Stripping away all filters and considering the results, the world became crystal clear in Danzo's eyes. Was it Aizen? Indeed, it was all you're doing. Long time no see. Elder Danzo. Behind Shimura Danzo, a tall figure clad in a white haori gradually emerged from the shadows. The man, gentle as moonlight, with his hands tucked into his garment, gazed contemplatively at the slightly stooped silhouette, his face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Observing the festive decorations adorning the town of the Land of Rain, Sosuke Aizen adjusted his glasses and looked down upon Danzo's figure, murmuring, "Indeed, he has grown. I never imagined that the first to muster such courage would be Elder Shimura. Do not underestimate the old predecessors, Aizen. There are far more surprises in store for you," came the reply. Perched on a dilapidated pipe, Danzo, cigarette in mouth, did not even glance at the pure white figure behind him. Instead, he raised his eyes to the pitch-black rainy night. "But how can I believe it? Is it truly possible to perceive so many things merely by changing one's perspective? The shinobi world, chakra, humanity, what an unexpected realm this is. If one were to calm down for a moment, it would become clear to see how you orchestrate everything from within. After all, you have never concealed anything. We merely act like rabbits pursued by wolves, fixated on the path ahead, blind to the signs around us, escaping the confines of village and national perspectives. Viewing from a broader angle indeed confirms that my thoughts are not misguided. This world necessitates a certain degree of malevolence, a requisite darkness. Only when that malevolence stands before everyone, with the certainty that action may lead to death, can peace truly descend upon this realm. Conflict cannot be quelled. Even among those who understand one another, strife arises from differences in sustenance, thought, and passion. Even in the era of the Sage of Six Paths, mutual understanding existed, and I grasped the reasons for their disconnection. Yet, even with such understanding, what of it? Others are not oneself. The cycle of conflict is endless. However, it is essential to contain that struggle within certain bounds. Your words hold considerable truth. Approaching Danzo's side, Aizen stepped lightly on the air, retrieving a small table and a bottle of sake from a ceiling scroll, setting 2 cups upon the surface. Care for a drink, Elder Danzo? Please, share with me your contemplations. After all, few possess the courage to take that first step in this world, and I am curious about your final considerations. Ah, thank you. Yet, I cannot claim to have arrived at a final conclusion. I merely observe this world, harboring some thoughts of my own. And what thoughts might those be? The roots of the shinobi world, the necessary malevolence, and the foundations of peace required to sustain harmony. Accepting the cup of sake Aizen offered, Danzo downed it in one gulp, his gaze drifting to the celebrants below who still reveled in the rainstorm, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I believe that merely possessing the vision to quell chaos is insufficient. It can only represent individual will. True peace is founded on the collective will of the village, a power that embodies the essence of harmony. This is what you strive for, is it not, Aizen? I simply do what I must. The rest relies on everyone's own efforts. Nonsense. Excessive humility is but a form of arrogance. Perhaps, sipping a cup of sake, the cerulean-dyed figure squinted at the lively revelers below, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yet, I firmly believe that collective progress is a commendable endeavor. The more courageous souls who dare to pierce the veil, the better. Much like Elder Danzo. Shall I arrange a ceremony to welcome you into the invisible courtyard? Let us eschew formalism. I detest such trivialities. Observing the blue-haired one, who raised his cup with a facade of reverence, Shimura Danzo scoffed. Sipping his sake as he surveyed the stage below, he watched the children hesitantly joining the throng, their expressions growing ever brighter. Happy New Year. Huh. Why do you both look so troubled? It is New Year's, after all. Standing in the small courtyard purchased by the couple, Kushina, adorned in splendid attire, cast a discontented glance at the 2 men before her. How can you wear such gloomy faces when the new year has arrived? We have survived another year without any major calamities. No war to speak of. Shouldn't we celebrate? Spare me, Kushina. With dark circles under his eyes, Minato sat on the threshold, feeling as if his consciousness was fading. Unlike the sealing team that had long since relocated, our time-space team was confined to underground operations, conducting undisturbed tasks. The analysis of the mutual detonation seals has yet to yield results, even after 4 nights of sleepless toil. Dragged into this room, Kakashi, who claimed he wanted to experience the atmosphere, was already dozing against the doorframe without uttering a word. As a member of the Bloodline Development Team, Kakashi, though still a child, had volunteered to take on a significant role within the task force amidst the current turmoil in the ninja world. Back in the early days at the Ninja Arts Research Institute, one could often see Kakashi scurrying about, posing questions and connecting with other teams. However, as the field of ninjutsu research expanded beyond the confines of a small institute, Kakashi, a core member, remained entrenched in the underground research facility for an extended period. Only recently, after the completion of the new generation of bloodline techniques, did this barely 1-year-old child emerge from the research lab, only to be bewilderingly whisked away to Minato's home. In the past, he would have bantered with Minato and Kushina, but now, fatigued beyond measure, he leaned against the doorframe and succumbed to slumber. Minato, after exchanging a few words, nodded off, his visage a pallid shade. Even the most fiery of individuals, like Kushina, could not afford to indulge in petty whims at such a time. Nevertheless, Her presence indicated she was well prepared. Observing the exhausted countenance of the two men before her, Kushina smiled mysteriously, producing 2 talismans and a medicinal pill from her bosom. Here, consume this and apply it. What is this? A body-sealing talisman and a vitality pill. It is said that Tsunade-senpai collaborated with the Biological Research Institute to develop something that can restore an individual's physical strength and condition. With a swift motion, she affixed a talisman onto the foreheads of the 2 individuals. Then, to their astonishment, she deftly administered the elixir. Observing their startled expressions as they gazed at one another, Kushina offered a subtle smile. How do you feel? Is there a continuous surge of energy welling up within you? Oh. This sensation is akin to suddenly consuming a nutrient supplement when you are utterly exhausted. Your mind may crave sleep, but your instincts deny you that reprieve. Yet, one becomes accustomed to it. You should allow me a proper rest, Kakashi remarked, opening his eyes and casting a bemused glance at the grinning Kushina before him. At times, Kakashi pondered why, despite being merely a child, he found himself amidst adults rather than engaging in games with peers of his own age. He often wondered if life would be simpler and more joyful had he not possessed such extraordinary talent. It felt as though the life of a ninja was a path leading to a predetermined conclusion, devoid of change or surprise. The future seemed to promise nothing but research. Yet, Kakashi had long since come to terms with such matters. He would redeem his father's disgrace, proving his worth from whatever perspective necessary. Though many believed Kakashi's accomplishments at this juncture far exceeded the expectations of an ordinary individual, he felt himself to be still lacking. This must be the new medication developed by the biological division, he mused, adjusting his specially designed white robe while regarding Kushina, who stood before him beaming with delight. If memory serves, during the collaborative development, Tsunade-sensei proposed methods for human activation and lactic acid dissolution. Is this the latest breakthrough? Indeed, Kushina replied, her radiant smile unwavering as she produced a form from her attire. By the way, please share your thoughts after consuming it. While there should be no physical issues, we must still consider the mental toll. Are you certain that physical problems have been alleviated? Kakashi inquired. Yes, I am curious about the theoretical advancements Tsunade-senpai has achieved. The tools and techniques in human research evolve daily. However, while short-term consumption is permissible, prolonged use may lead to bodily rigidity, necessitating a period of adjustment before one can move freely. This is an experimental drug, then? Kakashi questioned. Not to worry, I have the improved version. It will be released in Konoha in a month, Kushina replied, flashing a confident smile towards the seemingly responsible Minato. What do you think? This time, there should be no excuses to remain cooped up at home. It's a rare new year. Let us venture out and breathe in some fresh air. After spending half a year in the lab, one might as well be decaying. The 2 exhausted yet invigorated men exchanged glances, each perceiving a complex array of emotions reflected in the other's eyes. Isn't that your wife? Shouldn't you persuade her? Aren't you a man? How can I persuade my own wife? As a child, you could easily leverage your advantages, couldn't you? Yet, I find it difficult to lower my pride. I cannot afford to lose face. After confirming that both sides were hopeless, the 2 men sighed, donned the garments that had been stored in the yard for an indeterminate time, and proceeded towards the village of Konoha. The establishment of the Ninja Arts Research Institute has undoubtedly transformed the atmosphere within the village to a great extent. Initially, during the phase of closed development, the camaraderie was somewhat harmonious, as they shared their lives in close quarters, quickly grasping each other's personalities and perspectives, realizing that they were all human beings with aspirations for Konoha. However, as the progress of ninjutsu development advanced and various resources and manpower were continuously introduced, the original closed development model faced inevitable obsolescence. The development of a ninjutsu often necessitates extensive experimentation and calculations, rendering any form of closed research incapable of yielding superior data. Following discussions between the 3rd Hokage and Aizen, the original Ninja Arts Research Institute was dismantled and divided into numerous smaller research institutes for expansion and production. Some of these institutes were affiliated with other departments, possibly comprising only 2 or 3 individuals, while larger institutes even began to incorporate ordinary citizens to assist with calculations and adjustments, with headcounts nearing 100. In this context, the previously divided clans began to reconcile. The tangible benefits of ninjutsu research became apparent, fostering genuine mutual interests amongst them. For instance, When the Inuzuka clan discovered the segment related to hair growth from the chakra theory developed by Aizen 4 months prior, they swiftly created a reagent for hair enhancement, which ignited a frenzy throughout the ninja world. The Inuzuka clan, to a certain extent, ascended to become one of the foremost clans in Konoha due to this patent. This revelation sparked envy among other clans, showcasing the lucrative prospects stemming from the branches of ninjutsu development. Others may have entertained similar theories, but they had never considered their application towards improving the quality of life. Who could have anticipated that once the reins were loosened, applying these theories to everyday life could yield such substantial benefits? With this breakthrough, Konoha experienced a flourishing renaissance, marked by an abundance of wondrous tools and items emerging in rapid succession. The myriad theories cultivated over millennia within the ninja world began to disseminate swiftly throughout the entire realm. Coupled with the existing television networks for profit, and driven by advancements in production technology, Konoha radiated a vibrant vitality, embodying a scene of bustling prosperity. This ambience reached its zenith during the New Year celebrations. Although the specter of war still loomed, it seemed to galvanize people to live more authentically and purely. Shops and inns adorned themselves with festive decorations, while throngs eagerly awaited the chimes of the new year, creating a lively tide within the village of Konoha. Even the buildings were teeming with ninjas, united in celebration of having witnessed the arrival of another year. Amidst the flickering lights, Kushina, adorned in splendid attire, turned to face Minato, revealing a radiant smile that gleamed like the sun. Let us find a place to celebrate the new year, and then together partake in the first shrine visit, Minato. Gazing at the enchanting girl, Minato felt as though he had fallen under the spell of the most exquisite illusion, his eyes filled with the image of her dazzling smile. Noticing his speechlessness, Kushina approached him with a look of confusion. Minato, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's nothing, Minato replied, his cheeks flushing as he beheld the approaching Kushina. Just looking at your pure essence, you resemble the sun. What are you saying? In my eyes, it is you who embodies the sun, Kushina. Minato, have you forgotten there is another person here? Kakashi interjected, observing the affectionate exchange between the two. How sappy. This couple, and I thought I was the lucky one. They dulled my spirits. Standing in the corner, Kakashi watched the pair as their gazes intertwined, surrounded by a burgeoning atmosphere of pink and brightness. He had not ventured out for quite some time, and if he did not accompany them, he feared he might truly lose his way in this ever-evolving Konoha. Yet, in this moment, he longed for solitude. Of course, Konoha was not solely comprised of Minato's family and Kakashi celebrating the new year. At a familiar tavern, the legendary Sannin once again gathered. As fireworks illuminated the night sky, eliciting cheers from the crowd, the Sannin relished their rare reunion, feasting on an array of sumptuous New Year-esque dishes while gazing out at the increasingly vibrant village below. Given the sensitive nature of Dankato's identity, it was regrettable that he could only spend the festive season in the biological research lab, watching Black Setsu grin, while Tsunade and the other two ninjas awaited the new year at the tavern. In stark contrast to last year's desolate border scene, Konoha undoubtedly radiated joy. Regardless of the adjectives used to embellish this facade of peace, the smiles adorning people's faces were undeniably genuine. Unbeknownst to them, deeper matters loomed. Yet all they sought was to savor the present. Within this bustling atmosphere, as the Sannin awaited the new year in a private room, they began to reflect on their individual journeys. The new year often inspires discussions of past achievements and challenges, and even the legendary Sannin were not exempt from this tradition. Cheers! Here's to surviving another year, Jiraiya exclaimed enthusiastically, raising his glass and flashing a brilliant smile at the two before him. Stop wearing such gloomy expressions. It's the new year. Let us drink heartily and enjoy this day of respite without a care in the world. The Biological Research Institute has been on break for 3 days now, Tsunade noted. My experimental team has also been off for 3 days, Kakashi added. Wait, is it only my execution department that gets a holiday today? That seems to be the case, Tsunade replied. How unfair. Our execution department toils day in and day out. Why do you get to celebrate before us? It shouldn't be like this. If you could articulate the answers to our current topic, we would be delighted to entrust the position to you. Presently, several projects are encountering bottlenecks. Perhaps it is best to let it be. The scholarly pursuits of you prodigies elude my comprehension. In the face of Orochimaru's grin, Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. They did not engage in discussions regarding the strategic planning of the ninja world or the pressing global crises. It was as if those matters had transformed into a relic of the past, with an invisible protective umbrella established over Konoha through the efforts of a select few, allowing them to relish in their happiness. Not only they, but also the common folk and other ninjas, were fervently seeking their own happiness amidst this fleeting peace. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, who appeared somewhat disheartened, gazing out the window. Like a magnet, the resplendent red and yellow hair amidst the crowd caught his eye, and he instantly recognized his beloved disciple and his wife, accompanied by the brooding Kakashi Hatake trailing behind them like a specter. Oh, is that Minato and Kushina over there? Along with that brat Kakashi? Should we invite them up to join us for a meal? Perhaps not. Tsunade, observing the elegantly dressed Kushina and the way Minato tightly clasped her hand, shook her head with a tinge of envy. They are enjoying their time together. Why summon them? Kakashi could be invited, though he seems rather uncomfortable. But let's refrain, or else I'll be lectured about why he isn't experimenting with sage mode at this moment instead of indulging in food. I, too, wish to celebrate the new year in peace. Then you ought to collaborate effectively with Kakashi. He has approached me multiple times requesting additional living experiment subjects. You should take responsibility. I apologize. Faced with Tsunade's slightly disdainful gaze, Jiraiya laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Orochimaru, observing the playful banter between these two friends, merely smiled softly, sipping his sake while gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Over the past 6 months, not only had the lives of Minato and his companions undergone tremendous transformations, but the lives of all Jonin, clan ninjas, and ordinary ninjas had also changed drastically due to various events. Tsunade, due to her fear of blood and her research prowess, had been entirely excluded from Konoha's top combat ranks and was instead regarded as the head of the Konoha Human Science Research Group. Similarly, Orochimaru possessed exceptional research capabilities, overseeing several projects related to soul and physical transformation. Initially, Jiraiya had been overwhelmed, the last of the legendary three, extinguishing fires and dealing with other ninja villages' crude blood techniques. However, with the complete onset of strategic confrontation, there was no longer a need for Jiraiya to act as a firefighter. Thanks to his experience in sage mode in combat, combined with his fervent insistence, he was ultimately integrated into the execution department. He subsequently became a direct subordinate of Kakashi Hatake, the leader of the blood and still blood equipment development team. Although this situation may sound quite peculiar, it is indeed very strange. To some extent, Jiraiya was genuinely avoiding Kakashi, which in turn provoked Kakashi's ire. The development of both the blood and still blood equipment necessitated real-time feedback for precise calculations, and Kakashi, being a serious developer, would become infuriated upon encountering ambiguous data, causing Jiraiya to further shy away from confronting him. Occasionally, one might even witness an enraged Kakashi, adorned with the patterns of the blood equipment, furiously pursuing Jiraiya, who was in sage mode, across several miles in Konoha. However, over time, everyone grew accustomed to this. In a way, it transformed into a youthful memory. This is what Jiraiya himself claimed, while Kakashi held no particular opinion on the matter. Yet, Jiraiya, as an adult, should shoulder his responsibilities, for continually evading Kakashi is unwise. Tsunade, observing Jiraiya's embarrassed demeanor while lifting her wine glass, sighed. That boy Kakashi genuinely aspires to achieve great things. If you persist in treating him this way, be wary of potential resentment in the future. He possesses formidable talents, I am aware. But I am also one of the legendary Sannin, aren't I? Listening to the words of a child merely 7 or 8 years old, and occasionally adopting embarrassing postures, is indeed somewhat disconcerting. I do not believe it warrants much concern, however. After all, the three of us have been following the guidance of a 20-year-old. Oh no. He should now be 21. In a sense, isn't the entirety of Konoha also attuned to his directives? There is no issue in heeding Kakashi-kun's counsel. It is not the same. Aizen is Aizen, and Kakashi is Kakashi. Jiraiya waved his hand, dismissing his own words as if performing a sacred dissection. He argued that Aizen's distinction was incomparable to Kakashi, prompting laughter from the other two. Yet, it is undeniably true. As we usher in a new year, Aizen's significance in Konoha has evolved from that of a towering pillar to an essential, air-like presence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this document-obsessed individual were to suddenly seek the so-called truth of life, akin to Jiraiya. The administrative departments of Konoha would come to a standstill for over a week. Speaking of which, where has Aizen gone? After taking a sip from her wine glass, Tsunade pondered aloud. Shouldn't there be a throng of people seeking his first visit? If memory serves, last year, nearly a dozen individuals were following him, right? I am uncertain. It is said he has found something of great importance and has since vanished. He did leave behind a New Year's speech for the old man. Along with pertinent materials, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head, casting a subtle glance at Tsunade and Jiraiya, before closing his eyes and sighing. However, there seems to be no issue, for there is still a multitude of shadows by my side. Indeed, it is true. Yet, I cannot help but feel an overwhelming admiration for individuals like Aizen. He appears formidable, possesses a commendable disposition, and though he is considerably younger than us, he exudes the aura of a significant figure, issuing commands with an ease that surpasses even that of the third Hokage. Jiraiya, observing the throngs of people beginning to gather in the square for the New Year countdown, sighed softly as he picked a few grilled sausages from his bowl. It might be a rather rebellious notion, but I sometimes ponder whether Aizen could simply take over Konoha. Aside from his prowess, he seems to lack any discernible flaws. What are you two coughing about? Jiraiya inquired, bemused by his two friends who appeared to be choking. Nonetheless, the two renegades retained a semblance of goodwill in their hearts and refrained from directly disclosing the state of Konoha's decline, instead diverting Jiraiya's attention elsewhere with deft tact. As time passed, with the drinks flowing and the dishes savored, the crowd in the square began to chant in unison at the enormous numbers projected into the sky by ninjutsu. The countdown to the new year had commenced, and gazing at the colossal figures, Jiraiya felt a surge of enthusiasm, rising to his feet to address the crowd. I hope this year will be even better. I, Jiraiya, aspire to become the most renowned hero in the ninja realm. My only wish is that the experimental subjects refrain from seeking their demise, as administering anesthetics is quite the arduous task. If I have no particular desires, then let us wish for world peace. The voice of the legendary Sannin failed to incite any commotion, as countless ninjas and villagers joined in the chorus of wishes directed towards the heavens. Amidst the jubilant uproar, accompanied by the final splendid fireworks and ninjutsu showcasing in the sky, the journey of the year reached its conclusion, ushering in the dawn of a new year for the ninja world. Since the passing of the first Hokage, this marked the first year devoid of numerous fatalities. In the 44th year of the Konoha calendar, the hidden village flourished, free from conflict. Everyone seemed genuinely joyful. Yet, what is there to celebrate about merely welcoming a new year? What are we truly commemorating? Amidst the revelry, Kakashi cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was shouting from the hotel awning, and sighed as he melted into the throng. The hopes placed upon Minato and Kushina were utterly misplaced. Once these two fell into their affectionate reverie, they became oblivious to all else. Furthermore, the ritual of the new year had been fulfilled for Kakashi. Although he felt no weariness due to the medication, the sight of couples surrounding him stirred an unsettling feeling within. Though it is somewhat challenging for him to grasp such sentiments at his age, the ninja world cultivates a sense of maturity in matters of this nature. Observing the mingling of men and women, interspersed with the playful banter of childhood friends, Kakashi felt an inexplicable discomfort enveloping him. Should I perhaps just return home? Feeling somewhat lonely about visiting the shrine for the first prayer of the year alone, Kakashi, clad in his white robe, was just about to depart when his ears perked up at the faint sound of a distant voice. Hey, Kakashi, over here. I said over here. It was Obito. Why aren't you waiting at the agreed spot? Emerging from the bustling crowd were two small figures, with a panting Obito expressing his displeasure. Didn't we agree to meet at the main entrance? Why did you wander off to the square? You made me and Rin miss the New Year countdown. Searching everywhere for you. When did I agree to that? Kakashi replied, puzzled. Don't you remember? Last year. What was last year even about? Observing the serious expression on Obito's face, Kakashi reflected and was astonished to realize there was indeed some truth to it. His father was still alive back then, and the atmosphere was more favorable. His school life was rather ordinary, entangled with Obito and Rin, along with a watermelon-headed figure. He hadn't yet grasped the complexities of the world. Kakashi, it's been a while. Oh, it's Rin. You're so nonchalant. Rin is making a real effort to greet you. Am I not speaking to her now? Why are you interrupting? How infuriating. Even if you're impressive. I must teach you a lesson today. Just as Aizen said, let me impart a rather simple principle. as Obito charged in a fit of shouting. Kakashi sighed and swiftly slipped behind him, lightly tapping the back of his neck. The mastery of the Hyuga-style acupuncture technique was evident in Kakashi's hands. With merely a gentle touch, Obito collapsed to the ground, astonished at Kakashi's deadpan gaze beneath his mask. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having effortlessly dispatched Obito, gazed at the fireworks illuminating the sky under Rin's sparkling eyes, and let out a lonely sigh. Aspirations often represent the most distant understanding. This was a lesson imparted to me by Aizen, and now I return it to you. How pretentious of you. If only I could awaken my eyes. The cost of awakening your eyes could very well be the harm or death of someone dear to you. Are you truly willing to take that risk? Well, forget it. Casting a glance at the smiling Rin, Obito's face flushed as he lay on the ground, hesitant to speak. He stood up, cautious not to say anything further, fearing his ill-fated words might invoke misfortune. With ongoing research, the Uchiha clan had made significant advancements in developing their own Sharingan bloodline limit. Although the ultimate form of chakra remained uncertain, it was clear that the cost of awakening one's eyes stemmed from intense emotional upheaval, often manifesting as the death, betrayal, or separation from loved ones. To a certain extent, this has served to cleanse the Uchiha clan of certain negative perceptions. Aizen specifically remarked that those Uchiha who awaken their eyes are individuals who have experienced profound love and hatred, enduring the trials of life, and continuing to persevere. Furthermore, given the numerous fatalities within the Uchiha clan over the years, and the fact that other prominent families have ceased to confine their existence, the reputation of the Uchiha has begun to improve within the village. However, the eyes awakened through the sorrow of losing beloved ones have subjected these newly empowered Uchiha ninjas to waves of concern and sympathy. The mental health facilities in Konoha have even opened their doors to the Uchiha family free of charge, a gesture that has left these proud red-eyed ninjas feeling both embarrassed and irate. While Obito may be oblivious to the discussions among the adults, he understands that the price of awakening one's eyes is often the death of those one holds dear, a fact that renders him immobile. Observing the blushing Obito stealing glances at Lin, who is adorned in her kimono, Kakashi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He could not fathom the significance of such youthful affections. Why engage in such matters at the mere age of 7 or 8? Surely, they could wait a few more years until they were fully matured. However, it was indeed a surprise that Kakashi had actually attended. He had thought Kakashi would surely spend the new year with that particular individual. Lin, smiling gently at the two boys, curiously turned to Kakashi. I have heard that Kakashi is involved in remarkable endeavors, so much so that even the teachers admire him. Shouldn't you be celebrating the new year with the adults? I've heard that the Hokage has organized a grand banquet to welcome everyone. I dislike crowded places, Kakashi replied, and as for Aizen, I have no idea where he went. He simply didn't join us for the festivities. Wait, Aizen-sama isn't celebrating the new year in the village? Aizen-sama, of course. He is the most exceptional, gentle, and utterly captivating Aizen-sama. I had forgotten that this girl is a devoted admirer of Aizen. Witnessing the hearts practically sparkling in her eyes, alongside Obito's pallid demeanor, Kakashi's expression grew increasingly apathetic. It seemed that within the entire village of Konoha, there were hardly any young girls who were not enchanted by Aizen. After all, he frequently visited the school to discuss the will of fire, treating every student who approached him with kindness. For those from less fortunate backgrounds, Aizen would even make personal visits to offer encouragement. Some audaciously inquired of their parents when they would pass away, only to receive a reprimand instead. Such was Aizen's esteemed reputation in Konoha. Yet, whenever Aizen was mentioned, Kakashi could not shake the feeling of disinterest. After hastily performing a prayer at the shrine alongside the two, their hands clasped in wishes they hardly understood, the three parted ways beneath the dimming night sky. For Kakashi, this so-called new year appeared to bear little distinction from previous years. Life remained unchanged, and he found himself in solitude once more. His father often embarked on missions during that time, leaving him to navigate life alone. Reflecting on this, Kakashi inexplicably made his way toward the cemetery in Konoha. On this festive day, the cemetery was far from desolate. Many gathered to celebrate the passage of another year, while others sought to share their past experiences with those they held dear. Amidst the silent crowd gazing at the gravestones, Kakashi quietly ventured deeper into the cemetery. His father's grave, that of Tsukumo Hatake, had been meticulously restored. No longer was his father remembered for having succumbed to a dishonorable mission, in the eyes of many. Tsukumo had become a hero who willingly bore disgrace for the sake of Konoha's growth. The third Hokage and Aizen had conspired to suppress this narrative, proclaiming Tsukumo as a hero of the village. The veteran shinobi and people from that era were well aware of the truth, yet for those who came after, this was the most palatable version of events. Some, moved by this sentiment, had even come forth to restore Tsukumo's grave as an act of atonement. Gazing at the polished yet somewhat unfamiliar tombstone, Kakashi sighed once more on this New Year's Day. "Father, do you truly believe Aizen was in the wrong?" No one answered. Yet someone listened. At the edge of the grave, a man clad in a pure white haori, adorned with the emblem of 11, sat in silence. His tanuki mask obscuring his expression. Kakashi recognized this familiar figure, but chose not to speak. He merely fixed his gaze upon the grave, as if conversing with himself, yet also addressing others. If benevolent deception could soothe the heart, then some should remain in the shadows. If such a state is deemed beneficial, then silence should be maintained. However, I remain uncertain about what is truly good or bad. Aizen urged me to cultivate my own thoughts and choices. To this day, I fail to grasp the significance of his actions. Yet, I feel that, with the arrival of the new year, I ought to visit you. Having paid my respects, it is time for me to depart. Farewell. Observing the grave and the silent man in the haori, Kakashi exhaled deeply and returned to Aizen's courtyard. "Good morning, Kakashi-kun. Why do you regard me with such peculiar eyes? Have I committed some offense?" Aizen inquired with a warm expression, noticing Kakashi's somewhat enigmatic demeanor at the entrance of the writing room. "Today marks the first day of the new year. If you wish to spend time with your companions, you should seize the moment. After all, the research team has granted only a week off after the holidays, which is but a fleeting moment for those you cherish." This verbose chatter indeed reveals his true nature. What is it? Nothing. Seated in the writing chamber, surrounded by the imposing presence of indigo-dyed scrolls, Kakashi opened his mouth, only to swallow back the questions he longed to ask. He had intended to inquire about where Aizen had vanished during the New Year festivities. As everyone had searched in vain for him, Lin Yahara and other female admirers had nearly blocked the doors on their way back. Upon awakening from a brief slumber, he was astonished to find Aizen, as if respawned like an NPC, once again seated in the writing room. Although he considered posing a question, Kakashi hesitated, reflecting on the delicate nature of their relationship, ultimately rendering himself speechless. Kakashi's sentiments towards Aizen were indeed complex. Over their extended acquaintance, he had come to realize that Aizen's claims of being merely a chunin were far from the truth. With such a wealth of theoretical knowledge and forbidden techniques at his disposal, to assert that he had conducted no research was preposterous, akin to standing amidst a sea of corpses and proclaiming innocence while others had perished. However, they had coexisted for nearly half a year. In the tapestry of Kakashi's life, this man occupied nearly 1/7 of his memories. Yet, Aizen displayed no inclination to undermine him. Typically, one might expect that those orchestrating schemes against their foes would seek to instill hatred or malice in the offspring of their enemies, perhaps deriving a twisted pleasure from the notion of the enemy's child calling them father. In stark contrast, Aizen had done nothing of the sort. He had, in the most literal sense, protected Kakashi. Moreover, he extended Kakashi's time at the Ninja Academy, granting access to a plethora of theoretical and forbidden readings. Whenever Kakashi entertained sudden whims, Aizen offered unwavering support. In terms of life philosophy, he provided no undue bias or choices. Instead, he entrusted Kakashi with the autonomy to decide for himself. As Aizen once articulated, despite Kakashi's youth, he was a ninja imbued with self-respect and confidence. Aizen would not presume to make choices for one with their own convictions. This development left Kakashi in a state of bewilderment. He found himself at a loss regarding how to engage with Aizen. Often, his silence was not a matter of aloofness or reluctance to converse, but rather an inability to confront someone who, despite the evident complexities, navigated life with impeccable composure and apparent clarity. Thus, as he observed Aizen diligently attending to a backlog of documents in the writing room, Kakashi mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. "You know, many people in the village hold you in high regard. Is that so?" "What an honor," Aizen replied. "There are also many who wish to celebrate the festivals with you and make wishes for the new year. Everyone truly cares about you." "Ah, I understand. That is wonderful indeed. If my efforts can bring joy and happiness to others, and if my endeavors can contribute to a more stable and peaceful world, guiding it towards progress, then that is the very reason I strive. It seems incorrect. Your efforts thus far have been entirely for your own convictions. Observing the figure of Aizen, who, after exchanging a few casual remarks, resumed his bureaucratic duties, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of agitation brewing within him. He yearned to express something, to question him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It was not a lack of courage that hindered him, but rather a deficiency of evidence. Were he to possess concrete proof, perhaps he could find solace. However, whether in consideration of his father or the village, Kakashi remained silent. In this springtime, where he chose not to speak, it was Aizen who broke the silence. In truth, you need not worry excessively, Kakashi-kun, Aizen remarked gently. Seated at the writing desk within the serene and unadorned courtyard, devoid of any festive atmosphere. You need only to articulate your thoughts, your innermost truths. Overthinking often leads to misunderstandings and awkwardness. If you wish to communicate, simply express your contemplations and feelings. Did my father truly take his own life? Yes, came the calm, unambiguous response, striking like thunder. Kakashi stood frozen for a moment, as if Aizen's unequivocal words shattered the remnants of the illusion he had clung to. Adjusting his glasses, Aizen continued in a somber tone, "It was not merely a suicide before your eyes, Kakashi-kun. He was untainted, uncoerced. It was simply his inability to accept reality that led him to choose death before you. There were no illusions, no bodily modifications. It was all his own. The most genuine choice stemming from his heart. At that time, public opinion had yet to spread completely, mainly simmering in a struggle between both parties. And your father's death solidified it all. I was the one who ultimately brought closure, responsible for restructuring, organizing, and concealing the truth. But you must understand, Kakashi-kun. He died before you, truly and irrevocably. There are no miracles, he cannot return. I trust that someone as astute as you has begun to grasp this. Yes." Gazing at the still gentle smile of Aizen Sasuke, the seemingly diminutive figure with white hair exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden from his heart. Or perhaps genuinely coming to a realization. Even Kakashi himself could not fathom why he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was simply that he had never reconciled himself to the notion that his father, akin to a deity, would ultimately choose such a demise. Yet in Aizen's words, he had never felt the necessity to deceive himself. If deception were the case, he would have long since misled himself countless times. More importantly, Aizen had provided an alternative answer. "So, Kakashi-kun, have you glimpsed your aspirations for the new year?" "I have. That too was Shimokuin's own choice. And you need not feel obligated to do anything or confront anything. Though Shimokuin is your father, he has made choices of his own." Addressing Kakashi, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, Aizen redirected his gaze to the documents on the table and spoke softly. "This is the essence of growth, Kakashi-kun. Sometimes, the outcomes you long for do not materialize, and the truly great individuals may be more fragile than you anticipate. Perhaps love for others has blinded you. Yet reality is unwavering in its truths. There are no miracles or biases in this world, only irrefutable, pure facts." Shimokuin, in his contemplation, made a choice that caused profound sorrow for all. And Kakashi, no matter how you ponder or embellish it, that choice remains an objective and undeniable truth. Your father, in comparison to you, chose himself. This is the answer to all the questions you ponder. Regardless of your understanding or forgiveness, this is the tangible outcome. As a researcher, Kakashi-kun, you ought to comprehend. When the results of facts diverge from theory, and repeated experiments confirm the veracity of those facts, you should clearly recognize what is erroneous. It is undoubtedly the theory. Your father, once revered as a deity, indeed did not consider himself at that time. He was, much like that shadow, merely a self-absorbed individual. Though it bears a certain coldness and a piercing heartache, Kakashi, son of Hitaki Shomo, exhaled slowly. It is peculiar. Yet there arises a sense of solace to some extent, as if it had been established that certain matters are not one's own fault, but rather the concern of the other party. In light of this reassurance, Kakashi could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, for he was speaking of his own father. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable melancholy, as that man who evaded everything was also his father. Hence, there is no need to comprehend his choices, only the facts exist. Thus, from this moment forth, one should focus on their own endeavors. Though somewhat harsh, this should be the most acceptable New Year's gift for Kakashi. Now that he has attained what he sought, it seems there is little reason to linger. I shall take my leave now. You may continue your work. Oh, by the way, Kakashi-kun, Aizen, seated in the writing chamber, suddenly addressed the departing Hatake Kakashi. If you have no objections, this afternoon there will be a diplomatic meeting with the Cloud Village. And I shall bring you along as a developer of the silent blood and active blood techniques. This is a high-level diplomatic conference. You must be mentally prepared. However, if you have aspirations for further involvement, feel free to express them. I thought you said this new year would be work-free. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grim as he regarded Aizen's calm demeanor.